People's Daily, January 21st, 1978 edition. In December 1977, China fully reinstated the National College Entrance Examination with an estimated 5 million candidates nationwide. Inside a small room belonging to a worker at the Suzhou cotton mill, a man and a young boy sat cross-legged on the only piece of furniture wooden plank bed. Song Liang, 25 years old, a fair-skinned young man and single father, was an employee in the mill sales department. Song Yu, 7 years old, a chubby, adorable boy loved by all, was about to enter the second grade at the mill's affiliated primary school. Both sat with their heads bowed, staring at the newspaper spread on the bed. The date printed on it clearly marked the time and the major events of the era. The gentle-looking, scholarly Song Liang murmured, "Damn it, it's been 3 days already, really no way back." Without a word, Song Yu reached over and pinched Song Liang hard on the inner thigh, making him yell out in pain. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you pinch me?" Song Yu, "To wake you up. To remind you this isn't a dream." Song Liang, "Of course I know it's not a dream. I don't need you to tell me. And remember, I am your dad now. Show me some respect." Song Yu scoffed. "You're my dad? Don't act so high and mighty. If you hadn't dragged me into that drinking binge, would we have ended up in this godforsaken place?" Song Liang, "Hey, you're the one who got laid off. I bought the alcohol to cheer you up, okay?" Song Yu covered his face, silently cursing. His slender limbs and slightly underdeveloped frame made his movements look awkward. Song Liang grumbled, "Actually, coming back in time isn't so bad. We were both nearly on our way out. Getting youth back is pretty great." Song Yu, "Great my ass. There's not even a phone or computer here." He looked around the room. Aside from the bed, it was completely empty. Their one-room apartment had nothing. Even toilet paper had to be borrowed from the neighborhood committee office. Song Liang muttered, "Let's hang on until tomorrow. Every weekend, I can freely return to the modern world for 2 days. Then I'll bring over all the supplies. You've got storage space, hide all the anachronistic stuff." Song Yu suddenly asked, "You're not going to go back and never return, are you?" Song Liang smirked, "Call me dad, and I'll come back." Song Yu, "Huh? Song Liang, dad?" Song Yu, "Oh. Song Liang, damn it. You won't get to use anything I bring back tomorrow." Song Yu, "Then don't use my storage space either. And I'll report you to the neighborhood committee while I'm at it." Song Liang, "Report me for what? Animal abuse?" Just as Song Yu, in his tiny frame, was about to leap up and fight, a knock sounded at the door. They exchanged glances. Song Liang got up to answer it, while Song Yu peeked from behind. A moment later, Ms. Wang, the neighborhood committee director, walked in with a frown, scanning the room. Her eyes lingered on the thin Song Yu before she turned to lecture Song Liang. "Comrade Song, you've been transferred here for 3 days now. Why is your home still such a mess? You're a father to a child. You might tolerate this, but a child can't." Song Liang stood there, miserable, not knowing what to say. In the real world, he and Song Yu were twins. Here, they'd somehow become father and son. Subconsciously, Song Liang didn't see Song Yu as a child. Back home, he'd always taken the blame for everything they did wrong. Now, suddenly being someone's actual father felt both strange and frustrating. Ms. Wang pulled 2 candies from her pocket and handed them to Song Yu, gently coaxing, "Little Yu, here, Auntie Wang treats you to some candy." Song Yu stared at the candies, unsure how to react. Ms. Wang assumed he was shy. Other kids would be overjoyed at the sight of candy. She felt a pang of sympathy for how mature this child was. "Take them." After a pause, Song Yu put on a bright, sweet smile. "Thank you, sister." Hearing this, Ms. Wang froze for a second, then broke into a genuine, delighted smile. She gently pinched Song Yu's cheeks, utterly charmed. Standing up, she turned back to Song Liang, giving him a thorough once-over before sighing. "I know you're a grown man and not good at taking care of a child, but your living conditions are too rough. There's not a single decent thing in this house." Song Liang scrambled for an excuse. "Mississippi, Sister Wang, I don't have a job yet, no money. I can't improve things overnight." Ms. Wang sighed again and handed him a yellowed file folder. "Your personnel file has been transferred to the cotton mill. You can start work tomorrow. After reporting in the morning, go to the finance department to draw in advance on your first month's salary and allowances. Then come back and treat little Yu to a good meal. Good thing you graduated from a technical secondary school. Under policy, you qualify for cadre treatment. Your benefits are quite good. Enough for you two to live a decent life. Little Yu's school records have also been transferred. He can start classes at the mill's primary school tomorrow." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Song Liang blurted out, "But tomorrow's the weekend." Song Yu slapped his forehead. "Weekend? What weekend?" The 2-day weekend wasn't officially implemented until 1995. Under Ms. Wang's puzzled gaze, Song Liang quickly realized his mistake, coughed lightly, and nodded vigorously. "Right. No problem. I'll report on time tomorrow." Satisfied, Ms. Wang nodded and continued. This house was assigned to you by the mill, considering your cadre status and the fact you're raising a child alone. You got priority, but I'm warning you get along well with your neighbors. Say what should be said, keep quiet about what shouldn't. Many mill workers still don't have housing. Even though your situation is special, it's easy to attract resentment. Understand? Song Liang, a seasoned veteran of society, understood the unspoken rules perfectly. He was just struggling to adapt to this new environment. He nodded, putting on a sincere expression. Thank for the reminder, Sister Wang. Song Yu spoke up sweetly. Sister, why is the house next door in our courtyard empty? Ms. Wang smiled gently. The drain outlet's wall is crooked. It tends to flood during rain, so not many people want to live there. Song Yu just said, oh, and fell silent. After seeing Ms. Wang off, Song Liang returned to the room only to be immediately mocked by Song Yu. You're amazing. The neighborhood committee director comes to your home, and you don't even offer her a glass of water. Song Liang, offer water with what? We don't have an extra cup, not even a spoon. Should I go outside and scoop some tap water for her? Song Yu flopped down on the bed. That's your problem as a father. Remember to take me to register at school tomorrow. Song Liang, I wanted you to come with me to register at the mill. Song Yu, I don't know the way. Song Liang, do I know it? Song Yu sighed. I give up. A 985 graduate coming back to re-attend primary school. Song Liang lay down too, snatching Song Yu's blanket to cover himself. And I used to collect rent, drink, and play cards every day. Now I have to go be a factory worker. Chapter 2. Nothing at home as the clock struck midnight on Saturday. Song Yu gazed in astonishment at the gradually translucent figure of Song Liang, who was returning to the realm of the living. Moments later, Song Liang vanished silently from the house. Song Yu retrieved a 21st century watch from beneath his pillow. Glancing at the time and pondering for a moment, an inexplicable sense of panic mingled with envy stirring within him. Although he had been laid off, his savings amounted to several million, allowing him to live comfortably without laboring back in his hometown for the rest of his days. However, upon hearing of Song Yu's dismissal, Song Liang had joyfully brought over a selection of alcoholic beverages, both white liquor and beer. After indulging, the two found themselves in a stupor, awakening inexplicably in the year 1978. Well-versed in modern history, Song Yu was somewhat familiar with the circumstances of this era. Aside from other concerns, entertainment was exceedingly scarce. If only he could, like Song Liang, return to the present world twice a week to visit Shaoli, Shaohong, and Shaofei. How delightful that would be. Reclining back on the bed, his stomach grumbling, he realized he had not consumed meat in 3 days. In this age, acquiring anything inexpensive required ration coupons, and state-run restaurants charged exorbitantly. Song Liang had rummaged through his belongings and unearthed only 12.3 yuan, while the cafeteria at the cotton spinning factory offered no substantial options. In 1978, the purchasing power of 12.3 yuan was roughly equivalent to around 1,200 yuan in the 21st century, seemingly a considerable sum, yet without meat coupons. Even acquiring a piece of pork was impossible. Extensive online research revealed that the purchasing power in 1978 fluctuated significantly, ranging from dozens to hundreds of times, depending on the type of goods and the economic context of the time. This novel adopts a 100-fold calculation, with adjustments for subsequent years. At 2 a.m, hunger gnawed at him fiercely, just as he was about to step outside to fetch some water for boiling. A ripple in the air inside the house caught his attention, precisely where Song Liang had begun to disappear. Suddenly, Song Liang emerged, carrying 2 large bags of items. Before Song Yu could utter a word, Song Liang turned and dove back through the ripple. After a few back-and-forth trips, various bags were strewn across the living room. Song Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over to inspect the haul. Beer, soft drinks, cigarettes, daily necessities, toiletries, pots and pans, canned fruit, an array of prepared foods. Song Liang, sweating from exertion, bore an expression of triumph. Impressive. You've brought back so much. Song Liang beamed. The shopkeeper downstairs heard I needed these items and delivered them to my door. If I had to buy them myself, I wouldn't have made it back until tomorrow. Be sure to hide everything. We can't let anyone see, Song Yu said, feeling an inexplicable sense of security upon Song Liang's return. As he was about to store the items away, Song Liang suddenly interjected, "Wait, leave a dozen beers and a pack of cigarettes. And keep some daily necessities and plastic bags for garbage. There are no trash bins in this era. So I'll take the garbage bags back with me when I leave. It's safer that way." The two began to organize the items, and after half an hour, they had arranged everything neatly. With a mere thought, The packaged items on the floor vanished in an instant. Witnessing this phenomenon, Song Liang's expression shifted to one of awe, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Indeed, the pinnacle of science is nothing but metaphysics." The two were already famished. Song Liang unwrapped the takeout boxes on the ground, revealing an array of barbecued delicacies and prepared foods. He opened 2 bottles of chilled beer, pouring a little into a disposable cup to serve as an ashtray. After clinking the beer bottles together, they each took a hearty swig, exhaling in relief, their bodies and minds feeling refreshed. The raw meat and vegetables could wait until tomorrow. It was too late now, as the market and fresh grocery stores had already closed. "Think about what else you need. I'll bring everything back tomorrow evening." Song Yu, engrossed in his barbecue, mumbled nonchalantly, "Whatever you think is necessary. Just bring me a portion. Just don't return with anything absurdly futuristic. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain." After a while of feasting, Song Liang, not considering Song Yu a child, lit a cigarette and began to indulge in the smoke. Fortunately, Song Yu did not smoke. Otherwise, it would be quite scandalous for a 7-year-old to be seen with a cigarette. "When I returned earlier, I found all the leftover food from our drinking session. So I packed it up and threw it away for you." Song Yu asked in confusion, "You're out of words, aren't you?" Song Liang replied, "Your phone kept ringing. I glanced at it and saw it was that foolish boss of yours." Song Yu shrugged. "You can just turn it off for me when you get back tomorrow. We have neither parents nor relatives to worry about us. If I went missing, no one would report it." He scoffed at the thought of his boss, that idiot parachuted in, clueless and bossy. Now that he has fired me, he realizes the work can't go on and calls back. What a joke. Song Liang exhaled a puff of white smoke and chuckled. "Did you ever consider that I might just leave without a word?" Song Yu paused for a moment, then contemptuously replied, "I did think about it. But I know you wouldn't. Why not?" Song Liang asked. "Because you would find it hard to explain during Qingming Festival when you visit our parents' graves," Song Yu stated. Song Liang chuckled. "Don't worry, my visits are compulsory. I can come and go freely on weekends, but from Monday to Friday, I'm stuck here. That is still better than my situation. At least you can return for foot massages." Song Liang raised his beer bottle with a boastful grin. "To Dad. Let us toast." Song Yu rolled his eyes at him and turned to devour an oyster. They continued their meal until 3 in the morning. And after tidying up and packing the trash, they both laid down and fell into a deep slumber, uncertain of how long they had slept. The electronic clock on the floor emitted a crisp sound. Song Yu opened his sleepy eyes and kicked Song Liang in the rear. "Time to get up and work like a mule." Hearing this, Song Liang, reluctant to leave his cozy bed, groaned irritably, scratching his head as he sat up to ask, "When did our country allow individual entrepreneurship?" Song Yu, rubbing his eyes and yawning, replied, "This year. But being self-employed is even more exhausting than being a worker, and the social status isn't higher than that of a laborer. If you want to be a boss, you might as well wait until everything is fully liberalized." After saying this, he got up and fetched 2 sets of toiletries along with a basin, carrying 1 set out of the house. The January morning breeze in Suzhou was quite chilly, causing Song Yu to shiver as he dashed to the wash basin in the courtyard, brushing his teeth swiftly before hurrying back, too lazy to wash his face. "Song Liang, you need to buy some clothes and bedding tonight. It's too cold outside." Upon hearing those words, Song Liang paused in his motion to wash up, deciding against it altogether. Simple purchases were feasible, yet those items from the 21st century. If worn outside, Song Yu fell into silence. "Then I must find a way to earn some money. Our home lacks even a place to sit. And we should also resolve the issue of furniture." Song Liang nodded. "All right, let me think of a way." Song Yu suggested, "Consider this. Return to your factory director and tell him you have a connection to procure a pig for the factory, so they can exchange money and tickets. In this era, meat is worth more than anything." After saying this, he pulled out all the money from his pocket, tossing a 5 yuan note onto the bed, donned his only thin jacket, and left empty-handed. Song Liang picked up the 5 yuan, pocketing it, and after a moment of contemplation, lay back down. Just a little more sleep. Just a little. Chapter 3. How many pigs are there? At the affiliated elementary school of the cotton spinning factory, Song Yu stood in class 1, gazing at the room filled with lively eyes, realizing that he would be attending school with this group of little ones for a considerable time. A profound sense of wasted time washed over him. "Classmates, this young boy is named Song Yu, and he will be joining our class from now on. Let us welcome him with applause." The warm applause erupted as the homeroom teacher placed her hands on Song Yu's shoulders, radiating a natural affection for the adorable little boy. Smiling indulgently as she said, "Xiaoyu, you may sit at the back for now, and I will rearrange the seating when it's time to switch." Songyu obediently replied, "No need to change, teacher. Since I arrived last, I should sit at the back." Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher felt a sweetness in her heart and smiled. "You go ahead and sit. I will bring your textbooks shortly." Once Songyu returned to his seat, a boy in the front row immediately turned to stare at him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Songyu ignored him. Had it not been the first day of class requiring decorum, he would have already laid down to sleep. "You're Songyu, right? I'm Yao Chen. I'm the leader of our class." Songyu clapped nonchalantly. "Impressive." Yao Chen proudly declared, "My dad is the head of the drivers at the cotton factory. My mom works in the accounting department distributing wages. My family has dual incomes." Songyu replied, "Wow, very impressive." Yao Chen continued, "What does your dad do?" A girl sitting beside Yao Chen interjected, "Songyu, don't pay attention to Yao Chen. No one in our class wants to play with him. If he bothers you, feel free to tell the teacher, and she will reprimand him." Songyu responded, "Not at all. I rather enjoy having someone to talk to." Hearing this, Yao Chen's chubby face brightened, leaning closer with a naive seriousness. "Songyu, I like you. From now on, you'll stick with me. You can tell me anything. I'll take you to have fun." Songyu chuckled. Sure. The girl then asked, "Songyu, why did you transfer to our school?" Songyu replied, "I had no choice." The girl looked puzzled. Songyu elaborated, "I mean, this is the only elementary school affiliated with the cotton factory." The girl, seemingly understanding, nodded, then happily exclaimed, "Songyu, I'm Jiang Qian. My dad is a carpenter at our factory. My mom is a cotton worker." Upon hearing Jiang Qian mention her father's occupation, Songyu's eyes sparkled, and he immediately suggested, "Let us go home together tonight. I'll walk you back." Jiang Qian, perplexed yet captivated by Songyu's enchanting eyes, nodded in agreement. Yao Chen quickly interjected, "I want to go too." Jiang Qian retorted, "I don't want you at my house." Yao Chen exclaimed, "Who wants to go to your house? I'm here to protect our new classmate." Songyu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the homeroom teacher approached with a stack of textbooks and reprimanded Yao Chen upon seeing him conversing with Songyu. "Yao Chen, do not bully the new student. Otherwise, I will call your parents." Just as Yao Chen was about to respond, Songyu gently interjected, "Teacher, Yao Chen is not bullying me. He just said he would protect me from other classmates." With a witness to her defense, Yao Chen's confidence soared, standing tall with an air of pride. The teacher, ignoring Yao Chen, placed the books before Songyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, these are your textbooks. Make sure to study diligently." Standing up, Songyu accepted them with grace, replying, "Thank you, teacher, I will certainly study diligently." Nearly slipping with her words, she quickly corrected herself. The teacher, charmed by Songyu's politeness, affectionately tousled her hair before departing. Songyu glanced over the textbooks: Chinese, mathematics, music, art, moral education, and physical education. She was puzzled as to why a textbook was necessary for physical education. Seemed rather pointless. She stuffed the books into the drawer and settled into a comfortable position, resting her head on her arms. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, she felt the effects of her limited alcohol tolerance. In the cotton spinning factory sales department, Song Liang attentively absorbed the supervisor's instructions, neither flaunting his position nor exhibiting youthful shyness. Supervisor Su smiled, "Xiao Song, although your education is impressive, you lack experience in sales. Let me give you a brief overview." Song Liang replied, "Please go ahead, Supervisor Su." The supervisor appreciated Song Liang's demeanor, noting a refreshing absence of arrogance. "As a cadre, you will receive a level 4 salary, amounting to 52.8 yuan per month. However, our sales department operates differently. You must meet sales quotas to receive your full salary. If your sales fall short, there will be deductions, though exceeding the quota will yield additional rewards." Song Liang was unconcerned about the salary. He recalled Songyu's remarks regarding the purchasing power of that era. In 1978, 10 yuan was roughly equivalent to 1,000 yuan in the 21st century, making 53 yuan akin to 5,300. He could easily collect that amount in rent from 2 rooms over the weekend with little effort. What truly mattered to him was the tickets, as Songyu had specifically advised him beforehand. "Supervisor Su, I am now your subordinate. I will follow your lead, and I ask for your guidance moving forward." With that, he presented a box of cigarettes he had purchased from the factory supply store, unsure of the brand, but recalling that they were quite difficult to smoke. Supervisor Su was pleased with Song Liang's words and accepted the cigarettes with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, while you work under my supervision, I will be there to support you. I can handle minor issues." Song Liang continued, "Director Su, there is a matter upon which I find myself quite indecisive, and I lack any prominent individuals nearby for guidance. Now that I see you, I wish to consult you about a personal issue." Director Su, surrounded by rather coarse individuals, had never encountered such eloquence and, feeling somewhat elevated, replied, "Speak, and let me see what the matter is." Song Liang opted for a more familiar address, "My dear leader. It is this. A friend of mine has connections that could procure several pigs for sale, but he lacks the means to do so. I would like to inquire whether our factory would be interested in purchasing pork." Director Su, momentarily putting down his freshly lit cigarette, rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "Several pigs?" Song Liang nodded. "Indeed, his village has had a bountiful harvest this year, and they wish to discreetly sell a few large ones to improve their local conditions." Without even posing a question, Director Su decisively proclaimed, "The factory will take them." At that moment, joy surged within him. The dining conditions at the cotton spinning factory had long been a source of discontent among the workers, who complained about the lack of nourishment in their meals, leaving them drained of energy. If a few pigs could enhance the food quality, the factory head would surely toast to his good fortune. Before Song Liang could respond, Director Su eagerly inquired, "Will the price exceed the purchasing rate by 20%? How many does your friend have?" Taken aback by Director Su's fervor, Song Liang thought, "It's merely a few pigs. Why the excitement?" He hesitantly replied, "3, perhaps?" Director Su's eyes widened in disbelief. 3? Not understanding whether this was a large or small number, Song Liang cautiously probed, "And what about the others?" Director Su, breathing rapidly, demanded, "How many in total?" Perceiving the urgency in his tone, Song Liang refrained from exaggerating and confidently stated, "Just the 3. Initially, I intended to keep one for my son to enhance his meals and to foster relationships with my colleagues." Director Su retorted, "What benefit is there in those relationships? Your most significant connection in this department is me. From now on, keep any such opportunities for me. I'll ensure you receive a pig leg privately." Chapter 4, A Fortunate Encounter. Originally, procuring food was the responsibility of the procurement department. Yet, the issue that the procurement department could not resolve was now being addressed by the sales department, much to Director Su's satisfaction. Song Liang remarked, "Boss, half the payment will suffice. Could you provide a receipt for the remaining amount?" Director Su looked puzzled. Song Liang clarified, "You see, I have a son who is 7 this year. The factory has just allocated housing to us, but we have nothing, no chairs even." Without hesitation, Director Su opened his drawer and pulled out various receipts. "I have ordinary receipts here. Take what you need as a reward from the department. However, I don't have receipts for televisions or washing machines. If I acquire any later, I will set them aside for you." Upon hearing this, Song Liang regarded his superior with newfound respect. This was genuine assistance. "In that case, let us settle the payment for the pigs at the standard purchasing price. For the additional 20%, I kindly ask you to keep an eye out for any receipts. You are well connected and have a good reputation. If any arise, please procure them for me." Director Su studied Song Liang for a long moment before nodding solemnly. "Very well, I shall keep an eye out for you." After leaving the director's office, Song Liang returned to the sales department, finding his way back to his office following the nameplate directions. Upon entering the office, I initially thought it was ablaze. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered a dozen individuals indulging in cigarettes, seemingly oblivious to the lack of ventilation. With a resigned sigh, Song Liang stepped inside, extending warm greetings. Throughout the morning, each person in the office consumed 2 cigarettes, with Song Liang reluctantly joining in, thereby establishing a semblance of camaraderie. Unable to tolerate the stifling atmosphere any longer, he promptly made his exit at noon. Arriving at the cafeteria, he was dismayed to find the offerings exceedingly meager, consisting solely of boiled cabbage and an assortment of root vegetables, with the only trace of meat likely being the cooking oil derived from pork. The thought of the abundant food awaiting him in Song Yu's space spurred Song Liang to hasten his steps towards the nearby primary school. Along the way, he noticed the curious glances cast in his direction. A young man had arrived at the factory, not only handsome but also holding a position of authority. Even though it was common knowledge that he had a child, many of the employees entertained thoughts of getting closer to him. Song Liang suppressed a smile, puffing out his chest and deliberately slowing his pace. The sensation of being the center of attention was exhilarating. As he reached the entrance of the primary school, he spotted Song Yu walking out with an adorable little girl, accompanied by a plump young boy. They locked eyes simultaneously, prompting Song Yu to inquire, "What is going on?" Song Liang chose to remain silent, as some matters were best discussed away from prying ears, even with children present. Casting a glance at Song Yu and then at the timid young girl, he couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Song Yu shot him a disapproving look as Jiang Qian asked, "Song Yu, who is he?" Caught off guard, Song Yu hesitated, reluctant to acknowledge Song Liang as his father, despite the truth of their relationship. With a smile, Song Liang introduced himself. "Hello, little lady, I am Song Yu's father." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's apprehension vanished, and she sweetly replied, "Hello, Uncle Song." She then turned to Song Yu, adding, "Song Yu, Uncle has come to pick you up, so I'll take you home next time." Song Yu nodded. "All right, let us do that." Meanwhile, the boy trailing behind, Yao Chun, felt an overwhelming nervousness upon first laying eyes on Song Liang. His reputation preceded him, and any parent witnessing him near their child would typically insist on their offspring not associating with him. Yet, contrary to expectations, the adult greeted him with a smile. "Hello there, young man. You must be one of Song Yu's classmates?" Yao Chun, visibly anxious, nodded and stammered, "Uncle. Hello." Song Liang mused internally about how this sturdy boy appeared so shy. "You too. Make sure to play nicely with Song Yu at school. And you're always welcome to visit our home," he encouraged. Yao Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded vigorously, standing there, watching Song Yu depart with his father. Yao Chun dashed home, eager to share the news with his mother about his newfound friend at school. At that moment, Song Yu questioned, "You can't tell me you came just to pick me up from school?" Song Liang replied, "You're overthinking it. I merely found the cafeteria's offerings lacking in flavor. All the good food is here with you. What else would I come for? By the way, how are you finding your return to elementary school?" Song Yu wore a sullen expression. "During class, it was manageable. I could catch up on sleep, though the teacher was rather bothersome, frequently rapping on the desk. However, after class, the annoyance escalated, with classmates surrounding me, chattering incessantly. That little boy just now, even as I dozed off, managed to jolt me awake. There were moments when I wished I could toss him off the third floor." Song Liang reminisced about that boy, muttering, "He seemed quite shy earlier." Song Yu chuckled. "You usually strut around like a peacock, yet upon seeing your first love, you instantly transform into a sycophant." Song Liang retorted angrily, "You've gone too far." Song Yu replied, "I wasn't particularly hungry at noon." Song Liang conceded, "But you do have a point." Upon returning home, Song Yu conjured 2 pots of self-heating hot pot, while Song Liang began heating water over a small charcoal stove. 15 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of hot pot wafted delicious aromas. As they ate, Song Liang pulled various receipts from his pocket. "The tickets are sorted, and the pork has been promised from the west side. I'll contact the meat processing plant after I return." Song Yu glanced at the receipts, nodding. "That's about right, but..." Before he could finish, Song Liang added, "The tickets for bicycles, televisions, and watches are a bit tricky. I've given a kickback to the section chief, and he'll keep an eye on it." Song Yu nodded. "That works." Song Liang then said, "There's one issue. I'm unsure where to hand over the pork to the section chief, nor do I know where the meat from the processing plant will be piled up." After pondering for a moment, Song Yu suggested, "There's an open space on the north side of Jianxi Road where containers are rented." Song Liang's eyes brightened. "Perfect. I'll ask the meat plant to send over more pork, all kinds. We wouldn't want to suddenly need it from Monday to Friday." Song Yu remarked, "My bank card is in my wallet in the bedroom. The password is our birthday." Song Liang waved dismissively. "All right, I'm somewhat of a landlord over there. I won't need to use my son's money." Song Yu gritted his teeth. "You're unbelievable." Song Liang asked, "How do we deliver the pork to the section chief?" Song Yu replied, "Just set up a meeting with your supervisor this afternoon, preferably later in the day. We can scout out the place and prepare the goods." Song Liang lamented, "I was hoping to catch a nap this afternoon." Song Yu insisted, "Forget about napping. Go back now and make contact. Also, bring back 2 sets of mattresses. This wooden bed is killing my back." Chapter 5. You can actually take the college entrance examination at 9 in the evening. Song Yu and Song Liang sat breathlessly in a corner of the cotton mill's back warehouse, surrounded by the slaughtered pigs from the west side. The mere presence of these pigs wasn't the sole source of their exhaustion. Song Liang had also procured numerous cuts of beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and goose, along with an assortment of cured meats, offal, trimmings, and bones. When will the meat market finally be liberalized? This is exceedingly troublesome. At that moment, Song Liang was so fatigued that he couldn't even muster the energy to light a cigarette, slumping on the ground and panting heavily while wiping the sweat from his forehead. After a moment of reflection, Song Yu spoke. It's still early. If I recall correctly, meat rationing was only abolished in the mid to late 1980s. Rest assured, the meat you've gathered will suffice for us for half a year. Song Liang gritted his teeth. From now on, we should conserve meat and consume more vegetables and steamed buns. I don't wish to go through this ordeal again. Song Yu spoke softly. The grain coupon was completely abolished in 1993, and even in Guangdong and the Jiangsu-Zhejiang regions, it wasn't trialed until 1992. Song Liang remained silent. Shortly after, a large vehicle covered with green cloth approached from a distance. The two, noticing the commotion, barely lifted their eyelids. The vehicle halted, and upon disembarking, Director Su quickly made his way over. When he spotted the substantial object on the ground, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within him. Excellent, Song Liang. You truly know how to get things done. Sitting casually on the ground, Song Liang feigned exhaustion and waved his hand, breathless. Boss, I can hardly muster any strength. This thing has worn us out. Let the brothers handle it however they see fit. Director Su glanced at the flushed and fatigued Song Yu sitting beside him, feeling both fond and sympathetic. Instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, he realized the boy's youth and immediately called to someone behind him. Old Zheng. Go buy some candies. Song Yu quickly interjected. Uncle, I don't want candy. I want a drink. Orange soda? Director Su promptly replied. Old Zheng. Bring back both candy and soda. Get plenty. He then approached to wipe the sweat from Song Yu's cheeks, gently asking, What's your name? Song Yu proudly announced. I'm called Xiao Yu. Uncle, can you guess my surname? Director Su chuckled. I'll wager your surname is Song. Am I correct? Song Yu exclaimed, Uncle, how are you so clever? Director Su laughed heartily and turned to the newly lit cigarette of Song Liang, saying, This boy is quite charming. I genuinely envy you. Come to my office tomorrow afternoon to collect your payment. Rest well in the morning. I'll give you a day off. Song Liang, adopting a playful demeanor, clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, boss. Song Yu, looking glum, asked, Uncle, can you also give me a day off? I don't want to return to school in the morning. Director Su couldn't help but chuckle, growing even fonder of the little boy. 20 minutes later, Song Yu and Song Liang each held a bottle of orange soda, their pockets brimming with candy, saluting Director Su, who was directing the transport. Upon returning home in the evening, Song Liang disposed of the trash, taking his clothes to wash in the nearby machine, while Song Yu relaxed at home. When Song Liang returned in the afternoon, he spent 50 cents to have workers from the cotton mill assist in preparing 2 sets of sheets and blankets. Concerned that guests might discover their situation, the two busied themselves until nearly midnight, finally infusing their home with a semblance of warmth. Aside from the lack of tables and chairs, everything essential was in place, all tucked away in Song Yu's storage space. Old Deng, give me half of the money tomorrow afternoon. A classmate of mine has a father who is a carpenter. I'll find a time to visit their home and have them craft a set of furniture for us. Song Liang looked over in confusion. What did you just call me? Song Yu replied, Don't get greedy. I'm just getting accustomed to it. I can't always call you by your full name in front of others. Song Liang playfully retorted, You caught me off guard with that. I'm still getting used to it. Song Yu scoffed, You should really consider the monthly sales quotas, being unfamiliar with the area. Where do you intend to sell? Song Liang waved his hand dismissively, stating that he had no intention of selling. After all deductions, he would be left with merely 42 yuan each month. Song Yu nodded in agreement, recalling how cloth tickets had been abolished not long after, around 1983, and suggested that they could opt for leave without pay at that time. The private discourse between the two would undoubtedly astonish any outsider. Yet for Song Yu and Song Liang, who hailed from the 21st century, there was no cause for alarm as they were well aware of the prevailing trends. Even if one were to thrive at the factory, could it withstand the wave of layoffs in 1993? It would be wiser to explore alternative avenues during this period. The following morning, Song Yu took the initiative to ignite the stove and prepare breakfast, discovering that the task was not particularly challenging, though the cleaning process was somewhat tedious and time-consuming. After devouring a pot of noodles, they still felt unsatisfied. Song Yu then conjured a rice dumpling to munch on, and together, they set off towards the school. That morning, Song Liang had a day off and planned to familiarize himself with the route to the cotton spinning factory's affiliated primary school. Afterward, he intended to return home for a leisurely breakfast before coming back to this side in the afternoon for work. As they made their way, neighbors cast glances in their direction, having already heard of the arrival of the two in the alley. A cadre, who had graduated from a vocational school, accompanied a child, stirring curiosity among many young women who felt cramped in their homes, and even some parents discreetly inquired about the situation. Cadre song, heading to work? Comrade song, do you need anything at home? Please don't hesitate. Comrade, my child attends the same school as yours. They could walk to and from school together. If you require any assistance, do let us know. Song Liang greeted everyone with nods, while Song Yu maintained an innocent and aloof demeanor, deeming such social niceties unnecessary. The distance was rather considerable. It seemed imperative to procure a bicycle ticket. I'm still in elementary school. Riding a bicycle would be too ostentatious. At least I should wait until middle school. Life felt exceedingly dull, revolving solely around work, meals, and sleep, devoid of any entertainment. You could participate in this year's college entrance examination, Song Yu suggested. Hearing this, Song Liang's eyes brightened. Do elaborate. I recall that the age limit for the examination is now 35 years. The questions should not be overly difficult. You could apply for universities in Shanghai, like Tongji or Jiaodong, Song Yu continued. Song Liang's gaze sparkled with interest. Shanghai is quite close to Suzhou, making travel convenient. Once you are admitted, you could arrange for leave without pay. The factory would not dare to object upon hearing of your acceptance into university. Song Liang raised a concern. Last year, 7 million people took the exam. This year will surely see even more. Do you truly have such confidence in me? Song Yu chuckled lightly. Most current candidates are unaware of the various universities available to them. They primarily aim for prestigious institutions like Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Fudan University. While the cutoff scores may be met, the sheer number of candidates means that many will not be admitted, and numerous top-tier universities do not accept second choices. Thus, many candidates fail not due to their scores, but because of an information gap. You could apply to lesser-known, yet still reputable universities where the competition is less fierce. I will consider it, Song Liang replied thoughtfully. Chapter 6. The new classmate. As Song Yu settled back into her seat, Yao Chen eagerly turned to her and asked, Song Yu, have you finished your homework? If not, I can lend you mine. Jiang Qian interjected, displeased. That's my homework. Besides, the teacher said we're not allowed to copy. Yao Chen, with an air of arrogance, retorted, you always tell the teacher. She is probably tired of seeing you. Jiang Qian, now flustered, exclaimed, impossible. The teacher said she liked me. She even mentioned making me class monitor. The two began to bicker for no apparent reason. And Song Yu, with a resigned smile, replied, there's no need for me to copy. I can do it myself. With that, she pulled out her homework notebook from her cloth bag and swiftly completed it in front of them. In the second grade, the so-called homework consisted merely of math and language arts. There were no other subjects to speak of. Yao Chen, taken aback, snatched Song Yu's notebook and, after inspecting it, exclaimed in disbelief, Song Yu, do you even use your brain to do your homework? I can't even copy as fast as you write. Song Yu simply smiled, offering no explanation. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, holding the hand of a small, timid child who appeared somewhat disheveled and kept her head down. Class, this is our new student, Zhang shouting. Please give her a warm welcome. The classroom fell silent as everyone curiously observed the newcomer. Noticing the lack of response, Zhang Shouting's head lowered even further, her cheeks puffed out in apprehension. Suddenly, a series of crisp applause broke the silence as Song Yu led the clapping. Yao Chen, seeing his friend join in, also began to clap vigorously, followed by Jiang Qian. And soon the entire class was applauding. The homeroom teacher cast an appreciative glance at Song Yu before leaning down to speak softly to Zhang Shouting. You can sit in the back row, next to the student who started the applause. Zhang Shouting looked up and saw a rosy-cheeked classmate yawning, then timidly made her way over to the seat. Once she settled down, Song Yu glanced at her, but before she could speak, Yao Chen turned around with a commanding presence and declared, Hello, I'm Yao Chen. You're hanging out with me from now on. Zhang Shouting was startled, lowering her head once more, glancing nervously at the sturdy classmate in front of her. Yao Chen continued to shout, My dad is the leader of our factory's driver team. My mom works in the accounting office. What about your parents? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Shouting's eyes flickered with panic, and she hung her head in silence. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? Yao Chen's words left Song Yu at a loss for words. Even for a child, such behavior seemed excessive. "I," came a timid voice from Zhang Shouting. Yao Chen pressed, "Then what do your parents do?" Zhang Shouting's eyes reddened, and in a barely audible whisper, she murmured, "I don't have parents." "You don't have parents?" Yao Chen's voice echoed throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of all the students. Some frowned disapprovingly at Yao Chen, while others looked on with curiosity at the new classmate. "Why don't you have parents? Did you pop out of a rock like Sun Wukong?" "Everyone has parents." The resonant and piercing voice of the teacher startled her as she reached the doorway. Upon entering and surveying the classroom, her frustration escalated upon discerning the situation, prompting her to approach and take Yao Chen outside, intending to call his parents. Hearing this, Zhang Shouting burst into tears, at a loss for how to retort. "Was it so peculiar? Did I not also lack a father or mother?" Song Yu's voice rang out flatly, causing the teacher to pause mid-step, and Zhang Shouting turned to him, her face streaked with tears. Song Yu, with a displeased expression, fixed his gaze on Yao Chen and declared, "Many children have parents who are martyrs. They too do not have a mother or father. We are here to learn, not to compete. We have no interest in what your parents do." The classmates appeared contemplative, while the teacher's face softened with appreciation, her heart swelling with fondness for this perceptive young boy. Zhang Shouting stared at Song Yu in a daze, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow on her tear-streaked face. Just as Yao Chen was about to speak, the teacher interjected angrily, "Yao Chen, you will stand outside. I will summon your parents tomorrow." Without grasping the full meaning of Song Yu's earlier words, Yao Chen found himself inexplicably penalized. Although unaware of the reasons, he was accustomed to the routine and silently complied, rising to stand outside the classroom. The teacher approached Zhang Shouting, gently wiping away her tears, her heart a tumult of emotions, shouting, "Do not cry. I will change your seat and find you a studious classmate to sit with." Song Yu's expression darkened. He felt targeted. Zhang Shouting quickly shook her head. "I do not wish to change seats." Her tone was earnest, her resolve unwavering. The teacher, respecting her wishes, turned to Song Yu gently. "Xiao Yu, please treat Shouting kindly and do not let any classmates bully her." Song Yu nodded, his demeanor warm. "I will, teacher." The teacher then turned back to Zhang Shouting, her voice soft. "The textbooks will arrive in the afternoon. For now, would you mind sharing with your desk mate?" Zhang Shouting nodded timidly. Once the teacher had turned and walked away, she glanced at Song Yu, momentarily at a loss for how to request to study together. Song Yu slid the textbook across the desk towards her. "Here, take a look." Zhang Shouting accepted the book, staring blankly as she flipped it open, then turned to observe her desk mate, who had already laid down to sleep, before raising her gaze to the blackboard. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed a sturdy classmate outside the classroom door, his intense gaze fixed on her, startling her into instinctively withdrawing, too timid to meet his eyes. She propped the textbook up as a makeshift shield, attempting to obscure her view of the doorway. Meanwhile, Yao Chen's focus was locked on Song Yu. He had comprehended the meaning behind Song Yu's earlier words. Song Yu's mother, like Zhang Shouting's parents, must have been a martyr, hence their shared absence of parental figures. The teacher had imparted that martyrs are the guardians of the nation, the red scarf a testament to their blood. He resolved to protect the children of martyrs. Yao Chen silently vowed that if anyone dared to bully Song Yu or any new classmates, he would be the first to stand against it. The teacher's directive to summon his parents surely indicated a desire to commend him. Upon contemplating this, Yao Chen felt a swell of pride. "Classmates," the teacher announced, "today we shall delve into the tale of the crow and the water." A thirsty crow searched far and wide for water. At last, it stumbled upon a bottle containing a small amount of water. However, the bottle was tall, with a narrow opening, rendering the water inaccessible to the crow. What could be done? As the teacher animatedly narrated the story, the classroom fell into a hushed silence, with Zhang Shouting listening intently. Chapter 7. 48 legs throughout the morning. Song Yu remained mostly asleep, only stirring slightly when the class monitor collected assignments. The teacher's initial impression of Song Yu dozing off was not one of disinterest in learning. Rather, they believed that elementary school students were typically lively and energetic, and sleep in class usually indicated a restless night at home. Aware of Song Yu's single-parent status, the homeroom teacher intended to find an opportunity to discuss matters with Song Yu's father or perhaps conduct a home visit. After the second class, Yao Chen returned to his seat and inexplicably pulled a candy from his pocket, placing it on Zhang Shouting's desk. With a fierce gaze and a determined tone, he declared, shouting, "If anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll make sure my mother doesn't pay their family." Every classmate heard Yao Chen's proclamation, leaving Zhang shouting, momentarily stunned and timidly seated. During the lunch break, Song Yu yawned and asked Jiang Qian, "Are you going home for lunch?" Jiang Qian nodded in affirmation. "Can I come over to your house for lunch?" Song Yu inquired. Yao Chen interjected, "I'm going too." Jiang Qian quickly replied, "Song Yu can go, but you cannot." "Yao Chen, why not?" Yao Chen protested. "Because you just bullied the new student. I don't want to play with you." Jiang Qian retorted. "I didn't bully anyone. I even gave shouting candy." Yao Chen defended himself. "Regardless, you're not allowed to go." Jiang Qian insisted. "I absolutely will go." Yao Chen countered. Song Yu sighed, feeling at a loss for words. Zhang shouting pushed the textbook back onto Song Yu's desk. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, Song Yu preemptively said, "You can use these textbooks for now. They are all new. I'll wait for the teacher to bring the new ones." Zhang shouting silently retrieved the textbooks, murmuring, "Thank you." At the school gate, many parents lingered, predominantly those of younger students. By the time children reached 5th grade or above, parental pickups were rare. The affiliated elementary school was situated within a cotton mill, where most adults were either employees or family members, alleviating concerns about potential child abductions. In the 1980s, the security forces were well armed, unhesitatingly drawing their weapons upon encountering thieves. If memory serves, the disarmament of civilian firearms began in 1996. Jiang Qian joyfully leaped into the arms of a male adult, exclaiming her delight. In an era that did not prioritize education, it was uncommon for girls to attend school, as most workers hoped their children would eventually inherit their family positions. Everyone believed that state-owned factories provided a stable livelihood. Being employed there was akin to having a secure home. Jiang Qian innocently introduced, "Daddy, this is our new classmate. He wants to come over to play?" Jiang Qian's father glanced at Song Yu, perceiving the interaction as a mere display of camaraderie among children. He offered a polite smile, though inwardly he felt a pang of concern for the household's ration of provisions. Song Yu stepped forward, courteously addressing the elder. "Hello, uncle. Jiang Qian mentioned that you are skilled in woodworking. My father asked me to visit you after class today, hoping you could assist in crafting a set of furniture." Observing the young boy's confidence and articulate demeanor, which belied his age, Zhang's father chuckled and inquired, "What is your name, little scholar?" "Song Yu," came the reply. With a gentle smile, Zhang's father responded, "Song Yu, matters of furniture should be discussed by your parents with me. You are still quite young and may not fully grasp the intricacies involved." Song Yu shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Uncle, rest assured. My father has informed me that practicality is paramount and the cost should be fair." Though Zhang's father secretly yearned to undertake this project, he hesitated. Knowing he was conversing with a mere child, a classmate of his daughter, it seemed inappropriate to negotiate financial terms with someone so young. In the 1960s and 70s, there existed a high-standard material guideline known as the 3 transfers and 1 ring, 18 legs of the West. The 3 transfers referred to a watch, a bicycle, and a sewing machine, while 1 ring denoted a radio. The 18 legs of the West comprised a double bed, for legs, a wardrobe, for legs, a chest of drawers, for legs, a writing desk, for legs, a square table, for legs, 16 legs from Western-style chairs, 2 bedside tables, 8 legs, and a vanity, for legs. Song Yu understood Zhang's father's perspective. In this era, a complete set of furniture was a significant investment, typically acquired during joyful occasions. Although his youthful status might be misleading, it often lacked persuasive power. "Uncle Jiang, my father asked me to inquire about the cost of a set of the 18 legs of the West," he continued, aiming to alleviate any discomfort for Zhang's father. "My father believes that rather than letting outsiders profit from this, we would prefer to have the workers from the cotton mill benefit. Plus, Jiang Qian and I are classmates. My father also mentioned that if you offer a reasonable price, we would prefer not to seek assistance elsewhere, as he wishes to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude." This statement left Zhang's father both astonished and impressed. He marveled at Song Yu's graciousness and the family's apparent means. "Well then, I will speak candidly. Relay to your family that a set of the 18 legs of the West would cost 180 yuan. Song Yu quietly calculated in his mind, deeming the price rather modest. He sensed that Zhang's father was perhaps reluctant to demand more, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply nodding and replying, "I will mention it to my father when he returns home tonight." "Thank you, uncle." Zhang's father beamed at Song Yu, inviting him to visit their home more often. He appreciated not only the boy's charming generosity, but also desired to cultivate a closer relationship with the family. Few within the cotton mill possessed the audacity to produce such funds in silence. As Song Yu watched Zhang's father and Jiang Qin depart, he walked homeward, deep in contemplation about how to procure the funds for the furniture. No, money was not an issue. His family had resources, and the money for pork that Song Liang would bring home later would suffice. The price of pork currently ranges from 8 to 10 yuan per jin, while a fat pig from the west side costs at least over 1,000 yuan. Song Yu is troubled by the sudden influx of furniture in his home, pondering how to justify this unexpected financial windfall. At that moment, a nearby aunt, leading her child, cheerfully exclaimed, "Tonight we'll have meat at home. The factory is distributing pork this afternoon, and Mom will make you steamed pork." A passerby chimed in with a smile. "I heard a new cadre brought in a few pigs, and the factory director is overjoyed. Tomorrow after work, we can get some pork, and the cafeteria will finally serve meat." The news spread that the new cadre, surnamed Song, had even received a substantial bonus from the factory. "It's about time. It's been ages since we had meat. My family has been eating cabbage every day, and my child's face has turned the color of cabbage." It was no wonder that such a capable person could become a cadre. They had accomplished what the procurement department could not manage. "I heard that this new comrade is all alone." Listening to the discussions around him, Song Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 8. New neighbors. As soon as Song Yu reached his doorstep, he discovered new neighbors had moved in. A young, slender girl was struggling to carry tables and chairs, placing them in the small yard. Clad in worn, thick clothing that enveloped her entirely, she possessed delicate features but was evidently malnourished, her lips slightly pale. Beside her stood a little girl, carefully moving small items like a water cup and a basin. The two were sweating profusely, yet wore expressions of pure joy. "Zhang shouting," Song Yu called out, causing the little girl to pause momentarily, turning to look at him with a soft gaze. Indeed, the girl before him was none other than his new classmate, and he was surprised to find that his new neighbors were the Zhang family. The girl set down her work and turned to face Song Yu, who reciprocated the glance. In class, Zhang shouting had mentioned she had no parents, leaving Song Yu curious about the identity of the young woman. "Shouting, do you know this little friend?" Upon seeing Song Yu, Zhang shouting beamed with joy and excitedly told the girl, "Annie, this is my desk mate. His name is Song Yu." She then dashed over to stand in front of Song Yu, filled with happiness but at a loss for words. The young woman, with her thin face, kindly asked, "Little Song Yu, what brings you here?" Song Yu pointed to another house in the yard and cheerfully replied, "This is my home." The girl was momentarily taken aback, recalling that a staff member from the property department had mentioned a male cadre living next door who was also raising a child. "Song Yu, does this mean we are neighbors now?" Zhang shouting exclaimed joyfully, and Song Yu nodded with a smile. The girl wiped her hands, her eyes shining with a delight that was hard to articulate. Zhang shouting, who had always been reluctant to interact with children her age, was pleasantly surprised to see her neighbor's child so happy. "Sister, let me help you." Song Yu rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to assist, with Zhang shouting eagerly trailing behind. The young woman quickly intervened. No need, Song Yu, I'll manage on my own. You're still quite young. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Song Yu shook her head. "It's all right, sister. From now on, we'll be neighbors and should help each other." Without waiting for the girl to respond, she effortlessly hoisted a small cabinet onto her shoulder. The girl, seeing this, could only step forward to assist her. The family had a modest amount of furniture, at least in Song Yu's eyes, and within half an hour, everything was moved into the house. The girl, slightly out of breath, offered a glass of water to Song Yu, forcing a smile despite her exhaustion. "Thank you for your help, Song Yu. Let us have lunch at Annie's house." Song Yu replied, "No need, sister. I've prepared a meal at home, and you have to go later this afternoon." Before she could finish her sentence, the door from inside the house swung open, revealing Song Liang, who appeared dazed as he had just woken up and was heading over for a meal. Upon seeing the situation in the yard, Song Liang paused in confusion before turning to Song Yu. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Song Yu introduced, "Sister, this is my brother, Song Liang." The girl glanced at the perspiring Song Yu, then at the sleepy Song Liang, momentarily at a loss for words. Song Liang, bewildered, asked, "Have we got neighbors now?" Song Yu retorted with a smirk, "Well, aren't you the clever one?" Since the neighbor was a male, the girl felt a bit shy and mustered a smile. "Hello, I'm Lu Meijun. We just received this house." She gestured to her niece. "This is my niece," Zhang shouting, She's desk mates with Song Yu. Upon finishing, she prompted Zhang Xiaoting to greet him. Zhang Xiaoting quickly hid behind her aunt, timidly saying, "Uncle." "Hello." Song Liang, after a moment of surprise, cleared his throat and smiled. "Hello, I'm Song Liang. If you need anything, just let me know." Song Yu inquired, "Did you just wake up?" Song Liang nodded. "What else could it be?" Song Yu sighed, "I really envy you. You get to take a break on Sundays while I have to return to school on Sunday mornings." Yawning, Song Liang replied, "I envy you too, having a few extra decades to live." Ignoring his comment, Song Yu entered the room, emerging with 3 bottles of orange soda, distributing them to Lu Meijun and Zhang Xiaoting. "Sister," Xiaoting, "please enjoy." Zhang Xiaoting, wide-eyed, accepted the drink, having never tasted orange soda before. Lu Meijun quickly interjected, "Thank you, Song Yu, but auntie doesn't need any." Song Liang chuckled, "No need to be polite. We're neighbors now, just a bottle of soda." He continued, "I didn't hear anything earlier because I was in a deep sleep. Next time you have heavy lifting, just call me. If I'm not home, feel free to call my son. There's no need to be polite." Seeing the offered orange soda and the lively glimmer in Song Yu's eyes, Lu Meijun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. Taking a small sip, she found it sweet and refreshing. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoting's stomach growled audibly, and she looked up at Lu Meijun with a soft voice. "Auntie, I'm hungry." Lu Meijun felt a bit awkward. It was rare for her to have a day off. Yet she had been so preoccupied with moving that there was no food at home. At a loss for how to resolve the situation, she felt embarrassed. Sensing Lu Meijun's predicament, Song Liang suggested to Song Yu, "Go inside and fetch something to eat for our neighbors." Song Yu acknowledged with an "oh" and went back into the house. Lu Meijun, blushing with embarrassment, felt compelled to express her gratitude, wishing to ensure the child wouldn't go hungry. After a short while, Song Yu held a handful of green vegetables in one hand and a large piece of meat in the other, extending it toward Lu Meijun. "Sister, this is for you." Upon seeing the substantial piece of meat in Song Yu's hand, Lu Meijun instinctively swallowed, quickly raising her hand to refuse. With a smile, Song Liang interjected, "Take it. My son hasn't eaten yet, and I'm too lazy to prepare it. Just cook these for lunch and let him have his meal at your place." Song Yu chimed in, "Sister, both Xiaoting and I are hungry." Lu Meijun was taken aback by the family's affluence. The piece of meat they presented was enough for her to last a month. Yet, it seemed they intended to consume it all at once. Was the welfare of the cotton mill's staff truly this generous? Lu Meijun repeatedly confirmed, leaving Song Liang somewhat puzzled. "Of course, we can finish it in one meal. Do you think this little bit of meat is too much for a single sitting?" Faced with Song Liang's naïve retort, Lu Meijun was rendered speechless. It wasn't a matter of whether they could finish it. It was that she couldn't bear to part with it. Eventually, Lu Meijun returned home with the meat. And after contemplating for a moment, Song Yu went back home to fetch a large bundle of noodles to deliver to Lu Meijun's residence. Zhang Xiaoting wanted to go home, but also wished to stay with Song Yu, feeling momentarily lost in the courtyard. Song Liang leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, observing the timid little girl with a gentle smile. "Child, where are your parents?" Zhang Xiaoting immediately tensed up, pouting with an expression that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Upon seeing this, Song Liang paused, deducing the cause. "If anyone bullies you in the future, just find Song Yu and let him protect you." His words made Zhang Xiaoting's eyes sparkle, and she nodded vigorously before rushing back to her house. Chapter 9. 4 people eating 2 gene of meat. Passers-by outside the small courtyard glanced at Lu Meijun's house, drawn by the enticing aroma of meat. Eating meat in broad daylight. Are they living extravagantly? "Mom, I want to eat meat too." It was said that the new resident had taken over Lu Meifang's position and was possibly a relative of hers. The housing department had been uncooperative when Meifang was around. They had been asked for months without any resolution, but now that she was gone, they seemed to understand how to get things done. You can't blame Meifang. When I was in line for housing, I too stood in front of their office for half a year before they finally allocated me a place. Such people only respond to pressure. Inside the house, Song Liang and Song Yu chewed on the pork belly while slurping noodles, their expressions calm, lost in their thoughts. Zhang Xiaoting made several attempts to reach for the meat on the table, but was met with Lu Meijun's stern gaze, forcing her to settle for the vegetables instead. Noodles, greens, meat, and even the salt and oil were provided by the other party. It was already quite generous to receive a complimentary meal, and Lu Meijun felt hesitant to indulge in someone else's meat. At that moment, Song Liang contemplated how much money Section Chief Su would give him in the afternoon. while also considering whether to start a business once the market opened or focus on the upcoming college entrance examination. As for Songyu, she pondered whether she could skip grades in elementary school. Being from a prestigious university, she found that adhering to the traditional progression of elementary, middle, and high school was truly a waste of time. Why are you all just eating vegetables? Why not enjoy the meat? Song Liang's voice startled Songyu, causing Lu Meijun to feel somewhat awkward. This is cooked with lard. It has some grease. Song Liang retorted, is lard even considered grease? Songyu deftly picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in Zhang Xiaoting's bowl, softly suggesting, shouting, I'll treat you to some meat if you help me with my homework, okay? Upon witnessing Songyu's actions, Song Liang instinctively reached for a piece of meat to place in Lu Meijun's bowl but hesitated, recalling her age, and instead awkwardly put it into his own mouth. Lu Meijun frowned, saying, Xiaoyu, you should do your homework by yourself. Songyu, undeterred, placed another piece of meat in Lu Meijun's bowl, sweetly replying, Sister, I've grasped everything the teacher taught in class. I want to dedicate more time to learning other subjects. Lu Meijun's expression wavered as she glanced at the sizable piece of meat in her bowl, feeling conflicted. After finishing her meat, Zhang Xiaoting looked longingly at the large bowl, desiring more. She thought it was the most delectable meat she had ever tasted, tender and flavorful. Songyu continued to place meat in Zhang Xiaoting's bowl, but Lu Meijun quickly interjected, shouting, just have one piece. Song Liang chimed in, the child is so young. How will she grow if she doesn't eat meat? Lu Meijun blushed and stammered, Xiaoyu helped us move this afternoon and now treats us to meat. We. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. It's just neighborly courtesy. While Songyu was well aware of the customs of this era, Song Liang was only partially informed, entirely oblivious to the meat consumption norms. Songyu said nothing, continually placing meat in Zhang Xiaoting's bowl, whose expression grew increasingly radiant. Lu Meijun wished to intervene, but seeing that Xiaoting hadn't eaten meat in quite some time, she swallowed her words. After they had eaten their fill, Song Liang stood and told Songyu, I'm heading back to the department. Songyu nodded, bring back the money for me. I've made arrangements. Song Liang nodded nonchalantly, whatever you want, it's all yours. After bidding farewell to Lu Meijun, Song Liang swaggered out, hands in pockets, heading towards the factory. Songyu also stood to politely say goodbye, contemplating a stroll, having overslept during the morning class, thus not needing an afternoon nap. Lu Meijun felt a pang of sorrow as she gazed at the clean bowls and chopsticks on the table. The Westerner had consumed 2 pounds of meat and finished all the noodles. The portions were sufficient for her and her niece to be satisfied. In this meal, she had eaten 2 slices of meat, while Xiaoting had 7, all served by Songyu, who had cut each piece thick and generous, trembling slightly as he did so. During the meal, Lu Meijun frequently stole glances at the expressions of her neighbor and Xiaoyu, noting that they seemed utterly unconcerned, which only deepened her unease. Xiaoting, you are desk mates with Xiaoyu, right? Zhang Xiaoting beamed and nodded. Yes, Auntie. Lu Meifong, tidying the utensils, continued her inquiry, then during class. Please ask Xiaoyu what he might be lacking, but don't mention that it's Annie who asked. Zhang Xiaoting readily replied, Songyu, like me, is missing a mother. Lu Meifong was momentarily taken aback as Zhang Xiaoting recounted the events of the morning, leaving Lu Meifong in contemplative silence. Upon pushing open the office door, Song Liang discovered Chief Su seated comfortably on a bench, indulging in a cigarette, his expression radiating contentment, clearly in high spirits. Boss, I have arrived, Song Liang announced. Upon noticing him, Chief Su stood with a smile, gesturing for him to approach the desk. Come, have a seat. I will fetch your subsidy. Without any pretense, Song Liang promptly sat down, took Su's cigarette case, extracted a cigarette, and placed it between his lips before pocketing the case. Chief Su, observing this scene, remained silent, but his smile grew even brighter. Here are 1,300 yuan, along with a few industrial tickets as a reward for you. You may retrieve your half-pig leg from the cafeteria. Just tell the head chef your name. Song Liang, unfazed by the generosity, took the money and tickets, extracting 300 yuan to place on the table, pushing it towards Chief Su. Su's expression turned curious. What does this mean? Song Liang replied nonchalantly, it means nothing. Su queried, then it means nothing at all. Just a token of appreciation, Song Liang clarified. Chief Su felt a sense of satisfaction, while he desired the 300 yuan. He was even more pleased with Song Liang's demeanor toward him. Boss, without your support, I wouldn't be able to sell this pig. We ought to benefit each other. If you don't take it, how can I? Su chuckled at this line of reasoning and accepted the 300 yuan with grace, saying, "You've just joined the department. Your position should remain unchanged. However, I will discuss with the factory director to elevate your status by half a level. I believe the director will have no objections." Song Liang waved his hand. "Boss, could we perhaps consider a different reward?" Su raised an eyebrow. "Go on, I'm listening." "Well, as a newcomer, I truly find it challenging to commence my duties, and I tend to be rather idle. Each month, perhaps this sales quota could be avoided." Before Song Liang could finish, Chief Su interrupted, laughing. "I see. Song Liang, are you suggesting that you intend to receive a salary while doing no work?" Unfazed, Song Liang responded with a grin. "That is precisely my intention. Let the factory incur fines each month, and I will pocket the remainder. It adheres to regulations while keeping gossip at bay." Chief Su, intrigued, remarked, "If that is your plan, you need not discuss it with me." Song Liang explained, "I merely wish to inform you in advance, so that when you see the sales quota, you won't harbor any ill feelings regarding my work ethic." With a resigned shake of his head, Chief Su playfully scolded him. "Off you go." "Understood," Song Liang replied, both men knowing that the compensation would remain intact, and salaries would be dispersed as per usual. Chapter 10. On Financial Management and Earning. Upon exiting the office, Song Liang made his way to the cafeteria, where he spotted a stout man with a buzz cut directing young apprentices in cutting potatoes. Song Liang tapped on the glass window, prompting the stout man to turn and inquire with curiosity, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I am here to see the head chef. Chief Su sent me." "My name is..." Before Song Liang could finish, the head chef eagerly stood up, exclaiming, "You must be Cadre Song. Please, just call me by my name." "Song Liang," he replied. The head chef warmly remarked, "It's all good. I'm Li Shihui, here to collect the meat, right? I've prepared it for you. Just a moment." With that, he turned and entered the back room. Several apprentices and two young female assistants curiously observed Song Liang, who nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Li Shihui emerged holding a large item wrapped in oil paper, extending it to Song Liang with a smile. "Comrade Song, thanks to you, our factory can finally indulge in some meat." Song Liang responded with a smile. "Just call me Song Liang. No need for such formality among comrades," Li Shihui boldly declared. "All right then, when no one else is around, I shall call you Song Liang." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Liang left the cafeteria carrying a half-pork leg. The two young female assistants, intrigued, inquired of Li Shihui, "Li Gu, is that half-pork leg reserved for him?" "Who is he?" Li Shihui casually replied. "He's a new employee at our factory, with a vocational diploma. He arrived as a cadre, and it was he who brought in the pigs from the West End." One female assistant gasped. "He managed to bring in pigs from the West End all at once. That's impressive." The other added, "He seems quite young. Is he married?" Li Shihui, unsparing in his response, said, "Get to work. What are you daydreaming about? He is a cadre, and you are just temporary workers. Don't hold your breath hoping he'd notice you." The female assistant, undeterred, cheerfully retorted, "So what if we're temporary workers? We can be regular employees too. Besides, I'm not unattractive." Li Shihui smiled but remained silent, knowing that Song Liang had a child. He chose not to disclose this, intending for the two to face reality, spending their time fawning over single male employees during meal times while neglecting their duties. With such an attitude, how could they expect to be made permanent? Upon returning home, Song Liang entered his house and tossed the half-pork leg into the kitchen. He found Song Yu lounging on the bed, lost in thought. He pulled out the money and tickets from his pocket, tossing them onto the bed as he spoke. 1,003. I've given 300 to the leaders, and the rest is right here." Song Yu sat up and pocketed 500. "While you still have time, go online and buy a computer and bring my tablet and headphones with you. It's dreadfully boring here." Song Liang replied, "All right. Take that half-pork leg to the neighbors. We'll continue to share meals tonight. And remember to ask your classmates' parents to bring over some furniture tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Liang vanished from the living room. With nothing to do, Song Yu rose and headed to the kitchen to grab the pork leg, then walked next door and knocked on the door. Moments later, Lu Meijun opened the door, surprised to see Song Yu standing there with an innocent expression. Before she could say anything, Song Yu handed her the oily package. "Sister, my dad said we're coming over for dinner again tonight. This is our contribution." Lu Meijun, taken aback, accepted the package, but before she could respond, Song Yu turned and ran back home. Lu Meijun stood there, bewildered, glancing down at the item in her hands before placing it on the table and unwrapping it. Upon seeing the large piece of pork leg, she gasped, "Aunt, is Song Yu here?" Lu Meijun turned her head to glance at Zhang Xiaoting, who was diligently completing her homework, and sheepishly remarked, "I just came for a moment and then went back." Zhang Xiaoting inquired, "Auntie, can I go play with Song Yu after I finish my homework?" Lu Meijun, holding a pig's trotter, stood in a daze before hesitantly responding, "Finish your homework first. Xiao Yu will be coming to our house for dinner tonight, and you can play together afterward." Zhang Xiaoting instantly beamed with joy. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Song Yu continued to recline on his bed. Before long, he saw Song Liang return, significantly transformed. Handing over a tablet and headphones, Song Yu was about to immerse himself in play when Song Liang cautioned, "Are you really going to play like that? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Song Yu replied, "It's just the two of us here. Who could possibly see?" Song Liang countered, "We have new neighbors next door. Do you really want to leave the door open? If you don't close it, won't you feel uneasy playing with the tablet?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Yu ultimately stored the tablet away. Seizing the opportunity, Song Liang asked, "By the way, what retains value in this era?" Song Yu, puzzled, responded, "Why do you ask that?" Song Liang explained, "I can't engage in business, but I still need to manage my finances, right? I'm used to collecting rent, and it feels strange not to have some backup. What do you think about government bonds and gold?" Song Yu shook his head, "Not particularly promising. Government bonds yield low interest, insufficient to keep pace with inflation. As for gold, private transactions are currently impossible, and the purity from small workshops is inadequate." Song Liang was astonished. "You mean buying gold is prohibited now?" Song Yu nodded. "It wasn't until 1982 that restrictions were tentatively eased, allowing only minor items like jewelry, and regulations remained stringent. Full freedom to trade won't come until 2002. Anxiously, Song Liang pressed, "What about real estate?" Song Yu recalled, "Real estate is indeed permissible. In a couple of years, transactions will be unrestricted, though the terms are quite ambiguous. You can buy, but there is no necessity. Properties are currently undervalued. In the vicinity of Suzhou, it would be wise to wait until the development of Pudong, which is still many years away." Song Liang was immediately disheartened, not from the fear of lacking profit, but from the frustration that his financial acumen seemed futile. Undeterred, Song Liang persisted with his inquiries. "What about starting a business?" Song Yu shook his head. "That's unnecessary as well. Small-scale endeavors are merely time-consuming. If you're serious about it, substantial investment is required, and the effort is exhausting. Yet profits would still lag behind inflation." Growing increasingly anxious, Song Liang implored, "Is there no method that requires no capital but allows for quick earnings?" Song Yu nodded. "There is." Song Liang's eyes brightened as Song Yu continued, "You could study the cases in criminal law. With no surveillance cameras in this era, you could become a notorious thief." Chuckling lightly, Song Yu added, "If you wish to make money, wait until the second half of 1980 to head to Shenzhen, where the special economic zone will be established, or hold out until 1990 for the development of Pudong." Song Liang, still unconvinced, urged, "Give me something more practical. It's rare for us to share such an experience. We cannot let it go to waste." After deep contemplation, Song Yu murmured, "Consider reselling items like the 3 turns and 1 sound products. These are essential for marriage, where you could trade fabric coupons, nylon stockings, electronic watches, and calculators. If all else fails, you could establish an underground factory, a clothing workshop, or a food processing operation, but currently, those are unregulated and risky." As Song Yu spoke, Song Liang listened intently. However, Song Yu was reluctant for Song Liang to pursue wealth. Firstly, it seemed unworthy. Although there were numerous opportunities to earn money now, the future promised even more, and with greater ease. Secondly, the pursuit of riches often leads one to lose their true self, becoming a slave to wealth, a fate Song Yu had experienced firsthand. Thirdly, in this era, he had only Song Liang left as a brother. What he desired was peace and joy, a life of contentment. Chapter 11. The large pork knuckle at 7 in the evening. Song Yu and Song Liang visited their neighbor's home once more. This time, the interior appeared significantly cleaner and brighter. Lu Meijun bore a slightly fatigued expression, evidently having spent the afternoon tidying up. Upon spotting the large pork knuckle on the table, Zhang Xiaoting could not help but salivate. Having enjoyed meat at lunch and again in the afternoon, this was a luxury she had never dared to hope for. Lu Meijun savored fragrant white rice, which she had purchased at great expense earlier that day, hoping to ensure that Song Yu and Song Liang would not disdain her family's fare. Observing the two neighbors, one large and one small. Lu Meijun hesitated to speak. Noting the somewhat dazed expressions on the father and son opposite her, clearly deep in thought. Could it be that they felt pity? I've only prepared a third of the pork knuckle. There is still a large portion left. You may take it home after your meal. Lu Meijun's words snapped Song Yu and Song Liang back to reality. Song Liang, puzzled, inquired, why not prepare it all? Lu Meijun blushed and replied, It's too much, we cannot finish it. Song Liang responded, though the weather is cold, this meat cannot linger. Leave the remainder here. Prepare it all tomorrow night, and the two of us will return for another meal. Lu Meijun felt a twinge of discomfort. With her two daughters and the neighboring boys sharing a meal on their very first day together, she feared the implications of being seen by others. While she planned to raise her niece without considering significant life events in the short term, the neighbor was a cadre, and such knowledge could lead to unwelcome gossip. Zhang Xiaoting, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. Her gaze remained fixated on the large pork knuckle. Torn between wanting to use her chopsticks and fearing her aunt's reprimand, she ultimately settled for rice and vegetables. Song Yu, as he had done at lunch, served meat to Lu Meijun and Zhang Xiaoting. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, Please ensure your doors and windows are secured at night. Keep a watch on your personal belongings, and report any suspicious individuals to the security department immediately. As the voice faded into the distance, Lu Meijun quietly inquired, Song. Cadre Song, does the security department announce this every night? Song Liang shook his head. I'm unsure. I've only just moved in less than a week ago. But today marks the first time I've heard such announcements. Song Yu was equally perplexed, contemplating it might simply be a weekend routine. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoting shifted her chair closer to Song Yu, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in his bowl, innocently declaring, Song Yu, I'm giving you meat. You should eat this fatty piece. It's delicious. I'll manage with the lean cuts. Song Yu was taken aback, and Lu Meijun turned to gaze at her niece. Song Liang smiled and asked, Xiaoting, do you prefer fatty or lean meat? Zhang Xiaoting answered with childlike honesty, as long as it's meat, I love it all. Song Liang probed further. Then why did you just say the fatty part is the best? Zhang Xiaoting replied, because the fatty meat doesn't get stuck in my teeth. And it's very fragrant. Song Liang, shouting, the outer layer of this pork knuckle is all fat. If you wish to eat, serve yourself. There is no need to share with Song Yu. Zhang Xiaoting shook her head repeatedly. Auntie said the meat is from Song Yu's family, and we must give the delicious bits to Song Yu. Auntie also said I must wait until Song Yu has eaten his fill before I can pick up my chopsticks. However, if Song Yu serves me meat, I will first give all the tasty pieces to him, so Auntie will not scold me. Lu Meijun felt her cheeks flush upon hearing her niece's words, hastily instructing her not to speak and to eat her meal quietly. Zhang Xiaoting, unaware of her misstep, lowered her head and continued to eat rice. Song Yu and Song Liang exchanged a glance, both feeling a pang of sympathy for the considerate little girl. Moving the bowl of pork knuckle in front of Zhang Xiaoting, Song Yu casually remarked, Did we not agree that you would help me with my homework, and I would treat you to meat? Just as Lu Meijun was about to speak, Song Liang interjected, Sister, you said there is no need to be so polite. The two of us truly cannot cook, which is why we came to share a meal. It would be impolite for us to come empty-handed. To put it selfishly, we are happy to share what we have. If we had nothing, I would just stay home with Song Yu and eat alone. Lu Meijun remained bashful, still processing her niece's earlier comment, and continued to eat with her head down, not daring to serve herself any meat. After dinner, Song Yu returned home to fetch his homework notebook, placing it before Zhang Xiaoting in Lu Meijun's presence. We agreed. You help me with my homework, and our family will treat you to meat. Zhang Xiaoting nodded resolutely. Observing this scene, Lu Meijun quietly rose and stepped outside the courtyard. Inquiring of the smoking Song Liang, Comrade Song, are you not going to intervene, with Song Yu asking Xiaoting for help with his homework? Song Liang, turning back with nonchalance, responded, What did you just call me? Lu Meijun, Comrade Song. Song Liang, from now on, call me Yinzu. Lu Meijun, perplexed, heard Song Liang exhale a puff of smoke as he continued. That is a name my father gave me. Please refrain from calling me comrade. It sounds awkward. Yinzu? Song Liang's face lit up with satisfaction as he turned back and asked, What were you saying before? Lu Meijun repeated, I said Song Yu asked Xiaoting to help him with his homework. Are you not concerned? Song Liang, are you worried that Xiaoting might feel overwhelmed? Lu Meijun quickly shook her head. Of course not. I just think this homework, Before Lu Meijun could finish her sentence, Song Liang interrupted. Exactly. If shouting doesn't feel burdened, then let her assist. It not only reinforces her knowledge, but also strengthens the friendship between the two children. Moreover, it allows Song Yu to bring meat for shouting. An advantageous situation for all, why not embrace it? Lu Meijun found herself momentarily bewildered, murmuring, "Is this correct?" Song Liang took a sip and continued, "You need not concern yourself with Song Yu. I cannot control him, let him do as he pleases." Lu Meijun insisted, "But with this arrangement, the children's academic performance." Song Liang, "I do not concern myself with that. What are you worried about?" Lu Meijun found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Song Liang chuckled, "Rest assured, Song Yu is a prodigy. He has long mastered the knowledge of elementary school. Instead of squandering time on homework, it would be far better for him to indulge in a couple more hours of sleep." Lu Meijun fell silent. Is it the case that those with advanced degrees possess such a liberal approach to education? At that moment, Song Yu emerged from the house, carrying 2 bottles of orange soda, clearly intending to bribe Zhang Shouting. As he passed by, he remarked to Song Liang in the yard, "Go smoke outside. It stinks, and there are children inside." Silent curses escaped Song Liang's lips as he pushed open the yard gate and stepped outside to enjoy the cold breeze while smoking. Lu Meijun glanced at Song Liang and then turned her gaze back to Song Yu, who was yawning on the sofa, feeling momentarily at a loss for words to express her inner thoughts. Passers-by, having finished their meals, greeted Song Liang with laughter and casual banter. "Comrade Song, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." "How about you all?" "Yes, we have." "Comrade Song, why are you standing outside?" "My son kicked me out for smoking. He finds it unpleasant." "Ha ha." "Comrade Song, your son is quite humorous." Indeed, it seems that the tables have turned. Chapter 12. There's meat in the lunchbox early the next morning. Song Yu rose to prepare for school and discovered Song Liang standing outside in the little courtyard, braving the cold wind. "Are you out here early?" "Just to catch the northwesterly wind," murmured Song Liang, somewhat anxious. "For the next 5 days, I can't go for foot baths. It leaves me feeling uneasy." Song Yu rolled his eyes. "You'll have to fend for yourself at lunch today. I'm visiting a classmate." Song Liang waved his hand in response, remaining silent. Just then, Lu Meijun and Zhang Shouting emerged from the neighboring house. Spotting the father and son in the courtyard, Zhang Shouting joyfully ran to Song Yu and exclaimed, "Song Yu, let us go to school together." Song Yu nodded, "Sure." Lu Meijun greeted Song Liang, who suddenly inquired, "Sister, will you be eating at home or in the cafeteria at noon?" Lu Meijun replied excitedly, "In the cafeteria. I heard there's meat today, and I plan to save some to bring back for Shouting to enjoy a hearty dinner." Upon hearing this, Song Liang's spirits dampened. With no opportunity to mooch a meal, he would have to resort to the cafeteria. Song Yu led Zhang Shouting away from the small courtyard toward school, while Lu Meijun followed at a leisurely pace. Song Liang, having finished his cigarette, did not return to the cotton mill, but instead turned back to the house for some more sleep. As Lu Meijun walked along the road, she glanced back several times, puzzled that their neighbor had not followed them. Was she intending to let Xiao Yu go to school alone? Approaching noon, Song Liang stepped out of his house and made his way back to the cotton mill. Upon entering, several employees from the security department greeted him warmly. "Comrade Song, thank you. The cafeteria has meat today, and tonight, after work, everyone will get a bit more. Comrade Song, do come by our security department for a visit sometime. Care for a smoke? Have one." Song Liang's expression was gentle and humble as he inquired politely, "What do you thank me for?" The leader of the security department chuckled. "This morning, the factory broadcasted a notice, particularly praising your significant contributions to the organization." Those around him echoed their agreement, causing even Song Liang to feel somewhat embarrassed. As he made his way to the cafeteria, he unwittingly attracted a small entourage. Some inquired about his family background. Others asked if he had connections to privately sell them some meat, while a few gazed at him with budding affection, saying nothing. Observing this scene, Song Liang politely declined all requests. Initially, he had sold some meat to alleviate the situation, but if he were to acquiesce to everyone's demands, maintaining a low profile would become exceedingly difficult. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found that the chef was in charge of the food distribution. After exchanging a silent glance, the chef discreetly served Song Liang a generous helping of meat without uttering a word. Seated alone in a corner, he began to eat, his staple being a plain steamed bun. Upon taking a bite, he detected an unusual taste, which deterred his appetite. However, with everyone watching him, He had no choice but to force himself to consume the entire bun. He placed the remaining bun and a large portion of meat dishes into a metal box and swiftly exited the cafeteria. The chef, having kept the best for himself, found it difficult to swallow the fatty portions and decided to give them to Song Yu, who shared his disdain for pure fat. Even after getting drenched in the rain, one mustn't he throw away another umbrella. Just as he stepped out of the cafeteria, he was greeted by Lu Meijun and two young female workers approaching. Sister, having a meal? Lu Meijun nodded awkwardly, and her companions lingered, sensing some juicy gossip. Song, Yinzhu, have you finished eating? Song Liang raised his lunchbox with a smile. I'm off to deliver food to Song Yu. Lu Meijun chuckled inwardly, while appearing indifferent. She was still quite concerned about her son. Meijun, who is this gentleman? One of the young women, smitten by Song Liang, couldn't help but ask. Lu Meijun introduced. He is my neighbor, surnamed Song, and an official at our factory. The woman's eyes lit up. Is he the one responsible for bringing in the pork? You're amazing. Song Liang quickly clarified. I just happened to meet some fellow townsfolk who wanted to sell. If you haven't eaten yet, you should hurry along. I need to deliver food to my son. Just as he was about to leave, Song Liang suddenly turned to Lu Meijun and reminded her. I heard there will be meat distributed after work. Could you possibly help? He paused midway, waving his hand. Never mind, I can manage myself. He felt that asking a girl for assistance might lead to unnecessary gossip, and he did not wish to tarnish her reputation. As he bid farewell and walked away, Lu Meijun heaved a sigh of relief. Had her neighbor finished his thought, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. Arriving at the entrance of the attached primary school, he noticed children spilling out, with a cluster of parents eagerly awaiting. Before long, Song Liang spotted his son coming out with 3 classmates, Zhang shouting timidly clinging to Song Yu, an exuberant sturdy boy following behind, and a little girl walking alongside Zhang shouting. As the foreigner stepped out of the campus, he paused, and Mr. Jiang approached to lift Jiang Qian into his arms. Uncle Jiang, my father has decided to order a set of furniture, and additionally, a double bed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately inquired. Have you discussed the price with your father? Song Yu nodded. Yes, he has given me the money. Uncle, how much will it be in total for the extra double bed? Mr. Jiang felt a surge of excitement within him. With the approach of the Spring Festival and the impending school break, this additional income would significantly enhance their celebration. He smiled. No need to add more money. Let us stick to what we discussed last time. No, that wouldn't be fair. It should be whatever the price is. At that moment, Song Liang approached. Upon seeing him, Zhang shouting and Yao Chen beamed with joy, calling out in unison, Uncle Song. Recognizing the title, Mr. Jiang understood that the newcomer was Song Yu's father and greeted him warmly. Comrade Song, you must be Song Yu's father? She is such a good girl. I truly envy you. Song Liang instantly puffed up with pride, exchanging knowing glances with Song Yu, who simply ignored him and led Zhang shouting home, leaving the negotiations to the adults. Hey, don't go. Song Liang called out hastily. Song Yu turned back. What is it? This lunchbox has meat dishes. Take it home and share it with shouting. At the mention of meat, Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with eagerness to follow, but alas. His parents had reminded him the previous night to return home immediately after school, leaving him disappointed. Back in the courtyard, Zhang shouting asked, Song Yu, we can't get in. We don't have the key. What about your aunt? She said she would be back from the cafeteria soon and told me to wait here. No worries. I have food. We can eat here. Upon opening the lunchbox, Song Yu's face darkened at the sight of it filled with fatty meat. This scoundrel. In contrast, Zhang shouting leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the meat. Chapter 13. Milk Powder. When Lu Meijun returned home for lunch, she discovered Song Yu and her niece seated on the stone bench in the courtyard. Song Yu was idly gazing at the sky, while her niece was munching on a steamed bun. Upon entering, Lu Meijun noticed that Song Yu's lunchbox was filled with meat dishes, while her niece was simultaneously picking at the meat and nibbling on the bun. Sister, you're back. Song Yu greeted her with a smile. Lu Meijun felt somewhat unaccustomed to Song Yu's address, but responded gently with a nod, then turned to her niece, shouting, Why are you eating Song Yu's meat? Zhang shouting, feeling a bit intimidated, halted her movements, afraid to continue. Song Yu smiled. Sister, I have already eaten. It would be a waste to leave all this meat uneaten. So I asked shouting to help me finish some. Lu Meijun exclaimed anxiously, If you can't finish it, save it for dinner. Shouting, You mustn't eat anymore. Your aunt has prepared a meal for you. Reluctantly, Zhang shouting set down her chopsticks, obediently following Lu Meijun. Song Yu then asked, Sister, My father and I don't like fatty meat. Can we exchange it for something else? Lu Meijun was unsure how to respond. After opening the door, she placed the lunchbox on the table and said to Song Yu, "Little Yu, there isn't much meat in my lunchbox. It's mostly vegetables underneath." Song Yu nodded eagerly. "Of course. Let us take turns eating. Sister and Shouting can have my lunchbox." Without heeding Lu Meijun's objections, he snatched the lunchbox and began to feast heartily. Lu Meijun, reluctant to take advantage of the child, remained silent as Song Yu had already swapped the boxes. The three sat at the table in silence. Lu Meijun continuously served meat from the neighbor's lunchbox to Song Yu, while he placed the fatty pieces into Zhang Xiaoting's bowl. Opting for the lean cuts himself, Zhang Xiaoting timidly glanced at her aunt and, finding her silent, happily resumed her meal. Before long, Song Liang returned to the courtyard, peering into the neighbor's home and noticing Song Yu within. He knocked on the door to greet them. Lu Meijun quickly got up to open the door, her expression somewhat awkward. With all the meat brought for her son, she was unsure how to explain their shared meal. However, Song Liang's expression remained unchanged. After surveying the spread on the table, he remarked with a smirk, "Oh, it seems you found a way." Song Yu shot him an annoyed glance. Lu Meijun awkwardly began, "Yinzu, Xiao Yu He, your lunchbox." Song Liang raised his hand to interrupt. "You and Shouting are suffering, aren't you?" Lu Meijun was taken aback, not comprehending his words. Song Liang continued, "Neither Song Yu nor I enjoy fatty meat. If it weren't for you and Shouting, he would rather go hungry than eat it." Zhang Shouting exclaimed, "Uncle, I like fatty meat. You can just give me what you don't want." Song Liang burst into laughter. Lu Meijun thought he must be joking. Who in this day and age disliked fatty meat? Yet, his expression seemed sincere. Suddenly, Song Liang said, "I've ordered a set of furniture, and a craftsman will be delivering it soon. Don't mind if you see outsiders." Lu Meijun nodded, somewhat dazed. "All right, I'll head back now. You all continue eating." Song Liang concluded. After a midday nap, as Song Yu prepared to return to school, he stepped out of the courtyard to find a stout man with a buzz cut chatting with Lu Meijun. Upon seeing Song Yu emerge, Lu Meijun smiled and asked, "Xiao Yu, is your father home?" Song Yu nodded. The stout man boisterously remarked, "So this is Director Song's son? Quite adorable." Lu Meijun added, "Xiao Yu, this is a colleague from the factory. He has something to discuss with your father." Song Yu nodded again and turned to enter the house, where he roused his sprawled father, Song Liang. "What is going on?" The bewildered Song Liang looked at Song Yu, and upon learning someone was outside looking for him, he slipped on his cloth shoes and stepped out. "Li Ge, what brings you here?" The stout man, Li Shihui, the head chef of the canteen, smiled as he handed over 2 bundles of oil paper, saying, "I wanted to discuss something with you, Song Laudi. I asked at the property department for your address. Since the factory is distributing meat today, I thought I'd bring some along." Song Liang took the bundles and led him to a stone bench in the courtyard. "Li Ge, let us chat here. There's south no place to sit in my home, and the furniture won't arrive for a few days." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shihui revealed the purpose of his visit. Aware of Song Liang's remarkable ability to procure such an abundance of meat, he inquired if there was any possibility of acquiring milk powder. Not only is milk powder prohibitively expensive, but it also requires tickets for purchase. The resources at his disposal allowed him to acquire no more than 2 cans, which proved insufficient, hence his appeal to Song Liang. A fleeting glance exchanged between Song Liang and Song Yu prompted a subtle nod from the latter. Observing Song Liang's silence, Li Shihui quickly deduced that he indeed had the means to obtain the milk powder, but seemed to be contemplating something. He hastily reassured, "Rest assured, my friend Song. I can pay. It may sound silly, but my wife is unwell and worries our child might not be adequately fed. I have no tickets for this type of purchase, so I must trouble you. Just tell me, how much is a can?" Lu Meijun chose not to interrupt their conversation, greeting both Li Shihui and Song Liang before leading her 2 children to school. Upon reaching school, Jiang Qian retrieved 3 pieces of candy from her backpack and handed them to Song Yu. "Dad asked me to bring some candy for you. We only have 3 at home, so they're all yours." Song Yu accepted them without hesitation, smiling as he replied, "Please thank your father for me." Yao Chun and Zhang Xiaoting were captivated by the exchange, with Yao Chun inquiring, "Why does your dad only give candy to Song Yu?" Jiang Qian shook her head. "I don't know. Dad just said that Song Yu is a good child and encouraged me to play with him more, even asking me to bring my brother's candy for him." Yao Chun, with a mischievous glint in his eye, glanced back at the candy. Song Yu divided the 3 candies among the 3 of them, and Yao Chun, without a hint of hesitation, immediately popped his piece into his mouth, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Zhang Xiaoding, accustomed to Song Yu's generosity, happily accepted her share, secretly stowing it away in her backpack since her aunt was not nearby. Jiang Qian, shaking her head, muttered, "Dad told me to give this to you. I can't take it back." With a playful smile, Song Yu coaxed, "Just don't tell your family." Yao Chun, eager and impulsive, chimed in, "If Jiang Qian doesn't want it, can she give it to me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian swiftly snatched the candy back, eyeing her deskmate with suspicion. Not a chance. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom to announce the upcoming weekly exam, stating that results would be released on Friday, followed by the commencement of winter break. The mention of vacation ignited joy among the students, with Yao Chun leaping up and shouting in excitement. Song Yu felt slightly bewildered. Had he only attended a week of classes before the winter holiday began? The teacher rapped the podium, calling for silence. "If you score over 90 in each subject on this exam, you will earn the privilege of wearing a red scarf next semester. Wearing it signifies that you are an outstanding young pioneer." Chapter 14. What do you want to be when you grow up? Ensure all doors and windows are secured at night. Safeguard your personal belongings, and report any suspicious individuals to the security office immediately. At 9 o'clock, the security office commenced their routine announcements. That evening, Song Liang and Song Yu shamelessly visited their neighbors once again for a meal. Lu Meijun observed the two large bowls of meat with a sense of bewilderment. When the neighbors arrived that evening bearing a large oil paper package filled with meat, Lu Meijun found herself at a loss for words, her polite remarks becoming increasingly sparse. The cost of 10 yuan worth of food could sustain her and her niece for an entire month. Yet the meat brought by the Song family in recent days far exceeded that amount. Did this family truly have no fear of running out of food by the end of the month? Why has the neighborhood watch begun to raise their voices again tonight? Which household has recently faced a burglary? Song Liang felt somewhat bewildered. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted outside, indicating a quarrel among the neighbors. Lu Meijun instinctively moved to close the door, wishing to shield her niece from the discord. However, as she rose, both Song Liang and Song Yu simultaneously grabbed their bowls and chairs and rushed outside. Lu Meijun and Zhang Xiaoding were momentarily taken aback, but the former soon followed suit, curious to see what the family intended to do. Upon stepping into the yard, she spotted a father and son from the neighboring house sitting outside, eating while straining to eavesdrop on the argument. This scene left Lu Meijun both amused and exasperated. Why are these two so nosy? Hurry back to your meal. There's nothing worthwhile in listening to others quarrel. She couldn't help but whisper her advice. Song Liang responded by shaking his chopsticks. If there's no argument, what else is there to listen to? This dreary place is unbearably dull. It's rare to witness any amusement. Song Yu chimed in. Sister, you should return and have dinner with Xiaoding. Don't mind us. Song Liang added, yes. Make sure you finish all the meat. We shouldn't leave leftovers since neither family has a refrigerator and meat spoils easily overnight. Lu Meijun recalled the two large bowls of meat inside and thought that even without rice, she could easily overindulge on meat alone. Once Lu Meijun returned home, Song Liang and Song Yu began to listen intently. There's no room for you in our home. Take your child and go back where you came from. Sister-in-law, I beg you, just let me and Xiaodong stay, even if it's just a corner. I'm pleading with you. It's not that I don't want you to stay, it's just that our home is already cramped with 2 children. How could we possibly accommodate Xiaodong as well? Moreover, you don't even have a household registration in Suzhou. Our family's rations are barely sufficient. Taking you in would jeopardize our survival. Sister-in-law, I promise I'll find a job by tomorrow. I'll give you my entire monthly salary. It's not about the salary. If you don't take your child back to your husband, what does it mean for them to stay with us? The man doesn't care and expects you to return to our side. Is he even a man? He is destined to remain in the countryside forever. We cannot let the child endure the same fate. How about this, sister-in-law? I'll go back, leaving the child here, and we'll send you money every month. What initially seemed like a quarrel born of romantic strife took a gravely serious turn. The two remained silent for a long while. Who was that hefty individual you asked to buy baby formula at noon? Our factory's head chef. He mentioned his wife couldn't produce milk and asked if I could help him procure a few cans. You can agree, but don't be too conspicuous. Of course, I'm not foolish. I told him it would take time, at the earliest by this weekend, and that I only plan to provide 3 to 5 cans. Anything more would be unreasonable. Remember to remove the packaging. Understood. If there's anything else our family needs, or if you want to bring something back, let me know in advance. Got it. The two fell into silence once more. Why do you think they are unwilling to allow family members to stay? There's no space, obviously. What else could it be? They could sleep on the floor. But what about meals? Every household has its limits. An additional unregistered resident merely means another mouth to feed, which results in less sustenance for others. So, one could seek accommodation elsewhere. But what of the finances? At present, a newly employed worker in a state-owned enterprise earns merely between 21 to 25 yuan. The meat we consumed over the last couple of days alone has cost more than 10 yuan. Moreover, where would one reside? Even with money, there are no available lodgings. Guest houses require a recommendation letter. And hotels? They cater exclusively to foreign guests. Well, one could search for employment. Surely, work must be available. Even if the wages are modest and meals and lodging are included, that would suffice. Yet, where are the abundant job opportunities? Currently, the influx of returning educated youth from 1978. At this juncture, Song Yu suddenly paused, realizing why the security department had begun to issue announcements lately. It dawned on him that with the return of educated youth, the streets would become more crowded with drifters, leading to a decline in public safety. Signs had begun to emerge this year, and by next year, a significant surge would occur, with countless educated youth returning, making job prospects even scarcer. Just as Song Liang was about to urge Song Yu to continue, Lu Meijun emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of meat, placing it by their feet. You two should eat more. There's plenty left inside. Shouting, and I can't finish it. Instinctively, Song Liang opened his mouth to speak, but recalled what Song Yu had said about their family consuming in 2 days what others might spend in half a month. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a generous portion of meat into his bowl. Lu Meijun then transferred the remaining meat into Song Yu's bowl. Shall you eat more? You are still growing. Once the meal concluded, Lu Meijun returned to the backyard to wash the dishes, while Zhang Shouting assisted with her homework. Song Liang, lost in thought, wandered off, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Song Yu sat silently on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the stars above, enveloped in quietude. Time passed, and after finishing the dishes, Lu Meijun took a broom and stepped outside to sweep. Earlier that morning, she noticed Song Liang smoking in the courtyard and feared that ashes might fall, potentially soiling the children at play. Seeing Song Yu sitting quietly, she smiled and asked, "Shall you? Have you mastered what the teacher taught you in class?" Song Yu nodded. "Yes, that's wonderful," Lu Meijun replied. "Auntie fears that you might rely on shouting for your homework every day, leading to a decline in your grades, and your father might scold you." Song Yu shook his head. He wouldn't dare. Lu Meijun chuckled softly, interpreting his response as youthful defiance. "Sister, when shouting grows up, what job do you envision for her?" "Of course, she should work in the cotton spinning factory. Is there any position better than that in the factory? And what if the cotton spinning factory ceases to exist? How could that be? The cotton spinning factory is state-owned. Shall you? You are still young and do not comprehend what a state-owned enterprise entails." Song Yu fell silent. The year was 1978, and Shouting was 7 when she turned 22. It would be precisely 1993. Lu Meijun inquired, "And you, Shall you? What do you wish to become when you grow up?" After a moment of contemplation, he gazed up at the stars. "I do not know." Chapter 15. Money should not be wastefully spent. Congratulations to Zhou Yao for being accepted into Shanghai University of Technology. As class concluded, Lu Meijun led Song Yu and Zhang Shouting home. Passing through an alley, they noticed a banner hanging overhead. University students. Lu Meijun's envious and wistful tone betrayed her inner feelings. Perhaps, surrounded only by 2 young friends, she felt unburdened, her expression brimming with yearning. Song Yu speculated that Lu Meijun must have longed for the opportunity to study when she was a child. "Sister, are you a high school student?" Lu Meijun shook her head. "I am a middle school student." "Then do you wish to attend university?" Lu Meijun smiled, surprised that Song Yu would take an interest in such topics. Yet considering the innocence of the child, she did not ponder deeply. "Of course I do." Zhang Shouting innocently inquired, "What is a university student?" Lu Meijun replied with aspiration, "A university student is among the smartest individuals in our country." Zhang Shouting exclaimed, "Are they smarter than our principal?" Lu Meijun nodded. "Indeed, they are even smarter than our factory director." Zhang Shouting declared with determination, "Then I want to be a university student in the future." Lu Meijun gazed at her niece with a complex expression, as if reflecting upon her own youth, and warmly replied, "All right, Shouting, You will definitely become a university student one day. In truth, Song Yu had hoped to encourage Lu Meijun to consider applying for university. This year's college entrance examination had relatively flexible educational requirements, allowing some middle school students to take the exam as long as they met the qualifications. A recommendation from their workplace or factory would suffice, and such opportunities would not be denied by the factory. However, contemplating that Lu Meijun had not received a systematic education and was likely to fail the exam, she reconsidered. If memory served correctly, over 6 million individuals had sat for the college entrance examination in the summer of 1978, yet only a little over 100,000 were admitted. For Lu Meijun, an unprepared middle schooler, to take the examination seemed a waste of time. She could hardly tutor someone with the knowledge level of an elementary student. Everyone has their own destiny, let it be. As Lu Meijun continued walking with the two children, she softly inquired, "The exam is tomorrow. Are you feeling nervous?" Zhang Xiaoting replied, "I am not nervous, but Song Yu is." Lu Meijun turned to Song Yu and gently asked, "Why are you nervous, Xiao Yu?" Before Song Yu could respond, Zhang Xiaoting interjected, "Song Yu said that if he does too well, he will have to sit in the front row. And he doesn't want to sit in the front." Lu Meijun, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Yu, why don't you want to sit in the front row?" Zhang Xiaoting continued, "Because Song Yu sleeps during class, and he said if he sits in the front, he won't be able to sleep." Lu Meijun opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, contemplating whether she should discuss this with Yinzu later that evening. As they entered the alley, the neighbors greeted Lu Meijun, exchanging polite pleasantries before beginning to gossip. "Why does the child from the Song family follow little Lu every day? They live in the same compound. It's quite normal for little Lu to help out since the Song family doesn't seem to know how to care for children. I think these two families are quite fated. Song is single, and Lu is accompanied by her niece. It would be nice if they became one family." "You're overthinking it. Lu is a good person, while Song is hardly home to care for his child, and Lu simply can't bear to see things left undone. Which is why she takes Xiao Yu along. So that is how it is. But I still think they would make a good match. Song has a good background, is a cadre, looks decent, and is young. Lu is kind and straightforward, without any complications. I have also heard that ever since Xiao Lu moved in, Xiao Song's family has been dining at their home every day." Before she could even step into the courtyard, Lu Meijun overheard whispers behind her, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Concerned that Song Yu might feel upset if she heard, Lu Meijun was about to offer some comforting words when the latter suddenly spoke up. "Sister, if it bothers you, my father and I can just eat by ourselves tonight." Song Yu's words made Lu Meijun swallow her intended reply. Zhang Xiaoting innocently inquired, "Song Yu, why don't you come to our house for dinner?" Lu Meijun interjected, "Xiao Yu is just worried about tiring out your aunt, which is why she said that." After saying so, she gently patted Song Yu's head and reassured her, "It's all right, Auntie doesn't mind." Song Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Meijun continued, "Just don't mention what you heard to your father when you get home." Song Yu retorted with a hint of defiance, "He doesn't matter, just ignore him." Upon returning home, Song Yu was astonished to find that furniture had been arranged in the house. Song Liang was busy sweeping up splinters of wood. Seeing Song Yu enter, he huffed in indignation, "You were at school all day while I moved furniture at home. Couldn't you have skipped class to help out?" Song Yu ignored his complaints, running her fingers over the gleaming wooden furniture, marveling, "The craftsmanship is indeed remarkable." Song Liang chuckled, "Of course. I even paid extra to have your classmate's father source good quality wood for us. He said this kind of wood is resistant to decay. It's meant to last for 3 generations, even outliving the owner." Afterward, he pulled a key from his pocket and tossed it to Song Yu. "From now on, you'll occupy that small room. I'll take the bed in the living room. I'll put a lock on your room door. Here's the key." Song Yu exclaimed, "At last, it feels like we have a home." She then picked up a broom to help with the cleaning, her spirits lifted. Song Liang then asked, "How much money do you have left? Give me some." Without asking for an explanation, Song Yu produced the 500 yuan she had, keeping only 100 for herself and handing the remaining 400 to Song Liang. This set of furniture and the wood cost a little over 200, and she planned to buy a bicycle tomorrow. Money was too easily spent. "Didn't you say 100 yuan is equivalent to 10,000 in the 21st century? How has it dwindled so quickly these past few days?" Song Yu replied with a faint smile, "Purchasing power varies by the type of goods. Here, a common bicycle costs over 100 yuan, while there, it exceeds 10,000. Song Liang mused, "We need to find a way to earn some money. My monthly salary is barely over 50 yuan. It's hardly sustainable." After a moment's contemplation, Song Yu suggested, on weekends, go back and wholesale some old nylon stockings. Military coats, brightly colored fabrics, or quirky items from this era, and then find an agent to sell them in the black market. We'll split the profits 50-50. You handle the stock, and they handle the sales. Who should we find? Song Liang asked. How would I know? I'm still an elementary student. I can't just ask my homeroom teacher, can I? You should venture out and see who you can find. Song Liang cleared his throat, about to speak. But Song Yu interrupted. All right, no need to say more. I know what you're thinking. Song Liang skeptically queried. How do you know what I'm thinking? Song Yu replied. You're just hoping to profit from both ends, aren't you? Song Liang, undeterred by being seen through, candidly remarked. I lack the acumen for profit. My monthly pursuits consist solely of collecting rent, playing cards, indulging in foot massages, and singing. Now that I have you, a financial magnate, I find no reason to cultivate such intellect. Song Yu replied nonchalantly. There is no rush on that front. For now, you may spend your savings. If you are reluctant, feel free to utilize the funds in my bank account, as I have no intention of returning. The money over there has already been sent to you. Song Liang interjected. Let us not digress. You initially mentioned why there is no urgency. Song Yu elucidated. In a couple of years, once the trade of gold is liberated, you can purchase here and sell over there for 100-fold profit. Alternatively, when various certificates are abolished, you could acquire these documents at a low price and sell them to pawn shops or collectors upon your return. Or perhaps, Song Liang interrupted, all right, enough. From now on, I will heed your counsel. Song Yu smirked, then you shall call me father. Don't push your luck. Song Liang retorted. Chapter 16. Don't aim for excessive scores. That evening, while dining at a neighbor's home, Lu Meijun learned that Yin Zhu's family had acquired new furniture and, for the first time, expressed a desire to see it. Both Song Liang and Song Yu had no objections. The arrangement of items in their home, aside from the bedding, was flawless. Initially believing the decor to be commonplace, Lu Meijun was astounded upon entering the neighbor's abode, discovering it to be far more opulent than even Yin Zhu's family home. Is this room little Yu's? Lu Meijun could not restrain her curiosity. Song Liang nodded. Indeed. As a rough man, I have few preferences. A bed suffices for the living room. Lu Meijun exclaimed. But this bed in little Yu's room is excessively large. Song Liang responded. Children grow quickly. I find this bed rather short. Lu Meijun was taken aback, realizing that the bed in little Yu's room was more spacious than the one she shared with her niece. The room also featured a dedicated wardrobe and a large table, a luxury even a wedding suite might not boast. Contemplating where her future child would sleep, Lu Meijun reflected on Song Liang's comments. Zhang Xiaoting, upon seeing Song Yu, never displayed timidity. Learning that the bed belonged to Song Yu, she swiftly climbed on, declaring, Song Yu, your bed is so soft. Witnessing this, the other three were equally astonished. Lu Meijun immediately scooped up her niece, her hand resting on the mattress, her first thought being how remarkably comfortable the bedding felt. After a brief tour, Lu Meijun bid farewell to the neighbors and stepped outside, where the security team's calls echoed, mingled with the sounds of quarrels from two nearby families. In this era of material scarcity, few households possessed a television. Thus, after dinner, with nothing to occupy their time, they retired early to bed. Firstly, their stomachs lacked sustenance. Staying up late would only invite hunger. Secondly, the streets at night were desolate, making it impossible to find someone to converse with. If a passerby was spotted, nearby residents would approach to inquire, and should one fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the security team would be alerted post-haste. As Song Yu lay in bed, engrossed in a film on his tablet, he lost track of time. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, Song Liang unexpectedly entered, urging, put the tablet away and come out to see the commotion. Song Yu, perplexed by the situation, stepped out of the courtyard to find Lu Meijun also present. Neither spoke to Song Liang, both instead attuned to the surrounding sounds. Upon seeing Song Yu emerge, Song Liang began to explain. The family involved in the earlier quarrel had sought assistance from the security department and the neighborhood committee to evict the individuals who had taken refuge in their home. A scuffle had just ensued, with the woman seeking help now crying out in distress. Lu Meijun could not contain herself and interjected. Why are you telling these things to the child? Song Liang, unfazed, responded, what does age matter in gossip? The younger they are, the more they should witness the harsh realities of life. Society is the child's first and foremost teacher. Only by understanding honor and disgrace can they grow. Relying solely on parental guidance is akin to telling them a story. Hearing such a jarring approach to education for the first time, Lu Meijun found herself in disagreement but could not articulate her objections. After listening for a while, Song Yu lost interest and retreated to her room, pulling the covers over herself to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Song Liang and Lu Meijun continued their conversation outside until she fell into slumber. This night marked the most restful sleep Song Yu had experienced there, only to be awakened the next morning by Zhang shouting knocking on her door. After changing her clothes and brushing her teeth, she accepted a steaming bowl of noodles brought by Lu Meijun and began to eat heartily. Lu Meijun's cheeks flushed. Last night, Yanzu had asked her if he could prepare 2 extra servings for breakfast, as their household was notoriously lazy and reluctant to stir. Thankfully, their generous neighbors had provided a few pieces of meat in each bowl, and both she and her niece benefited from the bounty. Zhang shouting, noticing the generous portions in the bowls, including meat and poached eggs, looked up at Lu Meijun in bewilderment. Eat well, fill your stomach, she encouraged before turning to Song Yu. Little Yu, please go home and wake your father. It's time for breakfast. Song Yu nodded, setting down her bowl and chopsticks before heading inside. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with Song Liang. When she resumed her meal, she noticed 2 additional pieces of meat in her bowl, while Lu Meijun's was left with a watery broth. Silently, she transferred the most succulent piece of meat to Zhang Xiaoting's bowl and continued to eat with gusto. Song Liang, too lethargic to brush his teeth, sat down and began to slurp his noodles while resting his eyes, appearing as if he had not yet fully awakened. I just remembered you have your final exams today, right? He inquired. Yes, Song Yu replied. Don't aim for too high a score. I'd rather not have to share experiences at the parent-teacher meeting. What parent-teacher meeting? There isn't one. Is there really no meeting? Then feel free to score as you wish. However, I plan to keep my scores in check. 80 in each subject will suffice, allowing me to avoid criticism and unnecessary attention. Listening to the exchange between the father and daughter, Lu Meijun understood parts of their conversation but not entirely, and hesitated to ask her niece for clarification with the parties present. Song Liang continued. What time will the exams finish? Song Yu shook her head. I'm not sure, but it should be relatively quick. It's only Chinese and mathematics. The teacher will grade the papers in the afternoon, and the students will be dismissed. Lu Meijun offered, I'll come to pick you up at noon. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. No need. It's uncertain when they will finish. You focus on your work. I'm just idling about, so I'll go collect them. At this moment, Lu Meijun posed a question that had been troubling her. Yinzu, I actually have a question to ask you. Before Song Liang could respond, Song Yu looked up and inquired, who called me? Several question marks seemed to materialize above Lu Meijun's head. Ignoring Song Yu, Song Liang gestured for Lu Meijun to proceed with her inquiry. She, perplexed as to why Song Liang was always at home whenever she returned, asked if the sales department did not require him to work at the factory. Song Liang chuckled lightly, offering a vague reply. Even though they were neighbors, he chose to conceal the arrangement he had made with Section Chief Su, believing it best for fewer people to be aware of such matters. Lu Meijun might not have objections, but there was always a risk of her inadvertently revealing it to someone with ulterior motives. Though young, Lu Meijun was no fool. She sensed Song Liang's reticence and tactfully refrained from pressing further. After finishing breakfast, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting returned to school, while Song Liang retreated to his room for a much-needed nap. Lu Meijun followed the 2 younger children, and just as they exited the alley, an elderly lady blocked their path, cheerfully inquiring, Xiaojun, are you off to work? Lu Meijun nodded in response. Yes, Aunt Lu. I'll drop the kids off at school and then head back to the factory. Is there something you need? Aunt Lu replied. No, you go ahead to work. I'll find you another time. It's been so long since you moved in, and I haven't had the chance to visit. Lu Meijun thought little of it, considering it merely a friendly courtesy, and smiled as she responded, Aunt Lu, you're welcome to come by any time. Upon hearing her reply, Aunt Lu beamed with delight. Chapter 17. Time for rice. Before 11 in the morning, the students had completed their Chinese and mathematics examinations, eagerly packing their belongings to leave the classroom. Song Yu meticulously reviewed the questions and estimated her scores. Only once she was certain of her answers did she calmly submit her paper. Song Yu, exclaimed Yao Chun, brimming with excitement. Can I come to your house to play during winter break? Song Yu shook her head in refusal. I have to stay home and do my homework. My father won't allow me to go out. Yao Chen's face fell. Huh? Is your dad really that strict? Song Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. He is quite strict. If I don't finish my homework, he won't even let me eat. Meanwhile, Zhang shouting, holding hands with Jiang Qian as they exited the campus, looked on in confusion. Song Yu continued, if you want to see me, you can bring your homework to my house during the break, and we can do it together. Yao Chun immediately shook his head vigorously. In that case, never mind. As the children reached the school gate, Song Liang and Zhang's father were engaged in a lively conversation while smoking, their relationship having grown closer due to a recent business deal. Song Liang sought to cultivate this friendship, knowing that for any future home renovations or furniture needs, he could rely on Zhang's father for assistance. Meanwhile, Zhang's father admired Song Liang's financial prowess, hoping to benefit from any future needs Song Liang might have. Noticing the children emerge, Song Liang was about to wave when he saw the previously timid chubby boy retreat in alarm, scurrying to the side of a man clad in a cotton-padded jacket. Presumably the boy's father. Since the children had exited together, Song Liang exchanged a knowing smile and nod with the boy's father as a form of greeting. After bidding farewell to Zhang's father, Song Liang took Zhang Xiaoting's hand and strolled away. Xiaoting, how did the exam go today? Were you able to answer the questions? Zhang Xiaoting shyly nodded. I could do them all. Song Liang remarked. That's wonderful. With Xiaoting's intelligence, she is bound to score a perfect 100 in every subject. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaoting summoned her courage to ask, Uncle Yanzu, could you refrain from hitting Song Yu? Song Liang was taken aback. Perplexed as he inquired, why would Uncle strike Song Yu? In a soft voice, Zhang Xiaoting repeated Song Yu's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Song Liang could only chuckle helplessly, unsure of how to elucidate the situation, and ultimately nodded in agreement. On the way home, Song Yu noticed a quaint little stall at the end of the alley, brimming with picture books for children. Witnessing this scene, Song Yu perceived the nascent stirrings of individual entrepreneurship. With the spring festival approaching and the reforms set to unfold in December, he looked up at his elder brother, Song Liang, who had always possessed an indomitable spirit. It was evident that he would be filled with aspirations, and Song Yu felt compelled to contemplate the future path for him. Upon returning home, they discovered Lu Meijun already busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. Habitually, Song Liang approached to ensure she hadn't been clandestinely skimping on the meat. Lu Meijun, caught in the act, displayed none of her previous embarrassment. Instead, she resignedly retrieved a bundle of oil paper from the bamboo cupboard beside the stove, unfurling it to begin slicing the meat. As Song Yu surveyed the spacious courtyard, he mused about enlisting Aunt Jiang's husband to craft a couple of reclining chairs, envisioning leisurely summer days basking in the sun while enjoying watermelon. Earlier, he had encountered Aunt Lu from the neighboring alley, who had invited them over for a chat after dinner. Lu Meijun, accustomed to Song Liang's occasional banter, casually mentioned the neighbor leaning against the window. Song Liang shrugged. Aunt Lu? I don't know her. Her son is a machinist at the steel factory, and her daughter-in-law works as a textile worker at our cotton mill. Aren't all the houses around here connected to the textile factory? Does she reside with her son and daughter-in-law? Lu Meijun nodded, refraining from commenting on other people's affairs. Meanwhile, Song Liang chuckled. Goodness, that man must be quite handsome, while that woman seems excessively selfless. With a mindset rooted in 21st century thinking, Song Liang found it difficult to comprehend. Though he would not openly criticize, he felt no compunction in privately deriding the situation. Continuing his inquiry, Song Liang asked, surely, the steel factory must be more profitable than the cotton mill, right? Don't they allocate housing? After ensuring no one was passing by outside, Lu Meijun whispered, I've heard that both of their sons are temporary workers at the steel factory and do not qualify for housing. They all reside in the house provided by Aunt Lu at our cotton mill. Goodness, I've only heard of relying on parents, but never on an elder sister-in-law. Song Liang's quip effortlessly evoked laughter from Lu Meijun. She then asked, Yanzu, we have meat at every meal. Where do your meat rations come from? Song Liang had already prepared his answer. I have no ration card. It's my meat friend who procured it. I merely handle the payment. I've heard it was bought on the black market. Lu Meijun expressed her astonishment. Doesn't that count as profiteering? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Song Liang replied, where there is demand, there is a market. If they do crack down, it will be on those peddling on the black market, not on us ordinary citizens. Henceforth, I'll handle the meat, and you shall take charge of consuming it. He concluded with a reminder to ensure the meat was not shortchanged before turning to head towards his own abode. Lu Meijun felt an inexplicable blush upon hearing the words. I'm responsible for preparing the meat, and you are in charge of consuming it," and silently lowered her head to continue slicing the meat. During lunch, Song Yu suggested bringing back a few bamboo chairs and a bamboo table to place in the courtyard. Song Liang indicated that he would speak to Zhang's father about this in the afternoon and, as a side note, would buy a bicycle. Hearing the two men swiftly determine such significant family matters, Lu Meijun turned to glance at Zhang Xiaoting, who was engrossed in her meal, pondering how children truly differ from one another. Suddenly, Song Yu raised her head and inquired of Zhang Xiaoting, "Did the teacher assign any homework today?" Zhang Xiaoting shook her head, replying, "No, the teacher said we will receive our grades tomorrow before assigning the winter vacation homework." Song Yu, placing a generous portion of meat into Zhang Xiaoting's bowl, earnestly said, "I'm counting on you." Due to the exam in the morning, Song Yu had missed the chance to nap during class, so after lunch, she retreated to her room to catch up on sleep. Each afternoon, Song Liang would return to the cotton mill to fulfill his duties, spending less than an hour before returning home, always with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Exuding a brash demeanor, swaggering as if he owned the world, the neighbors were eager to cultivate a good relationship with Song Liang. As his carefree nature allowed him to engage with anyone easily, he would smile and offer cigarettes to the men, generously compliment the women, share candy with the children, and inquire about the health of the elderly. Gradually, Song Liang's popularity in the neighborhood flourished. That evening, upon returning home, Lu Meijun was delighted to find a brand new bicycle in the courtyard, accompanied by a small bamboo table and a couple of bamboo stools, with a reclining chair folded in the corner. Although these items did not belong to her, they nonetheless brought her joy. However, her expression soured when she noticed a cigarette but carelessly discarded on the ground beside the folding chair. Just then, Song Liang emerged from the house, his face lighting up upon seeing Lu Meijun, and he suggested, "How about we have beef noodles for dinner? No, let us have rice." Chapter 18. Aunt Lu. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, the cheerful and animated voice of Aunt Lu resonated from outside the courtyard. "Meijun, are you home?" The foreign guests raised their heads simultaneously, and Lu Meijun stood up, saying, "Aunt Lu has arrived. I will go open the door." Upon stepping outside, Lu Meijun was greeted by the sight of Aunt Lu accompanied by a robust man with a rather rugged appearance. Initially taken aback, she quickly smiled and asked, "Aunt Lu, have you eaten?" Aunt Lu's face crinkled with delight as she handed Lu Meijun a small jar, exclaiming, I've eaten. Here are some hawthorn berries for you to try." Without a second thought, Lu Meijun accepted the jar and turned to the man, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Aunt Lu warmly introduced, "This is my younger son, Fu Xiumin. He heard I was coming to visit and insisted on joining me. I hope you don't mind." Lu Meijun shook her head. "Not at all, Aunt Lu. Please, come in and have a seat." Upon entering the house, Aunt Lu and Fu Xiumin noticed another man and two children present. Aunt Lu expressed her surprise. "Are you two families dining together?" Lu Meijun replied with a smile. "Both families have brought their children, and since they are classmates, we occasionally share meals." "Aunt Lu, Brother Xiumin, please take a seat. I shall fetch you some water." Upon seeing a large platter of meat on the dining table, Fu Xiumin instinctively swallowed, turning to exchange a glance with his mother, both remaining silent. Song Liang was aware that the individual before him was Aunt Lu, as Lu Meijun had mentioned her during lunch. He nodded in acknowledgement and then diverted his attention. Before long, Lu Meijun poured 2 cups of water. As they received the cups, Aunt Lu quietly inquired, "Xiaojun, how can you, as a young woman, allow men from other families to enter your home so casually? It may lead to misunderstandings." Although her voice was lowered, Song Liang and Song Yu still caught the words. Exchanging amused glances, yet refraining from comment, Lu Meijun, feeling embarrassed, replied, "We all reside in the same courtyard, and with the children around, there shouldn't be any confusion." Aunt Lu persisted, "Moreover, you seem quite careless in your household management. Why have you prepared so much meat? Wouldn't it be unfair for one family to eat so much?" Lu Meijun grew even more flustered at this remark, explaining, "This meat was brought over by the neighbors. I only provided some rice and noodles." Aunt Lu appeared somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Song Liang, whether by design or coincidence, gently patted Zhang Xiaoting's head and asked, "Xiaoting, winter break begins tomorrow afternoon. Uncle will treat you to a nice dinner. What would you like to eat?" With Song Yu present, Zhang Xiaoting beamed with joy, exclaiming, "I want chicken legs." Song Liang nodded. "Very well. Uncle will buy you a roast chicken tomorrow afternoon." Zhang Xiaoting beamed, nodding enthusiastically, "Thank you, Uncle." Aunt Lu and Fu Xiaomin found themselves at a loss for words, feeling quite uncomfortable as they sipped their water. Lu Meijun then asked, Aunt Lu, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Aunt Lu cleared her throat softly, taking Lu Meijun's hand gently, saying, Xiaojun, you are not young anymore. Have you considered your personal matters? At this, the room fell abruptly silent. The families were not foolish, apart from the innocent and naive Zhang shouting. Everyone understood the implications of Aunt Lu's words. Song Yu and Song Liang scrutinized Fu Xiaomin without reservation. Though he appeared robust, his dark complexion and aged features resembled those of a rough man in his 30s. Especially Song Liang, who recalled Lu Meijun's earlier remarks about Aunt Lu's family situation. It seemed evident that they were interested in Lu Meijun, believing that a female worker from the cotton mill would be easily deceived. And after finding a blind-eyed partner for their eldest son, they sought a young and unsuspecting match for their younger son. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Meijun shook her head. My niece is still young. Such matters are not for consideration. Aunt Lu held Lu Meijun's hand warmly, saying, precisely because the child is young. As a young woman, you should find someone to rely on. Caring for a child is certainly easier with two than alone. Though Lu Meijun was youthful, when it came to her own situation and that of her niece, her usual gentleness vanished. She withdrew her hand and returned to her niece's side, stroking Zhang Xiaoting's head softly. After all, she is a girl. Having multiple men in the house may not sit well with shouting. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu glanced at Song Liang, who met her gaze with a confident, disdainful smile. Aunt Lu could only continue. We have all endured hardships. Our cotton spinning factory also has many blended families, and life is stable for us. Xiaojun, you are still young. Take advantage of your youth to find someone. When you grow older and have a child, life will become quite challenging. Lu Meijun remained resolute. I am not in a hurry. If I cannot find someone, I will not seek. I want to ensure Xiaoting finishes high school first. If her grades are good, she can attend university. If not, she can enroll in a technical school specializing in cotton spinning and eventually work in the factory. Aunt Lu frowned, somewhat impatient. For girls, extensive education is unnecessary. Graduating from junior high is sufficient. The sooner they enter the factory, the sooner they can earn a salary. Everyone has gone through it this way. Zhang Xiaoting lowered her head. On the verge of tears, she aspired to attend university, as Song Yu had mentioned that getting into university was impressive. Lu Meijun frowned. Xiaoting is my sister's child. My sister and brother-in-law had unfortunate fates, passing away too soon. I took over my sister's position, and the factory allocated this house to me out of consideration for her. I can overlook others, but for Xiaoting, I want to give her the best. I am not only her aunt, but also her mother. Therefore, Aunt Lu, all my intentions revolve around Xiaoting. Aunt Lu did not anticipate Lu Meijun's unwavering stance, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Xiaojun, girls do not need to excel academically. Look at our factory's active participants and leaders. Who among them has a high degree? Song Liang immediately raised his hand, grinning. I, as a leader, only have a technical secondary education. Does that count as a high degree? Aunt Lu was taken aback. She had not realized that this young man was a leader in the cotton spinning factory, leaving her momentarily awkward and speechless. Fu Xiaomin also gazed at Song Liang with a focused expression. The younger brother spoke up, naturally prompting the elder brother to respond. Song Yu looked at Song Liang with innocent curiosity. Dad, is this lady planning to introduce a partner for my sister? Song Liang nodded. It is quite evident. Song Yu turned to Fu Xiaomin. Are you introducing my sister to this uncle? Song Liang continued to nod. It is obvious to all. Song Yu further inquired. Does that mean my sister will not be living here anymore, but will go to live with her partner? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu and Fu Xiaomin's expressions darkened instantly. Although Lu Meijun felt her face flush at the remark, she allowed Song Yu to continue, knowing that Aunt Lu and Fu Xiaomin would be even more embarrassed. Song Liang shrugged. It should be so. After all, she cannot live at her partner's house, can she? Sharing a bed and living in someone else's home? If there are indeed such people, I would very much like to see how thick their skin is. Lu Meijun's fists tightened under the table as she struggled to suppress her laughter. Chapter 19. Envy everywhere. Lu Meijun escorted Aunt Lu and Fu Xiaomin out of the courtyard and took a considerable time before returning indoors. Seeing Song Liang sitting at the dining table, unperturbed, serving Zhang Xiaoting meat, Lu Meijun felt an inexplicable sense of relief and quietly resumed her meal. Song Liang curiously inquired, "Why did you take so long to return? Was Aunt Lu with you?" Lu Meijun responded with confusion. What do you mean? Song Liang replied. I mean, she was trying to brainwash you. Lu Meijun chuckled awkwardly and explained. She just chatted for a bit, saying she is experienced and has gone through similar situations. As Song Liang chewed his food, he mockingly remarked, what experience could she possibly have? Experience in hardship? At that moment, Zhang Shouting turned to Lu Meijun and, in a childlike voice, said, Auntie, I don't like Grandma Lu. Lu Meijun, taken aback by the statement, found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she too was not fond of the remarks made by Aunt Lu, yet she wished to shield her young niece from developing biases against their neighbors. Song Liang sighed and commented, children are refreshingly honest. They like what they like and dislike what they dislike, without the need for adult flattery. Lu Meijun detected the implication in his words, but chose to remain silent, looking down instead. Upon returning home, Aunt Lu wore a grim expression. Her eldest son, Fu Qiuxing, was hanging laundry and, upon noticing his mother and younger brother returning, cast a questioning glance at his brother. Fu Qiumin, remaining silent, merely shook his head in response. Fu Qiuxing's wife, Wang Jia, emerged from the house briskly, inquiring about the situation. How did it go? Aunt Lu sighed. Lu Meijun and her daughter are living quite well, sharing meals with their neighbors, 2 adults and 2 children feasting on 2 large bowls of meat, better than we do during festivals. Wang Jia asked, what is Meijun's attitude towards Qiumin? Aunt Lu's countenance darkened further. She won't even spare him a glance. Wang Jia frowned. Tomorrow, as luck would have it, Meijun and I both have night shifts. I'll find a chance to inquire. Aunt Lu could not help but interject, Wang Jia, why are you so eager to find a wife for Qiumin? Wang Jia responded bluntly, what other reason could there be? He is a grown man living at home. There is hardly any space to move around, and as a woman, how can I share a house with another man? What would others think of me? Aunt Lu replied helplessly, but that is your brother-in-law. He is Qiuxing's own brother. Wang Jia scoffed, even if he were my own brother, it would be the same. You may disregard your reputation, but I still care about mine. She continued, fixing her gaze on Aunt Lu. I work during the day and come home at night to take care of both of you. Initially, it was said to be a temporary arrangement until we could get our own place. And now? How long has it been? Almost a year. Did I marry Qiuxing to live a life of hardship or to be your daughter-in-law or your servant? Aunt Lu felt a surge of anger but refrained from expressing it, as the entire family relied on their current daughter-in-law. Wang Jia, doesn't Qiumin give you his entire salary each month? Wang Jia retorted, what salary? Do you think I covet his wages? A temporary worker earning merely 20-odd yuan a month, that pittance barely covers his own needs. Since you moved in, how long has it been since we've had meat at home? Aunt Lu was about to speak when Wang Jia continued passionately, I found you a partner. So don't say I lack compassion. First, have Qiumin figure out how to date and marry swiftly so you both can move out. Secondly, you should pay 20 yuan per month for food. I won't demand your tickets, but surely you can provide some money. Are you planning to rely on me for the rest of your lives? The conversation between Aunt Lu and Wang Jia left Fu Qiumin's face shifting from blue to purple, while his brother Fu Qiuxing patted his shoulder, saying, Qiumin, don't blame your sister-in-law, she. As Fu Qiuxing found himself at a loss for words, he stood torn between his wife and his mother's younger brother. With his already meager salary, the family's ration depended entirely on Wang Jia. Fu Qiumin clenched his fists, hesitating for a long while before speaking, brother, I do not wish to continue working at the steel factory. Fu Qiuxing glared at him furiously. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't work, how will you eat? Are you planning to roam the streets as a vagabond? Fu Qiumin replied softly. We have been temporary workers for years. Yet the factory refuses to convert our status. Without formal employment, we lack the qualifications to receive housing, even if we were to be regularized. The property department has its own long queue to contend with. Grinding his teeth, Fu Qiuxing retorted, what do you intend to do instead? Return to our hometown? Go back to the production team? Fu Qiumin looked at his brother and said, brother, today mother sent me to someone else's home. I am not sure why, but when I entered, I saw that family feasting on meat. 2 adults and 2 children, with 2 plates of vegetables and 2 large plates of meat. Brother, how long has it been since you and mother have enjoyed a meal with meat after moving in with sister-in-law? Fu Qiuxing hesitated for a moment, his voice wavering as he remarked, so your sister-in-law merely wants you to find a stable job with housing to share a life together. Fu Qiumin shook his head, brother, I do not wish to live the same way you do, where you cannot even speak loudly in front of sister-in-law. You were not like this when we were children. Fu Qiuxing was left speechless, silence enveloping him until he sighed. I lack the capability. I cannot take care of mother. Fu Qiumin replied, I refuse to go to others' homes and keep my head down. The house belongs to them. The food belongs to them, and even the bed I sleep on is theirs. When I visited that girl's home today, her neighbor, a cadre leader, joined them for the meal. I envy him. I envy how he speaks freely, uttering sharp words before mother and me, while we dare not retort. I envy him as he eats heartily, generously serving meat to the children. I envy his bicycle in the yard, and I envy his high salary. I am envious in every regard. Fu Qiuxing remained silent. At that moment, Wang Jia emerged from the house with a basket in hand. Casting a disdainful glance at the two brothers engaged in conversation, she promptly left the house. Observing his wife's expression, Fu Qiuxing inquired, If you resign, what do you wish to do? Fu Qiumin replied, I want to set up a stall in the black market. I've heard colleagues say that many people sell there. And even if the goods are twice as expensive as in state-run stores, they still have buyers. Fu Qiuxing was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? If you get caught, you could end up in prison. Fu Qiumin shrugged nonchalantly. To me, it feels no different from being imprisoned already. Fu Qiuxing exclaimed, You. With a newfound determination, Fu Qiumin looked at his brother and declared, Brother, after I receive my salary this month, I will resign. Once I earn some money, I will give it to you, and you can pass it on to sister-in-law. This way, you won't have to worry about her disapproval. Sighing, Fu Qiuxing remarked, I do not care about that. What troubles me is mother. She will never agree. Fu Qiumin's gaze hardened. Then let us keep it from mother. If you don't say anything, and I don't either, it will be fine. Chapter 20. Neighborly affection. The following noon, Lu Meijun paced back and forth in the courtyard, occasionally darting to the mouth of the alley, and then retreating to the kitchen to check on the meal, while at times peering through the gaps in the courtyard wall to glimpse the outside. After half an hour, Song Liang returned on his bicycle, accompanied by Song Yu and Zhang shouting. Lu Meijun immediately rushed out, her concern palpable. How did it go? What scores did you achieve? Song Liang, somewhat exasperated, replied, Sister, why are you so worked up? It's just the second-grade final exam. You make it seem as though it were the college entrance examination. Lu Meijun explained. Shouting has just transferred to the cotton spinning factory's affiliated primary school. I fear she may struggle, and her grades might suffer. Back in her hometown, Shouting performed exceptionally well. Zhang Shouting beamed, Annie, I scored a perfect 100 in both Chinese and mathematics. Lu Meijun clasped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Come on, wash your hands and let's eat. She then turned her attention to the lethargic Song Yu, inquiring with equal concern, Xiao Yu, what did you score? Before Song Yu could respond, Zhang Shouting interjected, I did better than Song Yu. She only got 80 in Chinese and mathematics. Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun exchanged an awkward glance with Song Liang. She believed that Song Yu's underwhelming performance was due to Shouting's presence, as her niece had completed all the assignments. However, Song Liang remained unconcerned, instead questioning Song Yu. Is everything all right? The teacher won't be contacting our parents, will she? Song Yu shook her head. It's fine. I scored right at the average. There are many who did worse than I. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Lu Meijun, unsure of what to say next, turned and returned indoors to prepare lunch. Song Liang spoke up. You'll be home alone tonight. I'll head back to my place to check out the wholesale market for some trinkets to resell, and I'll also bring back a few cans of milk powder for Old Li. Song Yu then listed the items the family was lacking, requesting Song Liang to procure them while he was out. He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Meijun emerged from the house, carrying 2 bowls of plain noodles. Song Liang, ever perceptive, moved the bamboo table closer. With a bowl of noodles and an egg each, he could not help but inquire, has all the meat been consumed? Why such a bland meal? The two families now conversed casually. Lu Meijun shook her head. There's still some meat left. I was thinking of smoking it to prepare some cured meat for the new year. Song Liang responded, but the new year is still 2 weeks away. Do you plan to abstain from meat for that duration? Lu Meijun chuckled awkwardly. The meat you gave me will be cooked tonight for you all. Shouting, and I will manage with some pork fat and vegetable broth for flavor. Song Liang and Song Yu exchanged glances, unsure how to counsel her. In this era, it was indeed rare to have meat at every meal. Even the factory director could only indulge in a small bowl of meat once a week, let alone the average worker. Resorting to a more unconventional approach, Song Liang asked, Sister, what is your monthly salary? Lu Meijun, puzzled by this inquiry and thinking that he likely earned more than she did, assumed he was not contemplating borrowing money or coveting her possessions. Thus, she answered honestly. 36 yuan. Would you consider contributing a bit to the household expenses? Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun instinctively glanced outside the courtyard, confirming that no one was around. She hurriedly whispered, "You aren't planning to have me take on private work, are you? If the factory finds out, I'll be dismissed." Song Liang shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. You are our factory's cotton spinner, skilled with your hands. I merely wish for you to assist me in making a few sets of clothes for Song Yu, and I can trade you some meat in return." Lu Meijun sighed with relief and waved her hand in refusal. "That's quite simple. The sewing supplies at the factory cost just a few pennies. I can bring some home to stitch a few cotton garments for you. However, fabric for trousers and shirts might be a bit challenging. I don't have a sewing machine at home, so it might take me some time." Song Liang replied, "A single garment from the state-run shop costs several yuan. Your craftsmanship surpasses theirs, and I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. Besides, we dine together daily. It's rather embarrassing to keep relying on your generosity. How about this? We will cover your meal expenses and, in addition, provide you with half a jin, about a pound, of meat daily. You can handle the rest of the necessities. As for the clothes, I will give you 3 yuan for each piece, regardless of whether it's for an adult or a child. I want spring, summer, autumn, and winter garments." Lu Meijun silently calculated, growing increasingly astonished. Half a jin of meat each day amounts to 15 jins over a month. That's more than what I could purchase from the market daily. And 3 yuan per garment? Even if my speed is slow, I could finish 7 or 8 pieces in a month, totaling over 20 yuan. This exceeds the wages of temporary workers at the factory. Despite her initial inclination to refuse outright, Lu Meijun hesitated. Song Liang gently urged, "Listen to me. This is a fair exchange. No one will know, and no one will report us for this business arrangement. Moreover, as we both have children to care for, I can rely on you to watch over Song Yu when I'm away, and I can look after shouting while you are at work. It's not merely a matter of small favors. We ought to maintain a sense of mutual support. We may end up living here for decades, so we need not keep things too separate." Lu Meijun was torn. Outwardly, she felt embarrassed to accept such kindness, but inwardly, the prospect of earning this money was enticing. Her niece was only 7, still growing, and aside from the financial aspect, the amount of meat each month was enough to sway her decision. Seeing her wavering interest, Song Liang continued with a hearty laugh. "Let us not dwell on romantic notions. As neighbors, we should strive to live well together. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. If I'm unavailable, you can speak to Song Yu. He's quite clever and resourceful. I want to be formal with you. If I need assistance, I'll ask directly, and you can decline if it's inconvenient. Let us not allow minor concerns to create distance between our families." Ultimately, Lu Meijun nodded in agreement, and Song Liang revealed a triumphant smile. Song Yu looked up at his brother, puzzled by this sudden display of concern for Lu Meijun. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? However, Song Liang's motivations were genuine. He truly cared for little shouting. In this isolated world, without children of his own, he earnestly wished for the girl to enjoy better nourishment and a good life. Moreover, Lu Meijun has endured considerable hardship, which has begun to weigh heavily on Song Liang, especially after hearing the words spoken by Aunt Lu last night. He now regards Lu Meijun with newfound respect. A person who chooses not to marry yet dedicates herself to raising her sister's daughter ought not to suffer so. Lu Meijun spoke up, "This week, I have a night shift on Thursday, and I want to return until midnight. Yinzu, could you possibly help look after Xiaoting this week?" Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Let the 2 children play at home. It's no trouble at all. Just a meal, really. Don't worry. I'll take care of it." He added, "You should ride your bicycle this afternoon. It's not safe to walk at night. Riding will be quicker." Lu Meijun, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head, and silently ate her noodles. Song Yu, observing the exchange, shot a skeptical glance at the boastful Song Liang, wondering if he could actually cook. Chapter 21. Father went to buy a gift for Sister Meijun. "Uncle, how do you solve this problem?" he asked Song Yu, who was knowledgeable in such matters. "Uncle, what are we having for dinner?" "I'm hungry," came another inquiry. "Let me think," replied the uncle. "Uncle, I finished the math test. When do we eat?" "Finished. So soon?" The teacher only assigned 1 test sheet. "Then start with Song Yu's test. Once you're done, I can whip up dinner." The meal would not be ready until 8 o'clock in the evening. With no other options, Song Liang had Song Yu conjure up 2 boxes of dumplings. After boiling them, they began to eat in the courtyard, dipping the dumplings in vinegar. Zhang Xiaoting had never encountered such unpalatable dumplings in her life. Thick skins and scant filling. As she ate, she stole glances at Uncle Song Liang, wondering if they would be stuck with this fare for the next few days. Song Yu's palate had been spoiled by Lu Meijun, and after 2 bites, he set down his chopsticks, retreating to the room to pour himself a cup of jasmine tea. He returned to the courtyard, reclining in a lounge chair with closed eyes, silently mocking the situation. Song Liang felt a twinge of guilt, but was rather powerless to change it. He had initially planned to set up a barbecue in the courtyard, but the frequent passers-by outside made him hesitant, fearing the neighbors might judge them for grilling meat. Noticing Zhang Xiaoting persist with the dumplings, Song Yu rose and discreetly left the courtyard, finding a secluded corner to conjure up 2 roast chickens. He returned 10 minutes later. Upon seeing the roast chickens in Song Yu's hands, Zhang Xiaoting's dumplings suddenly lost their appeal. Quietly, Song Liang took the dumplings back inside, packing them into a garbage bag to be disposed of later. Never buying this brand of dumplings again, he resolved, as he sipped a beer, tearing off the label. Song Yu enjoyed his jasmine tea, while Zhang Xiaoting relished her orange soda, and time passed slowly. By 11 o'clock, an already exhausted Zhang Xiaoting dozed off on Song Yu's bed after coming over for a story, refusing to get up once she was tucked in. Song Yu's bed was far softer and more comfortable than her own. When Lu Meijun returned home, she found Song Liang smoking in the courtyard. With a sigh, she thought of cleaning up after her shower, but upon seeing Lu Meijun, Song Liang promptly extinguished his cigarette and quietly began sweeping the ground. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Meijun softly inquired, "Xiaoting, hasn't he been misbehaving, has she?" Song Liang shook his head, saying no. She was quite obedient and completed 2 test papers in one go. Lu Meijun nodded in approval. That's good. Upon returning home, she discovered that Zhang Xiaoting was not present and hurriedly inquired, "Where's Xiaoting?" Song Liang pointed with his thumb towards the back of the house. "She is asleep in Song Yu's room. I saw her sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake her." Lu Meijun sighed in relief. "I'll go and bring her back." Song Liang interjected, "Let her sleep, it's quite late." Lu Meijun silently entered Song Liang's house and noticed that Zhang Xiaoting was snugly covered with a quilt, sleeping peacefully, drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Song Yu was in the living room, engrossed in a book whose cover was wrapped in oil paper, rendering it unrecognizable. Lu Meijun asked, "If Xiaoting is sleeping here, where will Song Yu sleep tonight?" As a second-grade girl, she was reluctant to let her niece sleep with boys of the same age. Song Liang sensed her concerns and chuckled softly. "Song Yu can sleep with me tonight." Ultimately, Lu Meijun said nothing further and casually asked on her way home, "What did you have for dinner?" Song Liang replied, "I had Song Yu buy 2 roast chickens from outside. Don't worry, the children won't go hungry." Having just finished her night shift, Lu Meijun was already feeling famished, and upon hearing the words roast chicken, her mouth involuntarily began to water. Suddenly, Song Liang requested her to wait a moment, then entered the house and emerged from the kitchen with a large bowl containing half a roast chicken. "I thought you might be hungry after your night shift, so I saved you half. You can eat it before you sleep." Lu Meijun held the bowl, her gaze towards her neighbor filled with complexity. This time, she set aside formalities and weakly uttered a thank you. The next morning, as Song Yu opened her eyes, she found Song Liang had mysteriously vanished. Suspecting that he had become reluctant to leave after returning home last night, she turned over and pulled the quilt over herself to continue her slumber. Lu Meijun tiptoed into the room and saw that Song Yu had already gotten up. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she greeted warmly, "Xiao Yu, it's time to rise. Auntie made egg noodles for breakfast." With no choice, Song Yu scratched her messy hair and replied, "Okay." Lu Meijun marveled, "Your father is quite capable. He managed to procure such a soft and comfortable mattress. This morning, Xiaoting told me that once you lie on your mattress, you never want to get up." If anyone else had said such a thing, Song Yu might have sensed ulterior motives, but knowing Lu Meijun's genuine admiration, she understood it was simply a compliment. "Where is your father? Why isn't he around so early?" Song Yu replied, "Perhaps he went back to the factory." Lu Meijun mumbled, "He seems very diligent today." As they enjoyed egg noodles in the yard that morning, Zhang Xiaoting was full of energy and Lu Meijun was in high spirits. Last night, she brought back some sewing materials, intending to knit sweaters for Song Yu and her niece before the spring festival, so that the children could wear new clothes. Just then, a lady approached from the front, waving at Lu Meijun. Upon seeing her, Lu Meijun paused momentarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. But she maintained a smile as she stood and opened the yard gate. "Sister Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Jia smiled and replied, I just went to the supply store to buy groceries and thought since you've been at the cotton spinning factory for quite some time, and we work in the same workshop, I'd drop by for a visit. After observing the 3 bowls of egg noodles on the bamboo table, I couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the family I was visiting. It was indeed a luxury to have eggs for breakfast so early in the day. Please, take a seat, Sister Wang. Have you eaten? I have, replied Lu Meijun. Is Comrade Song not home? Just as Lu Meijun was about to respond, Song Yu, in a sweet and innocent voice, interjected, Daddy said he went to buy a gift for Sister Meijun. Both Lu Meijun and Wang Jia were momentarily taken aback, with Lu Meijun asking, what kind of gift? Song Yu scrutinized Lu Meijun from head to toe, her gaze eventually settling on Lu Meijun's feet, and with a naive smile, she exclaimed, Daddy said Sister Meijun lets us share meals every day, and she works so hard going to and from work that her shoes have worn out. He said he would buy a pair of shoes for Sister Meijun. Having heard about Aunt Lu's incident, Song Liang had shared the gossip with Song Yu upon returning home. Thus Song Yu was aware of the identity of the woman named Wang Jia before her. Upon hearing this, a hint of frustration crossed Wang Jia's face. Words she wished to express were swallowed down, and she forced a laugh, saying, You two families have quite a good relationship. Lu Meijun blushed and replied, Well, it's all right. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Meijun felt a ripple of emotions within her. She chastised Yan Zhu for being so foolish. After all, she worked at the cotton spinning factory, and why would she need to buy shoes from outside when she could easily craft a pair from materials at a low price? Moreover, she found it absurd that such matters were shared with a child, fearing the ridicule it might invoke. Chapter 22. The 78-style cloth shoes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Jia took her leave. Zhang Xiaoting, having finished her bowl but still unsatisfied, gazed longingly at the egg in Song Yu's bowl, her eyes brimming with a mix of pity and eagerness. Song Yu smiled and offered her the egg from her bowl. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoting happily accepted it and began to eat. Witnessing this, Lu Meijun felt a surge of indignation. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious, always eyeing the food in Xia Yu's bowl, and now even a single egg in the morning was up for grabs. Yet, knowing that Xia Yu was aware of her father's intention to buy her a gift, Lu Meijun refrained from expressing her displeasure openly and silently transferred the egg from her bowl to Song Yu's. After breakfast, Song Yu excused herself, claiming she was going to find other children to play with, and upon exiting the courtyard, she made her way to the state-run store. Zhang Xiaoting wished to accompany her, but her aunt forbade her from leaving, insisting she stay home to complete her homework, which left the girl on the verge of tears. Upon arriving at the state-run store, Song Yu was momentarily lost in nostalgia as she surveyed the array of goods before her. Being a child of the 80s, her memories of childhood were somewhat vague, having grown up just before the turn of the millennium, but the sight of these products stirred recollections within her, and she stood there, silently taking it all in. Child, what would you like to buy? Inquired a middle-aged woman. Regaining her focus, Song Yu pointed to a pile of cloth shoes on the table and said, Sister, I want to buy shoes. Upon hearing this form of address, the woman, a staff member of the living department, broke into a smile, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Which pair do you want? What style are you looking for? Where are your parents? Song Yu shook her head. My family gave me money to come and buy, sister. Is there a difference in style? Due to the youthful charm and sweetness of the child, the female staff member patiently explained. The 78 style cloth shoes are 20 yuan a pair, the 77 style are 15 yuan a pair, and the 75 style are 10 yuan. Which style did your family permit you to purchase? After pondering for a moment, Song Yu pointed to a pair of 78 style shoes and a pair of 75 style shoes, exclaiming, These two. The woman was momentarily taken aback. The price of the two pairs was nearly equivalent to her monthly salary. Concerned that the child might be causing trouble, she gently reminded, Little one, these two pairs together require 2 fabric coupons and 30 yuan. Are you certain your family truly allows you to buy these? With a resolute nod, Song Yu produced 2 fabric coupons and 3 10 yuan notes from his pocket, handing them to the woman. After some hesitation, she confirmed the sizes and turned to retrieve the 2 pairs of shoes for Song Yu. Child, what is your name? I am Song Yu. Which family do you belong to? I belong to the people. This response elicited laughter from both the employees and customers within the state-run store. Meanwhile, Song Liang returned home, exhausted, only to discover that Song Yu was nowhere to be found. Not feeling anxious, he stepped out of the courtyard, prepared to light a cigarette. but suddenly recalled that Lu Meijun disapproved of him leaving a smoky scent in the yard. Consequently, he quietly moved to a wooden bench at the alley's entrance. Just as he was about to light up, Li Shihui approached briskly from a distance. Noticing the urgency in his demeanor, Song Liang playfully teased, "Li Ji, where are you rushing off to? Is there a dog chasing you?" Upon realizing that Song Liang still had the presence of mind to joke, Li Shihui felt relieved, suspecting that his friend must have procured some milk powder, as he appeared far too relaxed otherwise. "Brother Song, you're not a father. Wait. You do have a child. Knowing you're anxious, I managed to get you 5 cans. That should suffice, right?" "Sufficient. Absolutely sufficient. Currently, I can't hand it to you. It will only arrive this afternoon. Please bear with me and come by again later. My fellow villager with the goods will arrive then." Li Shihui scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he inquired, "How much for the 5 cans of milk powder?" Uncertain of the current price, and with Song Yu absent, Song Liang could only respond with a vague smile, "I'm not sure. I'll ask my villager this afternoon. Rest assured, it won't be pricier than at the state-run store." Li Shihui quickly countered, "That won't do. If the runner sells it cheaper than the state store, he wouldn't cover the transportation costs." Song Liang waved dismissively. "That was already agreed upon last week. He.S. just bringing it along as he passes. Next time my neighbor's younger sister goes to fetch food, just keep an eye out for her and give her a bit more meat." Li Shihui nodded. "That's no problem. I can't guarantee anything else, but in that little domain of the canteen, I still have the final say." "Your neighbor is the new girl from the cotton spinning workshop, Lu Meijun, right?" Song Liang confirmed. "Do you know her, Li Ji?" Li Shihui chuckled. "I initially didn't. But Wang Jia from the cotton spinning workshop inquired about Lu Meijun while dining, hinting that he wanted to introduce her to her younger brother." Song Liang replied, "I'm aware of that. A few days ago, I brought my family over to visit, but I managed to dissuade him with just a couple of words." Li Shihui teased, "Old Song, are you taking a liking to her?" Song Liang let out a soft snort, saying, "She is a young lady from a respectable family. I wouldn't dare entertain foolish thoughts. You may jest with me, but do not speak of such things in front of Meijun. Young girls are quite sensitive." No sooner had he spoken than he spotted Song Yu emerging from a nearby path, 2 pairs of shoes in her hands. Upon reaching them, Song Yu learned that the little boy before her was Song Liang's son, and Li Shihui playfully tousled her hair. Song Liang asked, "Where have you been so early in the morning?" Song Yu handed him the 2 pairs of shoes. "I bought shoes for you and Sister Meijun. This old style is for you, and the new style is for Sister Meijun." Song Liang's brow furrowed in confusion. He wondered why she had bought shoes for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, Li Shihui, upon hearing the child's words, shot a disdainful glance at Song Liang. Just moments ago, he had spoken so nobly, yet behind the scenes, he was still thinking of her. Those 78-style cloth shoes must have cost nearly half a month's wages. Wearing the old style himself while gifting the new one to a girl. How amusing. Not wanting to expose the truth, Li Shihui exchanged a few casual words before departing, promising to return in the afternoon. Song Liang, perplexed but not inclined to inquire further, rose to accompany Song Yu back home, where she had a number of items to hide. Without him there, he dared not bring them over. "Just now, Brotherly asked me how much a can of milk powder costs. I told him to come back this afternoon for the answer." Song Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "It's 10 yuan a can here, and you'll need grain or meat tickets, so you can decide the price." Song Liang nodded. "Also, as you suggested, I wholesale a lot of small items over there. I'll keep them at your place until I find the right person to ask you for them." As they entered the courtyard, Lu Meijun happened to step out of the house. Their eyes met, and Lu Meijun appeared inexplicably bashful, momentarily forgetting her purpose for coming out. Song Liang extended a pair of shoes toward her, saying, "Here are the shoes. Try them on to see if they fit." Lu Meijun numbly accepted them, her peripheral vision catching sight of a pair of men's shoes in Yenzu's hands. As a cotton spinner, she instantly recognized the style. Glancing down at the shoes gifted to her, she felt an unexpected tingle in her hands and feet. Chapter 23. When did you take a liking to me? On Saturday afternoon, Li Shihui paid another visit. Song Liang presented 5 cans of unpackaged milk powder, prompting Lu Meijun to hesitate upon seeing them. "Brotherly, let us go by the state store's prices. Here are 5 cans of milk powder." My fellow villager tore off the packaging to avoid attracting unwanted attention on the way. "I trust you understand." Li Shihui remarked, "Old Song, you're still reliable. I thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law." He then placed 8 10 yuan notes and 5 grain tickets on the table, and Song Liang did not refuse the extra 30 yuan. You owe me. I owe you. Our favors naturally become familiar. Brotherly, you're no longer a young man. What about your sister-in-law? Li Shihui, noticing Song Liang's lack of pretense in accepting the money, sighed in relief and chuckled. What are you thinking? This is my second child. The first is a boy, quite the rascal, always bouncing around like a little monkey. Thankfully, the second is a girl. She can eventually take her mother's place. Song Liang caught the implication and quietly inquired, is your sister-in-law also from our cotton spinning factory? Li Shihui nonchalantly seated himself and began to chat. Your sister-in-law works in the property department at the factory. If you have something to say, go ahead. However, if it is indeed urgent, it may take a month or so, as she has been at home, recently taking care of the child, and hasn't returned to the factory much. Lu Meijun emerged with a plate of sunflower seeds, while Song Liang went home to fetch a few bottles of orange soda, and the two began to converse leisurely. Li Shihui cast a meaningful glance at Lu Meijun and then smiled at Song Liang, remaining silent. Song Liang inquired, your sister-in-law is in the property department? How fortuitous. Do they have any cement or bricks? Li Shihui responded, what are you getting at? Song Liang explained, I was thinking of constructing a toilet behind our houses, so we wouldn't have to go to the public restrooms for bathing and other needs. It would make things more convenient. Also, the wall of the east wing, which belongs to my neighbor, is somewhat crooked. I'm worried that when spring arrives and it rains, water might seep into my house, so I was considering getting it fixed. Inside, Lu Meijun was knitting a sweater. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, her hands instinctively slowed down. Li Shihui remarked, bricks and cement are easy to procure. But as for the wall construction, Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. Just get the materials. No need for the property department to intervene. I know people. Li Shihui replied, that simplifies matters. Just let me know when you need them. Song Liang replied, the sooner, the better. Spring is approaching, and it would be best to finish it quickly. The two continued their conversation while smoking, finalizing the arrangements. After Li Shihui departed, Lu Meijun set aside her work, intending to thank Song Liang and inquire about the cost for repairing the wall. However, when she stepped outside, she found Song Liang sweeping the ground, picking up cigarette butts and sunflower seed shells. She bit her lip, feeling a slight perspiration in her palms. Little sister, I will step out for a bit. If you need anything, call Song Yu. You can just call me Meijun. Song Liang glanced at her and noticed she was wearing newly purchased cloth shoes. Smiling as he said, those shoes look quite nice. Lu Meijun softly asked, where are you going? Are you heading back to the factory? Song Liang shook his head, no. I'm just wandering about, looking to see if there's a black market nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun felt a shiver run down her spine. Forgetting her composure, she hurriedly approached and covered Song Liang's mouth, whispering urgently, don't speak nonsense. An alluring fragrance wafted into Song Liang's nostrils, perhaps due to her frequent sewing. Her hands were slightly dry yet still tender. In a fluster, Lu Meijun exclaimed, why on earth would you want to go to the black market? Is it because you lack money or food? You could get arrested there. Song Liang remained silent, simply staring blankly at the anxious Lu Meijun. This was the first time he was so close to her, and her speech was accompanied by a pleasant scent. Realizing her inappropriate behavior, Lu Meijun blushed and withdrew her hand. Song Liang chuckled awkwardly. I'm just going to take a look. Lu Meijun said, if you're short on food, just let me know. I have some food stamps at home. Though Song Liang had no intention of flaunting his wealth, he still pulled out several tins of yuan and various tickets from his pocket. See, I have money. I'm not on the brink of starvation. I'm truly just going to take a look. Lu Meijun was taken aback. Do you usually carry this much money when you go out? Song Liang pondered for a moment before quietly asking, is that too much? Lu Meijun wished to intervene, though she could not comprehend her strong aversion to Song Liang's venture into the black market. After all, she was merely a neighbor, just a neighbor. If you truly intend to go, at least avoid going during the day, and don't bring so much money, it's unsafe. Song Liang felt a slight weakness in his legs. Lu Meijun's admonitions stirred an unusual feeling within him. At this moment, he even entertained the notion of returning to the 21st century to find a place to soak his feet. Well, I shall go at night instead. Observing Lu Meijun as she turned to return home, Song Liang sensed that she might be upset with him. He scratched his head and settled back into his bamboo chair. It was not that he lacked emotional intelligence. The ambiguous atmosphere earlier had been palpable. Lighting a cigarette, he plunged into contemplation. When had Lu Meijun begun to harbor feelings for him? Previously, when Aunt Lu had come to negotiate on behalf of her niece, Lu Meijun had expressed her resolute stance, leading Song Liang to believe that she had no such inclinations. Could it be that she was attracted to him because he had meat to eat at every meal? That seemed unlikely. Lu Meijun was not that sort of person. Perhaps it was his appearance that captivated her? It must be so, after all. He was a handsome young man in his 20s. Surely that was the case. Meanwhile, in Song Yu's room, Zhang Xiaoting was diligently working on her winter vacation homework. Upon hearing a commotion outside, she was about to draw back the curtains when Song Yu interjected. "Don't open the window. The sun is blinding." Zhang Xiaoting, in a soft tone, asked, "Song Yu, did your father and my aunt have a fight?" Song Yu shook his head. "No, that won't happen. They wouldn't clash." Zhang Xiaoting nodded in understanding and returned to assisting Song Yu with his assignments. After a moment of hesitation, while lying on the bed, Song Yu set aside his book without a cover and inquired, "Xiaoting, do you like my father?" Zhang Xiaoting replied innocently, "Yes, I do." Song Yu pressed further, "Why?" Zhang Xiaoting responded, "Because uncle treats me to meat. He also rides his bicycle to take me out for fun. He sneaks me soda." Song Yu chuckled, "I often share meat with you. So do you like me too?" Zhang Xiaoting pouted in thought, then nodded, "Yes." Song Yu continued, "What do you like about me?" Zhang Xiaoting answered with childlike innocence, "You share your meat with me, you play with me at school, and you don't laugh at me for not having parents." Song Yu fell silent, producing a large white rabbit milk candy from somewhere and placing it on the test paper. Zhang Xiaoting's face lit up with joy upon seeing the candy. She hurriedly unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth, her round face appearing adorably chubby. "Song Yu, thank you for treating me to candy. No need to thank me. Just remember to finish writing for me. There's still a Chinese test paper left." Oh, Chapter 24. The Neighbor Who Reaps the Wind. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Meijun returned to the factory for her night shift, her mind elsewhere. Meanwhile, Song Liang, feeling bored, began to ponder what to eat for dinner when a familiar lady approached the gate. "Song, are you home?" The lady, nearing 30, was slender and tall, though her skin bore a slight tan. She was Zhang Qiao, a cotton spinner from the second workshop of the cotton mill, residing at the corner at the end of the alley. Her husband was a craftsman who had set up a stall opposite the cotton mill, specializing in bicycle repairs. A couple is raising 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter has just entered junior high school, the second daughter is about to graduate from elementary school, and the youngest son has just started his primary education. The family struggles to make ends meet, often finding their monthly rations insufficient, which has fostered a habit of petty thievery among Zhang Qiao's family. Song Liang is reluctant to engage with them. On one occasion, while returning to the cotton mill, he happened to give some candies to Zhang Qiao's children as they passed by. The children expressed their gratitude. But Zhang Qiao noticed Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting enjoying eggs in the yard. She then admonished Song Liang, questioning how he could allow his neighbors to partake when his own children were not adequately fed. She persistently inquired if he had any discarded sewing supplies or whether he could spare time to assist her children with their studies. Song Liang, dismissing her, chose not to engage further. In the following days, Zhang Qiao would peer into their home each time she passed, hoping for some small benefit. One day, upon seeing Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting drinking orange soda in the yard, she immediately asked if they had any leftover meat. Upon learning they did, that evening, Zhang Qiao brought her children over to feign distress. Lu Meijun felt awkward and at a loss for words, while Song Liang reluctantly offered a small bowl of pork cracklings. From that point on, both Song Liang and Lu Meijun refrained from eating outside, occasionally having only noodles or buns. As Song Liang prepared to leave, he noticed Zhang Qiao at the door again and instantly suspected she intended to ask for something. "Oh, preparing to head back to the factory? Is something the matter, Sister Zhang?" he inquired. Zhang Qiao cheerfully replied, "I saw Meijun leave for her night shift, and I thought perhaps you could bring the children over for dinner? We've been neighbors for quite some time without truly getting to know each other. My husband, Lao Su, is home today. Why not join us?" This unexpected invitation puzzled Song Liang. Given her usual tendency to take advantage, he wondered why she was suddenly so generous. Sensing a trap, he declined politely. "No need for such courtesy, Sister Zhang." Zhang Qiao insisted, "My husband has mentioned how fortunate it is to have a neighbor of your caliber, someone so educated and refined. Please, don't be shy, bring your children along. They could use some playmates their age." Song Liang remained resolute in his refusal, unwilling to foster a closer relationship without knowing her true intentions. Zhang Qiao, feeling slighted but too intimidated to confront him, Aware of his higher status as a factory official and the occasional small favors she had received, reluctantly conceded defeat. After bidding farewell, she left with her basket in hand, returning home to find her 3 children playing. Anger surged within her as she scolded, "All you do is play. With so much energy, why not go outside and collect bottle caps? You could sell them at the dump for a few cents instead of wasting food at home." The 3 children were momentarily frozen in place, with the eldest daughter protectively shielding her younger siblings in silence. After Zhang Qiao's outburst, she still felt a sense of unresolved frustration. She abandoned her vegetable basket and sat down on a chair, commanding the children to fetch her some water. The eldest daughter hurried to the kitchen and filled a bowl of water, obediently presenting it to her mother. Su Sen emerged from the house and, upon seeing his wife, immediately inquired, "How did it go?" Zhang Qiao replied with self-deprecation, "What do you think? They simply look down upon us. They want to even come when invited." Su Sen expressed disbelief. In this day and age, there are still people who refuse an invitation to a meal? Zhang Qiao scoffed. They aren't lacking for money. Their children eat meat daily. If there's any left over, they invite Lu Meijun's child over. They even bought a bicycle. Su Sen gasped. The cadres in your factory are that wealthy? Zhang Qiao rolled her eyes. What else could it be? Their monthly salary exceeds both yours and mine combined. Just yesterday, I ran into old Jiang at the cafeteria, and he said this year's spring festival would be splendid. Do you know why? Because Song Liang gifted him a set of Western-style trousers. After finishing her sentence, she took a large gulp of water, placing the bowl aside, her anger boiling over. We attempt to foster good relations, yet they won't even allow their neighbor's child to dine at our home. I can't fathom whether Song Liang has a fancy for Lu Meijun or simply has too much money to spend, being so eager to help. When my 3 children visit, they get nothing but a few candies. Su San sighed softly. They live in the same courtyard, so a closer relationship is quite normal. You should keep such thoughts at home. If they discover you gossiping behind their backs, your days at the factory will be far from pleasant. Zhang Qiao was undeterred. As a veteran employee, why should I fear a newcomer's child? Su San quickly urged, keep your voice down. Are you trying to make sure everyone hears you? After her outburst, Zhang Qiao stood up and noticed her 3 children standing motionless in the corner, and her temper flared once more. Are you all dead? Can't you do your homework during the holiday? Aren't you going to play at someone else's house? Just waiting around for meals? The second daughter and the youngest son's eyes turned red, while the eldest daughter hastily took her siblings' hands and led them out the door. They did not wish for the holiday. They preferred to stay at school where they were free from reprimands. Upon exiting the alley, the trio walked dejectedly, unsure of where to go, aimlessly wandering through the narrow passage. As they passed by the gate of Song Liang and Lu Meijun's home, they noticed Song Yu and Zhang shouting, busily scribbling on a bicycle with pencils. Song Yu sat idly by, while Zhang shouting giggled as she drew. Song Liang lounged nearby in a reclining chair, smoking and occasionally mocking Zhang shouting's poor drawing skills, saying her strokes were clumsy and her drawings looked like pig heads. A brand new bicycle was thus being defaced. Witnessing this scene, the 3 siblings felt a twinge of envy that was hard to suppress. Noticing the Su children staring blankly at the gate, Song Liang instinctively reached for some candy to offer them, but suddenly recalled Zhang Qiao's disdainful expression and promptly closed his mouth, pretending nothing had happened. Although children are innocent, he knew that being overly kind to these 3 would surely lead their parents to send them over daily to mooch off him. Children are not at fault. It is the parents who are to blame. Matters concerning children should be resolved by the children themselves. Song Yu neglects his homework daily. He ought to be assigned some tasks. Chapter 25, The Watch After Dinner. Song Liang instructed Song Yu to stay home and look after Zhang shouting while he ventured alone towards the black market. His intention was not to roam the black market at night, but rather to meander nearby. Although Song Liang possessed goods, he had no intention of selling them personally. Engaging directly in such a gray area could lead to arrest. Despite his desire for profit, he refused to take such risks. Previously, Song Yu had advised him to locate an uninhabited house or warehouse that could accommodate the goods, ensuring it was safe before bringing him along to identify it. However, in this era, employees of state-owned enterprises were queuing for housing, leaving no vacant rentals available. Strolling along the stone bridge by the river, Song Liang wandered aimlessly with his hands in his pockets. Lu Meijun finished work at midnight, and he needed to return before then. He wished to avoid causing her undue worry or resentment. Leaving 2 small children at home was perilous. After nearly an hour of aimless wandering, Song Liang was unable to find a suitable location. Either the area was bustling with people, drawing attention, or there were too many suspicious characters around. As a grown man, he felt uncomfortable being scrutinized, let alone storing goods. According to Song Yu, this year marked the first for young intellectuals returning to the city, and there were already stirrings across the nation. With limited job opportunities and unemployed youth lacking income, idleness had become rampant. After another half hour of searching without success, Song Liang resigned himself to leaving. Just then, a familiar face approached. Both he and the man paused in surprise upon seeing each other. This man was the one whom Aunt Lu had previously taken to Lu Meijuan's home. Song Liang could not recall his name, only that his surname was Fu. Upon seeing Song Liang, Fu Qiumin's expression turned to one of alarm, clutching his black cloth bag tightly against his chest, evidently fearful of theft or exposure. Song Liang was disinclined to concern himself with others' affairs. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way. Fu Qiumin, still shaken, watched Song Liang depart, anxiously scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before he finally exhaled in relief. Song Liang paid little mind to the encounter, but as he exited the alley, a male voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Song! Comrade Song!" Startled, Song Liang halted and turned to see Lu Meijuan's son standing in the shadows at the alley's corner. "Is there something you need?" he asked, his tone neutral, neither overly cordial nor dismissive. Fu Qiumin emerged from the shadows, his grip on the black cloth bag tightening. I would like to request a favor from Comrade Song." Song Liang remained silent, awaiting further explanation. Fu Qiumin produced 17 yuan from his pocket, took 7 for himself, and handed the remaining 10 yuan to Song Liang, softly pleading, "Could you please deliver this 10 yuan back to my mother?" Song Liang frowned and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Fu Qiumin retracted his hand and explained softly, "I resigned from the steel factory. My mother fell ill upon learning this, and I do not wish to return. I would appreciate it if Comrade Song could give this money to her." "Or to my brother." Song Liang, taken aback, inquired, "You resigned? Why?" Fu Qiumin smiled wryly, "I wanted to earn money sooner." Song Liang continued, "Why don't you go back? Resigning does not warrant running away from home, does it?" Fu Qiumin replied, "I no longer wish to stay at my sister-in-law's house. I do not want my brother to suffer, nor do I wish to endure my sister-in-law's disdain." Song Liang glanced at the black cloth bag clutched in Fu Qiumin's hand, suddenly realizing what he had been up to in recent days. "So you have begun engaging in trade?" Fu Qiumin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the assumption. His earlier call to Song Liang was a gamble, hoping the latter would not meddle in his affairs. His current actions could be construed as illicit trading, and if reported, not only would he face arrest, but his brother's job would also be irrevocably compromised. He had contemplated visiting the steel factory to give his brother the money, but he understood his brother's character. Upon seeing him, their mother would undoubtedly insist on bringing him home. He did not wish to return. He felt no shame in doing so, and moreover, any fallout would implicate his brother. Fu Qiumin wanted to avoid anyone discovering that he still had ties with his sibling. After a moment of silence, Song Liang stared at him intently and took the 10 yuan from Fu Qiumin's hand, pocketing it. "I will visit your brother privately tomorrow and deliver the money to him." Hearing this, Fu Qiumin immediately felt relieved. "Thank you, Comrade Song. I promise to repay this kindness once I start earning." Song Liang chuckled lightly. "Forget the favor. Just ensure you do not get caught. If your resignation has made Aunt Lu ill, who knows what might happen if you were actually apprehended." Though the words were harsh, Fu Qiumin was not angered. He recognized that Song Liang was expressing concern for him. Song Liang glanced at the black cloth bag and asked, "What are you trading?" Fu Qiumin, no longer on guard, cautiously opened the bag, revealing several pairs of socks, various easily obtainable tickets, 2 pens, and, at the very bottom, a Shanghai brand wristwatch. Song Liang exclaimed softly, picking up the watch to inspect it, noting that it appeared quite decent. Fu Qiumin felt a flutter of anxiety as Song Liang handled the watch. He feared it might be taken or damaged. "How much are you selling this watch for?" Song Liang inquired. Fu Qiumin shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. I bought it for 70 yuan. Song Liang, puzzled, asked, "Where did you get so much money for these items?" Fu Qiumin lowered his voice. "I collected my salary before resigning, and my brother secretly gave me 50 yuan when I left." "Does this watch require an industrial ticket?" Song Liang questioned. Fu Qiumin shook his head. "It can be sold with or without one. Having a ticket makes it cheaper, while lacking one makes it costlier." After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang pulled out a stack of tickets from his pocket, selected an industrial ticket, counted out 8 10 yuan notes, and placed them into the black cloth bag. Covering it up, 100 yuan and an industrial ticket. I will purchase this watch. Fu Qiumin's breath came in quick gasps. He had initially thought that selling 60 pieces would be quite commendable, but to his astonishment, he earned 30 yuan on just one watch. Thank you, Song. But this is too much. You've helped me, and I. Before Fu could finish his sentence, Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Business is business, and kindness is kindness. I have no objections to what I purchase, so why are you making a fuss? After this, Song Liang continued his inquiry. What is your name again? Fu Qiumin. All right. From now on I shall call you Old Fu. You can call me Old Song or Yinzu. Very well, Brother Yinzu. Don't call me brother. You are older than I am, and it sounds awkward. Then I shall simply call you Yinzu. Fine, Old Fu, may I ask you, which items are the most profitable to resell? Chapter 26. You allowed Xiaoyu to drink? Upon returning home, Song Liang found Zhang Shouting lounging on Song Yu's bed, refusing to get up. After a brief smile, he signaled for Song Yu to come out into the courtyard. The two of them sat on bamboo chairs, cracking sunflower seeds, each holding a large bowl. Song Liang poured beer into his bowl while Song Yu reclined comfortably, tapping his fingers on the bamboo table. Speak, what progress have you made? Song Yu knew his younger brother would not casually beckon him for a secret conversation without a reason, suspecting that Song Liang had made some discoveries during his outing. Without delay, Song Liang disclosed his encounter with Fu Qiumin that evening. Song Yu pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that you want Fu Qiumin to help you sell your goods? Song Liang nodded. What do you think? Song Yu shook his head. Not advisable. Trifling matters lack excitement. Song Liang frowned. Song Yu elaborated. You want him to sell eggs, salt, and fabric for socks, and then split the profits 55 to you, correct? Song Liang replied. He told me that these items are hard currency in the black market. If we don't need tickets, we can sell them at a higher price. Song Yu countered. Setting aside whether your profit split is fair, let me ask you this. What if he gets caught and names you? What will you do then? Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I have done my research. A large number of educated youth are returning to the cities, many without residency permits. There are numerous black households in Suzhou relying on reselling for their livelihoods. The neighborhood committees, street offices, even the labor bureau and public security will mostly just confiscate goods without detaining anyone. The worst that happens is we lose some merchandise, which isn't valuable to me. The risks are minimal. All we need to do is provide the goods, and the rest is not our concern. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt somewhat bewildered. He understood that this would be the case this year, but it was only February. Was there a trend already emerging? To his recollection, the reform and opening up policies were only officially implemented in December. If there were no risks involved, perhaps this could be feasible. Song Liang smiled broadly. Exactly. I plan to speak with Fu Qiumin again tomorrow night. If we can reach an agreement, you will accompany me to move the goods. After saying this, he lifted a large bowl of beer and drank it down. With a long sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Meijun staring at him and the beer on the table, her face filled with shock. Yinzu, you allowed Xiaoyu to drink with you. Song Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but retort. Why are you off work so early today? Lu Meijun replied. The workshop experienced a power outage. The electrician is repairing it and said it will take some time before electricity is restored, so we were allowed to leave early. Upon finishing her sentence, she quickly approached Song Yu, frowning as she inquired, How much have you had to drink? With a pitiful expression, Song Yu replied, I had 2 bowls. Lu Meijun, exasperated, pulled Song Yu closer and scolded, How could you drink alcohol? Don't you know that children shouldn't consume such things? Unfazed, Song Yu innocently responded, Daddy said it's herbal tea. It cools me down, so I want to kick off the blanket while sleeping tonight. Song Liang was taken aback by her words, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Lu Meijun glared at Song Liang. How could you let the child drink alcohol? Song Yu interjected, Sister, I feel a bit dizzy. I want to go home and sleep. Without waiting for further discussion, she turned and dashed home. Upon entering her room, she found Zhang Shouting rummaging through her bookshelf. What are you looking for? Asked Song Yu. Zhang Shouting, in a childish tone, replied, I'm hiding a tooth. Confused, Song Yu asked, hiding a tooth? What tooth? Zhang Shouting turned to reveal her missing front tooth, excitedly exclaiming. Look, in her hands was a small white tooth, with traces of blood still on it. Remarkably, she appeared unbothered, finding the experience amusing. As she eagerly showcased several other slightly loose teeth, poking and prodding them with her fingers. Zhang shouting joyfully declared, "Auntie said that when children grow new teeth, they will become beautiful. Hiding the old teeth will help them grow up healthy." Song Yu, both amused and exasperated, replied, shouting, "This is my room. Even if you want to hide your teeth, you should do it at your own house." Zhang shouting pouted and shook her head. "No, I want to hide them in Song Yu's room. That way, Song Yu can grow up healthy and not get sick." Song Yu was utterly charmed. Her heart melted by the little girl's adorableness. Just as Zhang shouting tucked her tooth away in the far corner of the bookshelf, Lu Meijuan's voice called from outside, shouting, "Time to go home and sleep." Zhang shouting hopped off the chair and bid farewell to Song Yu before leaving. Song Yu opened the window and saw Song Liang, looking vexed as he swept up sunflower seed shells and cigarette butts in the yard. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she conjured up a can of beer, raising it in a mocking gesture towards Song Liang, who responded with a polite middle finger. In the following days, Song Liang returned to the factory by day to check in and would venture out at night for research. Each time he returned, he enthusiastically shared his feasibility reports with Song Yu, who, like a little adult, would buy the daily newspaper from the elderly man at the alley's corner. Sometimes, when bored, she would sit nearby, snacking and sipping drinks while reading the paper, gradually becoming known among the adults as the little girl who cared about national affairs. Today, as usual, Song Yu was in her room reading the newspaper when she suddenly heard a knock at the door from outside. Peering out the window, she saw two workers pulling a cart laden with bricks and several bags of cement. Lu Meijun hurried out to open the door. Upon learning that the individual before her was from the real estate department, tasked with delivering cement and bricks, Lu Meijun felt a surge of excitement. Previously, Director Wang from the street office had warned her that the corner of her house was askew, and with the arrival of spring rains, her home would undoubtedly suffer from water seepage. If she could repair it before the Lunar New Year, the interior would remain dry and comfortable during subsequent rains. After distributing cigarettes, Song Liang provided each worker with a small red envelope containing 2 yuan, while 2 skilled craftsmen promptly assisted in placing the bricks and bags of cement in the corner of the yard. The following morning, Jiang Qian's father arrived with several young apprentices to commence the work. With the ongoing renovations leading to an influx of male visitors, Lu Meijun prudently secured her valuables and spent her days cooking and resting at Song Liang's residence. Observing the furniture and ornaments in Song Liang's home, Lu felt a twinge of envy. For both lunch and dinner, she steamed buns, serving a generous bowl of pork cracklings with each meal. Zhang's father and the apprentices felt somewhat embarrassed by the quality of the meals, as they usually brought their own food to work, with few employers willing to provide meals. And those who offered meat were exceedingly rare. Originally scheduled for 3 days, the work was remarkably completed in 2.5 days. Song Liang rewarded each apprentice with a 10 yuan red envelope, and Zhang's father received a separate 30 yuan. Lu Meijun stood quietly in the small backyard restroom. Although modest in size, it served her personal needs and bathing requirements, sparing her the trip to the public restroom and bathhouse at the end of the alley. The warped walls inside were also reinforced and straightened. Through the window, she spotted Song Liang chatting amiably with the craftsman outside, igniting a flutter of emotion within her. The total amount, 60 yuan, equivalent to 1.5 months of her salary, left Lu Meijun pondering how to repay it. Offering the money outright felt impersonal, yet she feared being misunderstood if she delayed repayment. Chapter 27. Gossip in line. Upon returning to the cotton spinning factory on Monday, Song Liang promptly made his way to the finance department, only to find a long queue of employees. He decided to head to Section Chief Su's office instead. Today marked the distribution of wages and benefits before the Lunar New Year holiday, and it was Song Liang's first official salary from the cotton spinning factory. Along the way, several familiar colleagues greeted him warmly. The factory was devoid of secrets, and many had heard of Song Liang's generous nature, from purchasing furniture to renovating his home. They held a favorable impression of him as a capable, affluent, yet down-to-earth leader. Arriving at Section Chief Su's office, Song Liang jovially exclaimed, "Boss, I've come to pay my respects." Su chuckled, playfully admonishing, "Mind your words. We are not in feudal society anymore." Song Liang produced 2 unwrapped items, neatly packaged in sturdy cardboard boxes, placing them on the desk. "I brought back some soap from home as a token of appreciation." With no one else present in the office, Su humorously remarked as he put the items away, "You've done well. I hear you helped old Lee acquire 5 cans of milk powder. Just happened to have a connection, Song Liang replied. Do you need anything, boss? I'm here to assist with whatever I can. Su waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, if I truly need something, I won't hesitate to ask you. Just as he lit a cigarette, Su suddenly laughed. Did you know that quite a few female employees in our factory have taken a liking to you? Song Liang was taken aback. Are you joking, boss? Director Su chuckled. I have lost count of how many times I've been cornered in the cafeteria. 8 out of 10 inquiries revolve around your circumstances, whether it's family introductions or eager volunteers. If it weren't for the presence of others, one might suspect I was entangled in some scandalous liaison. Song Liang, feeling a swell of pride, replied, I had no idea I was so popular. Director Su continued, do share. If you genuinely have intentions, I could keep an eye out for you. Despite your responsibilities as a parent, you still hold a position of authority. Song Liang waved dismissively. Let it be. I am not fortunate enough to receive such attention. Director Su smiled. I heard you live next to Lu Meijun from Workshop 1. Am I correct? Song Liang instantly grasped the implication. Please refrain from such talk. She is a young lady with a future to consider. Director Su regarded him with disdain, as if to say, we are both men. Why the pretense? At that moment, a female employee knocked and entered the office. Upon seeing Song Liang, she nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Director Su. Director Su, here is the payroll. Could you please check for any omissions? If all is in order, kindly sign. Observing this exchange, Song Liang tactfully took his leave. With the holiday commencing tomorrow, his visit was primarily to make his presence felt and deliver a few small gifts. Upon returning to the accounting office, he noticed an even longer queue. Many employees had brought their children along, as the cotton mill was not only distributing salaries, but also providing benefits through the union. These children were there to assist their parents in collecting items. Regretting not having brought Song Yu along, Song Liang was suddenly struck by the sight of 3 familiar figures ahead in the line. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Meijun accompanied by Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoding. His mind raced with confusion. Why was Song Yu here? Meanwhile, the employees around Lu Meijun were engaged in idle chatter, questioning the identities of the 2 children. Whose kids are these? The girl is Meijun's niece, while the boy is from the neighboring family, Songgon's son, the new staff member. Why is Meijun bringing Songgon's child to collect items? They must have a good relationship. Lu Meijun blushed at the remarks, uncertain why she had brought Song Yu along. Earlier at home, when Song Yu saw Lu Meijun leaving with Zhang Xiaoding, curiosity prompted him to inquire, and upon learning they were headed to the cotton mill for benefits, he expressed a desire to join. To his surprise, Lu Meijun readily agreed. Meijun, why did Songgon's child come with you? Lu Meijun replied awkwardly, well, Songgon is busy today, and I thought it would be convenient to bring his child along to collect the items, saving a trip. Even she found her excuse unconvincing. As expected, the onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. I just saw Songgon pass by. Look, Songgon is queuing behind us. Meijun, is this what they call? What was it? Leveraging the emperor to command the lords? Lu Meijun and Song Yu turned simultaneously to see Song Liang smiling and waving in greeting from behind. The employees around them stood in line, idly passing the time. Spotting a melon, an elderly worker repeatedly beckoned to Song Liang, saying, Song, come over here. Your son is queuing for you. Song Liang clasped his hands together in an apologetic gesture to the people around him and walked forward to gently pat Song Yu's head. Why did you come here? He asked. Lu Meijun, witnessing the scene, immediately shielded Song Yu's head with her hands, her eyes expressing disapproval towards the way he was treated. Song, it seems your families have a good rapport, yet you don't bring your own son along, leaving it to Meijun to look after him. With a charming smile, Song Liang replied, as a grown man, I know little about caring for children. Meijun is kind-hearted and often helps me keep an eye on this little rascal. Lu Meijun said nothing. Her face flushed as she held the hands of 2 children. It appears your families share a bond, both without companions and both with children. Song, why do I feel that your son is closer to Meijun than to you? Just as Song Liang was about to respond, Song Yu chimed in. Dad hardly cooks at home. I always have to go to Sister Meijun's house to eat. The surrounding employees erupted in laughter, and Lu Meijun hurriedly covered Song Yu's mouth. What an inappropriate title. You should call her Auntie. Song Yu proudly declared, Sister Meijun is young and beautiful. I can't call her Auntie. Exchanging an awkward glance with Lu Meijun, Song Liang felt a wave of embarrassment. So tell me, do you like your dad more or Sister Meijun more? He inquired. With unwavering confidence, Song-yu replied, "Of course. I like Sister Meijun more." At that moment, a usually quiet Zhang shouting suddenly voiced her dissent. "Song-yu, that's not right. You should say you like both." Lu Meijun, in a panic, covered the mouths of both children. Song Liang awkwardly added, "Children speak without a filter. Children speak without a filter." The surrounding employees, reveling in the spectacle, began to tease, laughing. "I suggest that this spring festival, you two families simply buy one pair of couplets. After all, you're in the same courtyard." Earlier, when I saw Meijun riding a bicycle to the factory, I wondered when she had bought one, only to later discover it belonged to Song Liang. Such a close relationship between the two families. Borrowing a bicycle is nothing. You may not know, but when Song Liang's family just moved in, they already acquired a bicycle. And with 2 more items, they would have the complete set of 3 turns and 1 sound. If Song Liang finds a partner in the future, he won't need to add anything to his household. At this point, Lu Meijun felt too shy to speak. Her head bowed and her cheeks flushed. Song Liang, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness, stood beside Lu Meijun, unsure of what to do amid the raucous crowd. Even with his thick skin, he dared not engage further in banter among the lively employees. Chapter 28. Buying soda. After waiting for nearly half an hour, it was finally Song Liang and Lu Meijun's turn. As they entered the accounting office, they noticed a sturdy little boy sitting in the corner, his head bowed in despair, his eyes red and lips pouting, clearly having just been scolded by an adult. Upon seeing Song Yu and Zhang shouting enter, the sturdy boy immediately stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Song Yu, shouting, you sit over there." Then came a sharp reprimand. A female employee from the accounting department glared at the young boy, who immediately wilted and sat down again, his expression one of defiance yet restrained. This child was none other than Yao Chun, a classmate of Song Yu and Zhang shouting. Song Liang chuckled, "Sister Wu, what has your child done to earn your ire this time?" Yao Chen's mother, also an employee in the accounting department, named Wu Qi, though not a leader, had been in the cotton spinning factory since the age of 16. She had a long tenure and a fiery temperament, often showing little deference even to her superiors. Today, with her husband away on business and no one at home to supervise, she decided to bring her son to the factory to do his homework. He had struggled for half an hour on just 2 problems, and she could not contain her frustration. Song Liang had no particular opinion about the resilient boy. At home, Song Yu constantly gave him the cold shoulder, while shouting, being more reserved, made the boy seem rather amusing in comparison. As Wu Qi reviewed the salaries of Song Liang and Lu Meijun, she inquired, "Where is your house located? When can old Yao and I bring the children over for a visit? I have some matters I'd like to discuss privately with you." Song Liang provided the details. Wu Qi was not a malicious person. As long as she was not offended, she could get along well with anyone. After receiving their wages, Song Liang instructed Lu Meijun to ride the bicycle home with the 2 children, informing her that he had matters to attend to and would return later. On the way home, Lu Meijun took the household registration book to the grain store, asking the workers to deliver 5 kilograms of grain to her home. Song Yu specifically checked the rationing chart at the grain store. Heavy laborers were allotted 224 kilograms of rice monthly. Light laborers received 141.45 kilograms. Enterprise employees and other intellectual workers were entitled to 125.13 kilograms. University and college students received 141.45 kilograms, while ordinary residents and children over 10 were granted 115.12 kilograms. Though these amounts seemed substantial, not every family could secure residency during this era. Without a household registration, one had no rations and was left to rely on others for support, forced to seek under-the-table work or labor on construction sites, or even take on apprenticeships. Since the cart driver was a worker from the grain store, Lu Meijun was not concerned about any potential dishonesty. She also loaded the welfare provisions from the factory onto the cart, leading the way on her bicycle. "Xiaoyu, why do you always call me sister? You should call me Auntie," Lu Meijun suddenly asked Song Yu on their way home. Song Yu replied in a soft voice, "My dad doesn't he let me call you Auntie. He.s afraid it'll make you feel old." Lu Meijun couldn't help but smile. "What does your father like to do on a daily basis?" she continued. "He enjoys soaking his feet, sleeping in, smoking, drinking, and perming his hair. I can see the smoking and drinking. I like sleeping in too. But soaking feet, I never realized your father was so fastidious." "And what do you mean by perming his hair?" Song Yu responded, "Sister, do you like my dad?" Lu Meijun almost lost control of her bicycle, steadying herself after a moment, her face slightly flushed. What do you mean by like? At your age? What do you know about liking someone? Song Yu replied earnestly, I know. It means two people living together, getting married, having children, and spending their lives together. Lu Meijun pressed her lips together, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Xiaoting murmured, I also want to spend my life with my aunt. I like my aunt too. Upon returning home, Lu Meijun, with her slender and fragile form, gritted her teeth and carried the provisions inside. Just then, Zhang Qiao happened to pass by and, upon seeing Lu Meijun's haul, her mind began to race with ideas. Just as she prepared to approach, Song Yu promptly shut the courtyard gate and sweetly declared, Thank you, Aunt Zhang, but we don't need any help. Zhang Qiao was taken aback, only to witness Song Yu carrying the supplies into the house, disappearing from sight. This troublesome child, just like her father, is so unlikable. Zhang Qiao huffed as she left in irritation. After half an hour of bustling about, Lu Meijun, though fatigued, felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She had a home in the city, a job, and was experiencing her first spring festival in the urban environment. Her neighbors were pleasant. And although each day was exhausting, it was far more reassuring than the days spent in the countryside. Song Yu, panting from the exertion, spotted Zhang Xiaoting sitting in the yard, panting like a little dog to cool off. Just as she contemplated fetching some soda to reward her, Lu Meijun emerged from the yard. Offering her 50 cents, Lu Meijun gently spoke. Xiao Yu, could you go to the grocery store and buy 3 bottles of orange soda? Keep the rest for yourself, and don't tell your father. Song Yu stared blankly at the money in her hand, a peculiar warmth stirring within her heart. Lu Meijun continued softly, I knitted you a sweater, try it on when you return. Song Yu, gazing foolishly at Lu Meijun, replied with a tender tone. Sister, Dad gave me some pocket money. Lu Meijun smiled, saying, Then you should keep it. Save a bit for your everyday expenses. Without waiting for Song Yu to respond further, she gestured to Zhang shouting, Go with Xiao Yu to buy the soda. Zhang Xiaoting sprang up joyfully, rushing over to take Song Yu's hand, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, let us go. Watching the 2 children dash out of the yard, Lu Meijun returned to her room to retrieve a small bamboo basket filled with sewing supplies. As she reminisced about Yin Zhu's figure, her nimble fingers began to knit, a gentle smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, as Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting exited the alley, they spotted Song Liang conversing with a man in the neighboring street. The man wore a gloomy expression, silent as Song Liang pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Upon noticing the 2 children, Song Liang said nothing further, patting the man's shoulder before turning to walk toward his own alley. Where are you 2 headed? Song Liang inquired. Zhang Xiaoting replied excitedly. Aunt asked me to go with Xiao Yu to buy soda. Song Liang chuckled and lifted Zhang Xiaoting effortlessly, cradling her with one arm. Let us go. Uncle will take you to buy soda. Zhang Xiaoting gleefully wrapped her arms around Song Liang's neck, gazing ahead. Song Yu walked alongside them. And as they passed the neighboring alley, she noticed the man opening the envelope in his hand and extracting 50 yuan. His eyes reflected neither joy at receiving the money nor gratitude. Instead, they were filled with a gloomy reluctance as he hesitated before finally retreating into the alley. Song Liang's voice drifted back. That's the older brother of Fu Qiumin, the one I mentioned to you last time. Song Yu understood. Chapter 29. The 3 siblings of the Su family. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Song Liang arrived at Song Yu's room. After securely closing the doors and windows, Song Yu handed over a notebook to him. Within its pages were listed items available for sale, each with a designated price. Each item has a uniform price. Do not take advantage of the inexperienced, Song Yu instructed. Song Liang inquired, why maintain a uniform price? Song Yu replied, it simplifies accounting. You must ensure that he provides receipts for all sold goods during your reconciliations. If any are missing, our collaboration will cease. Song Liang fell silent as he opened the notebook. Food items, no receipts. Flour, 0, for yuan per gene. Pork, 1, 2 yuan per gene. Salt, 0, 2 yuan per gene. Soy sauce, 0, 21 yuan per gene. Brown sugar, 0, 8 yuan per gene. Daily necessities. Matches, 0, 0.5 yuan per box. Soap, 0, 19 yuan per bar. Pencils, 0, 0.5 yuan each. Exercise books, 0, 0.7 yuan each. As Song Liang diligently flipped through the pages, he felt a pang of regret for the time spent gathering information over the past half-month. These prices seemed exceedingly low. In a hushed tone, Song Yu explained, items like milk powder and alcohol may be valuable, but they attract too much attention. We only need to sell inexpensive trinkets. Little by little, it will accumulate. With a sigh, Song Liang lamented, the profit margins on these items are so slim. They barely cover my rent. Song Yu shook his head. That is not how one should calculate. The purchasing power differs. Once we reach a point where property can be freely traded, a single house will recuperate our investments. Nodding thoughtfully, Song Liang pondered before asking, so when do we commence? Song Yu countered, you know where he resides, correct? Yes, Song Liang replied. It's a small warehouse adjacent to Inha, rather desolate and rarely frequented. Song Yu cautioned, whose warehouse is it? It belongs to the mechanical factory. It houses some damaged machinery parts. Generally, no one goes there. Even if someone does, it's typically the inventory personnel from the factory who only check during the day and do not return at night. Rest assured, with the approach of the Spring Festival, no one will be inventorying. Everyone is on holiday. Song Yu nodded. Then tomorrow during the day, you shall take me to deliver the goods. Afterward, you can explain the situation to him. The two continued to discuss the details, with Song Yu primarily speaking while Song Liang listened. That night, they both retired late. Song Yu lay in bed, hearing Song Liang tossing and turning just a wall away. The following morning, after devouring 2 large bowls of noodles under Lu Meijuan's puzzled gaze, Song Liang departed with Song Yu. Upon reaching the mechanical factory's warehouse, Song Yu's first impression was one of reliability. Although the place was cool, it was adequately ventilated. The 3 connected warehouses each had openings where doors were missing. And most notably, the innermost warehouse bore a notice announcing rental availability. Song Yu recalled that the policy permitting enterprises and individuals to utilize state-owned land for a fee was only enacted in 1980. It was surprising that the mechanical factory had ventured into this a year earlier. Noticing Song Yu's flickering gaze, Song Liang inquired, what do you think? Song Yu nodded and inquired if his partner resided there at night. Song Liang affirmed, stating that he set up his stall during the day and returned at night. The two ventured into the innermost warehouse, where they discovered a straw mat in the corner, accompanied by various mundane items evidently used for his sales. After a cursory glance at the assortment of goods, which were quite eclectic, Song Yu instructed, I will place the goods here. You should seek out that individual to explain the situation. I will handle the goods and depart on my own. Find a time to contact the machinery factory to see if we can rent this warehouse. Song Liang nodded and promptly exited. Song Yu then extracted a small portion of the prepared items from his storage space. Though limited in quantity, the variety was commendable, featuring an array of foodstuffs and daily necessities. After meticulously ensuring there were no anachronistic items or packaging, he hastened his departure. On his way home, Song Yu passed by a grain store, where he noticed a long queue had formed outside, likely due to everyone wanting to stock up on food before the Spring Festival. Those buying meat can go in. The meat is sold out. How is it sold out again? Can't you provide a bit more? We stood in line for half an hour, and you simply declare it's gone? It's clear that these folks notified their families early and bought all the meat first. Hey, how can you speak like that? You must take responsibility for your words. Listening to the growing commotion, Song Yu began to comprehend Lu Meijuan's excitement upon moving in and presenting such an abundance of meat. Each household had a monthly meat quota of merely 2 taels, and even combining 2 families in the courtyard amounted to only 8 taels. 8 taels of meat per month. It seemed prudent to be discreet when indulging in meat, perhaps enjoying it behind closed doors. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Song Yu spotted Zhang Qiao's 3 children nearby. The eldest, Su Hui, clutched 2 glass bottles, while her sister Su Qing held a handful of bottle caps, and the youngest brother, Su Qiao, naively trailed behind his sisters. Observing this scene, Song Yu surmised that Zhang Qiao had sent the children out to collect bottles. Upon noticing Song Yu, Su Hui and Su Qing exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with discomfort. They too had their pride. Su Qiao, oblivious to his sister's feelings, joyfully approached Song Yu, exclaiming, Brother Song Yu, are you going out to play? Feeling a pang of sympathy for the little one, Song Yu gently shook his head and replied, I am going to buy sweet bean cakes. Come along. I'll treat you. Su Qiao, thrilled, grabbed hold of Song Yu's clothing and, after feeling the soft fabric, innocently asked, Brother Song Yu, your clothes are so beautiful. The cotton garment was knitted by Lu Meijuan, while he and Song Liang wore blue, and Zhang Shouting donned yellow. Su Hui and Su Qing, holding their beer bottles, hesitated, debating whether to join him. Song Yu smiled and said, Sister Su Hui, I have gathered many glass bottles at home. After we enjoy the sweet bean cakes, we can return together. and I will give you some. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hui nodded, and the sisters followed suit. The small group settled on the steps of a corner in their living area, each child with a bottle of soda and 2 pieces of cake. Su Qing and Su Qiao relished their treats, while Su Hui refrained from eating, selflessly dividing her 2 pieces between her younger siblings. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yu refrained from further commentary and shifted the topic, inquiring, "Sister Su Hui, what do you intend to do with these empty bottles?" Su Hui replied, "They will be taken to the recycling station for sale. Each empty bottle fetches 2 cents, while 2 bottle caps are worth 1 cent. Before Song Yu could continue, Su Qiao timidly interjected, "Mom asked us to spend our break collecting empty bottles to sell. She said there isn't enough money for food at home, and we must bring back the money from the sales. Otherwise, we won't have enough to eat." Su Qiao. Hearing these words from Su Qiao, Su Hui scolded her younger brother with a stern expression, urging him to keep quiet. Chapter 30. Profiteering. Returning to the courtyard, Song Yu picked up 1/3 of the empty bottles piled in the yard and handed them to Su Hui. The trio of siblings received them, producing a crisp, clinking sound. Su Hui gazed at the remaining 2/3 of the bottles in the corner, her expression a mix of envy and confusion. Song Yu then remarked, "You should only sell these today. Wait a few days before selling more." Su Qing and Su Qiao were puzzled, yet the astute Su Hui immediately grasped the implication. Nodding emphatically, her eyes sparkling with understanding. At that moment, Lu Meijun and Zhang Xiaoting emerged from the house, and Su Hui felt a sudden sense of shyness upon seeing Lu Meijun. In her mind, those empty bottles were meant for sale, a resource to be managed by adults. Now, with Song Yu's unilateral gift, she feared Lu Meijun might reclaim them or regard her family with disapproving eyes. "Lu, Aunt Lu," Su Hui murmured anxiously. Lu Meijun smiled upon seeing the 3 children, while Zhang Xiaoting bounded over, tugging at Su Qing and Su Hui's clothes, asking, "Sister Su Hui, Sister Su Qing, are you here to play with me?" Su Hui and Su Qing were inexplicably drawn into the courtyard. Lu Meijun gestured for the children to wait a moment, then entered the house to bring out a small plate of rice crisps. "Here, have some rice crisps. I've sprinkled a bit of chili powder on them. If you can't handle spicy food, don't eat too much. Auntie is going out to buy some vinegar. You can play at home in the meantime." As Lu Meijun departed, Su Hui turned her gaze toward the snacks on the bamboo table, her feelings of envy difficult to articulate. Su Qing and Su Qiao looked to Su Hui, waiting for their sister's approval before indulging in treats from another household. Zhang Xiaoting, however, wasted no time, starting to distribute the snacks among the group. The 5 children played and laughed in the courtyard. Specifically, Su Qing, Su Qiao, and Zhang Xiaoting were in high spirits, while Song Yu and Su Hui observed from the side. Noticing that she was 5 years older than Song Yu, Su Hui quietly asked, "Song Yu, won't your father scold you for selling the empty bottles at home?" Song Yu shook his head, replying, "No. My dad previously mentioned that there were too many empty bottles piling up at home and asked me to take care of them during the break." Su Hui continued, "Does your father give you pocket money regularly?" Song Yu was unsure how to respond, as most of the family's money was in his possession. Ultimately, he nodded affirmatively, eliciting a look of envy from Su Hui. "Song Yu, if you don't want your family's empty bottles in the future, could you possibly give them all to me?" Song Yu agreed, as he deemed the meager profits from selling those bottles insignificant. Su Hui, her face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you. In return, if you ever struggle with your homework, I will help you." After a delightful afternoon, the 3 sisters finally departed, leaving Zhang Xiaoting exhausted, her face flushed and her forehead glistening with perspiration. Su Qiao had spent the entire afternoon anchoring the rubber band in place, while Zhang Xiaoting and Su Qing took turns jumping rope. These 2 little girls managed to consume 6 bottles of orange soda from Song Yu within just a few hours. Su Hui led her younger siblings to the recycling station, reminding them along the way, "Make sure you don't mention that the empty bottles came from Song Yu's house, understood?" Su Qiao, puzzled, inquired why not. Su Hui replied, "If you want to visit Song Yu's house again next time, you must keep it to yourselves." Su Qiao quickly covered her mouth with her hands, while Song Zhuo assured that he would keep quiet. Su Qing then chimed in, "Sister, I want to go to Song Yu's house again tomorrow." Su Hui shook her head. "Tomorrow, Mom wants us to go to Uncle's house to fetch some supplies." Su Qing grimaced, "I don't want to go to Uncle's house, and always scolds us for being a burden." Su Hui clenched her fists with a stern expression. "I'll go by myself tomorrow. You take your brother and go play. I'll give you half of the money we make from selling the empty bottles. But don't mention it to Mom when we get home." Su Qing nodded vigorously. During dinner, Lu Meijun brought Song Yu back to her home, where the aroma of 2 plates of meat buns filled the air. "Where's your father?" Lu Meijun asked. Song Yu shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Lu Meijun suggested they eat first. After more than half an hour, as the sky outside darkened completely, Song Liang finally returned leisurely. Song Yu noticed the excitement radiating from him as he exchanged knowing glances with her. He sat down and immediately began devouring a large meat bun. "Where have you been all day? You left little Yu alone at home?" Lu Meijun inquired, seeking an explanation. Song Liang raised an eyebrow, understanding her unspoken concern, and quietly replied, "Sorry, I'll make sure to inform you before I go out next time." Lu Meijun lowered her head in silence, secretly pleased. Song Yu looked at the two, feeling utterly bemused. Was that it? Were they avoiding the question? When asked where he had been, he responded with a promise to communicate in the future. "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" "Anything's fine. How about dumplings?" "Sounds good." Listening to their exchange, perhaps due to the excess soda consumed that afternoon, Song Yu felt a bit full and excused herself, heading back to her room. Seeing her leave, Song Liang hastily finished the last 2 buns and claimed he was also full, following Song Yu back to her room. Once the door was closed and locked, Song Liang could hardly contain his excitement. The sales today were phenomenal. Song Yu paused, surprised, and countered, "Did you go along to sell the goods?" Song Liang shook his head. "No, but I went to the black market to observe." In just one day, Fu Qiumin managed to sell 1/3 of his stock. If it weren't so late and he wasn't worried about being followed, he probably could have sold half. He added, "By the way, Fu Qiumin asked if he could get more goods from us. He has a few friends returning to the city who are looking for work and want to sell alongside him." Song Yu did not agree immediately. "Let's sell this batch first and settle the money before we decide." Song Liang, grinning, pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "The goods sold today have already been divided. After deducting our agreed-upon principal, the remaining will be split 50-50. 1/3 of the goods, ostensibly priced at 24 yuan per person, amount to a substantial sum when considering the remaining so-called procurement capital." Upon placing the stack of cash on the table, Song Yu's astonishment was palpable as he calculated the total, 278 yuan. For merely 1/3 of the goods, this sum was staggering. Selling the entire batch would yield no less than 750 yuan. The procurement cost of this batch was just over 3,000 yuan. And aside from the relatively expensive pork and rice, the other items such as salt, brown sugar, and exercise books were trifling in value. Moreover, the purchasing power on both sides was utterly incomparable. Was such exorbitant profit truly possible? Even Song Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Song Liang, brimming with excitement, urged, "What do you think? Consider expanding and achieving greater success." Yet, Song Yu subdued his inner greed, shaking his head resolutely. "Let us first sell this batch before contemplating further endeavors." As Song Liang prepared to continue his persuasion, a sudden knock at the door interrupted, followed by a feminine voice calling, "Is Mr. Song home?" Song Liang opened the window to investigate and found Wu Qi from the accounting department alongside her husband, Yao Hong, standing outside the courtyard, while a rambunctious child precariously climbed the wall, nearly losing his footing several times. Chapter 31. Matters of the Wu family. Inside the house were 3 individuals, while 3 others lingered outside. Song Liang, Yao Hong, and Wu Qi exchanged pleasantries in the room, while Song Yu entertained Zhang Xiaoding and Yao Chun in the yard. "Yao Gu, Wu Jia, what brings you here today?" Yao Hong placed 2 ceramic jars on the table, and Wu Qi smiled, saying, "This honey was exchanged by Lao Yao during his recent trip to the countryside. We brought it for you to sample." Song Liang, without excessive formality, graciously accepted the offering. He was acutely aware that their visit must be motivated by a specific request. Traditionally, one should refrain from accepting gifts without knowing the purpose of the visit. Yet the reputation of Wu Qi and Yao Hong at the factory was well known, and even Song Liang, though new to the cotton spinning mill, had heard favorable remarks about them. Overall, the 2 before him appeared quite straightforward. Upon seeing Song Liang accept the honey, Yao Chun breathed a sigh of relief and began to speak. "Mr. Song, a few days ago." Before Yao Hong could finish, Song Liang interjected with a smile, "Yao Gu, there's no need for formalities. Just call me by my name, as my friends do." Hearing this, Yao Hong's expression brightened. Aware of her husband's lack of eloquence, Wu Qi decided to be direct. "Xiao Song, I 1T beat around the bush. I have something important to discuss." Nodding, Song Liang encouraged her, "Please, go ahead, Wu Jia." Wu Qi explained, "We have a relative, a woman, who recently ran away to Suzhou seeking refuge with me. The situation was intricate. Wu Qi's younger sister had previously gone to the countryside as a youth worker, but had become romantically involved with a local man, ultimately becoming pregnant. Last month, Wu Qi's sister had secretly fled to Jiangsu with her child, pleading for Wu Qi to take her in, unwilling to return to her former life. Shocked by the revelation, Wu Qi reprimanded her sister to the point of tears, only to learn that the two had been intoxicated during an encounter that led to their current predicament. The woman initially sought to win the man's favor, hoping he would support her when the time came for their relationship to deepen. However, after indulging in too much alcohol, she found herself entangled in unforeseen complications. Wu Qi's sister intended to keep this incident a secret, but 2 months later, she discovered she was pregnant. In this era, becoming pregnant out of wedlock would invite harsh judgment and scorn. Unable to bear the situation any longer, she sought help from the man, only to find him even more terrified and unwilling to take responsibility. With no other options, she had to reveal her predicament, and since life in the countryside became untenable, she decided to escape to Suzhou to seek refuge with her elder sister. Now, 2 paths lay before her. One was to return to the countryside, marry a man there, and never return to the city. The other was to find a man in the city, marry him, and secure a place on his household registration, allowing her to raise her child in the city. As Song Liang listened, unease crept in, and he wondered if he was being considered as a potential suitor for the sister. After Wu Qi expressed her concerns, she noticed Song Liang's awkward expression and quickly clarified. Xiaosong, please do not misunderstand. We are not here to act as matchmakers. I would never stoop so low. Upon hearing this, Song Liang sighed with relief. Sister Wu, please, you must speak plainly. My heart is racing. Wu Qi exchanged a glance with Yao Hong before she said, I would like you to keep an eye out for any men nearby who might accept my sister. Although it sounded unseemly, it was the best solution they could devise. Even if the man were ill or incapacitated, it sufficed as long as he had a home to facilitate the household registration. Song Liang found the situation somewhat amusing. Sister Wu, why have you suddenly sought me out? Yao Hong replied with a hint of resignation. The house we received is quite far from the cotton mill, surrounded mainly by workers from the sugar and fermented bean curd factories. Most importantly, the men in our vicinity are already married. Wu Qi nodded, affirming, furthermore, I believe Xiaosong can be discreet. Song Liang was puzzled by their confidence in him. Yao Hong explained, I am on good terms with Old Li from the cafeteria. Not long ago, I ran into him at the state-run market, and he mentioned that his wife's baby formula was procured through your assistance. Wu Qi quickly added, Old Li has a solid relationship with our family. He trusts us. Xiaosong, please do not overthink this. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. No. A few cans of baby formula are not a big deal. Yao Hong continued, you have managed to procure pork for the factory and helped Old Li with baby formula. So we believe you are dependable. Song Liang chuckled wryly. Yao Gu, please do not elevate me. I am truly incapable of handling such matters. A man like me acting as a matchmaker seems utterly implausible. Regardless, Song Liang was determined to distance himself from this situation. If he inadvertently facilitated a successful union, he would be content. However, if it led to daily quarrels, he would find himself in a thankless predicament. Wu Qi sighed. I am aware that this is not a respectable undertaking. Only Old Li and you, Xiaosong, know of this matter within the cotton mill. We are merely trying to salvage the situation. Song Liang interjected, firmly yet gently declining. Rest assured, I will not breathe a word of this to anyone. The essence of the matter was to assure the two that this affair would remain confidential, without any attempts to introduce it to others. Yao Hong exchanged a resigned glance with Song Liang, both sharing a bittersweet smile. He was merely the brother-in-law of the party involved, and in terms of relations, there was a certain distance. It was his wife who was truly burdened by this situation, with his younger sister embroiled in such a scandal. The upcoming spring festival would not be a joyful occasion. As they prepared to leave, under the pained gaze of Lu Meijun, Song Liang handed a piece of tenderloin to Wu Qi. Sister Wu, please take this meat home for your sister to nourish her. I have my means to acquire such provisions, so do not hesitate to accept it. In Lu Meijun's presence, Song Liang chose not to elaborate further, mindful not to seem unhelpful while accepting 2 jars of honey in return. Wu Qi did not refuse. Her thoughts were elsewhere. After offering a smile to Song Liang, she seized the nearly worn-out pants of Yao Chun, giving a firm pat to brush off the dust from his backside. After receiving the tenderloin, Yao Hong sighed and nodded at Song Liang. saying nothing as the three departed the courtyard. As they left, Yao Chen innocently inquired of Wu Qi mom, "May we visit Uncle Song's house again next time?" Just then, Zhang Xiao happened to pass by, and, upon spotting Yao Hong and Wu Qi, paused for a moment. Then noticed the oil paper in their hands, a surge of indignation rising within her. They won't even spare a meal for their neighbors, yet are so generous to outsiders. Intellectuals. Bah. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Auntie, I want cream cookies." Lu Meijun replied, "Didn't you just have some?" But Yao Chen ate all the cookies that Uncle Song gave me. If you want more, ask your Uncle Song. The cookies were his gift. Uncle Song. Chapter 32. Black and white television. In the days leading up to the Spring Festival, Song Liang was hardly at home. Each morning, after breakfast, he would vanish without a trace, and despite Lu Meijun's several attempts to inquire, the only response was that he was earning money. He had previously promised to inform her before leaving, yet his assurances seemed to carry no weight. This left Lu Meijun feeling quite anxious. Her days at home were spent either weaving sweaters out of boredom or tidying up, while neighbors occasionally visited, their conversations often laced with barbs. Lu Meijun understood that their discontent stemmed from her seemingly prosperous life, but she chose not to dwell on it. It was only natural, for in this era, most families subsisted on little more than lunch and dinner, breakfast often consisting of a mere bun or steamed bread. Only those with affluent circumstances could afford a more substantial morning meal. As neighbors passed by each morning, they would witness two households breakfasting together in the same room, which inevitably stirred feelings of imbalance within them, were it not for Song Liang's amiable nature and his position as a cadre at the factory. Their remarks might have been far more scathing. Meanwhile, during the holiday, Song Yu found himself equally bored, his 30-something soul unenthused by the antics of young children. Reluctantly, he sought his own amusements, whether by locking himself in his room to watch films on his tablet or by perusing the various books of this era. He recalled that in this time, there were three notable books: The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, Militia Training Manual, and Friend of Dual-Use Talents. After an extensive search, Song Yu was unable to find what he was looking for, likely because it had not yet been published. Each day, the first task for Zhang Xiaoting upon waking was to trouble Song Yu. Despite her usual reluctance to move, she always managed to bring forth new amusements whenever she sought him out. Paper airplanes, spinning pencils, books twirled on her fingers, and even magic tricks. Song Yu had an uncanny ability to conjure small trinkets out of thin air, leaving Zhang Xiaoting in a state of delightful astonishment each time. As for Song Liang, he was exceedingly busy in the lead-up to the Spring Festival, yet Song Yu assisted by delivering goods. On the first occasion, they officially made a profit of 51 yuan, although the actual earnings amounted to 793 yuan. The second time, they declared a profit of 72 yuan, while the true gain was 1,120 yuan. The third endeavor yielded a reported profit of 131 yuan, but the real earnings reached 1,952 yuan. Altogether, this added up to a remarkable 4,119 yuan, which caused Song Yu to feel a pang of astonishment. He resolved that once the next batch of goods was sold, he would undoubtedly take a much-needed break. Despite the seemingly easy money, if it weren't for Song Liang's ability to make convenient returns and wholesale transactions, accumulating such a sum would take at least half a year. On this particular afternoon, feeling bored at home, Song Yu occupied himself with a wood file. Having recently developed a fascination for woodworking, his room was adorned with two finely crafted wooden knives. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from the direction of the alley. Choosing to ignore it, he knew that as the leader of the children, stepping out to witness the spectacle would likely result in being encircled. However, as the noise grew closer, he sensed something was amiss. The ruckus seemed to be approaching his courtyard. Peeking through the curtains, he saw 5 neighbors gathered around Song Liang, engaged in animated conversation, while Song Liang feigned a polite smile and chatted with the group. 2 workers were hauling a box into the house. Curious, Song Yu opened the door to investigate and discovered a cardboard box emblazoned with the image of a television. Lu Meijun also emerged, clearly having heard the commotion. "Mr. Song, you are quite impressive. You've just moved in and already bought a television? I've heard they cost around 500 yuan. You're being rather extravagant, aren't you? With a bicycle and now a television, are you planning to marry soon? Where did this money come from? Can you help us get one too?" A swarm of children rushed in, oblivious to the adults' discourse. They were only concerned about the new television, which meant they could come here to watch shows in the future. Lu Meijun, equally captivated by the sight of the television, wore an envious expression. Noticing Song Yu beside her, Lu Meijun inquired, "Little Yu, where did your father get the money?" Without hesitation, Song Yu replied, "Dad said the factory rewarded him handsomely. It seems it was for helping the factory purchase pigs." This was a story they had previously concocted. At that moment, the two workers brought out the television and turned to Song Liang, who had just entered, asking, "Where should we place it?" Song Liang pointed to the top of a low wooden cabinet. "Just set it there. By the way, when can the antenna be installed?" The workers responded, "We can install it shortly. Just show us a spot, preferably in a corner for easier wiring." As Song Liang led the workers outside, three children huddled closely around the television, their faces alight with envy and excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yu felt it necessary to discern the connections of the black and white television. He planned to disconnect the cables during the evening when it was not in use, thereby preventing any disturbances from neighbors encroaching upon his rest. Meanwhile, Lu Meijun inexplicably sensed the hostility emanating from the neighborhood, and upon realizing the situation, she hastily returned to her own home, opting to remain indoors. Zhang Xiao and another woman did not leave. Instead, they lingered in Song Yu's residence, surveying their surroundings. Each exquisite item caught their eye, causing their expressions to light up with envy upon glimpsing the household furnishings. Song Yu, apprehensive about their potential misappropriation of his belongings, chose to stay, unwilling to be taken advantage of, regardless of the item's worth. Perhaps the two women harbored ulterior motives, as they frowned and inquired of the steadfast Song Yu, "Xiao Yu, why aren't you joining the other children in play?" Song Yu shook his head, gesturing toward the uncollected test papers on the table, and replied in a soft voice, "I must complete my homework." Zhang Xiao coaxed, "Go play. Homework can be done at any time." Yet Song Yu remained resolute in his decision to stay indoors. Zhang Xiao frowned and reprimanded, "Child, why do you not heed the words of adults?" To which Song Yu retorted, "Aunt Zhang, this is my home. Why should you compel me to go outside?" At this, both women's expressions darkened, casting disdainful glances at Song Yu before muttering curses and departing. At that moment, Zhang shouting entered the room, running to Song Yu's side with a pout, saying, "Song Yu, Auntie said she would prepare dinner in advance, and you should invite Uncle Song to dine with you." She added that Auntie instructed her to convey this message discreetly, ensuring no one else overheard. Initially, Song Yu did not grasp the implication, but upon observing the increasing crowd of neighbors outside, he quickly realized Lu Meijun was attempting to avoid scrutiny. It was evident that many visitors would come to witness the spectacle that evening, and Lu Meijun preferred to fabricate an excuse to remain home. If one cannot confront them, they may as well evade them. Song Yu nodded, "Tell Meijun's sister that I understand. You can come over to play after dinner." Zhang shouting immediately brightened up, eager to watch television as well. Chapter 33. Speak with me to deter any further unwelcome visitors. Song Yu resolved to remain in the living room, perusing the newspaper. A pair of scissors lay beside him. Whenever he encountered intriguing articles or news with foresight regarding the future, he would meticulously cut them out and affix them in a blank notebook for safekeeping. Once the commotion outside subsided, Song Liang, visibly fatigued, entered the room. Upon seeing Song Yu seated obediently, he inquired with curiosity, "What brings you to my domain?" With a sigh, Song Yu explained, "To avoid certain opportunistic neighbors." Song Liang reflected, "I now truly comprehend the fascination people have with new inventions in this era. Just a black and white television, and yet people flock to it like moths to a flame. You wouldn't believe it. Someone just asked me if they could gather here every evening under the guise of fostering good neighborly relations. I am utterly astonished." Song Yu chuckled and countered, "And how did you respond?" Song Liang replied, "Of course, I pushed back. Just because I am generally affable does not mean I am a fool to be taken advantage of." Upon finishing, he extracted a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Song Yu, saying, "This is the revenue from the recent sales, totaling 1,930 yuan. I kept 430 to purchase this monochrome item, so here is 1,500. Song Yu remarked, "Do not sell it before the Spring Festival. Take a break." Song Liang nodded in agreement. "I have no objections, but I am uncertain about how Chiu Min feels. Every time he sees me, he looks as if he wishes to kiss me forcefully. His gaze is quite intense. He rises at 6 every morning to scour the black market and does not return home until 7 in the evening, only taking a single meal in between. His vigor surpasses even that of the cattle and horses back in our village." Song Yu chuckled, "You are quite mistaken. There are far more robust cattle and horses where I come from. After this, he inquired again. Did he say anything when he gave you the money? Song Liang shook his head. No, he assumed it was the money for goods. He is quite astute and can discern the difference between a hearty meal and a banquet. Song Yu replied, that's fine, as long as he is not excessively greedy. In the future, when we earn money, we can include him, making things easier for us. He then informed that dinner would be served earlier that night and conveyed Lu Meijuan's feelings to Song Liang. The latter fell silent, and Song Yu tidied up the newspaper and notebook before returning to his room. In the afternoon, at 6 o'clock, both families gathered in the courtyard for dinner. Song Liang noticed only a plate of small fried meat, while the rest of the dishes consisted of vegetables like radishes and cabbages, with the staple being white steamed buns. He inquired if Lu Meijuan's family had run out of meat. Perhaps due to the noisy afternoon or for some other reason, Lu Meijuan appeared slightly fatigued. Yes, I wish to save it for the new year, she replied, clearly evading the question. Having been neighbors for so long, Song Liang instantly sensed that Lu Meijuan was troubled. What's wrong? Did something happen? Please tell me. Lu Meijuan, almost as if possessed, suddenly exclaimed, I am not yours to confide in. What use would it be to tell you? As her words fell, both Song Yu and Song Liang halted their utensils, looking up in astonishment at Lu Meijuan, whose cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. Zhang Shouting looked around in confusion, wondering why everyone had stopped in the middle of their meal. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, leaving Song Liang unsure how to respond. Song Yu, sensing the tension, immediately spoke up, Sister Meijun, did Dad do something wrong to upset you? Lu Meijun had already cast aside her frustrations and quickly shook her head, explaining, no, I misspoke just now, please don't take it to heart. Song Yu replied with an innocent curiosity, Dad always says that Sister Meijun is an important person and that I should treat her well and never anger her. Yet, now Dad seems to have upset her, and Sister, you are still cooking for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Meijuan's heart raced, leaving her devoid of the courage to look up again. Song Liang stared blankly at his son, wondering if such words should be uttered so casually. Shouldn't there be some preparation beforehand? Just as the atmosphere calmed, his son unleashed a bold statement. Nonetheless, at this moment, no matter how bewildered Song Liang felt, as a man, retreat was not an option. Since the girl had initiated the conversation, he could not back down. In the future, if you feel unhappy or encounter difficulties, you can talk to me. In the courtyard, the only sounds resonating were those of Zhang Shouting savoring her food, while Song Yu and Song Liang remained silent, both awaiting Lu Meijuan's response. A soft, low murmur emerged, and Song Yu felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, relieved that his brother had found someone here. Just as his thoughts began to coalesce, a familiar voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. Song Yu. This voice shattered the previously ambiguous atmosphere, causing everyone to turn and discover the three Su siblings standing at the entrance, with Su Hui having spoken. Lu Meijun, resembling someone fleeing a crime scene, hastily rose to open the door. Song Yu sighed inwardly, lamenting the interruption. Lu Meijun gently inquired, come in, are you here to play with Song Yu? Just as Su Qing and Su Qiao were about to enter, Su Hui yanked them back. Aunt Meijun, I didn't know you were eating. We'll come back later. Song Yu interjected, it's all right, come in. What brings you here? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Su Hui finally took her younger siblings by the hand and entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the bamboo table laden with fluffy white steamed buns and various dishes, including a plate of crispy meat, all three sisters could not help but swallow hard. Su Hui declared, I came to borrow a compass from Song Yu. Only Song Yu in the entire alley possessed a compass, which Su Hui needed for her second-year math problems. Song Yu gestured for her to wait a moment and returned to his room to retrieve his compass, offering it to her. Song Liang boisterously stated, you three haven't eaten yet, have you? Before Su Hui could respond, Su Qing and Su Qiao shook their heads vigorously. Sit down and eat with us, Song Liang insisted. Su Hui pulled her siblings back. No need, Uncle Song. Mom and Dad are cooking dinner tonight. Song Liang replied, your mother mentioned going to the temple to pray and wouldn't be back so early. Your father is probably still at the bike shed. Just sit down and eat. And tell your parents when you get home. Song Yu promptly fetched 3 small stools from inside. Su Hui remained hesitant, but Zhang Shouting approached and tugged at her sleeve, urging her towards the bamboo table. Whatever Song Yu did, she followed suit. As he moved the stools, she encouraged everyone to sit. Su Hui expressed her gratitude. Su Qing appeared somewhat shy, while Su Qiao fixated intently on the crispy meat on the table. By 5 o'clock, The dishes on the bamboo table had been entirely devoured. Lu Meijun secretly marveled that since moving in, this was the first time she didn't need to pack up leftovers, nor had she ever washed such easy-to-clean dishes. Amid her reflections, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the three children. As the saying goes, a growing boy can impoverish his father. Although Su Qiao was still young, with two older sisters at home, it seemed unlikely the three siblings ever had a meal that truly filled them. Chapter 34. The room's environment. After Lu Meijun finished tidying up, she sat on the bed knitting a sweater. When Song Liang entered and beheld this scene, he asked, "Would you like to come over tonight to watch television?" Lu Meijun shook her head. "No, you all enjoy yourselves. I'm at home, knitting another sweater for you and Xiaoyu. If I go over, they will surely speak of frivolities, and I don't want shouting to hear." Song Liang chuckled. "If you really don't wish to see them, I can keep them from coming in." Lu Meijun shook her head. "We are all neighbors. Let us not create such a rift in our relationships." Song Liang extracted 10 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Lu Meijun looked up, her expression one of confusion. "What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed upon earlier? You would give me 3 yuan for each sweater. And I made 2 for you and Song Yu. The remaining 6 yuan should be kept with you for now." Lu Meijun picked up the money and begrudgingly shoved it back into Song Liang's hands. "You didn't take any money from me for the repairs to the walls. And you also paid for the bathroom all by yourself. Take it back. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters." Upon hearing her last words, Song Liang smiled broadly, resembling a fool, and accepted the money without further protest. Lu Meijun sighed. "Did you see that? Su Hui is far too sensible." She sat there eating just a bun and some vegetables, refusing to touch any meat, giving it all to her younger siblings. Song Liang nodded. That little Su Qiao, only in 1st grade, managed to eat 3 plain buns in one go. Lu Meijun spoke gravely. "I wonder how Zhang Qiao and Su Xin managed to look after the children. I've seen those 3 kids outside collecting empty bottles to sell for money on several occasions. Zhang Qiao truly has no qualms, allowing such young children to engage in such activities, completely unconcerned about what others might say behind her back." After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang finally spoke softly. "They are all good children. It's just that their parents are excessively irresponsible." At 6 in the evening, Su Xin returned home to find his wife sitting idly in the living room, with no dinner prepared. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Aren't you cooking today?" Zhang Xiao pointed towards the kitchen. "You can cook yourself some noodles. I'm not eating. I'm too upset." Su Xin glanced at the 3 children nearby, heads bent over their homework, and inquired, "What happened?" Zhang Xiao replied angrily, "Your daughter took her younger siblings to Song Liang's house to scrounge for food, and they returned stuffed." Su Xin chuckled. "Isn't that splendid? A free meal allows us to conserve our supplies." Zhang Xiao shot a glare at her husband, even after scrounging. "She didn't bring anything back for her mother. Your son said they had meat for dinner." Su Xin retorted, "I worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, only to return home to take care of you all. Meanwhile, those 3 children are out indulging, leaving me to subsist on mere scraps." Su Hui interjected softly, "Mom, I went to borrow a compass from Song Yu, and Uncle Song insisted we stay for dinner. I didn't know in advance." Zhang Xiao snapped, "Why didn't you mention we had no food at home and ask them to bring something back for us?" Rising, she approached and seized the compass Su Hui had set aside, her anger boiling over. A compass, a compass. Without it, you cannot complete your homework, is that it? You couldn't ask your father to make you one. It's just a piece of scrap metal. What use is it?" With that, she slammed the compass down on the table. Su Hui quickly picked it up to inspect it, ensuring it was undamaged, and exclaimed, "Mom, that's someone else's property. Please don't break it." Zhang Xiao retorted fiercely, "What if I do? Can they call the police on me?" Su Hui felt powerless to express her anger towards her mother. Su Qing kept her head down in silence, while Su Qiao burst into tears. Su San hurriedly intervened. "These are all minor issues. Let us not lose our temper and allow the children to finish their homework first." He dared not speak harshly to his wife, for she was the sole employee of a state-owned factory, while he merely repaired bicycles in a makeshift stall. They had long grown accustomed to the routine quarrels of the Zhang family, who bickered every 3 days or so, escalating to significant disputes every 5 days. Initially, neighbors would intervene, but now they merely listened, entertained by the commotion. Su San remarked, "I'll go make myself a bowl of noodles. Have you eaten? Do you want me to prepare a bowl for you as well?" Zhang Qiao dismissed her husband's hand and replied in a low voice, "The Song family has bought a television. Everyone is going over to watch it tonight. I'll just grab a bite to eat there." Why waste our own food when I can eat at someone else's house? Susan sighed in resignation. Do as you wish. At 7 in the evening, guests began to arrive at the Song household, most of whom came empty-handed to partake in the festivities. Only 2 families brought small bags of peanuts. With the sudden influx of adults and children, it was fortunate that Song Liang had acquired ample furniture, or there would not have been enough seating. Several children bounced with excitement on Song Liang's bed, relishing its comfort and reluctant to leave for play. Song Liang, suppressing his emotions, forced a smile and engaged in small talk with the neighbors. The evening news broadcast, which had begun on January 1st of this year, captivated the audience. Even if they struggled to comprehend the specialized terminology, the sight of moving figures on the screen was novel and intriguing. What was the principle behind this television? How could it bring the moving images of individuals from miles away into this box? It was technology, something beyond their understanding. Of course, I don't understand. If I did, I would already be an engineer, exclaimed one child. This is fascinating. I've heard this television can show operas and cartoons. I want to watch cartoons. Song Yu, quietly reading in her room, locked the door and listened to the ruckus outside, feeling a sense of frustration for Song Liang. The television seemed less advantageous than its absence. Aside from boasting, it served little purpose. Suddenly, she heard a gentle knock at the window. Drawing back the curtain, she saw Zhang Shouting standing outside. Song Yu opened the window and inquired, "What's the matter, Shouting?" Zhang Shouting replied, "I want to come to your house to watch television." Song Yu asked, "Then why don't you come in?" Zhang Shouting pouted, "There are too many people at your house. My aunt told me not to go." Finding the noise bothersome herself, Song Yu suggested, "How about I take you to the bookstall to look at picture books?" Zhang Shouting eagerly nodded in agreement. As Song Yu locked the window and opened the door to leave, a woman from the neighboring alley happened to walk in. Catching a glimpse of Song Yu's room, she paused, her eyes widening with curiosity. "Xiao Yu, is this your room?" she asked, peeking in and seeming ready to enter for a closer look. Song Yu replied curtly, "Yes," and, disinterested in further conversation, closed and locked the door behind her, leaving the yard without regard for pleasantries. As a child, she felt no need to consider others' opinions. The woman, wide-eyed, entered the noisy room and asked Song Liang, who was munching on sunflower seeds, "Song, isn't Xiao Yu's room rather extravagant?" Song Liang, taken aback by the abruptness of her comment, replied, "What do you mean?" The woman continued, "Xiao Yu's room is even nicer than the factory manager's." Song Liang responded, "And so what? Woman, what is a child doing in such a fine room? You are spoiling Xiao Yu too much." Song Liang frowned, feeling exasperated. It was one thing to come here empty-handed, but to enter and start giving orders was beyond audacity. "Who do you think you are? Are you particularly close to the factory manager? How do you know what the rooms look like? Have you been there?" As soon as this was said, a cacophony of mocking laughter erupted in the living room. Chapter 35. The peculiar alley. Song Yu and Zhang Shouting, hand in hand, had just stepped out of the alley when hurried footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. "Get out of the way," a woman's voice rang out, and Song Yu turned to see it was the same person who had attempted to barge into her room earlier, now radiating fury. Song Yu quickly pulled Zhang Shouting closer. As the woman showed no signs of yielding, charging forward with a menacing demeanor. The woman had been insulted by Song Liang earlier, prompting her to leave in anger. And now, upon seeing Song Liang's son, she wore an even more displeased expression, glaring at him in frustration before storming away. Song Yu's expression darkened. If she hadn't been holding on to Shouting, the woman might have barreled right into them. It appeared that this woman was an employee of the steel mill, and given their limited interactions, Song Yu was puzzled as to how she had offended her. Not dwelling on the incident, Song Yu led Zhang Shouting to a bookstall situated 100 meters from the alley's entrance, where a group of children were engrossed in comic books. Zhang Shouting chose a comic, while Song Yu opted for a magazine. The stall offered only 3 types of magazines: Poetry Journal, Red Flag, and People's Literature. Song Yu selected the first issue of People's Literature from 1978. The contents were diverse, featuring novels, essays, poetry, and reportage, but it had since ceased publication, and she could not recall the exact year. All the children in the stall chose comic books, while Song Yu stood out, quietly reading in the corner alongside Zhang Shouting. Instead of making a fuss like the other kids, the stall owner, a frail old man, was bundled in a cotton coat at the entrance, shielding the children from the cold wind, holding a cup inscribed with "Outstanding Activist of the Cotton Spinning Factory," indicating he had family working there as well. Noticing the magazine Song Yu was reading, The old man's eyebrows raised in surprise. These publications were usually perused by factory leaders, and it was indeed a rarity for a child to show interest in them. Although curious, he refrained from commenting further, assuming it was a fleeting whim of the child, who would soon lose interest. However, as time passed, after Zhang Xiaoting finished 2 comic books and began yawning, Song Yu finally closed her magazine and softly asked, "Are you tired?" Zhang Xiaoting nodded obediently. "Then let us head home." With that, she picked up the magazine, which she had only partially read, and inquired of the old man at the door, "Grandpa, I would like to rent this magazine to take home." The old man smiled gently. "Child, do you understand this magazine?" Song Yu shook her head. "Not really." The old man queried, "Then why do you want to take it home?" Song Yu replied, "Precisely because I don't understand it. I wish to figure it out." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into hearty laughter and said, "All right. It's 1 penny per day. How long do you intend to borrow it? Also, which family do you belong to?" Song Yu pretentiously extracted 7 cents from his pocket and handed it to the old man, his voice sweet and childlike. "My father is Song Liang." The old man responded with an "Oh," clearly aware of who Song Liang was. "Very well. Remember to return it in 7 days. If you wish to repay it earlier, that is acceptable. I shall return your money then." As they stepped outside, they spotted Lu Meijun approaching briskly. Song Yu sweetly called out to Zhang Xiaoting, "Sister Meijun." The latter gently inquired, "Why did you two wander out without informing the adults?" Zhang Xiaoting replied, "Song Yu brought me to see the picture books." Song Yu added, "It was too noisy at home." Lu Meijun took each child by the hand, saying, "Do not venture out alone at night. Always inform the adults where you are going." Upon returning to the courtyard, Song Yu discovered that everyone had left the house. After unlocking the door and entering his room, he placed the magazine on the table. Song Liang entered with a sigh, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have been so ostentatious as to purchase this television." Song Yu chuckled, "You can loosen the antenna outside, and when you wish to watch something, just tighten it again. That way, if anyone comes over, you can claim the television has no signal." Song Liang, exasperated, said, "I truly do not understand. It is merely a black and white television. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over it?" Song Yu retorted, "Why not? Look at our alley. How many families own a television? Everyone else has dinner and goes to bed by 9 or 10. With this contraption, everyone would be eager to gather here every evening, and it would save us on electricity bills." Unable to bear it any longer, Song Liang stood up and declared, "I am going to loosen the antenna right now." With a playful tone, Song Yu teased, "You're spending money just to find trouble." In the days that followed, Song Liang refrained from visiting the black market, and Fu Qiumin returned to his sister-in-law's home to celebrate the new year. It was said that Wang Jia had been quite disdainful at first, but when Fu Qiumin handed over 10 yuan, he expressed that he was merely returning for the holiday to accompany his mother and would leave after the festivities. Wang Jia's expression immediately brightened, and that evening, they feasted on meat. The neighbors began to inquire about Fu Qiumin's business endeavors, wondering if he had found a better job. Fu Qiumin, not daring to speak the truth, evasively claimed he was working with a good boss at a construction site, helping to build houses. On New Year's Eve, Song Liang went early to the market to purchase a bottle of mitai, snacks, and clothing for Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting, and even bought a set for Lu Meijun. Though it was termed buying, in reality, Song Yu had discreetly taken it from his storage space. No shops would be open on such a festive day. Lu Meijun, while chiding him for frivolous spending, could not suppress the joy evident on her face. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, and Song Liang and Lu Meijun decided to dine at home, as they were unwilling to engage in empty pleasantries with the neighbors. Song Liang had come to realize that the so-called harmonious neighborhood could only exist if one was willing to let others take advantage. Otherwise, true harmony was unattainable. Despite Song Liang's status as an official and his usual friendly demeanor, he was still the subject of gossip behind his back. Lu Meijun faced even worse. She had been mocked to her face on 2 occasions, with remarks suggesting she was not even in a relationship and how fortunate she was to have been placed in the same courtyard as Song Liang. Otherwise, her life would likely be much more dismal. Song Liang had engaged in casual conversations with the residents of the neighboring alley and discovered that, although they occasionally quarreled, their interactions remained relatively harmonious. He felt extraordinarily fortunate, as his residence was situated in an exceptional enclave. Upon realizing this, Song Liang exhibited an uncharacteristic demeanor. Offering a smile that did not reach his eyes, he would engage in light banter with those who spoke kindly, while responding to those who spoke sharply with an air of indifference. In contrast, Song Yu remained oblivious to the adults' covert disputes, continuing to receive the adoration of the children in the alley. Today, Zhang's shouting was unusually exuberant, as this year marked her most joyous spring festival. Her aunt had brought forth an abundance of meat, and Uncle Song had gifted her snacks and new clothes. Song Yu even allowed her to sleep in his room during the day, occasionally regaling her with stories. Most importantly, Song Yu's household possessed a television. She could watch it whenever she wished, while Uncle Song was utterly unconcerned, his snores louder than the animated characters on the screen. Chapter 36. New Year's Eve Couplet. The fragrance of plum blossoms emanates from bitter cold. The willow catkins float with the warm breeze. Horizontal inscription, year after year. Peace and safety. This couplet belonged to Lu Meijuan's household, and at that moment, she stood outside the courtyard, observing as Song Liang assisted in affixing the couplet. Such tasks were typically reserved for family members, yet she did not refuse his offer, feeling a flicker of joy at his initiative. As for the willow catkins, I would say they resemble tattered silk instead. An untimely whisper drifted in from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this remark, Lu Meijuan's expression shifted, and both Song Yu and Song Liang turned their heads in unison. Although they could not discern the speaker, Song Yu astutely recognized the voice as belonging to Zhang Qiao. Lu Meijuan's countenance darkened, clearly aware of who had uttered the words. While Song Liang was engrossed in his task of pasting the couplet, he did not initially recognize the tone, only noting it was a woman's voice. He turned to Lu Meijun and inquired, "Who said that?" Lu Meijun forced a smile and shook her head, unwilling to divulge. "I don't know. It might be someone passing through from another alley." Su family's daughter-in-law. Zhang Qiao, Song Yu interjected, undeterred by the implications. Song Liang narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. "All right, I understand. I shall find a moment in the coming days to pay a New Year's visit to Section Chief Su's home." Lu Meijun, unfamiliar with the nuances of workplace politics, misconstrued his statement as a simple gesture of respect towards a superior and thought nothing of it. That evening, the two families decided to celebrate the reunion dinner together, choosing to dine at Song Liang's home rather than outside in the courtyard or in Lu Meijuan's residence. The decision stemmed from a desire to enjoy the television and the more pleasant environment. Lu Meijun prepared a lavish spread, with 2 large platters of meat, dumplings as the main dish, and refreshing accompaniments such as peanuts, corn, and cucumbers. Despite the abundance of food and the sounds emanating from the television, the atmosphere within the room grew somewhat awkward. Neither Song Liang nor Lu Meijun initiated conversation, each waiting for the other to break the silence. Zhang shouting gazed longingly at the table laden with food, her mouth watering as she looked around, puzzled as to why no one was eating. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Song Yu took the lead and said, "Thank you, Meijun's sister, for preparing such a wonderful meal for us today." Lu Meijun gently caressed Song Yu's cheek, replying, "You are most welcome." Song Liang immediately interjected, expressing gratitude. "I must thank you. Had it not been for your support, I would have had no idea how to spend New Year's Eve with Song Yinian." Song Yu nodded in agreement, adding, "If it weren't for Sister Meijun, Father would undoubtedly have only cooked 2 bowls of noodles." Lu Meijun, blushing, replied, "In the future, if your father doesn't cook, just come find Sister Meijun, and I will prepare a meal for you. This year marks the first new year since we moved into our new home, and it's a joy for both families to gather together for the reunion dinner. Let us wish both families a happy new year. May all our endeavors be successful." As Song Liang raised his glass to propose a toast, Lu Meijun and Song Yu smiled and lifted their drinks in response. Observing this scene, Zhang shouting quickly joined in the toast as well. After taking a sip of liquor, Song Liang, feeling a bit carried away, casually remarked, "To celebrate the new year, may our 2 families grow even closer." The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere became oddly tense. Song Yu looked at the 2 adults before her, shaking her head and sighing in resignation. It was clear to any discerning observer that there was something amiss. They were dining together, assisting with couplets, knitting sweaters, and sharing meat, all while sitting together for the reunion dinner. Each act seemed to suggest a familial bond, yet when spoken aloud, it felt distinctly awkward. Why was it so difficult to shatter this thin veneer of pretense? Zhang shouting soon finished her meal, her gaze fixated on the television, unblinking. Meanwhile, Song Yu lay on the adjacent bed, perusing a magazine, leaving only Song Liang and Lu Meijun engaged in hushed conversation. "Do not take Zhang Qiao's words to heart. I will ensure you receive justice," Song Liang assured. Lu Meijun gently nodded, But after a moment, she raised her head and said, "Perhaps it is better to let it go. She has 3 children, after all, and we are neighbors. It would not be wise to create a rift." Song Liang chuckled lightly. "If you are too timid to confront them, why should they hesitate to vex you?" Lu Meijun hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Song Liang then turned to the engrossed Song Yu and inquired, "Youngster, didn't you once read a phrase in a book about the epitaph of the despicable? What was it again?" Without lifting her gaze, Song Yu replied, "Despicability is the passport of the vile, while nobility is the epitaph of the noble." Song Liang remarked, "See? Even a child understands such truths." Lu Meijun was taken aback by Song Yu's profound words, perhaps feeling her own temperament was too forgiving. Or perhaps it was Zhang Xiao's reprehensible character that led her to remain silent thereafter. "Do not take matters into your own hands. It will only bring you trouble," Song Liang cautioned, shaking his head. "Rest assured, the best strategy is to outmaneuver through cunning. Only the weak resort to blunt methods. Zhang Xiao's husband is setting up a stall at the entrance of our cotton mill. I will find a way to thwart his plans." Lu Meijun was startled and quickly asked, "What do you intend to do?" Song Liang replied, "I will cultivate a rapport with our section chief, and after the new year, I will invite him and the head of the security department to a meal, perhaps presenting some gifts." Lu Meijun, feeling a pang of distress, responded, "Must we really give gifts?" Song Liang reassured her, "Those willing to accept gifts in exchange for favors are often good-hearted. It is far worse when they take gifts and fail to act." Lu Meijun inquired, "What should we give?" Song Liang replied, "It generally consists of items like cigarettes, liquor, baby formula, or pork." Just the thought of such expenses made Lu Meijun feel pained. She would never have been willing to part with such sums herself. However, upon reflection, Song Liang realized that Song Liang was making such a grand gesture for his own benefit. A sweet feeling blossomed within him. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Lu Meijun and Song Yu returned to the kitchen with plates and chopsticks, while Zhang Xiaoting remained glued to the television, unwilling to budge. Song Liang paid her no mind, allowing the children to enjoy themselves during the festive season, shouting, "Don't sit so close to the television. It's bad for your eyesight. You're practically about to dive into the screen," he remarked, savoring the moutai and nibbling on snacks. Zhang Xiaoting, obedient to the other 3 in the yard, promptly moved her small stool further away. Just as Song Yu was about to return home after clearing the table, she suddenly spotted a man standing outside the courtyard gate, poised to knock. Lu Meijun, who followed closely behind her, was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning somewhat awkward. Song Yu recognized the man as Fu Qiumin, who was holding a small box in his hand. Upon seeing Lu Meijun and Song Yu, Fu Qiumin hurriedly stated, "Ms. Lu, please don't misunderstand. I'm here to see Officer Song." Lu Meijun hesitated before opening the door, asking him to wait a moment as she turned to enter Song Liang's home. Before long, Song Liang emerged from the yard, startled to see Fu Qiumin. He approached the door, puzzled, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Previously, Song Liang had made it clear that their relationship was strictly business, and they pretended not to know each other in public. However, Fu Qiumin's forthright visit today unsettled Song Liang. Sensing the underlying tone in Song Liang's words, Fu Qiumin quickly clarified, "Please, don't misunderstand. I'm here to apologize to Ms. Lu." Chapter 37. Closed door. Lu Meijun was taken aback. "Apologize to me?" Fu Qiumin nodded and placed a box of items on the bamboo table in the yard. "My mother mentioned that she felt remorseful for bringing me here previously. Taking advantage of the New Year festivities, she asked me to come and apologize in person." Lu Meijun had anticipated that his visit was for this reason, and she quickly waved her hand, smiling awkwardly. "I didn't take it to heart," Fu Qiumin continued. "I was unaware of my mother's intentions until after we returned home, and we discussed it then. This is a date cake my mother asked me to bring. Please don't take it to heart, Ms. Lu. I hope you'll accept it so I can feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Song Liang's expression softened considerably, while Song Yu looked on in surprise. Fu Qiumin's manner of speaking was anything but that of a mere temporary worker. He carried himself like a small business owner accustomed to high-stakes dealings. Lu Meijun appeared somewhat shy. This Song Liang encouraged her with a smile, "Just accept it. If you don't, Aunt Lu will feel embarrassed the next time she sees you." Ultimately, Lu Meijun accepted the gift with thanks. Song Liang glanced at Fu Qiumin and inquired with a smile, "How about coming in for a drink?" Fu Qiumin readily agreed. While his ostensible purpose for visiting was to apologize to Lu Meijun, his underlying motive was to bridge the gap between himself and Song Liang. It was evident to any discerning observer that the two families were intertwined, and now that he was profiting alongside Song Liang, it would be unwise to harbor any ill will regarding this matter. As they entered the house, Fu Qiumin promptly produced 2 red envelopes, presenting one to Song Yu and the other to Zhang, shouting, "This is a red envelope for the 2 children." Song Liang remained silent, while Song Yu graciously accepted it. And upon seeing Song Yu take it, Zhang, shouting happily, accepted her own. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. Thank you. Happy New Year, Uncle." The two of them sipped drinks while watching television, engaging in lighthearted conversation without mentioning the black market or matters of profit. Song Liang discerned that the visit was solely to strengthen relationships, devoid of any ulterior motives. Before long, Lu Meijun re-entered the room with 2 plates of snacks. After half an hour of chatting, Fu Qiumin rose to leave, and Song Liang escorted him out to the yard. Fu Qiumin glanced around to ensure no one was in sight, and quietly asked, "Brother Song, when shall we commence work after the new year?" Song Liang pondered for a moment, then replied, "The 12th. Fu Qiumin's face lit up with joy. "All right. I will be at the warehouse waiting for you on the 12th morning." After bidding farewell, Song Liang returned inside, ignoring the yawning Song Yu, and pulled a red envelope from his pocket, handing it to Zhang, shouting, "Happy New Year. This is your New Year's money." Zhang, shouting, immediately stood up, delighted to accept it, and sweetly conveyed her New Year wishes to Song Liang. Just then, Lu Meijun entered, witnessing the exchange, and smiled as she produced 2 red envelopes, presenting one to Song Yu and the other to her niece. In her 30s, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback upon receiving Lu Meijun's envelope, feeling a rush of emotions while a smile of joy spread across her face. At 8 in the evening, Lu Meijun left with Zhang, shouting, and Song Yu returned to her room to turn off the lights and play on her tablet. Song Liang switched off the television, extinguished the lights, and quietly awaited midnight. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he intended to return and procure more goods. Shortly after, the sounds of neighbors calling out could be heard from outside. In Lu Meijun's home, Zhang, shouting, lay beside her, puzzled as she asked, "Auntie, why are we turning off the lights so early?" Lu Meijun replied, "If we don't turn off the lights, the neighbors will come in and make a racket. Uncle and Auntie don't like being disturbed, so we pretend no one is home." Zhang, shouting, partially understood. Yet she too was not fond of the neighbors in the yard, so she remained silent. Occasionally, there were knocks at the door from outside, but upon receiving no response, the visitors departed. Song Yu, inside her room, caught snippets of light cursing from outside the window. Unfazed, she could not help but smile disdainfully. She had realized that this group of people liked to take advantage, believing that being polite made them easy to bully. It was only through harsh words that they could be spoken to properly, truly the essence of ingrates. Previously, Song Liang had inquired whether to give red envelopes to the neighbors' children during the new year, to which Song Yu had simply responded, "Give to those who are polite, and withhold from those who are not." In truth, Song Yu was aware that the inquiry pertained to the 3 siblings from the Su family. The following morning, on the first day of the new year, Song Yu was awakened by the commotion outside. With the dawn of a new year came new beginnings. Families busied themselves. Relatives returned to pay their respects, and unfamiliar faces passed by the yard. Song Yu played with firecrackers alongside Zhang, shouting. As the children passing by looked on with envy at the scene, they not only envied the leisure activities of Song Yu and Zhang, shouting, but also the array of fruits and snacks spread across the bamboo table, atop which sat a small bowl stacked with fresh eggs, a part of Song Yu and Zhang, shouting's breakfast. This morning, Lu Meijun discovered that Song Liang was nowhere to be found. After tidying up her own home, she decided to assist her neighbor with some cleaning. To her surprise, upon opening the cabinets of Song Liang's home, she found them brimming with bottles and jars, cigarettes and alcohol, canned goods, receipts, baby formula, jade trinkets, and bits of gold jewelry. Even the wardrobe was stuffed with soap, fabric, and other practical items. Lu Meijun was aware of Song Liang's wealth, yet she was astonished by the sheer abundance within his household. Hastily closing all the cabinet doors, she felt a mix of shock at the hidden treasures of Song Liang's home and anxiety over the multitude of items, unsure of how to secure them properly. If outsiders were to enter and discover this, it could lead to scandalous consequences. After completing the cleaning, just as Lu Meijun was about to leave Song Liang's home, a thought struck her. She crouched down and opened one of the cabinets, retrieving a stack of tickets. With a guilty glance towards the outside, confirming no one was around, she began to sift through the tickets. After a short while, she spotted an industrial ticket she had long desired. Upon realizing that Song Liang possessed such a ticket, her cheeks flushed as she neatly returned all the tickets to their original place. She yearned to purchase a sewing machine, which would enable her to acquire fabric at a low price from the factory to create her own garments at home. In this era, sewing machines were not affordable for everyone, with prices ranging from 120 to 150 yuan, equivalent to several months' wages for the average person. Although Lu Meijun did not have that kind of money at hand, she resolved to save gradually. As she exited, Lu Meijun noticed several unfamiliar children standing outside the courtyard. Their faces flushed with indignation as they bared their teeth at Song Yu, who appeared somewhat frightened, remaining silent. Lu Meijun hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Little Yu, what is happening?" Song Yu replied, "They said they wanted to come to my house to watch television, but I don't know them." Lu Meijun looked up and asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to watch television? Where are your parents?" The children responded, "We came to pay New Year's respects to our grandparents. There's no room at home, so Grandma and Grandpa told us to come to your house, because you have a television." Song Yu rolled her eyes, and Lu Meijun found herself momentarily speechless. What a brazen excuse. Chapter 38. My television is broken and cannot be watched, Song Yu retorted. The three children outside, though uncertain of their exact ages, were at least of middle school stature. If not for Lu Meijun standing beside Song Yu, the trio might have resorted to insults. "My grandparents sent me," one of them declared defiantly. "They said we could watch." Song Yu replied, exasperated, "The television belongs to us, not your grandparents." "I don't care. I just want to watch television," the children clamored. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Meijun asked, "Who are your grandparents?" The eldest child pointed in the direction of the alley, boasting, "It's the house just 2 doors down. That's my grandparents' home." Lu Meijun understood and opened the courtyard door, saying, "I will go find your grandparents. You wait here." With that, she swiftly departed. Upon seeing the adults depart, the three children instantly shed their fears and, unencumbered by hesitation, ventured into the courtyard. Song Yu promptly obstructed their path, yet before he could utter a word, the boldest of the trio, perhaps accustomed to a lack of discipline elsewhere, pushed him, causing Song Yu to tumble to the ground. The scene startled Zhang Shouting, who immediately burst into tears. Amused yet infuriated, Song Yu rose, dusting off his trousers, determined not to hold a grudge against the children, and spoke in a firm tone, "This is my home, and you are not welcome here." The boy at the forefront, scowling fiercely, attempted to shove Song Yu once more, but this time he was thwarted. Song Yu nimbly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a sharp slap across the boy's face. The sound resonated, and the child staggered back, his eyes welling with tears. Before he could cry out, Song Yu seized his collar with all his strength and yanked him toward the courtyard's exit. Once the child realized he had been struck, he glared through teary eyes and shouted, "How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay." The other two boys, recovering from their shock, rushed forward intent on attacking Song Yu. However, despite his smaller stature, he was not intimidated by these three rascals. Just as Lu Meijun returned to the courtyard to witness the brawl, she gasped and hurried to intervene, followed closely by a couple who were also eager to assess the situation. Song Yu had endured several kicks and was covered in dirt, while the three children had reddened eyes and their new clothes were wrinkled and disheveled. Fuming, the most aggrieved child pointed at Song Yu and exclaimed, "Dad, he hit me. Why did you strike our child?" The couple were not residents of the alley, but visitors, likely here to celebrate the new year. Upon hearing the outcry, Song Yu quickly discerned that these individuals were equally unreasonable. Just as Lu Meijun was about to argue, Song Yu tugged at her sleeve and said sweetly, "Sister Meijun, could you please return to the cotton mill and summon the security personnel? These three have come to steal from our home." Her words left Lu Meijun, and even the couple at the gate, momentarily stunned. Lu Meijun promptly inquired, "What have they stolen?" She was well aware that the Song household possessed numerous valuable items. "I don't know," Song Yu replied, pointing to the oldest and most brazen boy among the group, "but I saw them pocketing things." Having just been kicked by Song Yu, this particular boy bore the marks of their altercation. Lu Meijun turned to look, and the boy's parent began rummaging through his pockets, eventually producing a $10 bill. Witnessing this, both adults' eyes widened in disbelief, while the boy, bewildered, wondered why he had money in his pocket. Determined to alert the security team, Lu Meijun realized she could not leave the two little ones alone at home. Therefore, she raised her voice, calling out help. We've been robbed. During the festive season, when households were bustling with activity, Her shout drew neighbors out to investigate the commotion. In this era, everyone harbors a deep disdain for thieves, with families already struggling financially. A single visit from a thief could result in 2 months of hunger. Consequently, when a thief is captured, the common folk do not hesitate to administer a severe beating, leaving them incapacitated. The police turn a blind eye to such actions. Notably, state-owned factories possess their own security departments with enforcement authority should an employee's home be robbed. The perpetrator is dealt with harshly without trial. A gathering of adults and children began to form outside, their gazes fixed with hostility upon the unfamiliar couple and their 3 children. Even those who typically held grievances against Lu Meijun felt compelled to side with her against the thief. What is happening? Meijun, has your home been robbed? What was taken? Have you called the police? The inquiries from the neighbors drained the color from the couple's faces, and the 3 children began to tremble. No, our children are not thieves. That 10 yuan is their New Year's gift. One parent protested. Indeed, we are from the Hu family. We have come to pay our respects. Lu Meijun, witnessing the merciless expression on Song Yu's face, was filled with indignation. Your 3 children barged in here without reason. Neighbors, could someone please go to the cotton mill's security department and inform them that we've been robbed? I'll go. I'll accompany you. 2 women stepped forward. The parents of the 3 children hurriedly intervened. No, they are not thieves. It's all a misunderstanding. This is truly a New Year's gift from our children. The father added angrily to his wife, why don't you go fetch my father? The onlookers chuckled. Are you trying to deceive us, Hu Laoer? With your family's meager resources, how could you afford a 10 yuan red envelope for your child? Indeed, does your family's total income even amount to 60 yuan? I was wondering what the commotion was about outside. Turns out your 3 kids have taken to thievery, barging into someone's home. This is the upbringing of the Hu family? Faced with the crowd's accusations, the father clenched his jaw, unable to retaliate. Just then, the woman who had left earlier returned, accompanied by an elderly couple. They leaned on their age to inquire, what is going on? What is the matter? Your grandson has been stealing from others. Hu, how interesting. You usually scrounge for scraps at mealtime, yet your grandson has a 10 yuan red envelope? Is this a way to feign poverty? Don't come to our home to beg anymore. Let your grandson buy you something to eat. Hearing the barrage of comments, the elderly couple's faces turned pale. Nonsense. My grandson could never be a thief. Indeed, it must be Song Yu slandering our grandson. The 3 children merely wanted to watch television, if they aren't allowed to. Why resort to slander? Lu Meijun, losing her usual composure, shouted at the 2 elderly neighbors. Song Yu is only 7. Do you think he is capable of lying? Your children entered our home without adult supervision. Is this slander? Save your words for later. Let the security department hear your side. The elders, taken aback, asked, You've called security? The father nodded grimly. What is happening? Why are there so many people gathered? At that moment, Song Liang's voice echoed from within the house. Chapter 39. Medical expenses. Upon witnessing Song Liang emerge from the room with a perplexed expression, Lu Meijun furrowed her brow in confusion. Were you in there the entire time? Despite being oblivious to the unfolding events, Song Liang nodded in affirmation. Lu Meijun, still bewildered, wondered how she had failed to notice Song Liang while tidying up inside. Noticing the unusual look in Lu Meijun's eyes, Song Liang hastily clarified. I was in the restroom just now. I heard some commotion outside and couldn't come out immediately. What is going on? What happened? The individuals outside chimed in, recounting the incident according to their narrative, and with each word, Song Liang's expression darkened. He then directed his gaze towards Song Yu, who reiterated his version of the story. Song Liang's eyes narrowed as he glared at the family outside, who seemed eager to leave. Although Song Yu's psychological maturity could not be measured by conventional standards, he was nonetheless Song Liang's son in the eyes of the world. Setting aside age and status, Song Yu was his only kin in this realm. How could they be unjustly wronged without cause? Am I truly being taken for a fool? Just because I usually wear a smile doesn't mean I am easy to provoke. As Song Liang rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them, his imposing stature seemed to grow tenfold. Lu Meijun, recognizing the escalating tension, hurriedly intervened. Don't act impulsively. Someone has already gone to call the security team. This family, accustomed to their brazen behavior, would have distorted the truth and left in a huff under normal circumstances. However, with security involved, the nature of the situation had shifted. Regardless of whether they departed or not, the matter would need addressing. With a menacing glare, Song Liang declared, I purchased this television for my own enjoyment. Do you truly believe it was for your benefit? I do not welcome your intrusion, and yet you insist on barging in? This will not end here. Once the security team has dealt with this, I will go to the street office to explain the situation and subsequently spread the word at the factory about your family's thievery. Song Liang escalated the situation, and Song Yu did not intervene, disregarding the fact that they were still children. Such appalling behavior at such a young age warranted a firm response. Failing to confront it would only destabilize his own moral compass. At the end of the alley, Zhang Xiaoran, annoyed by the family's petulance, noted that while the three children maintained their politeness, it was evident that their parents lacked the ability to educate them properly. If you cannot guide your own children, then allow me to teach you. The elderly neighbors, aware of Song Liang's connections to the factory leadership, could only lower their heads in supplication. Comrade Song, it's all a misunderstanding. They are just children. A stubborn man standing nearby interjected. This is merely our New Year's gift for the child. Song Liang retorted with a sardonic smile. Your gifts? I could easily raid your home and then claim that this is my son's filial tribute to me. How about that? As for your so-called gifts, why don't you empty your pockets and see if you have even 10 yuan combined? At that moment, two eager neighbors returned, accompanied by three burly security personnel from the cotton mill, prompting the crowd to part ways. Without needing to ask questions, the onlookers recounted Song Yu's earlier statements. The leader of the security team, Zhong Kai, who happened to be on duty that day, nodded in acknowledgement to Song Liang before turning to the child's parents. Why did you allow your child to come here? The elderly man hastily responded on behalf of his children. My son and daughter-in-law have come to visit with their child for the new year. I noticed that our home was too cramped, and the child was unable to sit still. I thought that since Song Gan's family has a television, I would let the three children go there to watch it. Song Liang retorted sharply, do you have no shame? Did I purchase the television for you? You think you can just come over and watch whenever you please? If I want to see under your daughter-in-law's skirt, would you allow that? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Although his words were coarse, they held a kernel of truth, as the old man's audacity was indeed remarkable. Song Liang's vulgarity was, in fact, a veiled message to everyone. Henceforth, no one should come to my house merely to watch television. Whether or not they are allowed in will depend on my mood. The old man was rendered speechless, his expression darkening. Zhong Kai then interjected. What is this about your child stealing money from others? The crowd began to murmur in disapproval, recalling that they had found 10 yuan in the pockets of this mischievous child. The child's parents continued to defend their position, claiming it was merely New Year's money, though no one believed them, and they had no evidence to counter. At that moment, Song Yu, with a quivering voice, chimed in. That money was given to me by my father as New Year's money last night. I even marked it. He pointed out that he had written the character Yu on one corner of the bill. No one in attendance anticipated such a revelation. The child's father quickly seized the 10 yuan to inspect it, and this very action betrayed his claim about it being New Year's money. Zhong Kai stepped forward, snatching the bill from him, and indeed found the character Yu inscribed in the corner. The child's mother, flustered, protested this. Just because their SAU doesn't prove it's your money. At that moment, the three mischievous children seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, clutching their mother's clothing and vehemently denying any theft. The onlookers laughed derisively. The child's name even contains you. With such evidence, how can they still refuse to admit it? What? Does your child also have you in their name? Zhong Kai returned the 10 yuan to Song Liang, who then handed it back to Song Yu. Zhong Kai spoke solemnly. Do you wish to report this to the authorities, or shall we handle it ourselves at the cotton mill? The elderly man quickly interjected. Let us handle it ourselves. We are all workers at the mill. We can settle this among ourselves. Zhong Kai turned to Song Liang. What is your stance? Song Liang replied defiantly. They broke into my home, stole money, and most importantly, assaulted my son. If they can convince me with their words, then we can negotiate. If not, this matter cannot simply be resolved privately. The elderly woman, no longer brash, gritted her teeth and pleaded softly. Song Gan, have mercy. These are just children. If they are truly apprehended, it will ruin their futures. The child's parents nodded fervently yes. The child is still young. They don't understand. We are willing to compensate for the medical expenses. Song Liang crossed his arms, a cold smirk on his face, his gaze fixed intently on them, remaining silent. The male parent, sensing the tension, quickly offered, we will pay you 20 yuan. The crowd erupted in laughter. Song Gan's monthly salary is nearly equivalent to the combined total of both your incomes. Do you think he cares about your measly 20 yuan? You struck his son and still hesitate to pay for the injuries. You should report this and let the authorities deal with it. Thieves deserve the harshest punishment. Listening to the jeers of those around him, the man gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 30. Surely 30 yuan is acceptable. Zhong Kai turned to Song Liang, who calmly suggested, let us call the police and report this to the street office. I intend to make this family notorious at the factory. The child's mother panicked, pleading, please, don't. Ultimately, the child's father clenched his jaw and declared, 50. Upon hearing the counteroffer, the neighbors could not help but murmur, why don't they come to steal from my home instead? If I had known they could pay this much, I wouldn't have locked the door. The Laohu family, often perceived as frugal, surprisingly had considerable wealth. Chapter 40. Selling tickets 50 yuan was nearly equivalent to the combined monthly salary of the couple. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, he fished out all the cash he had, which amounted to only 37 yuan and 80 cents. The remainder was spare change his parents had reluctantly gathered for him. After expressing his gratitude to Zhong Kai, Song Liang invited him to join for lunch as a token of appreciation. Zhong Kai declined, stating he was still on duty and suggested they meet another time. Instead of pocketing the 50 yuan, Song Liang handed out 2 yuan red envelopes to the children of the neighbors in front of the elderly couple. Upon returning home, he entrusted the remaining money to Lu Meijun. Rather than harbor resentment from the elderly neighbors, he preferred to disperse a portion of the funds to alleviate the tension. The neighbors watched with indignation as Song Liang generously shared his wealth. Initially, Lu Meijun intended to refuse the money, but Song Liang countered her objections. You care for my child, knitting sweaters and cooking for him. If you don't accept this, I would feel embarrassed to let you help next time he gets bullied. Lu Meijun felt a surge of joy, and after accepting the money, she quietly returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. During the evening meal, both families gathered in the courtyard. Lu Meijun spoke up, Yinzu, while I was cleaning your house today, I accidentally opened your cabinet. Song Liang responded nonchalantly. So what if you did? Are you going to ask me for cleaning fees? Once Lu Meijun confirmed that he was unbothered, she blushed and continued. I saw you had industrial tickets in your TV cabinet. Could you sell me one? Without pausing in his meal, Song Liang replied, I want to sell. Lu Meijun's expression turned awkward. Song Liang added, if you have a use for it, just take it. Given our relationship, is there any need for transactions? Lu Meijun immediately regained her composure and shook her head in refusal. Industrial tickets are hard to come by. I can't just take it for free. Our factory only rewards a television ticket or a bicycle ticket to the outstanding workers each year. Curious, Song Liang asked, what do you need an industrial ticket for? Lu Meijun candidly explained, I want to save up to buy a sewing machine for home, so I can sew garments during my time off. Once shouting grows up and takes over my position, I would like to have some tasks to keep myself occupied. Song Yu and Song Liang exchanged glances, both thinking that she was quite forward-thinking. Song Liang chose to shift the topic, saying, I believe we should consider sending shouting to university in the future. University? Lu Meijun felt that Yinzu's suggestion was somewhat unrealistic. In this era, university students were considered the elite. Even the factory director was merely a vocational school graduate. Just like Yinzu. Isn't it possible for college students to become secretaries? Song Liang nodded in agreement, stating, Song, you will undoubtedly pursue higher education in the future. I suggest you encourage Xiao Ting to apply for university as well. After all, possessing a degree will never be a disadvantage. Lu Meijun, however, remained entrenched in the rigid ideologies of her era and spoke solemnly. I do not oppose Xiao Ting attending university, but even after her studies, she would still need to return to the cotton mill, starting from the lowest position. I fear. Both Song Yu and Song Liang were at a loss for words, knowing they could not mention the impending wave of layoffs in state-owned enterprises that would come in 1993. Even without looking that far ahead, in just 5 or 6 years, with the introduction of the dual price system, it was uncertain whether state-owned factories would continue accepting the children of employees. The two chose to refrain from further discussion on the topic, allowing time to reveal the truth. After finishing their meal, Song Liang handed Lu Meijun an industrial ticket, assuring her that there was no need for immediate payment. Otherwise, there would not be enough money left for the sewing machine. Let us purchase the sewing machine first, and we can sort out the finances later, he suggested. During this era, sewing machines were not inexpensive, typically priced between 125 to 145 yuan, equivalent to several months' wages for a worker. Lu Meijun had only been at the cotton mill for just over a month, and saving such a sum on her monthly salary of over 20 yuan would take her about 6 months. Initially, Song Liang contemplated buying the machine for her, but reconsidered, realizing that if she had to purchase the ticket herself, she would likely be anxious and unable to sleep. The Spring Festival passed unnoticed, with the 1978 holiday lasting only 3 days. As the new year commenced, the cotton mill buzzed back to life. Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting were left to entertain themselves at home, as their winter break had yet to conclude, with another half-month to wait until the start of the second semester. A few days later, that evening, Song Liang returned and said to Song Yu, "Fu Qiumin mentioned whether we should increase our stock of goods for sale. He now has 2 additional helpers, which has significantly accelerated the selling process." Song Yu's immediate instinct was to feel unsafe, thinking that too many people would attract unwanted attention. Song Liang reassured her that these were all unregistered individuals without residency in Suzhou who were unlikely to engage in dishonest practices. After much contemplation, Song Yu ultimately decided that they should continue selling the same items as before, perhaps adding a few small cakes or tea. Such items were virtually worthless on the other side, but were considered rare treasures here, especially as gifts during festivals, which would certainly enhance one's reputation. Following this, Song Liang opened the cupboard and began organizing some surplus tickets. Confused, Song Yu inquired, "What do you need so many tickets for?" Song Liang replied, "I've met some collectors over there who are fond of these items. Do you have any spare tickets that are of no use? Please bring them back for me to sell." Startled, Song Yu quickly cautioned, "Don't sell too many. It could lead to trouble. Moreover, the value of such items is largely determined by their age, and our tickets are as good as new, meaning we won't fetch a high price. Don't take that risk." With a smile, Song Liang reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll age them before selling. I'll use techniques such as sulfuric acid corrosion, ultraviolet exposure, and smoke aging. Ranging from 500 to 2,000 for each piece, I do not sell in excess. I only offer 3 items each week. Moreover, even if such transactions come under scrutiny, there remains little recourse for reproach. In the realm of antique collecting, should one err, who can be blamed?" Song Yu let out a sigh, expressing, "Song Liang, I perceive that you have become rather reckless lately." Song Liang responded nonchalantly, "It is rare for me to return. We ought not to squander this opportunity." Song Yu countered, "If you truly aspire to wealth, wait until next year when everything is fully opened up. I possess numerous strategies. There is no need for us to take unnecessary risks." Turning to Song Yu with a hint of confusion in his gaze, Song Liang inquired, "When did you begin to adopt such a cautious demeanor? You were not like this in our youth." Song Yu's gaze drifted, and Song Liang continued, "It is now 1978, not 1908. We still have the chance to experience the future. We are well aware of the forthcoming developments. Naturally, we must strive to ascend to prominence. When we reach the culmination of our foresight, we can then set down our burdens and pause." Upon hearing Song Liang's words, Song Yu's eyes deepened, and he remained silent for a long while. Chapter 41. A disheveled state. At the end of February 1978, the first affiliated primary school of the cotton spinning factory reopened, and Song Yu returned to school with Zhang Xiaoting. Today marked the commencement of their second grade second semester. As the school was located within the cotton spinning factory premises, children generally commuted alone while their parents worked. If a child was too young, they would be accompanied by friendly neighbors or older siblings from nearby households. Initially, Lu Meijun felt a twinge of concern, but Song Liang's reassurance dispelled her worries. The children are old enough. They know who their family is and where they live. Even if someone were to attempt abduction, they would not target such an unworthy endeavor. This, of course, was contingent upon the location being within the factory, outside those confines. The situation would differ entirely. Upon returning to class, as Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting settled into their seats, the exuberant Yao Chun from the front row eagerly inquired, "Song Yu, during the lunch break, shall we go play with firecrackers? My father bought me plenty during the holiday." Song Yu thought to himself how carefree this fellow was. Even with a pregnant woman in the household, he remained so unperturbed. After a while, the teacher distributed new textbooks, which Song Yu promptly tossed into his drawer. With his level of education, he found it cumbersome to carry a backpack filled with books daily, as it hindered his growth. Initially hoping to catch up on sleep during the first class, he was thwarted when the teacher announced a seating rearrangement. The loudest objections came from Zhang Xiaoting and Yao Chun. The former pouted silently, while the latter stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher, I do not wish to change seats. If you refuse to change, you may stand outside. Do not disrupt the class discipline." The teacher showed no leniency, urging the students to act swiftly. The group was disbanded, with Zhang Xiaoting relocated to the second row, sharing a desk with Jiang Qian. Yao Chen remained in the last row, albeit with a new seat. As for Song Yu, he found himself in a most unfortunate position. Although he was in a corner, it was the very front row, a spot that felt akin to sitting directly before the principal's office, which was quite detrimental for someone who preferred to doze during lessons. The newly assigned deskmate is a boy with somewhat long, dark hair and a rather slender physique, clearly indicating a lack of proper development. I vaguely recall that his surname is Liao, but I cannot remember his full name. Song Yu unexpectedly produces a piece of candy from somewhere and offers it to him, saying, "Here, have this." The boy appears somewhat flustered in response to Song Yu's kindness. After accepting the candy with a hint of surprise, he quietly murmurs a thank you. Upon hearing his voice, Song Yu is taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion. This tone. It seems her deskmate is not a boy after all. "What is your name?" I am Liao Luqing." Which one? Which one? Unsure how to articulate herself, Liao Luqing pushes the new textbook towards Song Yu, on which the 3 characters of her name are clearly visible, albeit in a juvenile script. So she is indeed a girl. But her development, it is rather perplexing. Moreover, her attire is distinctly boyish, oversized by several sizes and patched in various places. Observing this, Song Yu deduces that her deskmate hails from a less affluent background. The children at the affiliated primary school typically have parents who work in cotton mills. Under normal circumstances, they should not be facing such hardship. Curiosity piqued, Song Yu refrains from being tactless in her inquiries and instead pulls out 2 more candies, placing them in front of Liao Luqing. This time, Liao Luqing's dark complexion betrays a hint of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoting, seated in the second row, notices Song Yu's actions and pouts, clearly displeased. She is envious. Earlier that morning, Song Yu had given her 2 candies, yet her new deskmate has already received 3. Just then, the teacher calls for the students to submit their winter holiday assignments. Almost 1/5 of the class bows their heads in trepidation, either claiming they did not bring their work or confessing they were unable to complete it. After placing the 2 assignments on the podium, Zhang Xiaoting rushes to Song Yu's side, extending her hand and pouting for more candy. Song Yu, perplexed, still retrieves a piece of candy from her pocket to give to her. At the back of the classroom, Yao Chen witnesses this scene with an odd expression, rising to approach Song Yu, also extending his hand. With a sigh, Song Yu once more produces a piece of candy to hand to him. The teacher, visibly irritated, exclaims, "Yao Chen, what are you doing not submitting your assignment?" Yao Chen replies, "Teacher, I came to ask Song Yu for candy." The teacher's frustration reaches a peak, and for the remainder of the class, Yao Chen stands at the back, listening intently, yet his expression remains carefree and unconcerned. During the lunch break, Liao Luqing gathers her belongings and leaves the classroom alone. After declining Yao Chen's invitation to play with firecrackers, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting head home. As they enter the alley, Song Yu hears a male voice from the direction of the courtyard, tinged with a hint of pleading. "Song, we have no real conflicts between our families. Could you please help us out with the security department?" Following this, Zhang Qiao's voice chimes in, though polite. It carries an undertone of reluctance. "Song, we live on the same street. Can't we resolve our issues amicably?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu realizes what has transpired. While pasting the Spring Festival couplets, Zhang Qiao casually remarked, "The inside is as shabby as the outside," mocking Lu Meijun. In response, Song Liang promptly sought connections within the factory to deal with the matter. Coincidentally, Zhang Qiao's husband, Su San, had set up a makeshift stall at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory to repair bicycles, a practice generally prohibited by the factory authorities. However, considering Zhang Qiao's family's genuine hardships and the fact that they were related to a factory employee, the management chose to turn a blind eye. Provided that the stall did not obstruct traffic or cause disturbances, and the security department did not impose any significant difficulties. Due to Zhang Qiao's comment, Song Liang first invited Section Chief Su from the sales department and Section Chief Zhong from the security department to dinner. After establishing a rapport and clarifying the situation, along with presenting a few small gifts, the next day Su San's bicycle stall was ordered to vacate the premises as the factory enforced regulations against street vending. Su San did not take it to heart, believing he could resume his business once the regulations were sorted out. However, before leaving, the security department remarked to him, "This bicycle stall is shabby to the core." Initially, Su San did not grasp the meaning of this statement. Upon returning home and mentioning it to his wife, Zhang Xiao immediately understood the implication. Su San was so furious he nearly struck his wife, blaming her loose tongue for jeopardizing his livelihood. Zhang Xiao felt guilty. She had not anticipated that her moment of careless chatter would escalate into such a significant issue, leading to the loss of her husband's employment at the behest of Song Liang. Song Yu was holding Zhang Xiaoting's hand while returning home when they saw the children arriving. Song Liang opened the door, allowing the children to enter, while Zhang Xiao, standing outside, attempted to seize the opportunity to join them. Song Liang questioned, "Do you also wish to force your way in? Can your family produce 50 yuan?" His words halted Zhang Xiao's advance. With a glance at the empty-handed Su San and Zhang Xiao, Song Liang self-mockingly declared, "Everyone in our courtyard is as shabby as can be. You two should stay out, lest you dirty your feet. Now, stop lingering at my doorstep. It's mealtime, and I haven't prepared lunch for you." Chapter 42. The Angered Su San. Song Liang. "I can report you to the secretary for this." The usually arrogant Zhang Xiao could not lower her stance, pointing furiously at the departing Song Liang. Hearing his wife's outburst, Su San quickly restrained her, urging her to calm down, aware that they had offended others and were at fault. They could only plead for leniency now. Zhang Xiao shook off Su San's hand, exclaiming, "What are you stopping me for? This person is so petty, yet he is a cadre. Is it such a crime to speak a few words to you? Why be so small-minded and unforgiving?" Song Liang turned with a sneer, retorting, "Unforgiving? I have every right to be indignant, and I'll be damned if I let you off easily. Lu Meijun is not a cadre, yet you bullied her. Now I am a cadre, and you dare to scold me to my face. Do you think my position is unearned?" Inside the room, Lu Meijun remained seated, listening to the exchange outside, feeling warmth in her heart at Song Liang's defense of her. Observing Zhang Xiao's exasperated expression, Song Liang arrogantly added, "And what can you even say to the secretary? Would you claim that you bullied my family? Or would you say your husband is obstructing the entrance of the cotton spinning factory with his stall? You must go find the secretary right now. If you do not, your entire family will be cursed." Listening to Song Liang's arrogant demeanor, Song Yu realized that his younger brother was undoubtedly reveling in this moment. However, he seemed to have overlooked an important matter. The Su siblings were still suffering at home. If Su San lost his income, their lives would only become more unbearable. Yet, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Rather than pondering the affairs of others, it was imperative to prioritize their own interests first. Seeing Zhang Xiao prepared for a fierce confrontation, Song Liang warned, "If you do not leave now, I shall summon the security department again, along with the personnel from the neighborhood office. I'm eager to see if your salary suffices for the factory's deductions. Or perhaps you've grown too accustomed to a comfortable life and wish to be punished by the neighborhood office to sweep the streets." Su San's expression darkened, but he remained calmer than his wife. He grasped Zhang Xiao's hand and pulled her toward their home. As Song Liang watched them depart, he felt an exhilarating sense of clarity. It was indeed gratifying to unleash one's fury like a shrew in the streets. No wonder those in the wrong favored such a foolish approach to resolving issues. Lu Meijun embraced Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting at home, softly offering her care and comfort. "Do not be afraid." Zhang Xiaoting, somewhat timid, inquired, "Auntie, why did Uncle Song argue with Aunt Zhang?" Lu Meijun glanced at Song Liang, who was outside exhaling smoke, and smiled as she explained, "Uncle Song is protecting you, dear." Upon returning home, Zhang Xiao remained indignant, entering the house while pointing behind her and shouting, "What right does Song Liang have to clear out our shed? The cotton mill is not his family's property. He cannot simply dictate what we can do." Su San felt a simmering anger, but it was not directed at Song Liang. Rather, it was aimed at his wife's reckless behavior. Seeing his wife's continued arrogance, the pent-up fury finally erupted, and he sternly admonished Zhang Xiao. "Isn't this your fault? What are you shouting about?" Startled by her husband's sudden reprimand, Zhang Xiao questioned in disbelief, "Did you just yell at me?" Su San seized a nearby basin, ready to strike. "Yell at you? I should be hitting you." He raised the basin, intending to throw it at his wife, causing Zhang Xiao to momentarily forget her anger and instinctively raise her hands to shield herself. Witnessing her reaction, Su San gritted his teeth, suppressing his wrath, and smashed the basin to the ground, pointing at Zhang Xiao and chastising, "Are you out of your mind? You know very well that Song Liang is a leader at the factory. Why would you provoke him?" Zhang Xiao was aware that she was in the wrong, yet accustomed to her usual brashness, she faltered under her husband's outburst. I merely mentioned it casually," Su San retorted, "Casually? Your casual remark just cost me my job. If you despise the fact that I'm not a state-owned factory employee, then you can initiate a divorce. The 3 children will stay with me. I can manage to raise them even if I have to haul sandbags or collect scraps. The 3 daughters, diligently completing their assignments indoors, fell silent at their father's words, and Su Hui's eyes brightened at his declaration. Zhang Xiao's gaze revealed a hint of panic. I never intended to divorce you. I didn't mean it. Su San pointed towards Song Liang's home and continued to shout at Zhang Xiao. How many times has Song Yu treated our child to snacks? How many times has Lu Meijun secretly given them delicious food? How much New Year's money has Song Liang given? Has Song Liang ever offended you? Has he ever provoked you? How bold are you to embarrass him in front of his superiors? Zhang Qiao's expression was defiant, yet words eluded her. Su San continued to vent. Usually, I can overlook your temper, but can you not think before you act? You often miscommunicate and speak out of turn. I asked you to take some gifts to Song Liang and apologize. With his amiable nature, this matter could have been resolved. I truly do not know if you lack sense or are doing this on purpose, as if you are seeking trouble because our lives are too smooth. Zhang Qiao clenched her teeth and retorted softly. He has so many good things. Does he really care for our small gift? Su San yelled in anger. Can't you see? He doesn't even care for the neighborly bond. He doesn't even give our child face. Are we going over there to resolve the bicycle shed issue? No. We are addressing your problem. He is not angry with me. He is angry with you. After speaking, Su San, unable to contain his frustration, returned to the house and sat down. Su Hui hurried to the kitchen, fetched 2 empty bowls filled with water, and brought them to Su San and Zhang Qiao. Seeing the obedient and understanding Su Hui, Su San's anger subsided slightly. Thankfully, his daughter did not inherit her mother's domineering nature. Dad, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Su Hui's gentle concern made Su San sigh deeply. He had lost his income and now needed to find work again. At that moment, Zhang Qiao entered, her gaze wandering elsewhere, and spoke in a reluctant tone. Well, let us take something with us when we go again tonight. Su San laughed in frustration. What is the point? To offend him again? Aren't you supposed to find the secretary? Why not just take something to him? Zhang Qiao replied. Wasn't he that just out of anger? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and turned to Su Hui, saying, Yes. Let our daughter say a word. She has a good relationship with the children from those 2 families. Su San slammed the table. Have you no shame? My daughter does not need to bear the burden for your mistakes. If she is willing, I would never let her do such a thing. Though I may be poor, I am not impoverished enough to make my daughter suffer for her parents. Hearing this, Su Hui clutched her father's shirt tightly. Chapter 43. Labor is the most honorable after dinner. Song Yu took a book and headed to the bookstall at the end of the alley, renting another copy of People's Literature from the old man. Song Yu did not know the elder's name, only that everyone called him Grandpa Chi. Grandpa Chi smiled at Song Yu and said, Young man, I was about to come to your house to ask for it back since you took so long to return. Song Yu pulled a dime from his pocket and handed it to him. I'm sorry, Grandpa Chi. I just finished reading it. This is the overdue fine. Grandpa Chi waved his hand with a smile. No need for that. The children who come to my stall are all about your age. And no one usually reads this kind of book. Afterward, he inquired kindly, What grade are you in? Song Yu held up 2 fingers. Mr. Chi, you are only in the 2nd grade. Can you truly comprehend this book? Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to inquire. Song Yu pondered to herself what there could possibly be to misunderstand, as these concepts were already commonplace in novels by the 21st century. However, in order to maintain her youthful innocence, she modestly claimed to grasp only a fraction of it, asserting that her interest in such literature was merely a hobby. Perhaps it was the rarity of a child showing interest in such publications that piqued Mr. Chi's curiosity, prompting him to ask further questions. With little to occupy her time at home, Song Yu found herself engaging in conversation with him on a wooden bench. As their dialogue unfolded, Song Yu discovered that this seemingly unremarkable Mr. Chi possessed insights and eloquence far superior to many contemporary individuals, inspiring her curiosity about his background. With childlike innocence, she inquired about his past profession, to which he simply smiled, revealing a hint of reluctance and nostalgia. The following day, as Song Yu made her way back to school, she encountered 2 young men being escorted by 2 stern-faced law enforcement officers. The adults nearby pointed and whispered about the apprehended individuals. In the vicinity of the cotton mill, it was evident that the involvement of the police indicated serious wrongdoing on their part. As she listened to the murmurs of the surrounding adults, Song Yu gradually pieced together the story. The offenses of these two young men, while alarming to some, seemed rather trivial to Song Yu. They had not committed heinous acts of arson, murder, or robbery. Rather, they had engaged in romantic relationships with the daughters of cotton mill workers. Both were former sent-down youth who had clandestinely returned to find their respective girlfriends, who just so happened to be the children of mill employees. One young man, upon discovering that his beloved had already married, acted out in frustration at her home and was subsequently subdued. The other young man faced an even graver fate. He returned to find his girlfriend, who remained unmarried and still harbored feelings for him. However, her parents vehemently opposed their relationship, forbidding their daughter from associating with a former sent-down youth. Despite her insistence on remaining together, after fruitless discussions, the girl's parents reported him to the cotton mill's security department, leading to his apprehension. Such matters, which did not disrupt public order, were typically overlooked by the security department, adhering to a policy of benign neglect unless significant disturbances arose. Nevertheless, when the family lodged a complaint, the security forces were obliged to intervene and detain the young man, subsequently coordinating with the police for his transfer the following day. Thus, Song Yu witnessed the scene before her. As she contemplated the fate awaiting the two young men, she recalled the ambiguity surrounding the criminal charge of hooliganism in that era, a term fraught with controversy and vagueness. Regardless of gender, those accused of such a crime faced dire consequences. Amidst the whispers and pointed glances, the adults cautioned one another to keep a vigilant eye on their daughters, noting the increasing number of sent-down youth sneaking back. In a nearby alley, it was rumored that another family had a son who had also returned, now too fearful to venture outside. Upon returning to school with Zhang shouting, Song Yu found her classmates engrossed in discussions about the earlier incident, eagerly educating those who were unaware of the circumstances. They interpret the humanity behind parents with the most innocent of reasons. My father asserts that these individuals return to vie for jobs, threatening our livelihoods. He prohibits us from playing outside at night, claiming that these people are not to be trusted and will deceive us. My grandfather labels them as deserters, suggesting that if they were in the army, they would face execution. Listening to these words, Song Yu remained silently contemplative. The seemingly naive remarks of the children unwittingly sentenced countless educated youths to a grim fate. While the exact moment of the educated youth's return to the cities remains unclear, Song Yu is certain it will occur within the next couple of years, as the influx of affluent populations will incite fierce competition for jobs in urban areas. It is precisely this group that has facilitated the concrete realization of individual entrepreneurship. Suddenly, her desk mate, Liao Luqing, spoke softly. "What's wrong? Do you know what educated youths are?" Song Yu nodded. A flicker of panic crossed Liao Luqing's dark cheeks as she timidly inquired, "Are educated youths truly as terrifying as the classmates say?" Song Yu shook her head. "They are not frightening. They are merely pitiful, tragically so." Liao Luqing's eyes sparkled, and in that moment, Song Yu sensed that there must be a hidden story within her family as well. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Yu asked, "Luqing, what does your family do at the cotton spinning mill?" "My mother is a temporary worker at the cotton mill," Liao Luqing replied. "And your father?" Liao Luqing fell silent, contemplating deeply. Gathering her courage, she spoke in a hushed tone, "I have no father." Without probing for reasons, Song Yu refrained from asking further. "Let me treat you to some candy." 2 pieces of candy, wrapped in thin paper, were placed on the table before Liao Luqing. Turning to the gentle-eyed Song Yu, Liao Luqing couldn't help but smile, her lower teeth grazing her upper lip. At that moment, a female teacher entered the classroom. "Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Sit down." "Class, today we have music class. Would you like to learn to sing?" "Yes. First, I will divide you into groups of 5. The classroom erupted into chatter as students began to form groups with their friends. Unsurprisingly, Song Yu's group consisted of her previous classmates plus the current desk mate Liao Luqing, while Yao Chun and Zhang Shouting were assigned to the bass section, with Song Yu and 2 others placed in the soprano section. After 10 minutes of urging, the teacher assigned the remaining students to their respective teams. "Class, please turn to page 7 of your music textbook. We will sing Labor is Most Glorious. I will sing it once for you. Listen closely. The sunlight shines brightly, the rooster crows thrice. The flowers awaken, and the birds busy themselves with grooming. The little magpie builds a new home, and the bees are busy gathering nectar. Where does a happy life come from? It must be created through labor." Chapter 44. Wu Shan Yao Chun was particularly cheerful today, as Song Yu and her friends had approached him to form a group, whereas previously, no one had ever shown willingness to include him, often leaving him to be assigned by the teacher at the last moment. In today's class, when the teacher announced the formation of groups, Yao Chen's proud demeanor was subtly laced with insecurity. Yet, when Song Yu approached him with an invitation to join forces, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep for a fleeting moment. However, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, it would be rather embarrassing for a young man to cry. Apart from the somewhat timid Liao Luqing, who seemed to fear her own social standing, Song Yu, Zhang Xiaoting, and Zhang Qian did not regard him as an equal. As the school day came to a close, Yao Chen rushed home, eager to boast to his father, Yao Hong, and his mother, Wu Qi. Yao Hong remarked, "The child from the Song family is quite well behaved. This little rascal usually shows no interest in such matters, yet today he appears so jubilant." Wu Qi chuckled lightly. "Is it really indifference? It's merely that no one wishes to associate with him. Your son is downright loathed at school. I cannot count the number of times the teachers have summoned me." Yao Chen paid no mind to his mother's jibes and continued to exuberantly proclaim, "Song Yu even brought his new deskmate to play with us." The woman sitting nearby found Yao Chen excessively loud and cast a discontented glare in his direction. However, considering her current reliance on their hospitality, she could only endure in silence. Observing her son's excitement, Wu Qi felt a quiet joy. She turned to her quieter daughter, Wu Shan, and remarked, "Wu Shan, your belly is starting to show. Do you intend to continue like this?" Wu Shan replied begrudgingly, "What can I do?" Wu Qi responded, "Your immediate priority should be to resolve your household registration issue. Otherwise, how will the child be registered once born?" Wu Shan set down her utensils, frowning as she faced her elder sister. "Sister, I wish to resolve it too, but I am unfamiliar with the area. What can I possibly do?" Wu Qi interjected, "I previously introduced you to some options." Before Wu Qi could finish, Wu Shan interrupted, "Sister, the people you introduced are even less appealing than the farmers in our village. One of them doesn't even have decent furniture. Are you suggesting I suffer in such a situation?" With a pointed gaze at Wu Qi, she continued, "Sister, do you think I'm a burden, eating your food, and you wish to rid yourself of me?" Wu Qi, taken aback by the accusation, prepared to retort. But Yao Hong interjected, "Wu Shan, don't speak to your sister that way. We're not struggling for your share of food. However, you must acknowledge that your circumstances are less than favorable. We cannot have unreasonable demands." Wu Qi, with a grim expression, added, "What can I do if I find you lacking? You are currently reliant on others. Do not provoke my ire. I have exerted great effort on your behalf. And if you truly do not wish to find a suitable partner to resolve your registration, then you might as well pack your bags and return to your hometown. You made a foolish choice without considering the consequences, and now you come to me with arrogance. Do you believe yourself to be of high status?" Wu Shan immediately wilted, meekly responding, "That was not my intention. I do not refuse to heed your advice, but at the very least, I wish for a man who has a job and is somewhat presentable." Wu Qi retorted coldly, "With your current standing, what right do you have to be choosy? Men with jobs and decent appearances would not look twice at a woman who has been through hardship and comes with a burden." Wu Shan shouted in anger, "Sister, I am your sister. How can you speak of me this way?" Wu Qi shot back, "If you were not my sister, I would have cast you out long ago. Just today, 2 runaway educated youths were captured at the factory. Do you truly think that hiding at home ensures your safety?" After Wu Qi finished speaking, she pointed at Wu Shan's belly and remarked, "With such a figure, which man wouldn't take a detour upon seeing you? And you still dare to act brazenly in my presence." Wu Shan remained silent. She recognized her sister's sharp tongue. Yet she understood that Wu Qi genuinely cared for her well-being. However, Wu Shan could not resign herself to her fate, unwilling to compromise. She was fully aware that she could have joined the cotton spinning factory, but the family had chosen to send her sister instead, leaving her to toil in the countryside as a sent-down youth. In Wu Shan's perspective, her current predicament bore some responsibility from her sister as well. Yao Hong sighed in silence while Wu Qi, with a scowl, rudely picked at her food. Yao Chen glanced around, finally unable to contain himself. "Mom and Dad, why don't you introduce Aunt to Song Yu's father?" Both Yao Hong and Wu Qi turned to their son. Yao Hong picked up a bun and placed it in Yao Chen's bowl, playfully chiding, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yao Chen replied earnestly, "I'm not talking nonsense. If Aunt married Song Yu's dad, I could be brothers with Song Yu. We could play together every day." Wu Qi retorted sarcastically, "But Song Yu's father is a factory official, tall and handsome. Only a fool would be interested in your aunt." At this, Wu Shan's eyes brightened, and she turned to her sister, exclaiming, "Sister, I think it's a good idea." Wu Qi laughed. "Oh, you think it's a good idea, do you?" Wu Shan nodded vigorously. Wu Qi rolled her eyes. "When you were little, you thought the village chief's sow could lay eggs. Did it ever happen?" Wu Shan, flustered, insisted. "I'm serious, sister." Yao Hong joined in the laughter. "Wu Shan, stop it. That child is already in elementary school." Wu Shan waved her hand dismissively. "I don't mind. My child was born this year too. Let us not be picky about each other." Wu Qi chuckled lightly. "All right, enough. He.s. a leader in the factory. You. A black household who sneaked back. If he were to report you, he wouldn't even need to go to the police station. Just a random worker from the cotton spinning factory could take care of that. Don't go looking for trouble." Wu Shan, somewhat abashed, fell silent, though a glint of shrewdness lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Song Liang, who was indulging in a lazy slumber at home, suddenly felt a chill pass by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After snugly wrapping himself in the blanket, he wondered if his immunity was waning. Why had he suddenly trembled? Just then, Lu Meijuan's voice came from nearby. "Yinzu, it's time for dinner." Song Liang sat up and headed to the next room. As he entered, he heard Zhang shouting, boasting about Song Yu's singing talent. During music class, the teacher praised Song Yu, saying he has the voice to sing tenor. None of the classmates can sing as well as he does. Lu Meijun affectionately ruffled Song Yu's hair. "Really? Is Song Yu that impressive?" Confused, Song Liang inquired. "Do you have high and low notes in your music class?" He then sat down and looked at his son. "What did you sing in class? Singing the motherland or hair like snow?" Song Yu shot him an eye roll. "I sang Young Bao Qing Tian." Lu Meijun and Zhang Shouting had never heard of the songs mentioned by the two, but they refrained from asking further. As Song Liang chewed on a piece of pork, he mumbled, "If you were to sing a song that doesn't exist, you would surely astonish everyone. At that point, the Spring Festival Gala would probably come looking for you to perform." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu raised an eyebrow, and her chewing slowed. The Spring Festival Gala only resumed in 1983. Chapter 45. My father has someone he likes during the afternoon class. Song Yu returned to school with Zhang Shouting and noticed Yao Chun engaged in conversation with a woman at the school gate. As they approached, the dialogue became audible. "Yao Chun, Auntie, I've already arrived at school. Why won't you let me in?" Wu Shan, "It's rare for me to be out and about. What harm is there in spending a little time with your aunt?" Yao Chun, "But we've been standing at the school gate for 20 minutes. Wu Shan, "I bought you a sponge cake, didn't I? Also, don't mention my dropping you off to your parents when you get home." Yao Chun, "Why not?" Wu Shan, "Just don't say anything." As Yao Chun was about to respond, he suddenly spotted his friends approaching and exclaimed joyfully, "Song Yu!" Shouting. Wu Shan turned to see the two adorable children approaching, her face instantly brightening with a warm smile. "Oh, you must be Song Yu? Yao Chun always talks about you at home." Song Yu sweetly replied, "Hello, Auntie." Wu Shan introduced herself. "I'm Yao Chun's aunt. Here, have this sponge cake on me." With that, Wu Shan extended the sponge cake to Song Yu, pointedly ignoring Zhang Shouting standing beside her. Yao Chun excitedly chimed in, "Song Yu, this sponge cake is delicious." Song Yu glanced at the somewhat disappointed Zhang Shouting and smiled. "Thank you, Auntie. But we must return to class now." As she spoke, her gaze subtly drifted to Wu Shan's abdomen, noticing a slight bulge. Once the three children entered the school, Song Yu handed the sponge cake to Zhang Shouting. "Here, this is for you." Zhang Shouting's face lit up with joy as she eagerly accepted the sponge cake, relishing every bite. Observing her friend's gradual plumpness, Song Yu couldn't help but reminisce about their initial meeting when Zhang Shouting appeared malnourished, evoking a sense of nostalgia akin to a daughter being well-fed. Standing at the entrance, Wu Shan noticed her intentions being so casually dismissed by Song Yu, causing her brow to furrow slightly. During her stay at her sister's house, Wu Qi had not given Wu Shan a single penny, and the money for the sponge cake was earned by Wu Shan during her time as a young worker in the countryside. This little brat not only showed ingratitude but also didn't allow her parents to drop her off at school, making this outing feel like a loss. On their way back to class, Song Yu inquired of Yao Chun, "Does your aunt know me?" Song Yu could distinctly sense Yao Chun's aunt's unusual warmth towards her, especially since she had completely ignored Zhang Shouting. Yao Chun nodded. "I mentioned you during lunch." Song Yu, puzzled, asked, "What did you say?" Yao Chun, straightforward and open, recounted the general gist of their earlier conversation. As Song Yu pieced together the information, she quickly deduced Yao Chun's aunt's intentions. subsequently casting a speechless glance at him. Yao Chun, feeling bewildered by Song Yu's gaze, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Yu replied, "Next time you bring up my family at home, just say my father has someone he likes." Before Yao Chun could utter a word, Zhang Xiaoding, nibbling on a rice cake, inquired with a hint of ambiguity, "Who does Uncle Song like?" "Your little aunt." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoding's eyes sparkled with excitement. She resolved to share this delightful tidbit with her little aunt when she returned home that evening. Song Yu turned to Yao Chun, speaking earnestly, "Make sure to inform your parents about this when you get home." Song Yu intended to use Yao Chun as a conduit to relay the afternoon's revelation, although it was not directly related to him. He felt it necessary to offer a gentle reminder, given the relationship between their families. Yao Chun, puzzled, asked, "What should I say? That your father likes Xiaoding's little aunt?" Song Yu, exasperated, sighed and clarified, "Just tell them your little aunt came to drop you off at school this afternoon." Yao Chun, albeit confused, nodded obediently in agreement. Upon returning home that evening, Zhang Xiaoding rushed into her house, calling out for her little aunt at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, Song Yu retreated to his room, where he found Song Liang lounging on the living room bed, engrossed in television, a common source of amusement in this era. Hearing the commotion, Song Liang deduced that Song Yu had returned from school. He got up, entered the room, and handed over a wad of cash and tickets that he had pulled from his pocket. "Keep it safe." Song Yu did not bother to count the money, merely gauging its weight before storing it away. At this point, neither father nor son had any clear idea of how much they had accumulated. Song Liang assumed Song Yu would keep track, while Song Yu thought Song Liang was aware. This laissez-faire attitude gradually morphed into a state of neglect, with Song Liang becoming an unfeeling money-making machine and Song Yu serving as a secure repository. As the two were engaged in idle chatter, a sudden exclamation from Lu Meijun next door interrupted them. Song Liang hurried outside to inquire about the situation, followed closely by Song Yu. Upon entering the neighboring abode, they found Lu Meijun's cheeks flushed and Zhang Xiaoding grinning widely. "What happened?" Song Liang asked. "Did a mouse sneak into your house?" Upon seeing Song Liang, Lu Meijun's demeanor became even more reserved. She dared not meet his gaze, muttering softly, "Nothing. I just got splashed with some oil by accident." Song Liang was perplexed. After all, Lu Meijun remained expressionless even when pricked by a needle while sewing. Why would a splash of oil elicit such a reaction? Song Yu, however, had an inkling of the truth and chuckled inwardly, content to stand by and observe. Just as they were preparing to have dinner, two guests arrived unexpectedly. Upon seeing Su San and Zhang Qiao standing at the gate, Song Liang's expression darkened, while Lu Meijun tacitly chose to remain silent, not even glancing in their direction. "Is there something you need?" Su San raised a bamboo shoot in his hand, his face beaming with affection as he said, "Song, today my relatives from the hometown brought this. There's quite a bit, so I thought I'd bring some over for your family to taste." Song Liang declined. "You have 5 people in your family. You can slowly enjoy it yourselves. Su Hui and her siblings are still growing. We don't need it." Su San insisted. "We have plenty at home, really. This is specially brought for you." Zhang Qiao stood silently beside him, her expression restrained, lacking her usual arrogance. Song Liang, well aware of their intentions, cut to the chase, saying, "Let us get to the point. You don't need to be so polite." Su San gently nudged his wife with his foot, and Zhang Qiao took a deep breath, glancing at Lu Meijun, who had her back turned to her. She suppressed her frustration. "Director Song, I am here to apologize on behalf of both families." After a brief exchange lasting over 10 minutes between Song Liang and the Su couple, Lu Meijun did not once turn to look. In the end, Song Liang accepted the bamboo shoots, and Su San and Zhang Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over them as they exchanged polite smiles before departing. Once seated, Song Liang placed the bamboo shoots beside Lu Meijun's feet, saying, "I think we should let this matter rest. They have apologized, so your anger should have subsided, right?" Lu Meijun glanced at the bamboo shoots at her feet and whispered, "Thank you." Song Liang paid little mind to her response, muttering to himself, "If it weren't for the sake of Su Hui San and her siblings, I wouldn't have let a whole basket of bamboo shoots go unchallenged." Lu Meijun slowly chewed, her mind replaying her niece's earlier words. "Aunt, Song Yu said Uncle Song likes you." Chapter 46. Su Jun. A few days later, on the weekend, 2 groups of visitors arrived at Song Liang's home. The first was on Friday evening when Yao Hong and Wu Qi came again, this time empty-handed. Song Yu noted the worried expressions on their faces. Song Liang was surprised to learn that the pregnant sister from their family was interested in him. But as an older sister, Wu Qi disapproved, leading to a quarrel, after which the sister insisted on returning home and severing ties with Wu Qi. Song Liang found it perplexing. Why were they sharing such family matters with him? Observing his wife's agitation, Yao Hong provided a thorough explanation. He revealed that Wu Qi had secretly contacted their family, but the response was clear: do not let Wu Shan return home, as the family could not bear the shame. Wu Qi was reluctant to intervene, yet she felt compelled to help. Her sister was pregnant, unemployed, and homeless. Where could she go alone? Due to this situation, Wu Qi had been unusually distressed these past few days and ultimately decided to seek Song Liang as help in arranging a job for Wu Shan at the factory. Even if it was just a temporary position. Song Liang inquired, "Sister Wu, with your experience and seniority at the cotton spinning factory, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange a temporary position, right? Besides, Brother Yao is the foreman of our factory's drivers. With both of you involved, they should agree." Yao Hong's expression turned slightly awkward as he explained, "I do have good relationships with the workers under me, but my rapport with the leadership is rather average. It's just..." Wu Qi interrupted, "Your brother, Yao, has a straightforward personality, and that can be troublesome. He might offend the leaders when speaking to them. Face doesn't count for much." She continued, "I can indeed arrange a temporary position for Wu Shan, but it would likely be in a supporting role, cleaning, working in the cafeteria kitchen, or something similar. My sister hasn't received much education. She struggles even with basic arithmetic. And since she is pregnant, I wouldn't want her doing any back-breaking labor." Song Yu listened to the conversation from her room, feeling a wave of disbelief. Yao Chun's mother appeared indifferent towards Wu Shan, yet her heart was warm. Even in these circumstances, she still considered her sister's hardships. Rural women work in the fields while pregnant, and some families don't even allow a postpartum recovery period. Wu Qi continued, expressing his desire for assistance in securing a temporary position at the cotton spinning workshop, where he could minimize his movements. "Rest assured, Song Liang, we will cover the expenses." Song Liang sighed inwardly. Wu Qi's words were mere platitudes. Of course, the costs would be borne by them, as they were not related. The crux of the matter was that if he were to inquire, the obligation would inevitably weigh upon him. Ultimately, Song Liang neither declined nor readily agreed, simply stating that he would discuss it upon his return to the factory next week, without guaranteeing any outcome. As Wu Qi departed, he unceremoniously placed 50 yuan on the table, representing a significant portion of their earnings over the past 2 weeks. Song Liang promptly declined, feeling that accepting the money without accomplishing anything would place a heavy burden on him. Observing Song Liang's resolute stance, Wu Qi felt a mix of gratitude and dwindling hope. On Saturday evening, the arrival of the second guest took Song Liang by surprise. Director Su from the sales department appeared at his door, carrying 2 bottles of liquor. Upon seeing his superior unexpectedly visit, Song Liang felt a flutter of anxiety. Lu Meijun, noticing the presence of factory leadership in their home, became flustered and, through Song Yu, informed them that they were drinking inside. Lu Meijun hurriedly prepared some appetizers. Afterward, she sent her niece to serve the snacks. Director Su, watching the young girl bring in the food one by one, could not help but affectionately ruffle her hair, exchanging light-hearted banter with Song Liang. "Your neighbor is quite amiable," he joked. "Thanks to our leader's thoughtful arrangements," Song Liang replied. Su lit a cigarette and chuckled. "All right, no need for pleasantries. We're among friends here." Song Liang opened the back door for ventilation, returning to sit down and light a cigarette of his own, engaging in casual conversation with Su over drinks. Although Su had not articulated his purpose for visiting, Song Liang refrained from prompting him. After nearly half an hour of idle chatter, Song Yu, feeling drowsy, was finally informed of Su's intent. On the upcoming Monday, the Suzhou Municipal Finance Bureau would establish a regulatory department to scrutinize the finances of all state-owned factories and enterprises within the city. Although this matter was not initially relevant to Su, one of the factory's deputy directors had been implicated in unscrupulous activities, with many suppliers clandestinely settling accounts with him. This had resulted in discrepancies between the factory's documentation and actual revenue, and coincidentally, this deputy director oversaw the sales department. Su acknowledged that while the sales staff might partake in minor kickbacks, they certainly would not engage in such illicit dealings. However, he was acutely aware that the sales department would inevitably be subjected to investigation. The most favorable outcome would be a thorough inquiry that cleared the sales department of any wrongdoing, while the worst case would see Su removed from his position. leading to a complete overhaul of the sales team. Song Liang remained oblivious to Su's underlying motives for his visit. However, Song Yu, lurking in the room, discerned the implications. She suspected that Su, much like the deputy director, had ulterior motives for his visit. She contemplated several possibilities for tonight's visit, one being that Su sought a scapegoat, intending to implicate Song Liang to alleviate his own pressures and culpability. This seemed unlikely, as Song Liang rarely visited the cotton spinning factory and his sales orders were meticulously accounted for, all bearing Su's signature. The second possibility was that Su had come to borrow money or to seek connections for assistance. Such a scenario appears highly improbable. Song Liang possesses a pristine reputation and a modest background. It is unlikely that any connections would lead back to him. The final possibility is that Su Jun is acutely aware of his impending dismissal and recognizes that Song Liang will assume his position. The reasoning behind Song Yu's conclusion is straightforward. Within the entire sales department, apart from Su Jun, Song Liang stands as the only nominal leader and the sole individual with a higher education. Most significantly, Song Liang's tenure at the cotton spinning factory has been brief, leaving him without deep roots. Su Jun's visit is merely an act of loyalty. Meanwhile, the conversation in the living room continues, with Su Jun speaking lightly. Song Liang, do not feel pressured. My visit serves no ulterior motive. I simply felt restless and sought your company for a casual chat. After years of dedication to the factory, starting from the ground up, it is disheartening to face such unfounded accusations that could lead to my dismissal. I am understandably frustrated. He is clearly playing the emotional card. Song Liang sighed. Boss, you needn't worry. If you haven't committed any wrongdoing, there is nothing to fear. The removal of a deputy factory director carries significant weight. It should not extend to you. Su Jun replied, as the head of the sales department, even without any wrongdoing. My credibility has been severely undermined. I find myself in a position that is difficult to defend. And please, do not call me boss. I cannot bear that title. Song Liang's demeanor remained unaffected by Su Jun's impending downfall. He has never held this job in high regard and plans to venture into business once the opportunity arises. Thus, he treats everyone equally and kindly. He has always viewed his role at the cotton spinning factory merely as a stepping stone. Upon sensing Song Liang's attitude, Su Jun felt a sense of relief and slowly articulated, my position as section chief is undoubtedly at risk, but I will endeavor to elevate you in my stead. We share a close bond within the sales department. It is better to promote a trusted ally than allow someone else to take the position. After bidding farewell to Su Jun, Song Yu exited the room. What does he mean? I didn't quite understand, Song Liang inquired. Song Yu confidently expressed her suspicions, asserting that Su Jun's words were merely a facade, and his claim of facilitating Song Liang's promotion could very well be a smokescreen. The factory likely harbored such intentions long before, and Su Jun simply sought to ingratiate himself by arriving early to claim the spoils. Song Liang frowned. I have no interest in the position of section chief whatsoever. To which Song Yu replied, that is of little consequence. If the factory indeed decides on this course, you are free to accept it wholeheartedly. But I have never held a leadership role. Song Liang protested. Leadership merely entails managing finances and reprimanding others. You need not possess any other skills. Your daily conduct remains unchanged, aside from the slight inconvenience of spending more time in the office, Song Yu reassured him. However, the responsibilities of the sales department still require attention. Song Liang argued. Let Su Jun continue to handle them, Song Yu suggested. Song Liang was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. Are you implying that? Isn't it obvious why he came here tonight? If he wishes to continue in his role, let him do so. Just ensure you scrutinize any documents requiring your signature, she replied. At that moment, Lu Meijun peered in from outside, noticing that the leader had departed, and quickly entered to inquire, what has transpired? Why did Section Chief Su suddenly come to see you? Did you make a mistake at work? Song Liang shook his head, saying, no, he just happened to pass by and came in for a casual chat. They did not intend to inform Lu Meijun about this matter, as Song Liang wished to maintain a pure relationship between the two families. Perhaps there would be changes regarding this position in the future. Once everything settled down, the truth would naturally emerge. In the following month, Song Liang, in his personal capacity, rented a dilapidated house. As he was unable to secure the warehouse from the machinery factory, renting a state-owned factory's warehouse to a private individual was rather unusual in this era, and the leadership of the machinery factory did not dare to do so. Occasionally, Song Yu would go alone to the rented house, gradually placing more goods inside, while Song Liang was responsible for collecting money to bring home. Now, the savings of the Song family had exceeded 10,000 yuan, making them the only household in the vicinity with such wealth, without any pressure. Of course, no one knew about this, not even Lu Meijun. At the beginning of September, Song Liang was summoned for a discussion by the leadership of the cotton spinning factory. A few days later, the new head of the sales department was appointed. While working in the cotton spinning workshop, Lu Meijun suddenly heard the announcement and froze in place. How could he suddenly become the section chief? Lu Meijun's heart brimmed with joy, but then she heard her co-workers discussing nearby. Incredible. I remember Song Gan was only 25, right? And he's already the section chief? And we used to call him Song Gan. Now it's Song Kajong. I heard he's still single, right? I'd love to introduce my daughter to him. There are probably many who share your thoughts. It's unlikely for us ordinary workers to have a chance. Listening to the chatter around her, Lu Meijun's excitement quickly faded, and she felt a tinge of sadness. Indeed, Yanzu had already become the section chief. Not joining in the conversation, Lu Meijun continued to work quietly. Her expression no longer one of delight, but rather tinged with melancholy. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Song Liang returned to the sales department, where his former colleagues warmly congratulated him, including Su Jun, who showed no signs of embarrassment from his recent demotion. With a natural demeanor and gleaming eyes, he displayed immense enthusiasm for Song Liang's appointment. Song Liang smiled and said, "All right, we're all familiar with each other. We'll continue as before. I'm not one to wield authority. I want to reiterate what should or shouldn't be done. Of course, you may test the limits of my patience. And it's a good opportunity for me to establish my authority. For minor issues, don't approach me. For major ones, turn to Su Jun." After the pleasantries, Song Liang gestured for Su Jun to join him in the office, where the latter attentively poured water for him. Once seated, Song Liang got straight to the point and said to Su Jun with a smile, "You'll still be in charge of this office. The previous tasks remain your responsibility. I'll return every morning, and if there is anything that requires my attention or a signature, just let me know." Su Jun was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Song Liang's nonchalance. Song Liang continued, "My character differs from that of the former deputy factory director. I seek to go with the flow and avoid risky endeavors. Therefore, please refrain from reporting any trivial matters to me." Su Jun discerned the underlying implication in Song Liang's words and nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, Section Chief Song, I know precisely what to do." At that moment, Su Jun's heart surged with excitement. He had initially presumed that after his demotion, he would have to tread carefully within the department. To his astonishment, Song Liang exhibited no semblance of bureaucratic vanity. After a brief exchange, Song Liang stood and gestured for Su Jun to take his former seat, and then departed the office, heading toward the entrance of the cotton spinning factory. He was not returning home. Rather, he sought to wander leisurely through the factory. In this initial period of his tenure, he intended to adhere to the standard working hours, intending to adjust his arrival and departure times only once he had familiarized himself with the environment. It would be inappropriate for the factory director or other leaders to summon him unexpectedly and find him absent from his post during working hours. Few greeted Song Liang as he made his way. The factory was expansive and the workforce vast, leaving most employees unfamiliar with him. Furthermore, due to his youthful appearance, no one would surmise that he was the newly appointed head of the sales department, aside from the occasional whispers of a few employees who recognized him from a distance. Song Liang received little in the way of compliments. Finding himself somewhat bored, he resolved to visit the spinning workshop. Having been neighbors with Lu Meijun for quite some time, he had yet to pay her a visit. Previously, their mutual reluctance to visit stemmed from the extreme gender disparity among the employees on either side, which could lead to misunderstandings. Additionally, the nature of their relationship was such that, while they were merely neighbors in name, an unannounced visit would likely raise eyebrows unless there was an urgent matter at home. However, circumstances had changed, with Song Liang now in a leadership position. It was imperative that he familiarize himself with the operational aspects of the various workshops. He recalled that Lu Meijun worked as a spinner in Workshop 1. Upon arriving at the production area, he followed the factory's signage and soon spotted the prominent numeral 1, unhesitatingly striding toward Workshop 1. Upon entering, a textile worker near the entrance noticed him. A woman, appearing to be in her 40s, inquired, "Comrade, who are you? What brings you to our workshop?" Maintaining a composed demeanor, Song Liang replied politely, "Hello, ma'am. I am from the sales department and have come to see your workshop director." The woman, devoid of suspicion, smiled and said, "Very well. Please wait a moment while I fetch our director." "Thank you, ma'am," Song Liang responded. "No problem. I also need to visit the restroom." So it works out nicely. Chapter 48. Production Department. Shindongshan. Song Liang refrained from aimlessly wandering the workshop, instead behaving as though he were genuinely there for business discussions, which prevented the workers from regarding him with any oddity. Observing Song Liang standing at the entrance, several young female workers displayed curiosity. The factory's employees were relatively attractive and youthful, prompting whispers among those with unmarried daughters at home or those themselves unwed. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Song Liang felt no embarrassment. After all, his inner self was well into his 30s, and he possessed a thick skin, likely rendering him impervious to embarrassment in the entire cotton spinning factory. After a short while, two middle-aged men emerged from the workshop. The elder, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded vitality with a steady gait, while the younger one was somewhat leaner. They approached the young staff member from the sales department, and the elder's eyes lit up as he smiled and extended his hand, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you, comrade?" Song Liang shook his hand and replied with a smile, "Greetings, comrade. My name is Song Liang." Upon hearing his name, the elder chuckled heartily. "Director Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. I only heard the announcement of your appointment this morning and was hoping to find time to meet you, but I never expected it to happen so soon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shindongshan from the production department, temporarily overseeing this little domain. This is our workshop's production manager, Qi Linxiao." As the three began to engage in small talk, Song Liang remained composed when facing the senior colleague, who was over a decade his senior, prompting an inner admiration from Shindongshan. Earlier that morning, upon hearing about the appointment of the sales department's director, Shun had marveled at the youthfulness of this new leader. While discussing production matters with Qi Linxiao, an employee had mentioned that someone from the sales department was seeking the director. Initially, Shun had dismissed it, but upon reflection, with the recent announcement of personnel changes, he decided to pay attention and accompany the visitor to understand the situation better. To his surprise, the visitor turned out to be none other than Song Liang himself. Logically, the production department held significant power within the cotton spinning factory, as all products were produced there, thereby overshadowing departments such as sales, logistics, and security. However, in the presence of the newly appointed director, Shindongshan dared not exhibit any semblance of indifference and felt compelled to display ample enthusiasm. The reason was simple. Song Liang was remarkably young, only 25 years old. Regardless of his inexperience, as long as he did not make mistakes, he would undoubtedly have opportunities for advancement. The female workers nearby, upon hearing the director's words, could hardly divert their gazes from the young leader, their minds racing with a singular curiosity to ascertain his marital status. Shindongshan inquired, "What brings you to our production department today, Song? Is there something lacking in our department?" Song Liang responded with a generous smile. "Oh, Shun, please don't say that. I merely wish to explore the factory with no other intentions. If you continue to say such things, I may hesitate to visit again." Shindongshan replied with bravado, "If you, Song, have the courage to come, then how could I not? Let us set aside everything else for now. I'll show you how our workshop operates. Your valuable insights will be greatly appreciated, and we will promptly make corrections if needed." His words were both flattering and familiar, reflecting Shindongshan's adeptness in communication. As they walked along, Shindongshan enthusiastically led Song Liang through the workshop, introducing with vigor, "This is our cotton fiber area. These machines were acquired at great expense. Compared to the equipment at the second cotton spinning factory, ours is truly incomparable. Over here is the fiber preparation area, and over there is the twisting section. This is the raw material processing area, primarily consisting of cotton and synthetic fibers, along with auxiliary materials such as polyester and viscose fibers, which are utilized in blending to enhance fabric quality and reduce costs." Song Liang listened intently, genuinely curious about the cotton spinning production of this era. However, he sensed something amiss as he recalled that Song Yu previously mentioned that most products from cotton spinning mills were textile fabrics, linen fabrics, and blends of linen and cotton yarn, with polyester short fiber fabrics only gaining popularity after 1979. Yet, from Shindongshan's introduction, it appeared that polyester reserves were already present in the raw material area. Unable to contain his curiosity, he voiced his doubts, causing Shindongshan's eyes to light up in surprise. He expected the young Song to be so knowledgeable, Song Liang waved his hand with a chuckle, admitting he only had a superficial understanding. Shin Dongshan explained that polyester short fibers could now be produced, with plans to add a production line by the end of the year dedicated to such products. The polyester short fiber fabrics currently on the market were quite popular, prompting Shin Dongshan to decide on a transformation. Hearing this, Song Liang silently resolved to stock up on such goods upon his return, anticipating greater profits later on. After the basic introduction, Qi Linxiao, who had been trailing behind, discreetly nodded at Shin Dongshan, who immediately responded with a grin, saying, "Brother Song, a chance encounter is better than an invitation. Since you're here today, we must have a proper meal together. It's on me." Song Liang quickly countered, No, Brother Shun, that simply cannot be. As a newcomer, it is my duty to treat you." Shin Dongshan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not who pays. What counts is our camaraderie. I've already made arrangements for the place. This time, it's on me, and next time, it will be your turn." At that moment, Song Liang noticed Lu Meijun sitting nearby by the machinery, her gaze fixed intently upon him. When she caught his eye, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Song Liang smiled, gesturing to himself and then to Shin Dongshan, making a sign for eating, indicating that he and Shin Dongshan would dine out and would not return home for lunch, thus not requiring her to prepare his meal. Lu Meijun, blushing, nodded in understanding. Both Shin Dongshan and Qi Linxiao observed Song Liang's gestures, with the former curiously asking, "Brother Song, what is going on?" Song Liang's overt actions were deliberate, intended to convey to Shin Dongshan the nature of his relationship with Lu Meijun. "Oh, I merely saw a neighbor from my courtyard and informed her that I would not be home for lunch, asking her to look after my child for me," he replied. Shin Dongshan promptly inquired, "Really? Is your neighbor from our workshop? What is her name?" Song Liang spoke openly without reservation. Shin Dongshan had nothing further to say, while Qi Linxiao, the workshop director standing nearby, cast a glance in that direction. Without needing Shin Dongshan to articulate his thoughts, Qi Linxiao, being the most competent director under him, already understood the intention to ensure that the female worker received extra care, which explained the inquiry about her name. Earlier, Song Liang had made it quite clear that the two families shared a cordial relationship, capable of understanding each other's intentions with merely a gesture, and the children could be entrusted to each other's care. Chapter 49. Honey Water. Song Liang and Shin Dongshan chose a private room in a state-owned restaurant, accompanied solely by Qi Linxiao. It was evident to Song Liang that Shin Dongshan frequented this establishment. Otherwise, given the brazen demeanor of the waitstaff in such state-run dining venues during that era, he would not have been so jovial with Shin Dongshan. Simultaneously, Song Liang confirmed that Qi Linxiao was a close associate of Shin Dongshan, as out of the 5 workshops in the production department, Shin Dongshan had opted to bring only Qi Linxiao along. Throughout the banquet, both Song Liang and Shin Dongshan engaged in lively conversation. Song Liang, devoid of ulterior motives, maintained a gentle demeanor, neither subservient nor arrogant, conversing as though with a friend. On the other hand, Shin Dongshan, keen to forge a connection, was drawn to Song Liang's ease and authenticity, reciprocating with a welcoming attitude. After downing a glass of wine, Shin Dongshan heartily exclaimed, "Brother Song, although today marks our first acquaintance, I sense something extraordinary about you. Truly, despite your youth, your eloquence is remarkably bold. My judgment is sound. You are indeed exceptional." As he spoke, he raised his thumb in affirmation. Qi Linxiao interjected, "Director Shun, your statement seems misguided." Shin Dongshan replied, "Oh, where have I erred?" Qi Linxiao, with a serious tone, remarked, "Previously, Director Song assisted the factory in resolving the pork shortage at the West End. You even commended Director Song's capabilities. Have you forgotten?" Shin Dongshan erupted into laughter. "Indeed, Brother Song's procurement of that meat truly alleviated our factory's pressing issues. You see, the workers in our production department had been grumbling incessantly about the meager meals in the cafeteria, their hands trembling from hunger while working. Your contribution was a tremendous help." Song Liang humbly deflected the praise, fully aware that it was not to be taken seriously. Shin Dongshan continued, "Brother Song, let us strike a mutual understanding. I will speak candidly. I am uncertain whether our production department's innovative polyester will sell well next year. We will undoubtedly require the support of your sales department. I raise my glass to you, and should difficulties arise, I implore you to lend me a hand." Shin Dongshan's words were sincere. Although he harbored confidence in the innovative product, it remained merely that, confidence, not certainty. He too felt anxious about the anticipated sales of the new product next year, as he aspired to secure the position of deputy factory director within a few years. Brother Song, I shall say no more. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist. Shen Dongshan's earnestness was palpable, and even Qi Linxiao regarded Song Liang with newfound respect. Devoid of flattery, wherever Shen Dongshan ventured, Qi Linxiao would follow suit. Song Liang pondered for a moment before smiling and speaking. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Brother Shen. Shen Dongshan set down his wine glass. Go on. Song Liang continued. I was thinking of requesting a position from you, Brother Shen. Both Shen Dongshan and Qi Linxiao were taken aback, with the former questioning, a position? This seems rather straightforward for you. We did not expect such a request from you. Shen Dongshan remarked. Song, doesn't your sales department have positions available? Why are you interested in our production department? Logically, the sales department should be less demanding, while our production department requires night shifts and is somewhat monotonous. Without reservation, Song Liang disclosed Wu Shan's situation, omitting her background. She is pregnant, and her family prefers a position in the production department, one that does not require much movement during work. The mention of pregnant enlightened Shen Dongshan and Qi Linxiao, both exchanging knowing smiles. Seeing their expressions, Song Liang quickly clarified. Brother Shen, Director Qi, please do not misunderstand. There is nothing between us. In fact, we have never even met. It is merely a friend's family member who sought my assistance. Initially, I had no means to help, but upon encountering you today, I thought perhaps you could assist. Shen Dongshan relaxed and turned to Qi Linxiao, who confidently affirmed, Rest assured, Section Chief Song, I happen to have a few vacancies available. Just provide me with your friend's relative's name, age, and desired position, and I shall make the arrangements. Song Liang relayed the basic information about Wu Qi's sister, concluding, Director Qi, please arrange for her to have a temporary worker position. Whether she can transition to a permanent role will depend on her own capabilities. It was unreasonable for Song Liang to seek a formal position for someone he did not know well, regardless of the influence of Yao Hong and Wu Qi. Song Yu had previously warned that Wu Shan harbored impure intentions, advising against being overly generous to her. Qi Linxiao appeared momentarily flustered but refrained from further comments. Nodding in agreement, the meal lasted nearly an hour and a half. Even with Song Liang's considerable capacity for alcohol, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Concluding that the afternoon would likely be uneventful, he bid farewell to Shen Dongshan and opted to return home for some rest. As he strolled along the road, he mused about the inconvenience of living in an era devoid of ride-hailing services or taxis. However, as he approached the alley, his intention to rest was thwarted. Several neighbors chatting nearby rose enthusiastically to greet him upon his arrival. With a mechanically forced smile, Song Liang engaged in perfunctory pleasantries for several minutes before finally entering the courtyard. Lu Meijun hurried home after work, having prepared a bit more lunch. Knowing that Song Liang would not be home for the meal, hearing the commotion at the courtyard entrance, she quickly stepped outside. Their eyes met, and with a blush, Lu Meijun inquired, Have you eaten? Song Liang nodded. Yes, I dined with your section chief and workshop director. Lu Meijun responded. Oh, did you drink too much? Song Liang chuckled awkwardly, a little, but it's nothing serious. A short rest will suffice. After a brief silence, Lu Meijun softly remarked, Congratulations on becoming the section chief. Song Liang chuckled. Even if I become the factory director, I shall still rely on you to support me. Lu Meijun's face flushed deeper. I still have plenty of honey from the jars you gave me earlier. I'll pour you a cup of honey water to help you sober up. Song Liang did not decline. Soon, Lu Meijun emerged from the room, handing him the cup. As he grasped it, feeling the warmth radiating from the cup and the intoxicating scent swirling around him, he instinctively remarked, It would be wonderful if, whenever I drink, you could prepare a cup of honey water for me. Absolutely. Chapter 50. The steamed bun and noodle stall after dinner. Visitors began to arrive at Song Liang's home, the majority being neighbors. Upon learning that Song Liang had been promoted to section chief, they came either to propose matches or to forge connections. With the increasing tide of educated youth returning to the city, many were acutely aware of a consensus. Job opportunities would become increasingly scarce. There were family members out of work and children who would soon need employment. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with worry, a leader from the cotton spinning factory unexpectedly appeared in the alley, or perhaps from a neighboring one. This sparked a flurry of activity among the visitors, who hastily gathered whatever meager gifts they had to present. Song Liang repeatedly turned away visitors, welcoming one after another. Yet the flow of guests never ceased. Some, upon being refused, would merely smile politely and take their leave, while others were exceedingly obstinate, refusing to budge without a favorable answer from Song Liang. There were even two elderly individuals who threw themselves on the ground, demanding that he resolve their children's employment issues. In response, Song Liang simply locked his door, positioned a bamboo stool beside the recalcitrant elders, and sat down to smoke, enjoying the spectacle as neighbors outside observed, all mocking the unruly duo. Perhaps due to Song Liang's resolute demeanor, the elders eventually cursed and departed, and the onlookers ceased their disruptions. For those few who resorted to harsh words after being turned away, Song Liang made a mental note, vowing that should an opportunity arise, he would be the first to take action against their families. Aside from the neighbors, several astute subordinates from the sales department also visited, bringing gifts. Their intentions were uncomplicated, merely seeking to leave a favorable impression on their new leader. Compared to the neighbors' earnestness, the employees from the sales department were notably more casual. Song Liang accepted only the inexpensive gifts while firmly rejecting the lavish ones. After sending them off, he locked the courtyard gate, resolute in his decision not to open it for anyone. Lu Meijun could not help but speak up. When I returned today, Aunt Wang next door asked if we could tear down the courtyard wall. It would make both yards much more spacious if combined. Song Liang retorted. You didn't agree, did you? Of course not. Lu Meijun replied. With a sigh, Song Liang remarked, it's just a section chief. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? After speaking, he unconsciously picked up a cigarette, only to remember Lu Meijun was nearby, and quietly returned it to the pack. Observing this gesture, Lu Meijun felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and softly said, if you want to smoke, just go ahead. Song Liang shook his head. You don't like the smell of smoke. I'd rather not smoke in front of you. Lu Meijun couldn't help but jest. How can you smoke in front of Xiaoyu? He is just a child and cannot tolerate the smell of smoke. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. He doesn't mind. Even if he took my cigarette to smoke, I wouldn't object. Lu Meijun assumed Song Liang was joking. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke again. This afternoon, our workshop director unexpectedly came to find me, asking if I was feeling any discomfort or if I needed a change of position. Song Liang remained silent, prompting Lu Meijun to continue. I told him everything was fine, but the director said I should endure a bit this year, and he would apply for me to be recognized as a labor model at the end of the year. Tomorrow, he might arrange for me to be a team leader. Song Liang replied, that's great. This way, you can get a raise, and you'll be able to buy that sewing machine sooner. Lu Meijun laughed and scolded playfully. In just 2 months, I'll have saved enough money. There's no need to wait until next year. After that, she whispered, once I buy the sewing machine, I'll make you and Xiaoyu a set of clothes. Song Liang responded, you must make them look good. I intend to wear them every day. As the weather in Suzhou began to warm up, ever since Song Liang became the section chief, whenever Song Yu encountered familiar adults on her way to and from school, they treated her with remarkable kindness, some even offering her small snacks. However, Song Yu had no interest in these treats and brought them all back to school for Liao Luqing. Although her desk mate still looked quite thin, her complexion had improved since their first meeting, now showing a hint of color. During the day, Song Yu would daydream at her desk, and at night, she found herself idle at home. Meanwhile, Zhang's shouting became increasingly lively. Having grown accustomed to attending classes with her 2 little friends, Lu Meijun gradually freed up her hands, allowing the children to play together except for essential chores like cooking. Thus, Zhang's shouting occupied Song Yu's bedroom daily, and sometimes, when restless, would drag Song Yu along to visit Jiang Qian. Although Song Yu was reluctant, she couldn't let such a young child wander off alone, so she accompanied her. The neighbors, accustomed to seeing the two together, often teased that their bond resembled that of siblings, to which Song Liang and Lu Meijun would smile in agreement. One weekend, the restless Zhang shouting, as usual, pulled Song Yu to the lakeside to catch worms for fishing. While crossing a bridge, Song Yu suddenly spotted a familiar small figure. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find Liao Luqing sitting demurely at a wooden table by a stall selling buns and noodles, diligently doing her homework. Whenever a customer sat down, she would rise to inquire about their order, and as soon as they left, she would promptly clear the dishes before returning to her studies. The stall owner was a slender elderly woman, and Song Yu recalled Liao Luqing mentioning her lack of a father and that her mother worked as a temporary employee in the cafeteria of a cotton mill. Song Yu surmised that the elderly woman was likely Liao Luqing's grandmother. Zhang Xiaoting also spotted Liao Luqing and joyfully approached her, calling out, "Luqing." The elderly woman and Liao Luqing turned to look at her simultaneously. The former remained silent while the latter quickly lowered her head, too shy to respond. Song Yu noticed that her desk mate appeared somewhat self-conscious. Zhang Xiaoting, unencumbered by such reservations, ran up to Liao Luqing's side, happily chatting away. The elderly woman recognized that the child was a classmate of her grandchild and kindly inquired, "Child, have you had breakfast yet? If not, I have buns and noodles here." Zhang Xiaoting shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Grandma, I've already eaten." At that moment, Song Yu approached and noticed Liao Luqing's expression was far from natural. In contrast to Zhang Xiaoting's enthusiasm, she seemed on the verge of tears. It was evident that she wished to conceal her awkward situation from her classmates. Understanding the weight of such thoughts at such a tender age, Song Yu spoke up, "Luqing, I envy you." Liao Luqing looked up at Song Yu, who gazed around the stall and remarked, "Your family sells buns and noodles. Doesn't that mean you can eat them every day?" Liao Luqing nodded woodenly. Song Yu continued enviously, "Every day when Xiaoting and I return home, we can only eat the cold rice cooked in the morning, which isn't appetizing at all. If only I had family members who set up a stall like your grandma's, then I could enjoy something warm." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman brought over 2 buns in a bowl and kindly said, "If you want to eat, come to Grandma's place more often. Grandma will treat you." Song Yu graciously accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandma." Zhang Xiaoting, in a rush, interjected, "Song Yu, don't eat them all. Leave one for me." Song Yu retorted, "Didn't you just say you've already eaten?" Zhang Xiaoting replied, "Even if I've eaten, I still want some." Chapter 51. Temporary worker. Song Yu's thoughts were quite simple. Rather than having Zhang Xiaoting run around aimlessly, it was better for her to stay at Liao Luqing's stall to play. With a soul of over 30 years accompanying a bunch of little ones and playing with mud and catching earthworms, even if it were like raising a daughter, one would eventually wish for a respite. Initially, Liao Luqing felt somewhat out of place, but when she saw Song Yu assisting her grandmother, attending to customers, and occasionally sitting beside her grandmother engaging in innocent conversation, she finally felt at ease to continue her homework. Observing Liao Luqing frequently distracted while doing her homework, Zhang Xiaoting, believing her friend was struggling, took it upon herself to instruct Liao Luqing. "Luqing, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. At home, I help Song Yu with his homework." Liao Luqing, blushing, lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Song Yu, sitting next to the elderly woman, innocently asked, "Grandma, since you have a stall here, won't the police chase people away?" The elderly woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, the street office helps Grandma with that. The police will not drive Grandma away." Uncertain if Song Yu comprehended, the elderly woman gently explained nonetheless. In Song Yu's heart, there was a profound sense of wonder. Such assistance from the street office to local residents was something only this era would witness. Come December of this year, when the nation proposed individual businesses, Song Yu was curious about what the streets would look like then. "Grandma, where do you buy the flour and oil for your stall?" Song Yu genuinely inquired, knowing that in this era, every food item or ingredient had a quota. For instance, each registered household was entitled to only a limited amount of cooking oil monthly. "Grandma, just make do with what you have." It was clear that the elderly woman was reluctant to answer this question, dismissing the curious child with a vague response. Song Yu did not press further, surmising that the ingredients were likely acquired discreetly from local farmers. As noon approached imperceptibly, the food at the stall had sold out in large quantities, and the elderly woman began to tidy up in preparation for closing. Liao Luqing hurriedly stood up to assist her. At an opportune moment, Song Yu expressed his intention to return home for lunch, purchasing 5 large buns before hastily departing. Placing the money on the stall as he left, Liao Luqing stood there, somewhat dazed, watching as Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting merrily departed, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. "Xiaoqing, both of your classmates are good kids," her grandmother suddenly spoke gently. Liao Luqing turned to her grandmother, her dark cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as she softly replied, "Oh." The grandmother picked up the money Song Yu had left at the stall and handed it to Liao Luqing, saying, "Take this money. Next time you go out with your classmates, you should spend it yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Liao Luqing ultimately reached out to accept it. As they were about to return to the alley and passed by the book stall, Grandpa Chi, who was fanning himself while leaning on a stool, suddenly called out, "Xiao Yu, Come here. Song Yu turned to look, but before he could speak, Zhang Shouting stepped forward protectively, resembling a fierce mother tiger, and exclaimed, "Don't call him Xiaoyu. Auntie says that S a name for eunuchs." Grandpa Qi laughed heartily. He never addressed Song Yu that way normally, but whenever he saw Zhang Shouting nearby, he would do so just to see the expression on her face as she defended him. Song Yu approached and unwrapped the oiled paper, saying, "Grandpa Qi, have you had lunch yet? I have buns." Grandpa Qi glanced at the offering and, upon seeing 2 large buns, replied, "Not yet. I'll take 2. And you won't need to pay me for the next 2 rentals." After leaving the book stall, he continued to walk towards the alley, pulling along a disgruntled Zhang Shouting. At this moment, 3 Western guests arrived at Song Liang's home. No, it should be said 3, as one little friend insisted on accompanying them. When Yao Hong and Wu Qi finished work 2 days ago, they encountered Song Liang at the factory gate. He informed them that he could bring Wu Shan to the production section, where a temporary job had just become available. Today, the 2 had come to express their gratitude to Song Liang, while Yao Chun was there to play with Song Yu and Zhang Shouting. "Wu Kachang, thank you so much. You've truly been a great help to our family," Wu Qi exclaimed. Song Liang waved dismissively, fibbing, "Sister Wu, please don't blame me for only securing a temporary position. I wasn't yet the section chief when I inquired earlier. I only received the appointment from the factory after their response." Wu Qi promptly interjected, "Song Kachang, we are already immensely grateful for your assistance. Whether Wu Shan can secure a permanent position depends on her own abilities." At that moment, Wu Shan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the charismatic and youthful Song Liang seated across from her. He was even more handsome and charming than she had imagined, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic ideals. Aware that he had a child but no wife, Wu Shan's thoughts became lively, and just as she was about to speak, footsteps sounded from outside. Lu Meijun inquired, "Did you call for me?" Song Liang rose to hand over the plum wine that Wu Qi had brewed, cautioning her earnestly. "This is the plum wine your sister Wu made. Take good care of it." Lu Meijun greeted Wu Qi and Yao Hong, then nodded at the unfamiliar Wu Shan before inquiring with curiosity, "Why don't you keep it for yourself?" Song Liang replied helplessly, "Song Yu enjoys this sweet-tasting wine. If left at home, it would vanish in less than a week. It's better to store it at your place." Yao Hong chuckled, "If Xiaoyu likes it, we should brew a bit more next time. It's an easy task." Wu Qi slapped him playfully, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Xiaoyu is only in the 2nd grade. Are you suggesting he drinks alcohol?" Yao Hong was engrossed in the television, having long dismissed the idea of visiting Song Yu. Lu Meijun expressed her discontent. "Only you would allow your child to drink. I once saw Song Yu home alone, his face flushed from drinking." Song Liang remarked, "Then you should talk to him. After all, Song Yu doesn't listen to me." Lu Meijun asserted, "I will indeed." At that moment, Wu Shan suddenly inquired, "Song Gu, who is this sister?" The term felt inappropriate to everyone present, except for Yao Chun. Song Liang smiled. "She is a neighbor from the same courtyard. You will be working together in the same workshop, so consider her a fellow worker." Wu Shan asked, "Is this sister also a temporary worker?" Wu Qi interjected, "Be quiet." Lu Meijun, usually mild-mannered, today spoke with unwavering resolve. "I am not a temporary worker. We, the temporary workers at the cotton mill, do not qualify for housing allocation." Wu Shan, who had been warned to keep silent, couldn't help but ask, "Is the house next door allocated to you, not to someone else in your family?" Lu Meijun shook her head. Wu Shan continued, "Then what does one need to do to become a permanent employee?" The question left everyone at a loss for words. How does one become a permanent employee? Through technical examinations? Or do you expect to rely on connections forever? Lu Meijun replied calmly, with an implied meaning. Just work diligently and stop pondering frivolous matters. Chapter 52. Grandpa Qi upon returning home. Song Yu was momentarily taken aback by the presence of guests, but quickly donned a polite and well-behaved demeanor upon recognizing who had come. Yao Hong and Wu Qi had a favorable impression of Song Yu and Zhang Shouting and warmly inquired about the 2 children. Yao Chun, noticing his friends had returned, offered a perfunctory greeting before resuming his television watching. Wu Qi smiled. "The weather has warmed up, Song Section Chief. I still have 2 pieces of fabric at home. Next time you visit, let us make a couple of summer outfits for the children to try on." Song Yu replied sweetly, "Aunt Wu, Meijun's sister makes us clothes every day." Hearing this, Yao Hong and Wu Qi exchanged amused glances at Lu Meijun, while Wu Shan appeared somewhat discontent but chose to remain silent. Song Liang chuckled, "I truly don't know how to care for children. Thankfully, Meijun is so patient. Lu Meijun blushed. It's just a casual task. Wu Shan reached out to pull Song Yu closer, gently asking, Xiao Yu, do you remember me? Song Yu pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. I don't remember. Wu Shan was taken aback and then adopted a sorrowful expression, saying, Auntie treated you to cake at the school gate before. Have you forgotten? Song Yu nodded, recalling, I haven't forgotten, but my father said that aside from Sister Meijun, I need not remember the other sisters. Upon hearing this, Yao Hong and Wu Qi unabashedly teased Lu Meijun. It seems that little Yu is quite attached to you, Meijun. This is fate. Children are remarkably perceptive and can discern who treats them kindly. Lu Meijun blushed, her heart swelling with sweetness as she embraced Song Yu. Reluctant to let go. At that moment, Zhang shouting innocently chimed in. But Uncle Song is also very nice to me. When Auntie is not home, Uncle Song sneaks me sweets and lets me watch television. Song Liang burst into hearty laughter. You little rascal, didn't we agree not to let your aunt know? Yao Chen pouted and turned to Wu Qi. Mom, I want sweets too. Wu Qi rolled her eyes. If you manage to score above 80 in every subject, then I'll let you have some. Wu Shan's expression soured. She realized that the bond between the two families had deep roots, and her involvement might complicate matters. Nevertheless, she was not ready to concede, her gaze shifting back to Song Liang. Sensing Wu Shan's eyes upon him, Song Liang, after Lu Meijun retreated to the next room, inquired candidly, Sister Wu, regarding Wu Shan's situation, can the factory register her household? Wu Qi readily responded, disregarding her sister's irritation. The factory typically only addresses issues for permanent or contracted workers. Temporary workers face challenges. However, given Wu Shan's unique circumstance, she is expecting, it is possible she could obtain a household registration. Yao Hong added, previously, Wu Qi inquired, and the factory's response primarily concerned the instability of temporary workers and their short tenure, which makes them hesitant to guarantee anything. Wu Qi continued, however, I am quite familiar with the head of the factory office. If I vouch for Wu Shan, there should be no significant issues. Song Liang nodded seriously, that's good. It's essential to resolve her household registration as swiftly as possible. Listening to their conversation, Wu Shan felt a peculiar discomfort. The three seemed to discuss her future as if they were her elders, while she felt like a mere child, unable to interject. Yet, she had no recourse, as the matters under discussion were advantageous to her, and she lacked the standing to voice her opinions. After a time, when Lu Meijun called for lunch, Yao Hong's family finally prepared to take their leave. Song Liang extended an invitation for them to stay for lunch, but Wu Qi immediately declined. In this era, food was scarce for every household, and unless the bond was exceptionally close, one would not dare to share another's meal. As Wu Shan departed, she cast a reluctant glance at the neighboring room, catching a whiff of something delicious wafting through the air. Meat. In the middle of the day. Eating meat at noon. Meanwhile, Song Yu stood outside in the yard, conversing with three slightly older children, while Zhang shouting beamed beside them. Song Yu handed over 3 large buns to the others. Yao Chun, initially reluctant to leave the television, spotted his friends playing with other children outside and dashed out, exclaiming, Song Yu, why don't you give me a bun? I am your elder brother after all. This exchange left the 3 children across from him in an awkward silence. In the next moment, Yao Chen's head was struck down by a slap from Wu Qi, who then pulled him by the ear away. In the afternoon, after Song Liang returned, Song Yu, feeling idle, visited Grandpa Qi's bookstall once more to return the previously borrowed books and began selecting other publications from the shelves. Just as Song Yu was engrossed in his choices, Grandpa Qi suddenly spoke up. Little Song Yu, if you like these books, I shall gift you 2. Song Yu shook his head, replying, Grandpa Qi, I have money to rent. Grandpa Qi chuckled, in a couple of months, I shall no longer run this stall, and then you won't be able to borrow any books. Surprised, Song Yu asked, Grandpa Qi, why will you not continue? Grandpa Qi sighed. Your Uncle Qi is going to work in the south, and he wants me to move there to retire. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu queried, will you come back, Grandpa Qi? Grandpa Qi replied, I probably won't return. At my age, traveling back and forth is too taxing on my health. Song Yu lowered his head, silent. Grandpa Qi smiled. What's wrong, little Song Yu? Are you reluctant to part with me? The sadness displayed by Song Yu touched Grandpa Qi deeply, yet Song Yu's thoughts were more consumed with the fate of the house. If possible, he wished to purchase it. However, at this stage, houses could not be freely bought or sold and could only change hands through gifting. Contemplating how to broach the subject, Song Yu finally decided to ask, believing that as a child, anything he said would not be misconstrued as ill-intentioned. Grandpa Chi, which city in the south are you going to? Grandpa Chi shook his head. I've forgotten the name. It's just a small fishing village far away. The train ride will take several days. Little Song Yu, do you not wish to part with Grandpa Chi? It will be difficult for you to see me again. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was about to respond, but the words caught in his throat. As long as Grandpa Chi remains healthy, we will surely meet again. Grandpa Chi laughed heartily. Among the children who come to read here, you, little Song Yu, bring me the most joy with your words. Yes, we shall have another opportunity to meet. I will give you my contact information. Whenever you miss me, just write to me. Do you know how to send a letter? Song Yu nodded yes. I go to the post office. Grandpa Chi nodded, looking around from his stool, muttering to himself, it's a pity. I cannot keep this house anymore. Chapter 53. Aunt has yet to return. Hearing Grandpa Chi's words, Song Yu innocently inquired, Grandpa, what do you mean you cannot keep it? Perhaps considering Song Yu's tender age, Grandpa Chi refrained from elaborating and instead patted his head, saying, it's nothing. Come here more often to read. I want to charge you a thing. Song Yu, slightly bewildered, nodded. He sensed that this house held significant meaning for Grandpa Chi, and thus he shifted his focus away from it. In the future, when houses could be freely bought and sold, he would consider purchasing it then. There was no need to be overly eager. After dinner that night, Lu Meijun asked Song Yu, Little Yu, where has your father gone? Why hasn't he returned for dinner? Song Yu shook his head, indicating he did not know. After all, he could hardly reveal that Song Liang had traversed time to the future in search of a young lady to wash his feet. Sister Meijun, is there something you wish to discuss with my father? Lu Meijun replied with a cheerful smile. I would like your father to accompany me to take a look at sewing machines. Song Yu, wanting to dissuade her from making a purchase, felt powerless due to her humble position. Sister Meijun, have you saved enough money? Not quite yet, she responded. The department praised my diligent work and awarded me a bonus. Once I receive my salary next month, I will be able to buy it. After I purchase it, I can make clothes for you and Shouting. Song Yu sighed. Father should be home tonight. Perhaps he can accompany you tomorrow. Lu Meijun pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, I think I'll go take a look now while the sewing machine factory is still open. Zhang Shouting chimed in. Aunt, I'll go with you. Lu Meijun gently declined. You stay home and finish your homework. I can manage on my own. Perhaps driven by the anticipation of her goal, Lu Meijun ate quickly. After finishing her meal, she stood up and instructed Song Yu. Xiao Yu, after you finish eating, please keep an eye on Shouting. Just leave the dishes here. I will tidy up when I return. Song Yu nodded in agreement. Once the meal was over, Song Yu found herself idly sitting in a lounge chair outside, sipping soda as a faint breeze began to feel somewhat humid. The heat of summer was upon them. Song Yu contemplated asking Jiang Qian's father for assistance in constructing a wooden pergola in the yard, providing shade in summer and shelter from the wind in winter. As she reclined, drowsiness overtook her, and she drifted into a light slumber. Suddenly, she felt a small hand touch her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she turned to see Zhang Shouting with a look of concern in her eyes. What's wrong, Shouting? Zhang Shouting pouted. Song Yu, my aunt hasn't returned. Taken aback, Song Yu sat up and inquired, what time is it? Almost 9 o'clock. Zhang Shouting replied. Song Yu furrowed her brow. Lu Meijun had left for the sewing machine factory before 7, and it had been 2 hours. Immediately, she resolved to search for her. Shouting, stay at home. I will go find your aunt. Zhang Shouting shook her head. I want to go with you. Just as Song Yu was about to persuade her, Song Liang appeared leisurely from the house, glancing at the 2 children in the yard, and inquired with a smile. Song Yu, what have you done to make Shouting cry? Seeing Uncle Song Liang appear unexpectedly, Zhang Shouting, with teary eyes, exclaimed, Uncle, my aunt is missing. Song Liang looked surprised, turning his gaze towards Song Yu with a questioning expression. Song Yu succinctly recounted the situation, and Song Liang glanced at his watch before stating decisively, You 2 stay here. I will go look for her. As Song Liang hurriedly left the house, Zhang Shouting tugged at Song Yu's hand, her voice tinged with sobs. Song Yu, I want to go find my aunt too. Song Yu comforted her, shouting, We should wait for your aunt at home. If she returns and sees you are not here, she will be worried. How about we go back inside and watch TV? You love watching TV, don't you? After some coaxing, Song Yu finally led Zhang Shouting back to the living room. Just as they turned on the television, a black and white broadcast emerged, and Song Yu paused, her hand hesitating on the remote as she listened intently to the news report. The content was lengthy yet straightforward. This document pertains to the educated youth, announcing a relaxation of the conditions under which rural youth may return to the city due to health issues and family hardships. Those without siblings may return to the city, and families with multiple children may send one back for care. Even those who have retired due to illness are permitted to return. Upon hearing this news, Song Yu realized that a wave of returnees was imminent. Setting aside those without siblings, when one child returns home, the others will undoubtedly seek ways to follow suit. Once this trend begins, it will become increasingly difficult to control. There will be instances of individuals sneaking back, fabricating documents, or even intentionally exhausting themselves to qualify for medical retirement. Song Yu vaguely recalled a report he had seen during his time there, which described many educated youth who, in their desperation to return, deliberately overexerted themselves to the point of blood in their urine, solely to apply for medical retirement. Some even went so far as to intentionally injure themselves at work for the same purpose. Consequently, once a large group of young people returned to the city, incidents of public disorder surged, unemployment skyrocketed, creating a serious threat to societal stability. To address this situation, the government formally proposed the policy for individual businesses at the end of 1978, encouraging the unemployed to seek their own paths. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Song Liang and Lu Meijun had yet to return home, causing Song Yu's brow to furrow deeper with concern. After much coaxing, he finally lulled Zhang shouting to sleep and stepped outside to wait in silence. It was nearly 11:30 when he finally heard the faint sound of footsteps accompanied by soft sobs at the alley's entrance. Song Yu opened his eyes, hurried to the courtyard wall, and peered through the gaps in the bricks. He saw Song Liang gripping Lu Meijun's wrist with one hand while supporting her elbow with the other, his expression somber as he guided her back. Lu Meijun's eyes were red-rimmed, her clothes wrinkled, hair disheveled, and her face smeared with dirt. Her wrists bore injuries. Witnessing this scene, Song Yu rushed to open the courtyard door. Upon seeing that Song Yu was still awake, Lu Meijun halted her sobs and managed a faint smile. "Xiao Yu, why are you still up? Where is Shouting?" Song Yu replied, "Shouting is asleep in my room." "Sister Meijun, how did you get hurt? What happened?" Lu Meijun chuckled softly. "It's nothing, I just had a little fall." Song Yu glanced at Song Liang, and after a brief exchange of glances, he slightly shook his head and said, "You should go to bed now." Nodding, Song Yu quietly turned and returned indoors. Sitting in the living room, he waited for about 20 minutes before Lu Meijun came back to gently carry Zhang Shouting away. Song Liang stood at the door in silence, and only after Lu Meijun closed the door did he enter the room, his expression still dark as he sat down. Song Yu anxiously inquired, "What happened?" Song Liang clenched his fists and replied, "She had just left the sewing factory when all her money was stolen. I just accompanied her back from the police station." Chapter 54. The betrothal gift. Song Yu had suspected such an outcome, but hearing the reason from Song Liang still left him feeling unsettled. Were the perpetrators caught? He asked. Song Liang shook his head. No. The two remained silent, embodying the adage that one must catch a thief in the act. In this era devoid of surveillance cameras, even if the perpetrator were apprehended later, the likelihood of their confession was slim. Lu Meijun, having saved diligently for so long, must have felt a profound sense of loss when her pockets were emptied. Song Liang sighed, reflecting on their earlier agreement to watch the sewing machine together, only to discover that she had gone alone. Song Yu, fatigued by the banter, refrained from commenting on Song Liang's peculiar habits. Every week, he felt compelled to return to that place. Was washing feet truly that significant? Casting a sidelong glance at Song Liang, Song Yu retreated to his room, overwhelmed by fatigue. To him, earning money in this day and age seemed remarkably simple. As long as one remained unscathed, everything else was inconsequential. The following morning, Song Yu was roused from slumber by Zhang Shouting's chatter. During breakfast, he noticed the lingering redness on Lu Meijun's cheeks and the wounds on her hands concealed by her long sleeves. When she caught Song Yu's gaze, Lu Meijun forced a smile and encouraged him to eat. He discerned her feigned cheerfulness but chose to remain silent, taking his seat to eat. After breakfast, Song Liang informed Lu Meijun that he would be stepping out for a while and advised her to stay home. She hesitated, then nodded in agreement. In truth, she had intended to visit the police station to inquire about the situation. Nearly 200 yuan had been stolen from her, and she had spent the night in anguish, each breath a reminder of her distress. Around noon, while seated at the entrance, Song Yu was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. He had no desire to join the neighbors, who were notorious for their incessant inquiries about others' new acquisitions, as if they themselves could afford such luxuries. Accustomed to solitude, Song Yu found the prying nature of neighborly relations quite disconcerting. Song Yu, open the door. Upon hearing Song Liang's voice, Song Yu paused momentarily before hastily rising to open the gate, peering out to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Before him stood Song Liang, clutching a cardboard box, flanked by two workers who were maneuvering a sewing machine, trailed by a dozen curious neighbors. Seeing this spectacle, Song Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. At least there was a shred of conscience in him. Director Song, how much is that electric fan? One neighbor inquired. Why does it concern you how much it costs? As if you could afford it. Is it wrong to ask? Director Song is certainly willing to spend. I've heard those fans cost over 300 yuan. Plus, obtaining a receipt is no easy feat. I can understand the purchase of a fan, but why bring home a sewing machine too? Are you daft? Clearly, it's for that girl Meijun. Ah, so this is a betrothal gift. Attracted by the ruckus outside, Lu Meijun and Zhang Shouting emerged from the house. As they stepped into the yard, they witnessed Song Liang striking a pose, raising an eyebrow at her before turning to the workers. Please move the sewing machine into that room. Under Lu Meijun's astonished gaze, the workers dutifully carried the sewing machine into the house. Comrade, where should we place this sewing machine? Lu Meijun was jolted back to reality by the question and hurried inside to facilitate the arrangement. Song Liang entered the room, carrying the electric fan without even unwrapping the packaging, and proceeded to check on the situation in the adjacent room. At that moment, two craftsmen were inspecting the operation of the sewing machine's pedal, while Lu Meijun stood by with reddened eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon seeing Song Liang enter, Lu Meijun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reproached him, asking, "Why did you silently bring this back?" Song Liang feigned calmness and replied, "I intended to purchase a fan anyway. When I saw the sewing machine, I thought I might as well buy it as well." Lu Meijun exclaimed, "This is quite expensive. I can't repay you that amount in the short term." Song Liang murmured, "I don't need you to repay me." Lu Meijun retorted, "That is unacceptable." Meanwhile, a crowd of curious neighbors had gathered outside, teasing Lu Meijun with remarks such as, "Meijun, this is a betrothal gift from Section Chief Song. Your good days are coming, and it seems that a celebratory feast is not far off. I always said that Section Chief Song has feelings for you." Anyone could see it. Amidst the ruckus from outside, Song Liang surprisingly did not rush to disperse the crowd, causing Lu Meijun's face to flush deeper with each jest. Zhang Shouting, noticing the new addition to their household, innocently inquired, "Auntie, when did you buy the sewing machine?" Song Yu timely interjected, "Did you not hear what they said outside? This is a betrothal gift from my father to your aunt." Zhang Shouting, with wide-eyed curiosity, asked, "What is a betrothal gift?" Song Yu explained, "It is a present my father bought for your aunt before they got married." Zhang Shouting beamed, "So does that mean we can have a feast?" Song Yu affirmed, "Of course." Listening to the children's conversation, Lu Meijun felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment and scolded, "You two little rascals. Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Shouting questioned, "So this isn't a betrothal gift?" Song Yu replied, "But the adults say that buying a sewing machine for the woman is indeed a betrothal gift. Otherwise, why would Dad give Aunt Meijun a sewing machine?" Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun fell silent, anxiously awaiting Song Liang's response. After a few seconds of silence, with Song Liang still quiet, her heart, which had been racing, suddenly felt as though it had frozen, her body chilled as if touched by ice. Not receiving the answer she longed for, Lu Meijun clenched her fists, on the verge of tears. This was so humiliating. Just as she was about to retreat inside to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere, she felt a soft touch on her palm. Song Liang had grasped her hand. Startled, she turned to face him, their gazes locking. "Why are you crying?" he asked. Lu Meijun, tears brimming, reproached, "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Song Liang explained, "I was checking the sewing machine for defects. I wouldn't want it to suddenly stop working after some time." One of the sewing machine craftsmen interjected, "Comrade, we are professionals." Lu Meijun pressed on, "Why did you suddenly decide to buy me a sewing machine?" Song Liang replied, "I noticed your dark circles this morning and guessed that you hadn't slept well last night, so I want to buy it for you." Lu Meijun murmured softly, "My sleeplessness wasn't caused by you." Song Liang pried open Lu Meijun's palm, their fingers interlocking as he calmly declared, "Consider this as my betrothal gift to you." Lu Meijun, blushing, lowered her gaze. The room fell into a serene silence. The two craftsmen had witnessed many individuals purchasing sewing machines as wedding gifts. Yet this particular offering was the sweetest they had ever encountered. Song Yu maintained his composure, not daring to glance back, as if oblivious to the unfolding scene. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaoting approached Song Yu, gently prying open his hand and intertwining her fingers with his in a playful manner. Under Song Yu's astonished gaze, Zhang Xiaoting softly inquired, "Song Yu, when will you buy me a betrothal gift?" Chapter 55. Open and aboveboard. Zhang Xiaoting's innocent question left Song Yu utterly speechless. Both Song Liang and Lu Meijun exchanged smiles, the former with a sidelong glance, and the latter viewing it as mere childish banter. "Yin Zhu, our families." Lu Meijun could no longer contain her curiosity, yet her shyness rendered her momentarily speechless. Song Liang glanced at the neighbors lingering outside the courtyard, his tone slightly sheepish as he remarked, "Everyone thinks our families are quite close. If you're willing, let us consider it as taking our relationship a step further." Lu Meijun bowed her head in silence, about to respond, but suddenly recalling the two craftsmen still engaged in their work, she refrained from answering immediately. Perhaps adhering to the principle of bystander curiosity, the two craftsmen worked meticulously, checking one aspect after another. One of them couldn't help but interject, "You two should converse, don't mind us." After approximately 20 minutes, the two craftsmen departed the courtyard with expressions of delight, the man presenting a red envelope containing 2 yuan each, leaving a favorable impression of the household. As they departed, they wished the couple a harmonious union for 100 years. Observing the newly acquired sewing machine, Lu Meijun radiated joy, completely forgetting that she had been deprived of her money just the previous night. "You still haven't answered my question." At that moment, an ill-timed voice chimed in from the side, as Song Liang pressed on. Lu Meijun, her cheeks flushed, murmured, "You've already bought the sewing machine. How could I possibly refuse?" Song Liang grinned and stepped closer, taking Lu Meijun's hand firmly in his grasp. Were it not for the presence of Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting, he would have eagerly embraced her. With the metaphorical barrier shattered, Song Liang had no intention of concealing his feelings, casting a glance at Song Yu, silently imploring him to be considerate and find a place to entertain himself. Song Yu rolled his eyes, taking Zhang Xiaoting by the hand, and left the house in search of a way to pass the time. The neighbors outside remained, for in this era, any hint of festivity drew great interest. "Song Yu, why did your father arrange for a sewing machine for the neighbor's family? Is it a sign of good fortune? Are the two families preparing to unite? If they marry, won't two houses be excessive? Will the cotton mill reclaim one of the units? If not, it hardly seems fair. Our family of 5 shares 1 room. And if Lu Meijun marries and becomes part of the family, will they still occupy 2 rooms? That's simply won't do. Even if the cotton spinning factory reclaims the property, your family will still accommodate 5 individuals, won't it?" Listening to the discussions of the neighbors, Song Yu maintained a stoic expression while guiding Zhang Xiaoting outside, yet her heart was beset with worry. Should Song Liang and Lu Meijun truly wed, their families would become one, continuing to inhabit 2 separate homes. Although procedurally there seemed to be no issues, the envy of certain individuals who cannot bear to see others prosper could lead to complications. Should a complaint arise, the cotton factory would find itself in a predicament. "Song Yu, what are you pondering?" Zhang Xiaoting innocently inquired, noticing Song Yu's silence. Song Yu glanced at the naive Zhang Xiaoting and, after a moment's contemplation, asked, "Xiaoting, if your aunt were to live with your Uncle Song, would you feel unhappy?" Zhang Xiaoting shook her head earnestly. "No, Uncle Song is very kind to Aunt." Song Yu continued, "But what if Uncle Song married your aunt? What if someone tries to seize our home?" Zhang Xiaoting frowned and pouted. "Why would they try to take our house?" Song Yu explained, "Because once married, they become one family, and as one family, they can only reside in one household." Zhang Xiaoting responded brightly, "Then I'll just share a bed with Song Yu." Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt a mix of relief and discomfort. Zhang Xiaoting's words were innocent and devoid of malice, yet the reality was that she was no longer a child. Listening to her childlike reasoning, Song Yu couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, akin to a goldfish in a bowl. Meanwhile, within the house, Song Liang and Lu Meijun had also overheard the conversation outside. Initially shy about the unfolding situation, Lu Meijun's brow furrowed in concern. Song Liang let out a long sigh, feeling an unusual agitation. It seemed that every time there was a joyful occasion, certain oblivious individuals would inevitably spoil the mood. Lu Meijun inquired, "Yin Zhu, if we become one family, Will the factory truly reclaim our house? Song Liang did not respond immediately, but countered. If they do reclaim it, would you still wish to marry me? Lu Meijun nodded without hesitation. I would. Then, with a hint of frustration, she added, but I would be unwilling if that meant losing our home. Song Liang embraced Lu Meijun gently, whispering reassurances, that won't happen. The housing department isn't that irrational. If marriage meant losing our home, the neighborhood committee would be outraged. It's merely a matter of some individuals being unable to tolerate our happiness and filing complaints. So, have you made up your mind? Made up my mind about what? About truly marrying me. About us forming a family together. Song Liang suddenly chuckled, teasing, from your words. It seems I might still have a chance to reconsider, huh? Perhaps I should ponder this a bit longer? Don't even think about it. You just said you would. 5 minutes later, Lu Meijun, breathless and blushing, playfully struck Song Liang's chest. Like comforting a child, Song Liang tousled Lu Meijun's hair before taking her hand, boldly leading her out of the courtyard towards his home. Onlookers outside were momentarily taken aback by their actions, followed by a wave of cheers. Lu Meijun, experiencing such attention for the first time, felt both shy and proud, as if she were flaunting a victory. From now on, Song Liang shall be my man. You are to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. Brought into Song Liang's residence, Lu Meijun remained apprehensive about his intentions. However, to her surprise, Song Liang led her to his home without ulterior motives. He opened the bedside cabinet and retrieved an iron box. He casually placed the box in Lu Meijun's hands. What is this? Open it and see. Confused, Lu Meijun pried open the lid of the iron box and discovered it filled with stacks of cash, roughly estimating at least $300. Song Liang continued to extract iron boxes from the bedside cabinet, explaining, each of these boxes contains $300, and there are a total of 5 boxes here. The smaller boxes inside contain receipts. If you need any, just come and take them. From now on, this will be our joint marital property. Lu Meijun was astounded by the mention of joint marital property, her body tingling with a rush of emotion as she glanced at Song Liang with teary eyes. You have all this money and receipts just sitting in the cabinet? Why not hide them? Song Liang replied, why hide it? Previously, it was just me and Song Yu in this house. He then handed her 2 of the iron boxes along with a small box of receipts, instructing, keep these safe. Do not hesitate to use them. From now on, this household will depend on you to maintain it, while I will be out earning a living. Your responsibility is to remain as beautiful as a flower. You need not conceal your job at the factory. If anyone asks, you can openly acknowledge it. When we have the time, we will go to the factory to present our proof and find an opportunity to obtain our marriage certificate. Chapter 56. Only 20 this year. Upon returning home that evening, Song Yu entered the courtyard and saw Song Liang sitting alone on a bamboo chair, smoking a cigarette, with a bottle of beer beside him. His expression calm yet tinged with a hint of pride. Given his character, this seemed to be a definitive conclusion. Unexpectedly, a soul in its 30s had indeed found a 20-year-old girl. Noticing the mischievous glint in Song Yu's eyes, Song Liang lifted his head as if asking, what do you think? Not too shabby, right? Zhang Shouting sweetly chimed, Uncle Song. Song Liang embraced Zhang Shouting, asking, did your aunt prepare some delicious crispy meat for you tonight? Are you happy? Zhang Shouting nodded enthusiastically, then innocently inquired, Uncle, are you and my aunt going to get married? With a smile, Song Liang countered, do you wish for your uncle to marry your aunt? Zhang Shouting beamed, yes. At the right moment, Song Yu interjected, just now, many uncles and aunts were asking about us, subtly inquiring about you and Meijun's sister. The implications of their words. He trailed off, directing his gaze towards the 2 houses. Song Liang smiled, but remained silent. In the past, even when he was merely a cadre, he could suppress them. Now, as a section chief, he was even more formidable. Both houses were legitimate and properly acquired from the cotton spinning factory's management department. Did they truly dare to direct their attention towards him? Shouting, come in and help your aunt. Lu Meijun's voice called from inside, prompting Zhang Shouting to break free and rush indoors. Both Song Yu and Song Liang understood that Lu Meijun was preparing to discuss matters concerning the 2 families. Especially since they both had children, considerations regarding their marriage were necessary. At the very least, the wishes of the child hold significant importance. Song Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring, what are your plans? Song Liang replied, I am determined to marry. As for the house, I will find an opportunity to invite the head of the property department out for a meal. Regardless of the outcome, I will obtain a marriage certificate with Meijun. Song Yu teased. In my eyes, you have always been a wayward soul. I never anticipated such impulsiveness from you. Song Liang retorted. Have you ever encountered a woman who would make me clothes, cook for me, remind me to dress warmly in the cold, and help me with cleaning? Moreover, she is exceptionally beautiful. Song Yu countered. So you still return weekly to wash your feet over there? Song Liang rolled his eyes. It was merely washing my feet. I did nothing scandalous, nor did I go to the third floor. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu slowly said, you should refrain from frequent visits there. As you mentioned, considering our age, there will always be opportunities to witness the dawn of a new era. Song Liang nodded. From now on, aside from sourcing goods, I wish to avoid excessive travel. If I had accompanied Mei Jun to the sewing machine factory last time, that incident would not have occurred. You cannot imagine the scene. When I saw Mei Jun's clothes completely wrinkled, her body bruised and bleeding, and her face marked with red welts, it broke my heart. The first thing she did upon seeing me was not to express her distress, but to apologize profusely, saying that the ticket I had given her for the sewing machine was stolen. At this point, Song Liang took a deep gulp of beer, sighed heavily, and continued. Witnessing that moment shattered my heart. I wished I could capture those thieves and enact swift justice. Song Yu asked, did you manage to find them afterward? Song Liang shook his head. I am uncertain, but even if they were found, what would it matter? The money cannot be recovered. Song Yu settled down in a nearby recliner, and after a moment of silence, Song Liang suddenly asked, do you think we should confide in Mei Jun about our business dealings? After all, our financial situation will only improve, and our lives will become increasingly extravagant. It would be challenging to explain solely based on my meager salary. Without hesitation, Song Yu firmly shook her head. No, we cannot disclose this information. At least not at this stage. We must wait until we have legitimate business transactions before we can gradually reveal the truth. Song Liang nodded in agreement. I concur. Fortunately, I have you as my human safe, for otherwise, it would be difficult to conceal those funds at the post office for long. At that moment, Zhang Shouting excitedly emerged with a large bowl of crispy meat, followed closely by Lu Meijun, who carried the dishes with an expression of timidity. At that instant, she was not mentally prepared to face Song Yu and was uncertain how to communicate. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yu immediately sat up and hurried to Lu Meijun, taking the bowls from her. Sister Meijun, when will you go with my father to obtain the marriage certificate? Startled by the unexpected question, Lu Meijun couldn't help but smile. That depends on when your father is free. Song Yu innocently asked, does that mean I will have to call Meijun mother in the future? Lu Meijun's face flushed instantly, and Song Liang chuckled. You should continue calling her Sister Meijun. We can discuss it further once the certificate is obtained. The dinner was quite lavish, with 2 servings of meat and vegetables such as cabbage and radish stir-fried in pork fat, filling the air with a delightful aroma that whetted the appetite. While cooking, Song Liang had repeatedly instructed that meals should be prepared to this standard going forward. Lu Meijun felt both heartache and sweetness as Song Liang declared that all household expenses would henceforth be his responsibility, while she could save her own money for whatever her heart desired. This sudden shift was difficult for Lu Meijun, who had grown accustomed to a life of hardship. This meal was the most comforting and relaxing she had ever experienced, as if all her worries had dissipated, and the invisible weight of pressure above her was momentarily lifted by someone willing to support her. She no longer had to fear being bullied alongside her niece, nor worry about household quotas or monthly expenses. She no longer had to shoulder everything alone. As she ate, tears unexpectedly welled up in Lu Meijun's eyes, causing her hands, which held her bowl and chopsticks, to tremble slightly. Those around her seemed to forget that she was only 20 years old. Song Liang quietly sat beside her, placing a generous piece of meat into her bowl, softly encouraging her, don't cry just yet. Save your tears until after you've eaten. Lu Meijun, through her tears, managed to smile. You're annoying. Zhang Shouting, noticing her aunt's tears, reached out to grasp Lu Meijun's fingers. Aunt, why are you crying? Lu Meijun, amidst laughter and tears, replied, Aunt is just so happy. With 2 large platters of meat, Lu Meijun was compelled to eat half, while the majority of the remaining portion was devoured by Zhang Shouting. Song Liang, sipping his drink and enjoying his meal, felt for the first time that life here was beginning to hold promise. Meanwhile, Song Yu pondered where Song Liang and Lu Meijun would reside after their marriage, and how he and Zhang Shouting would fit into the arrangement. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Song Yu began to yawn as he sat on a stool, preparing to return indoors to watch the news. Suddenly, A neighbor appeared at the gate. Recognizing the overly cheerful smile of the visitor, Song Yu understood that this was yet another unwelcome call. Ever since Song Liang became the section chief, he had seen far too many of such smiles. Rather than retreating to watch television, he decided to remain seated, curious about the visitor's intent, just as a post-meal entertainment. Song Liang approached the gate and opened it, not inviting the neighbor inside, but standing firmly to inquire. "Aunt Chun, have you had dinner? What brings you here?" Aunt Chun replied with enthusiasm. "Section Chief Song, I heard you're marrying Mei Jun. Is that true?" Song Liang, maintaining a stoic expression, coldly reiterated, "What is it you need?" Aunt Chun, still smiling broadly, continued, "If you're marrying Mei Jun, our families will become one, right? There's an empty room in your house. Could you possibly rent it to us?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately opened a bottle of orange soda, reclining in his chair, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He could already envision the ensuing scene. Song Liang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and asked, "Aunt Chun, I recall you are from the logistics department. When did you transition to the housing management section?" Aunt Chun chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't, but I thought we could discuss this. Once you two marry, you'll be sharing a room. So leaving the other room vacant would be a waste, wouldn't it?" Song Liang replied with a light laugh. "Whether it's a waste or not is not your concern. The room will not be rented or lent. Please leave." With that, he proceeded to close the gate. Aunt Chun felt a heaviness in her heart, yet she maintained a smile on her face. "Director Song, let us discuss this matter. I genuinely wish to rent." Song Liang jested, "You wish to rent? How much rent can you afford each month?" Aunt Chun replied, 5 yuan a month." Song Liang chuckled. "Do you even know how much my salary combined with Mei Jun's amounts to monthly?" Aunt Chun was rendered speechless. Song Liang continued, "Are you aware of the expenses incurred for the furniture I purchased? The costs involved in renovating the backyard toilet? The amount spent on reinforcing this wall?" Aunt Chun stammered. "Well," Song Liang interjected, "if you truly wish to rent, you would need to reimburse me half of these expenses before we can renegotiate the rental terms. What do you think?" Aunt Chun attempted to respond, but Song Liang promptly shut the courtyard door, stating, "Enough. Do not think you can take advantage of me. I am well aware that your family has 2 individuals without registered residency. I have no intention of reporting you, but do not place your hopes on me. I too have my limits." Seeing that Song Liang spoke candidly, Aunt Chun's resentment grew, yet she dared not retort further and could only leave in frustration. Song Liang returned to sit beside Song Yu, letting out a sigh of resignation. "It seems I must inform the head of the housing management department in advance tomorrow." Song Yu smiled. "Indeed, it is necessary. The situation is quite clear, yet there are too many meddling individuals." Song Liang lamented, "I cannot fathom it. I am a department head, a position of some authority. Why do these people persist in testing my patience?" Song Yu replied, "Even if you were the factory manager, you must abide by the rules, let alone being merely a department head. Do they truly consider the village chief as their superior?" Song Liang mused, "If only I could buy this place outright." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she murmured, "It seems, it might actually be possible." Song Liang was taken aback and inquired, "Aren't the houses allocated by the factory considered welfare housing? Can they really be bought and sold?" Noticing Song Liang's eagerness for knowledge, Song Yu leaned in and asked, "Let me ask you, this house was allocated by the factory, and we did not spend a single penny, correct?" Song Liang nodded. Song Yu continued, "Once this house is allocated to you, does the factory not take responsibility for it anymore?" Song Liang again nodded. "In theory, yes." Song Yu pressed on, "Once it is allocated to you, can they arbitrarily reclaim it?" Song Liang replied, "At least to this day, I have not heard of the factory reclaiming housing from employees." Song Yu smiled. "We have a misunderstanding. We both think that free trade of housing is not permitted at this stage, but that applies to private matters, not necessarily to public matters. Since the factory allocated the house to you, it essentially belongs to you, albeit nominally still under the factory's ownership. Now, if someone were to approach the factory expressing a desire to purchase the house, how do you think the factory or others would react?" Song Liang's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity, and finally to excitement. Song Yu remarked, "Everyone would assume that once the house is allocated, it is theirs. No one would be foolish enough to spend money to buy back something that originally belonged to them. If others think this way, the factory will too. The welfare housing provided by the factory is meant to be a one-way provision, and suddenly someone is willing to pay for it. Do you think the factory will agree?" Song Liang took a deep breath and furrowed his brow, inquiring, There isn't any policy regarding this matter yet, is there? Song Yu chuckled. Precisely because there isn't. It becomes easier to maneuver. As long as you purchase the house and then obtain the necessary proof from the street office, no one can challenge you. The more Song Liang listened, the more exhilarated he became. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I will inquire at the property office tomorrow. Observing the excitement on Song Liang's face, Song Yu couldn't resist teasing. This will test your connections. Don't mess it up. Song Liang reassured her, don't worry. I'll just offer a few gifts. If that fails, I can always approach the factory director. He would surely welcome me, a young section chief. Song Yu replied, that sounds good. Once you sort out the house paperwork, I'll have Uncle Jiang help us install a sunshade. The weather is becoming increasingly unbearable. Just then, the lights in Lu Meijuan's house abruptly went out. Song Liang glanced at his watch, realizing it was barely 10 in the evening. Why are they turning off the lights so early? Seeing the bewildered expression on his younger brother's face, Song Yu sighed. It's a miracle that this guy has become an official. Stop staring. They are likely concerned about you being too forward. The lights off are a reminder that you are not yet married, so don't get carried away. Song Liang's face flushed, and he retorted, am I that kind of person? Song Yu, uninterested in his protest, stood up to return to her room, locking the door to watch a movie on her tablet. Fortunately, in this era, charging ports are accessible. Otherwise, it would be cumbersome to recharge every time the battery ran out. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp, subdued sound of footsteps approached, prompting the two to turn toward the yard. They spotted Su Hui and her siblings walking hand in hand toward the alley. Song Liang couldn't help but inquire, where are you three off to at this late hour? The trio politely paused, and Su Hui explained, we're going to the public restroom. Taken aback, Song Liang smiled and waved, go ahead, but be careful. Watching the three children obediently walk away, he momentarily forgot that in this era, most families had to use public restrooms. You mentioned Zhang Qiao's fiery temperament. How did she raise such well-behaved children? Song Yu responded with a hint of sarcasm. Given your own simplicity, it's hard for anyone to believe you could raise such a clever child. At that moment, Su Qiao stepped out of the alley and asked his sister, Sister, why don't we go to Song Yu's house? They have a restroom. Su Hui frowned and gently admonished, that's someone else's restroom, not ours. Su Qing interjected, but we are on such good terms with Song Yu and Xiao Ting. They would surely allow us. Su Hui understood the reasoning, but struggled to convey it to her younger siblings. In any case, we shouldn't trouble others. If we bother them too much, Song Yu and Xiao Ting might grow to dislike us. Su Qing and Su Qiao both lowered their heads in understanding. Suddenly, Su Qiao asked, Sister, why doesn't our house have a restroom? I don't want to go to the public one. It's too smelly. Su Hui pursed her lips and replied, once I grow up and earn money, I will build a restroom at home for you. So you won't have to go out anymore. Chapter 58. The real estate department. The following day, Song Liang rose earlier than Song Yu. When Song Yu got up to wash up, she discovered that Song Liang had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Meijun emerged from her house, cradling 2 eggs and a plate of corn. Upon seeing Song Yu in the courtyard, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Yu remarked, Sister Meijun, my father has gone back to the factory early this morning. Lu Meijun replied, so early? Is there something happening at the factory? Song Yu shook her head. I don't know. Zhang Xiaoting followed Lu Meijun out, chewing on an egg, her cheeks puffed up, and her shoulder bag slung across her back. Hurry up, Song Yu. We're going to be late for school. Listening to the child's muddled words, Song Yu tucked the eggs into her backpack, bid farewell to Lu Meijun, and led Zhang Xiaoting towards the school. Lu Meijun watched the 2 children leave, feeling a surge of emotion. Ever since their families became neighbors, Song Yu had taken it upon herself to look after her niece during their commutes, which had alleviated Lu Meijun's worries considerably. After hastily finishing breakfast, Lu Meijun confirmed that the doors and windows were locked. Just as she was about to leave the courtyard to return to the cotton mill, she paused for a moment of contemplation and then approached Song Liang's house to check once more. Satisfied that everything was in order, she finally made her way to work. At this time, Song Liang arrived at the cotton mill and immediately sought out the real estate department. His early visit was intentional. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention to his family's affairs amidst a crowd. Employees typically opted to visit the real estate department after finishing their shifts. Song Liang stood at the entrance of the department for 10 minutes before the first employee arrived. Upon seeing Song Liang waiting at the door, the employee was taken aback for a moment but then broke into a smile, asking, Director Song, what brings you here today? Song Liang always bore a cheerful demeanor. lacking any airs of superiority, which endeared him to the employees. I'm looking for your director. Our director usually arrives by 9. Director Song. Why don't you come in and have a seat for a while? Sure. As he entered the real estate department, Song Liang was greeted by a wave of warmth. In an era devoid of air conditioning, and with even fans absent from the office, the working environment was starkly uncomfortable in both winter and summer. Upon entering the office, the employee promptly opened a window for ventilation and poured a glass of water, placing it before Song Liang. The two engaged in light conversation, and soon after, other employees from the real estate department began to arrive. Approximately 20 minutes later, the department head, Xiao Xian, walked in. Upon seeing Song Liang seated in the office, Xiao Xian paused for a couple of seconds before immediately adopting a warm demeanor. Xiao Xian was about 15 years older than Song Liang and often found himself in a challenging position compared to heads of other departments. He was routinely besieged by employees seeking housing allocations or grappling with trivial matters. One day, it was a request for bricks for a house. The next, a demand for cement. Disputes over land use and property comparisons were a daily affair. Song Liang stood to shake Xiao Xian's hand, jokingly saying, "Brother Xiao, why do you look so tired? Did another employee corner you last night?" Xiao Xian chuckled wryly. "Don't mention it. Every day at work feels like walking on a tightrope. I even wait until everyone has finished eating before daring to go to the cafeteria. I try to avoid encounters with others as much as possible." Song Liang replied, "I understand. After all, you are our factory's local deity, aren't you?" Xiao Xian sighed, "I truly envy you. When the position of department head in your sales division became vacant, I felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, wishing I could kneel before the factory manager and beg to be transferred there. Unfortunately, my business acumen is limited, so I must content myself with this small patch of land." Song Liang did not take this sentiment seriously. If the roles were reversed, Xiao Xian would undoubtedly be the first to object. The real estate division was quite lucrative, filled with endless meals and gifts, though it came with its own share of trivialities. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Xian inquired, "So, Song, what brings you to seek out your elder brother today?" Song Liang did not shy away from the matter at hand, but chose his words carefully. "I have a personal issue I would like to consult with you about. If it's convenient, would you care to join me for a bowl of wontons?" Xiao Xian accepted the invitation, noting that he had arrived late and there was little left in the cafeteria. They found a stall outside the cotton spinning factory, and Song Liang got straight to the point, presenting the proposal mentioned by Song Yu the previous night, albeit in a more tactful manner. After listening, Xiao Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "What you're worried about is trivial and entirely unnecessary. The division of that property is legitimate. If what you fear were to happen, would our colleagues at the cotton spinning factory even be able to marry?" Song Liang understood the dynamics, but insisted, "I get it, but these matters can be quite troublesome. I wish to resolve this once and for all to avoid straining neighborhood relations, which would reflect poorly on the factory and burden you as well." Xiao Xian muttered, "It can indeed be arranged, but..." Noticing the way Xiao Xian spoke, Song Liang quickly interjected, "Jiao Go, it was stifling in your office when I entered. The working conditions are rather poor. I happen to know someone at the machinery factory. How about I arrange for 2 electric fans to improve your office environment?" Such straightforwardness in seeking assistance was characteristic of this era. Xiao Xian shook his head. "That is not what I meant. I can certainly help you with this matter, as it's not particularly difficult. The factory wouldn't oppose you spending your own money to purchase a home. My concern lies in how to calculate the cost of the property, as there hasn't been a precedent for this." Song Liang pondered for a moment before asking, "What about based on market price?" Xiao Xian countered, "If it's based on market price, you would be at a disadvantage. The houses allocated by the factory are considered welfare housing, so if we calculate them at market price, they lose their status as welfare housing." Song Liang responded, "Then I will defer to you, Jiao Go." Xiao Xian replied, "Let me review the documents, and you can come by again this afternoon for my response." Song Liang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He hadn't expected such simplicity in the agreement, especially since he hadn't had to negotiate anything. Despite the significance of his position and age, he was taken aback by the ease of the arrangement. Little did Song Liang know, Xiao Xian was secretly amused, barely able to contain his laughter at the situation. In a courtyard, there were 2 wing rooms, which were clearly allocated as welfare housing. Surprisingly, some individuals were willing to pay to purchase them. Such occurrences, even in the absence of policy support, would hardly face opposition from the factory. Each of the 2 harbored distinct thoughts, Yet after concluding their conversation, they wore smiles, their relationship subtly deepening. Brother Qiao, one remarked, "Now that this matter is settled, let us discuss your office situation. I genuinely wish to create a comfortable working environment for you. You toil there day in and day out, and in this sweltering heat, you are suffering too much. Other offices may have this environment, but I don't wish for you to stand out too much. You would only stand out if you were to spend the factory's funds. If I seek sponsorship for you without incurring expenses, the factory won't object. Just let me have a moment to shine. Oh dear, what can I possibly say to you? Brother, even if you chastise me, I must risk it all. With so many employees relying on you. What will happen if your health deteriorates? Listen to me, just a single electric fan, and that's settled. I truly find you exasperating. Just this once, mind you. There won't be a second chance." Chapter 59, Why Pay for the Courtyard? Before the end of the workday, Song Liang returned to the real estate department. Based on the market price of $328 per square meter, he was offered a 24% discount as a welfare housing benefit, bringing the price down to 25 yuan per square meter. The 2 wing rooms and the courtyard totaled nearly 134 square meters, meaning Song Liang would need to pay almost 3,340 yuan to purchase them from the cotton mill. Upon hearing this price, Song Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a cost. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but rather that it was unexpectedly high, especially considering it was only 1978 and the sum was already 3,340 yuan, just as he was steeling himself to make the purchase for the sake of marriage. Xiao Xin interjected. The 2 wing rooms combined are approximately 98 square meters. According to the price, you need to pay the factory 2,450 yuan. Let us round it down. You can offer 2,400. Song Liang was momentarily stunned, questioning. I calculated it before. With the courtyard, it should be about 134 square meters. How could that be? Song Liang's confusion mirrored Xiao Xin's. Why would we include the courtyard? Song Liang replied. Isn't the courtyard included in the calculations? Of course not. The courtyard isn't counted in the housing specifications. Brother Song, you're being too literal. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang pondered. Am I being too literal? Or are you all being unreasonable? A free gift? It was understandable that both Song Liang and Xiao Xin were baffled. The concept of shared area was not yet prevalent. The clash of 2 eras of thought led both to perceive things as self-evident. It is noteworthy that the measure of shared area was only instituted in 1995, and it was merely a trial standard. Since it was still 1978, Xiao Xin naturally would not consider the courtyard's area. Go back and discuss this thoroughly with Meijun. 2,400 yuan is not a trivial sum. In principle, the factory does not allow installment payments. Song Liang fell silent, contemplating as he mentally calculated. With an average of 1,200 yuan per room, this arrangement seemed more manageable. It is indeed a considerable sum of money to produce at once. Could it not raise suspicions? Xiao Xin continued, suggesting that it might be prudent to delay the purchase. After all, the house is yours and cannot be taken away by anyone. The factory will not reclaim your property simply because you are getting married. Moreover, if you choose to buy, you might want to reconsider in a couple of years. Both you and Meijun have not accumulated extensive work experience. Otherwise, prices might further decline. Song Liang remained unfazed, no matter how lengthy one's tenure or favorable the terms. They could hardly compare to the ravages of inflation and currency devaluation. Furthermore, during the layoffs of '93, wouldn't the workers' welfare housing also require payment? By that time, even years of service would be of little consequence. 2,400 yuan might scarcely suffice for a single room. Xiao Ge, let us proceed with the purchase. What are the procedures? Xiao Xin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young colleague possessed such wealth. Was the sales department truly so lucrative? Nonetheless, he decided against prying further and responded in a gentler tone. Prepare your funds, and we in the property department will assist you. Once completed, simply present the receipt to the street office or housing authority for registration. However, I must caution you that the housing authority will not issue a property certificate for 5 years, as they fear you might sell the house indiscriminately. They will only provide you with a copy. The original will be given only after 5 years of no issues. Song Liang had no intentions of selling the property, so he voiced no objections. After agreeing on a time, he swiftly returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Lu Meijun hanging clothes, her face radiating a blissful smile. Seeing Song Liang return, Lu Meijun, still somewhat shy and awkward, set down her garments and blushed as she said, Xiao Yu and Shouting have already returned. Are you hungry? I can prepare a meal for you now. Song Liang stepped forward to assist with the laundry, replying, I'm not hungry. Let me help you. Lu Meijun inquired. Why are you back from the factory so early today? Have you had breakfast? Song Liang explained that he had gone to the property department early in the morning and briefly outlined the situation, asking her to bring the household registration and relevant documents to accompany him to the property department the following day. Initially, Lu Meijun felt a surge of sweetness, understanding that Yinzu's actions were in preparation for their marriage registration. However, upon hearing the price, her demeanor shifted dramatically. That is far too much. It's not worth it. She instinctively took a step back, signaling her refusal. Song Liang found it challenging to articulate the future trends and soaring prices, resorting instead to a straightforward warning. If we don't purchase this house, others will complain about our family occupying 2 rooms, and the factory will reclaim the property. This would mean that Song Yu and Shouting would have to share a room, while you and I would be confined to the living room. The factory might then allocate the reclaimed house to someone who curses and bullies our family daily. Lu Meijun's expression grew increasingly tense as she listened. And before Song Liang could finish, she interjected, but 2,400 yuan is far too much. We don't have that kind of money. Song Liang smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry. I have it. You only need to bring the documents and join me at the property department tomorrow. Lu Meijun wished to express her thoughts, yet she found herself at a loss on how to navigate the potential scenario of losing her home. With a furrowed brow, she muttered, isn't the cost of marriage exorbitant? Hearing this, Song Liang nearly chuckled aloud. During dinner, Song Yu noticed Lu Meijun was distracted, so much so that she didn't even notice Zhang Shouting taking meat from her bowl. Casting a glance at Song Liang, her eyes inquired what had transpired. Song Liang smiled but remained silent, subtly indicating they would discuss it at home later. Suddenly, Zhang Shouting piped up, Auntie, could you lend me some money this Saturday? At the mention of money, Lu Meijun instinctively reacted, Money? What money? I have no money. Only after uttering this did she realize that Song Liang and the 2 little ones were all staring at her, with Zhang Shouting pouting in displeasure. Song Liang, with a grin, asked, Shouting, what do you need money for? Song Yu also looked puzzled. They practically spent every day together, and she had yet to notice anything troubling Zhang Shouting. Why had she suddenly asked for money? Zhang Shouting hesitantly explained. The music teacher said we have to perform at the end of the term, and each music group needs to sing on stage. Song Liang replied. But that doesn't require money. Zhang Shouting struggled to articulate her thoughts, eventually revealing that due to the music exam, the children planned to find a place to sing together over the weekend. But Liao Luqing expressed that she needed to help her grandmother watch the stall. Thus, Zhang Shouting intended to visit Liao Luqing's grandmother's stall with her friends, but she worried that if her grandmother offered her buns, she wouldn't have the money to pay. Upon hearing this explanation, Song Yu and Song Liang exchanged gentle smiles, thinking the little one was overthinking the situation. However, Lu Meijun's expression darkened as she softly reassured, Auntie will give you money this weekend, don't worry. Zhang Shouting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 60. Where does this money come from? After finishing dinner, Song Liang, in a rather flamboyant manner, stood up to assist Lu Meijun in clearing the table. Yet, this gesture left Lu Meijun feeling uneasy. She was aware of Song Liang's determination to purchase a home, yet she had contributed nothing. She was already unable to bear the financial burden, and the thought of having Song Liang assist with household chores was unacceptable to her. After being shown out, Song Liang returned to his own home and approached Song Yu's room to request the household registration booklet and other documents. Song Yu retrieved a series of items from a corner of the cabinet and handed them over. Song Liang inquired, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to withdraw such a large sum of money all at once? Song Yu responded, puzzled, Inappropriate? Song Liang expressed his concerns. It's about the unclear source of the funds. What if the bank investigates? Song Yu rolled her eyes. You're reckless when it comes to caution and timid when it's time to handle serious matters. Who would even investigate you? The neighborhood committee or the police? They're not even connected to the internet right now. Aside from those who resent your good fortune, who else cares where your money comes from? After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang nodded in agreement. That's true. If anyone asks, I'll just say I borrowed it from someone. Song Yu then inquired, so? How much will these 2 houses cost? Song Liang repeated Qiao Xian's words, and upon hearing that the 2 rooms would cost 2,400, Song Yu was taken aback. Such an exorbitant price. The housing market of 1978 was a mystery to him, and this figure exceeded his expectations. I could not find data on housing prices in Suzhou from 1978. I only found information from 1989 in Kunshan, where prices were 953 yuan per square meter. Based on that, I can only make a rough estimate. Including the courtyard, this would nearly wipe out a third of a household's wealth. Song Yu couldn't help but murmur. However, after some contemplation, Song Liang became quite magnanimous. After all, he was also collecting rent over there, and he had the most authority when it came to the rising property prices. Sooner or later, they would have to purchase. Buying now was certainly more advantageous than waiting until the employee welfare housing was fully on sale. With a grimace, Song Yu pulled out 3,000 yuan from his space and handed it to Song Liang. Previously, he thought that Song Liang made quick money from black market dealings. But now it seemed he was prone to spending extravagantly. At this moment, Song Yu even felt an impulse to increase the quantity of goods he was willing to part with. After accepting the money, Song Liang pondered for a moment before returning 1,000 yuan to Song Yu. 2,000 is sufficient. Mei Jun knows that I still have cash over there. If I buy the house and she sees that I haven't touched any of it, she will become suspicious. Song Yu did not decline. He was merely a soulless mobile vault. Just as he reached out to take the money, the door to the room was unexpectedly flung open from the outside. The two turned simultaneously to see Lu Mei Jun holding 2 yuan, her expression hesitant, her gaze flitting between Song Liang and Song Yu's hands. A peculiar silence enveloped the three, with no one daring to speak. Song Yu cleared his throat and, with an innocent smile, said, "Sister Mei Jun, what brings you here?" Lu Mei Jun, taken aback, stammered, "This money." Faced with Lu Mei Jun's initial inquiry, Song Liang's mind raced, and he feigned nonchalance as he walked over, pulled her into the room, and shut the door. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep quiet. "Don't make a sound. Don't let others hear." Lu Mei Jun, captivated by Song Liang's cautious demeanor, instinctively lowered her voice and whispered, "What's going on with this money? How do you have so much?" Song Liang sighed and replied in a serious tone, "Since you've seen it, I won't hide it from you, but you mustn't tell anyone." Lu Mei Jun, influenced by the atmosphere, glanced back at the closed door and solemnly assured, "You can tell me. I won't say anything to others." Song Yu interjected, "This money was left to me by my grandfather." Song Liang added, "This money was given to her by Song Yu's mother." The two voices rang out simultaneously, leaving Lu Mei Jun in a state of confusion as she stared at them. Song Yu and Song Liang exchanged knowing glances and rolled their eyes in unison. Song Liang quickly added, "This money was left to Song Yu's mother by her grandfather before he passed away, and her mother gave it to Song Yu before she left." This unexpected explanation left Lu Mei Jun somewhat bewildered. Without giving her a chance to ponder, Song Liang swiftly elaborated, "Song Yu's grandfather was a landlord, as you know. He lived poorly in his later years and left all his remaining wealth to Song Yu's mother before he died. Song Yu's mother had a tragic fate. She passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Before her departure, she entrusted some money to me, urging us to live well together. I believe that this money should never be spent, as it represented the foundation she left for Song Yu. Thus, from that moment on, Song Yu has been the guardian of that money." Lu Mei Jun listened to the story with a sense of reverence for Song Yu's mother's greatness, while feeling astonished at Song Liang's audacious handling of the situation. "Why did Song Yu give the money to you?" Lu Mei Jun inquired. Song Liang hesitated, and Song Yu promptly interjected, "Dad said someone wants to take our house, so we need to buy it. But Dad, doesn't he have enough money? So I gave him the money Mom left behind." Lu Mei Jun was startled and exclaimed, "This is unacceptable. That money was left for you by your mother." In his innocence, Song Yu replied, "Dad said he wants to give Sister Mei Jun a complete home. Mom told me to spend the money wisely, and I think this is the right place." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Mei Jun looked earnestly at Song Liang and said, "Yin Zhu, we cannot spend Song Yu's mother's money. We can hold off on getting married. We can save enough money before we tie the knot." Song Yu rolled his eyes at the mention of Yin Zhu. Song Liang, observing Lu Mei Jun's expression, found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze to his son. Song Yu thought, "What are you looking at me for?" Song Liang urged, "Use your brain. You solve this." Song Yu retorted, "If you can't handle it, don't concoct such an absurd tale." Song Liang insisted, "Stop talking nonsense. My happiness depends on you." Taking a deep breath, Song Yu sweetly addressed Lu Mei Jun, "Sister Mei Jun." Wiping her tears, Lu Mei Jun looked at Song Yu and reiterated, "You must keep that money safe. I cannot use your mother's money." Song Yu shook his head, "Sister, Song Yu misses mom, and dad misses her too. I didn't understand why mom didn't want me before. Now that I've grown up, I know mom has gone to heaven, and I will never see her again. Lu Meijuan's heart ached with every word, while Song Liang felt increasingly bewildered. This seemed to deviate from the topic at hand. Song Yu continued, but since moving here and meeting Sister Meijun, I feel that she is very much like my mother. Sister Meijun cooks for me, makes clothes for me, and cares about whether I am full or not. Dad also likes Sister Meijun very much. I think Sister Meijun is just like mom. Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun couldn't help but embrace Song Yu tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. Song Yu softly added, I want Dad and Sister Meijun to get married soon. This money is my gift to Dad for buying a house. Please don't oppose it. Chapter 61. The past of Zhang shouting. Song Liang reflected deeply. Indeed, when it comes to fanciful tales, it is the scholars who excel. Ultimately, Lu Meijun accepted Song Yu's affection. This little one's enthusiasm for familial love and dreams for the future deeply moved her. The substantial sum for purchasing a home continually stirred her heart. As she had initially feared that Song Yu would feel sad or resistant after she and Yinzu got together, yet it turned out otherwise. Song Liang stepped forward, gently supporting Lu Meijun with both hands, whispering words of comfort. It's all right. Do not dwell on other matters. Song Yu is also a young man, capable of independent thought. Let him be. Lu Meijun, her eyes glistening with emotion, nodded and reached out to caress Song Yu's cheek. Her voice a blend of nostalgia and tenderness. Song Yu, rest assured, I will love you like your mother does. As Song Yu prepared to showcase his acting skills, his peripheral vision caught Song Liang's warning gaze, which seemed to convey, enough with the theatrics. If you continue, I may become envious. Lu Meijun composed herself and handed Song Yu 2 1-yuan notes, revealing the purpose of her visit. Song Yu, when you accompany shouting to visit her classmates this weekend, please help her with any expenses she incurs. Receiving the 2 yuan, Song Yu felt puzzled but refrained from questioning. After affectionately ruffling his hair, Lu Meijun continued to inquire, what would you like to eat tomorrow? I will prepare it for you. Song Yu replied, anything is fine. I enjoy whatever my sister likes. Lu Meijun was momentarily taken aback by Song Yu's innocent charm, her heart swelling with affection. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Song Liang urged Lu Meijun to return and rest, fearing that if he lingered, he would lose his standing. As they exited the courtyard, Song Liang inquired, what is going on with shouting? Why does she carry such heavy thoughts at such a young age? Lu Meijun's expression grew serene as she pondered for a moment before sighing. She was scolded in her childhood, and it has left a mark on her heart. Perhaps due to the impending bond of family, Lu Meijun felt unreserved and began to recount the childhood of Zhang Shouting. Zhang Shouting's father was a worker at a lumber mill, while her mother toiled as a textile worker in a small workshop. The family lived a stable life until one day, while inspecting the factory, Zhang Shouting's father was tragically crushed by a large log that fell due to improper stacking. Just like that, a life was lost. The lumber mill compensated the family with 30 yuan and arranged for her mother to take over her father's position, securing her a job at a cotton spinning factory. At that time, Zhang Shouting was too young to comprehend the gravity of her father's absence and would incessantly ask her mother why he did not return home. One day, overwhelmed by work, her mother was late coming home, prompting Zhang Shouting to seek answers from a neighbor. The kind-hearted neighbor invited her to stay for dinner, and in her innocence, she accepted. However, upon returning home, the neighbor's husband, upon seeing an unexpected guest, scornfully remarked, a child with a mother but no father, feasting at our table. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shouting seemed to grasp the unspoken truth, her eyes reddening as she silently set down her bowl and left. When her mother returned and noticed her daughter's distress, she confronted the neighbor, leading to a heated argument. The typically gentle woman, in a moment of fury, slapped the neighbor in front of the onlookers. The factory's security personnel arrived, as they were still residing in the mill's allocated housing. After understanding the situation, the security demanded an apology from the neighbor, and the factory issued a formal reprimand, revoking the man's status as a model worker for the year. The employees of the security department were well aware of the difficulties faced by the Zhang family, and, whether intentionally or not, offered their protection to them. However, it was through this situation that Zhang Shouting learned of her father's passing. In the days that followed, her mother worked during the day and cared for her children at night, all the while putting on a brave face to comfort her despondent daughter. As time progressed, Zhang Shouting's mother grew increasingly haggard, ultimately succumbing to her ailments. It must be said that the cotton spinning factory exhibited a commendable sense of humanity, assisting in the arrangement of the funeral and sending someone to inform Zhang Xiaoting's mother's hometown of the unfortunate news, suggesting that a relative could take over her position. When Lu Meijun received this news back in her hometown, she was taken aback for a considerable time, unable to believe that her elder sister was gone. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoting again, Lu Meijun had no time to properly observe her niece, as the family from her father's side had already claimed the houses allocated from the wood factory. Their reasoning was rather domineering, asserting that the house was designated for the Zhang family, not the Lu family. Lu Meijun gritted her teeth and refrained from arguing, instead taking Zhang Xiaoting to the street office. The street office, infuriated, urged the wood factory to negotiate with the cotton spinning factory. In the end, the wood factory reclaimed the house, stating that if the orphan children were not allowed to reside there, then neither would the others. The cotton spinning factory, utilizing the housing allocation from the wood factory, coordinated a residence for Lu Meijun, which is where they currently live. Song Yu stood by the wall of the room, listening intently to the sounds coming from the courtyard through the window. It was no wonder that when she first encountered Zhang Xiaoting at school, the girl appeared so timid and fearful. Song Liang remained silent. Lu Meijun remarked that due to a comment made by a neighbor, Xiaoting dared not accept meals from others or take anything given for free. She then turned to Song Liang, expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for Song Yu accompanying Xiaoting during this time, she would have been at a loss for how to console the child. Song Liang waved dismissively, stating that there was no need for thanks, as it was merely what Song Yu ought to do. Lu Meijun observed that Xiaoting seemed quite fond of being close to Song Yu and appreciated him. Song Liang replied, "There's no need for gratitude. I am merely a man who cannot let a little girl suffer." Furthermore, he added that Song Yu often appeared rather reclusive, and having a little girl around to create some noise was quite pleasant. Lu Meijun queried, "Is Song Yu really reclusive?" "I don't think so. I find him quite well behaved." Song Liang chuckled, "That's only because you haven't witnessed his true nature. When he gets serious, even I must heed him." Lu Meijun took this as a jest, and the two continued to converse casually. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoting emerged from her bath, ignoring her aunt and Uncle Song standing in the courtyard, and dashed to knock on Song Yu's door. "Song Yu, I want to hear you tell a story." Song Yu opened the door, looking at the bright-eyed girl with a smile, inquiring, "Come in. What story would you like to hear?" Zhang Xiaoting leaped onto the bed with excitement, exclaiming, "I want to hear the last Doraemon story, the one where he pulls out a Pokeball from his tummy to fight the bad guys." Lu Meijun turned around, indulgently listening to her niece's laughter and chatter, while Song Liang was left in a state of confusion. Doraemon? Chapter 62, mysteriously married early the next morning. Song Liang carried the household registration books and identification documents of both families, while Lu Meijun, cautiously clutching a substantial sum of money wrapped in cloth, followed closely behind him. Together, they made their way to the property department of the cotton spinning factory to complete the necessary formalities. Though it was termed as processing paperwork, it essentially involved issuing a certificate and a receipt for the payment. The moment Lu Meijun unveiled the cloth, even amidst the sweltering heat, the colleagues at the property department could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was their first time witnessing such a significant amount of cash. Xiao Xian chuckled, remarking, "I was planning to accompany you to the post office to transfer the money, but here you are bringing cash instead." Lu Meijun's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. She had genuinely not anticipated such a situation. Song Liang laughed, saying, "Going to the post office would have involved additional steps, so I thought it best to bring the cash directly, saving us both time and hassle." After the two staff members finished counting the money, Xiao Xian handed the receipt to Song Liang, advising, "Next, you will need to take this receipt to the street office, and they will assist you in coordinating with the Housing Management Bureau. If all goes well, you should receive the property certificate in about a week. Just a reminder, since this courtyard consists of 2 houses, you will receive 2 property certificates. You should decide whether to put one name or both names on them." Without hesitation, Lu Meijun declared, "Just put Song Liang's name." Xiao Xian and the surrounding employees exchanged knowing smiles. "No need to consult me. You two can decide among yourselves." After leaving the cotton spinning factory, Song Liang led Lu Meijun to the street office to complete the subsequent procedures. Upon learning that the couple had purchased property from the cotton spinning factory, Director Wang displayed a look of curiosity but refrained from asking for details. Upon discovering their intention to register for marriage, he remarked with a smile, When I initially processed your household registration, I sensed a connection between you two. But I never expected you would truly come together. Lu Meijun blushed and giggled, while Song Liang responded, Director Wang, I will remember your matchmaking kindness and will definitely bring you some pork to express my gratitude after our wedding. Director Wang laughed heartily. Is that so? I'll hold you to that. You better not go back on your word. Really? Did you take me seriously? I was just joking, Song Liang exclaimed. To which Director Wang retorted with laughter, You cheeky boy. Once the procedures were nearing completion, Director Wang inquired, Whose name will be on the property certificate? Lu Meijun quickly replied, Put it in Song Liang's name. The money is all from his family, or rather, from Song Yu. I truly cannot take credit for the child's contributions. Director Wang turned to Song Liang, who smiled and slowly articulated, Let us have her name on one certificate and my son Song Yu's on the other. Does that work? Director Wang looked puzzled. You want to put it in little Yu's name? Song Liang nodded. Yes, is that acceptable? Lu Meijun gazed at Song Liang in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Director Wang said, That might not be feasible. Little Yu is too young, and the Housing Bureau may not recognize it. Song Liang asked, So if we put it in his name, can I serve as the guardian? Director Wang nodded. That would be permissible, but you need to be certain about putting Little Yu's name on the certificate. I've thought it through. Thank you, Wang Jie, Song Liang replied. Lu Meijun remained in shock. Utterly unprepared for this unexpected outcome, Director Wang suddenly smiled and inquired, You two have all your documents in order. Why not take the opportunity to obtain your marriage certificate as well? Song Liang paused for a moment, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, Isn't registering for marriage something that requires an application to the factory before proceeding to the police station? Director Wang chuckled. What a question. If one were not an employee of a state-run factory, would that mean they could not apply at all? Would they refrain from marriage? They would still need to come to the neighborhood office to apply, and the police station's household registration department also requires proof from our office. As luck would have it, I must visit the police station after work as well. I can conveniently assist you with your registration then. Unbeknownst to Song Liang, during this era, the neighborhood office wielded more power than the police station. They managed everything from daily necessities to significant matters in every household, and when it came to troublesome issues, their resolutions were often swifter than those of the police. For officers at the police station, whenever a case necessitated the involvement of the neighborhood office, they typically offered full cooperation with opinions provided by the office. Turning to Lu Meijun, Song Liang gently inquired, What do you think? Shall we go ahead and collect our marriage certificate? Lu Meijun, still lost in thought about the property deed, was struck again by this unexpected turn of events. Staring blankly, she replied mechanically, Sure. Why not? 20 minutes later, Lu Meijun found herself holding one hand tightly clasped by Song Liang while the other clutched two marriage certificates, her mind in a daze. She had inexplicably purchased a house, inexplicably married, and inexplicably become Yanzhu's wife. Song Liang, hand in hand with Lu Meijun, walked with an air of confidence. He had come here single, only to unexpectedly find a wife. Perhaps this era was not so bad after all. Suddenly, Lu Meijun asked, Yanzhu, how are we going to explain this to Song Yu and Xiaoting tonight? Song Liang replied, Explain what? Lu Meijun lifted the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling shy and unable to meet Song Liang's gaze. Song Yu won't mind. He likes you. As for Xiaoting, it's best if you, as her aunt, explain it to her. Lu Meijun nodded, remaining silent. As they continued walking, Song Liang suddenly asked, So, how are we going to sleep tonight? Lu Meijun was momentarily taken aback, responding with a confused huh, before realizing and hastily withdrawing her hand. But Song Liang, quite possessively, tightened his grip once more to prevent her from escaping. We are now husband and wife. We should sleep together. Lu Meijun, flustered, retorted, How am I supposed to know how we'll sleep? Song Liang leaned in with a cheeky grin. How about we let Xiaoting sleep in Song Yu's room? And have Song Yu take the living room? I can sleep at your place? Receiving no response, Song Liang's heart soared. This was tantamount to tacit approval. That evening, after school, Zhang Xiaoting bounced along beside Song Yu, gently caressing the red scarf around her neck, her face beaming with joy. Song Yu cautioned with a smile. Stop jumping around. Walk properly, or you might fall. Zhang Xiaoting proudly declared, I'm already a young pioneer. Wearing the red scarf. I'm cooler than you now. Song Yu readily agreed. Yes, you're the best. Zhang Xiaoting huffed. The teacher said I can supervise my classmates to follow the rules. Song Yu, from now on, you mustn't sleep in class. You have to do your homework yourself. And wash your hands before meals. Song Yu. Apart from the last request, I cannot comply with the others. Zhang shouting. I am a young pioneer. You must heed my words. Song Yu chuckled helplessly. If I don't listen to my father, why would I listen to you? What are you thinking? Zhang shouting, incensed, retorted. If you refuse to listen to me, then I shall no longer play with you. Song Yu. Then don't come to my room tonight. Zhang shouting. If I don't go, I won't go. Tonight, I shall sleep with my aunt. Chapter 63. The aggrieved Zhang shouting. Dinner was lavish. Lu Meijun unprecedentedly prepared half of the meat in the house. Zhang shouting gazed longingly at the feast laid before them. Swallowing hard, Song Yu, holding 2 marriage certificates, was lost in thought. To witness his younger brother's wedding in his lifetime stirred an inexplicable desire within him to congratulate their parents in heaven. Lu Meijun anxiously observed Song Yu's expression, sensing his emotional turmoil, which only heightened her own unease. Song Yu returned the marriage certificate to Song Liang. Congratulations, Sister Meijun. Lu Meijun took no offense at Song Yu's address. In her eyes, his biological mother was a remarkable individual whom she admired. Thus, she had no expectations for Song Yu to call her mother. Song Liang interjected. As for the 2 houses, we will write your name on the one we reside in, and Meijun's name on the other. Is that agreeable? Song Yu shot him an exasperated glance, unwilling to engage. Such words were merely distasteful. Lu Meijun was amused by Song Yu's playful expression, growing increasingly fond of him. Song Liang continued. Our family lacks close relatives, and Meijun's hometown is far from Suzhou, so we do not intend to host a grand affair. A simple meal at home will suffice. Zhang shouting innocently inquired. No banquet. Lu Meijun retorted angrily. All you think about is food, I assent it? Zhang shouting lowered her head, silenced. This dinner, while more festive and abundant in meat than usual, bore no other distinction. After the meal, Song Liang and Lu Meijun cozied up in the kitchen, while Zhang shouting diligently completed her homework, and Song Yu reclined on a stool outside, gazing at the starry sky. He pondered which star represented their parents and murmured with equal affection, Mom and Dad, your youngest son is getting married today. Surprising, I assent it? Rest assured, both your sons will thrive in the future. I want to be able to visit your graves during the Qingming festival, so I'll have Song Liang offer a toast on my behalf. As Song Yu spoke in the yard, several neighboring families watched from their homes with keen eyes. They were aware of the union between Song Liang and Lu Meijun, and knew that even with marriage, the factory would not reclaim their housing. Yet, they resented the notion of 2 families residing in 2 houses, questioning why their own large clan was cramped into such a small space, while others enjoyed spacious accommodations. Once Song Liang and Lu Meijun obtained their marriage certificate, they intended to rent each other's homes. The ownership of the houses would become uncertain. Even if the property was nominally theirs, who could evict them once children were born or relatives visited? In their minds, Song Liang and Lu Meijun would inevitably concede. They believed that if they were struggling, then the other family should share in their hardship. Should they refuse, the only recourse would be to file a complaint with the housing authority, demanding justice from the factory. How should leaders conduct themselves? They ought to serve the ordinary employees. Unbeknownst to them, Song Liang had already instructed Lu Meijun to keep their registration under wraps until they had secured the property deed. Once the deed was in hand, they would no longer need to hide from their neighbors, allowing them to live freely and openly. As long as they thrived, those who disapproved would naturally feel discomfort. Empowered by this assurance, Lu Meijun no longer cowered, her demeanor brimming with confidence, clearly harboring a mischievous spirit within her, sharing a long-standing disdain for their despicable neighbors. At that moment, after completing her homework, Zhang shouting instinctively retrieved Song Yu's assignment book from her backpack. Suddenly realizing something, her expression shifted to seriousness as she turned and called out to the courtyard. Song Yu, I won't help you with your homework anymore. You do it yourself. I gave you candy to write for me, but I don't want it anymore. Young pioneers shouldn't help classmates with their homework. Then leave it there. I'll do it myself when I have time. Will you still give me candy? I want tea. Zhang shouting felt a wave of frustration and turned to Lu Meijun, who was sewing clothes, saying, Annie, I want to sleep with you tonight. Lu Meijun paused her skilled hands, slightly taken aback, and asked why. I just want to sleep with you. Lu Meijun awkwardly replied, but Auntie has to sew clothes late into the night. You can sleep in Song Yu's room. Zhang shouting protested, I don't want to play with Song Yu. He doesn't do his homework and sleeps in class. At that moment, Song Liang entered the house from the backyard with a cup of water, smilingly coaxing, shouting, "You are already a young pioneer. You must listen to your parents. Or the teachers want tea like you." Zhang Xiaoting's face fell immediately. Song Liang called out, "Song Yu. Tonight, Xiaoting will sleep in your room. You'll sleep in my bed." Song Yu retorted, "If you make Zhang Xiaoting do my homework, then I'll let her sleep in my bed." Song Liang smiled silently at Zhang Xiaoting. With a sense of grievance, she opened Song Yu's assignment book and bent down to write her homework. At that moment, the red scarf around her neck felt particularly heavy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after finishing her bath, Zhang Xiaoting quietly entered Song Yu's room. With no inclination for sleep, she intended to watch television in the living room, only to discover Song Yu pressing his ear against the wall, seemingly engaged in some secretive endeavor. "Song Yu, what are you doing?" "Nothing. You wouldn't understand. Children should sleep early. You can't speak to me like that. I am a young pioneer. I can wear a red scarf. When I reach the 3rd grade, I can wear one too." Zhang Xiaoting felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Today was supposed to be a proud day, yet returning home left her feeling so unfairly treated. "Song Yu, I want to watch television." "Don't watch it. Young pioneers can't watch TV at night. It disturbs others." "But you're not asleep yet." "It's not about disturbing me. It's about disturbing the neighbors next door." Feeling unhappy, Zhang Xiaoting turned to run next door to her aunt to complain. After knocking and calling out, there was no response from her aunt inside. It seemed she was completely ignored. Pouting, Zhang Xiaoting waited for a moment, unwilling to return to Song Yu's home once more. She found that Song Yu continued to ignore her, pressing his ear against the wall. Heartbroken, she silently retreated to Song Yu's room, climbed onto the bed, and covered herself with the quilt, enveloped in sorrow. "My aunt disregards me. Song Yu won't play with me, and doesn't he listen to my words? I can't even partake in the feast." The more Zhang Xiaoting thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to fall unbidden. Had her aunt ceased to love her after marrying Uncle Song? Previously, Song Yu would spin tales for her, but today he seemed indifferent. As her emotions surged, Zhang Xiaoting's self-pity intensified. Just then, the door swung open. Song Yu, with an odd expression and a face full of excitement, entered the room, only to discover Zhang Xiaoting quietly sobbing. He gently inquired, "Why are you crying? Even young pioneers can cry?" This provoked Zhang Xiaoting, who sprang up, baring her teeth and lunging towards Song Yu. That night, the decibel levels in the 2 adjacent rooms were starkly different. One was filled with the raucous chatter of children, while the other was eerily silent, almost unsettlingly so. Chapter 64. Temporary residence. After several days of delay, the property deeds were finally secured on the 10th day, much to Lu Meijuan's anxious anticipation. To Song Liang, this was merely a fleeting smile. He believed that the property deeds meant less than the joy Zhang Xiaoting would derive from sleeping in Song Yu's room for a few days. Having already settled the payments, there was no question of retreat. Upon returning home, Lu Meijun immediately concealed the 2 property deeds, seeing them as the foundation for both families, a source of strength against future humiliations. Meanwhile, Song Liang, unconcerned about the property deeds, entered Song Yu's room and shut the door, his formerly cheerful demeanor shifting to one of gloom. Song Yu sat on the bed, poring over the ledger. After a long while, he closed the book with a soft sigh, remarking, "The accounts don't add up. Fu Qiumin has ulterior motives." Song Liang nodded. "I too find the figures troubling." The room fell into silence. Song Yu suggested, "I recommend we pause for a while. Tell him that our dealings here cannot continue, and sever ties." Song Liang did not respond directly but instead asked, "How much do you have left?" Song Yu replied, "Just over 11,000. Song Liang proposed, "Why not endure for a bit? Isn't your rented courtyard still available for another 6 months?" Song Yu shook his head. "Such a person cannot be satisfied. If you wish to continue, you must find someone else." Song Liang sat down, acknowledging that Song Yu was correct. He simply lacked business acumen, not an understanding of human affairs. It was reckless to seek someone to take over this venture. Song Yu continued, "If we cannot find anyone, it's better to pause for a while. We cannot take risks. If we are reported or caught before we establish ourselves as individual business operators, it would be a great loss." Once again, silence enveloped them. Unlike the somber Song Liang, Song Yu felt relatively at ease in his plan. Engaging in black market dealings at this stage was far too perilous. He could afford to wait until the 1980s to pursue it more cautiously. Moreover, with both money and tickets in surplus, a discreet hiatus seemed quite agreeable. Yet, Song Yu was well aware of his brother's restless nature. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Meijun appeared at the window, lightly tapping twice and casting a glance at Song Liang, silently urging him to open the window. Song Liang rose and opened it, inquiring, "What is it, my dear?" Lu Meijun felt a twinge of awkwardness at the term of endearment. "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Song Liang nodded. "What is it? Speak freely." Lu Meijun glanced at Song Yu, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "A relative from my hometown wishes to stay with us until July, as she intends to take the college entrance examination this year." "Sure. Is it a boy or a girl?" Song Liang asked, his acquiescence touching Lu Meijun deeply. "It's a girl, my cousin from my aunt's side. She believes the educational environment in the city is superior and the exams will be closer, so." Song Liang interjected with a smile, "No need for such specifics. If you're on good terms with your aunt, then agree to it. If not, simply say I'm against it." Lu Meijun replied cheerfully, "I do wish to agree. My aunt was very kind to me and my sister when we were young. However, I haven't written back to them yet. I thought it best to discuss this with you first. Moreover, even if she comes, I'm uncertain about the sleeping arrangements." After a moment's contemplation, Song Liang turned to Song Yu, his meaning clear. Seeing that look from his brother, Song Yu rolled his eyes, realizing it meant he was to sacrifice his own room. Song Liang proposed, "Let your cousin share a room with Shouting, and Song Yu can sleep in the living room." Lu Meijun shook her head vehemently. "No need for that. My cousin can share with me. We cannot use Song Yu's room." Song Liang immediately countered, "How can that be? For 2 months, newlyweds living apart." Lu Meijun's face flushed. "Song Yu is here. Don't speak nonsense." Song Liang pressed on, "Even if you sleep with your cousin, where will Shouting go? Is she to share a room with Song Yu? Though they are still children, it is inappropriate for them to be so close." Lu Meijun found herself in a dilemma. Initially, she wanted her cousin to sleep with her, but Song Liang's reasoning resonated with her. However, she was reluctant to let Song Yu feel wronged. Turning to Song Yu, Song Liang asked, "Son, what do you think?" Song Yu scoffed inwardly, finding it pointless. Even if that so-called cousin didn't come, his room would still be occupied by Zhang Shouting. How absurd to think he had a say in this matter. "It's fine, Sister Meijun. Shouting often kicks off the covers when sleeping alone at night, and she is afraid of thunder. Having that sister around would be quite beneficial." Song Liang spread his hands. "You see, even Song Yu has no objections. Moreover, even if your cousin doesn't come to share this room, Shouting will still need to sleep here, and Song Yu will end up in the living room." Song Yu rolled his eyes again, yet deep down, he anticipated the arrival of this so-called cousin. He was curious to experience firsthand the preparation of this college entrance examination. From his recollection, in 1978, there were 6.1 million candidates for the exam, with only a little over 400,000 being admitted, a truly daunting acceptance rate. Lu Meijun felt a surge of happiness. She was eager to meet her cousin from her hometown, yet she feared that Song Yu might harbor some reservations. Thus, she emphasized, "Xiao Yu, do not worry. She will return home after her college entrance examination and will not stay for long." After speaking, she reminded Song Liang once more. "My aunt assured me that she would provide for her meals. She won't be staying here for free." In truth, Song Liang was indifferent to the matter of food expenses, yet he chose not to refuse. Sometimes, being excessively humble can lead others to take things for granted. Once Lu Meijun departed in a hurry, Song Liang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even after marriage, she still behaves like a young girl. Song Yu replied, "I suspect you are being ostentatious." With a playful grin, Song Liang responded, "Is it that obvious? What do you think of the sister-in-law I arranged for you?" Song Yu nodded. "She is indeed quite nice, though her eyesight leaves much to be desired." Song Liang paid no heed to Song Yu's teasing and inquired, "Are the college entrance examination questions difficult in this era?" Song Yu replied, "Well, they are rather simple for me. Rather, they should be easy for high school students of our generation. Even a well-performing 9th grader could tackle the math problems. Unfortunately, students of this era lack the knowledge base of their counterparts from our time." Song Liang suggested, "Why don't I go back and find some examination questions from this era to help her?" Song Yu retorted, "You had better be joking. The exam questions are classified. Even I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts for my own future exams." Song Liang suddenly understood. Song Yu continued, "Besides, there is no need to search for answers. I am here to assist her." Chapter 65. Do you intend to interfere in our relationship? Early on a weekend morning, Song Yu rose and completed her morning routine, only to encounter the peculiar gaze of Song Liang, which seemed to convey unspoken words. Knowing him well, she discerned that he had something clandestine to discuss. Glancing at Lu Meijun, who was busy operating a sewing machine indoors. Song Yu approached and quietly inquired, "What is the matter? Why the secrecy?" "Somewhat awkward," Song Liang replied. "There's a situation at home today. How about you take Xiaoting to play at someone else's house for a couple of hours before returning?" After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Song Yu with disdain. Was he implying that she and Zhang Xiaoting were an inconvenience? Song Yu was genuinely exasperated by this peculiar request and responded, 2 hours? Half an hour should suffice." Song Liang, as if stepped on the tail, retorted loudly, "Whom do you look down upon? With my physique, 2 hours may not be sufficient." Rolling her eyes, Song Yu casually asked, after getting married, "Do you not plan to invite friends and family to celebrate?" Song Liang replied, "I have already asked Mei Jun. She said she does not wish to waste money, and besides, where are our friends and family around here? I have no desire for a grand celebration. Whenever Mei Jun's parents come, we can treat them to a meal at home or at a state-run restaurant." Song Yu sighed, "Even after your marriage, you do not intend to visit your wife's family to pay respects to your father-in-law. You truly are remarkable." Song Liang assured her, "We will go. We just need to find a free weekend." As the two conversed idly in the yard, 3 neighbors passed by, greeting Song Liang warmly, though their eyes continually darted toward the house. In contrast, Su San, who had just passed by, appeared to be the most normal among them. After exchanging polite greetings, he departed from the alley. Song Liang remarked, "Su San is quite a decent fellow, though his choice in wives leaves much to be desired." Song Yu retorted, "Mei Jun is also a fine person. Her judgment in men is equally lacking." Ignoring Song Yu's provocation, Song Liang continued to rise early and toil until dusk, only to return home and endure Zhang Qiao's ire. How pitiable. Indeed, a man without income lacks confidence. Song Yu cast a disdainful glance at Song Liang, who, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" She clarified, "You need to understand that Su San earns significantly more each month than you." He countered, "How can that be? Isn't he merely a bicycle repairman?" She replied, "Do not view the matter through a modern lens. Repairing bicycles today is akin to servicing a Porsche in the 21st century. Su San earns at least 100 a month." Song Liang, upon hearing this, gazed towards the direction Su San had left and asked, "Are you pulling my leg? If he truly earns that much, why does his family live in such dire straits?" Song Yu explained, "They have many children, but limited resources, and primarily, they lack tickets." Song Liang sighed, "I never would have guessed. I thought he was simply under Zhang Qiao's thumb. It seems he possesses an innate resilience to pressure." Song Yu elaborated, "Zhang Qiao embodies the type who eats with one hand and curses with the other. She treats everyone the same, and none of their 3 children are unafraid of her." Once, when Xiaoting was playing with Su Hui and the other siblings, Zhang Qiao returned from work and they trembled like quails in her presence. I stood by, marveling at their ability to withstand pressure. Song Liang chuckled, "Fortunately, our Mei Jun is gentle," observing the proud expression on his brother's face. Song Yu was about to turn away and disregard him when a woman carrying a basket of vegetables emerged. "Director Song, when are you and Mei Jun getting married?" Since Song Liang and Lu Mei Jun had yet to publicly announce their marriage, no one knew they had already obtained a certificate. "Why are you so concerned about our marriage? Are you looking to meddle in our relationship?" Song Liang retorted with a forced smile. The woman felt embarrassed. "What are you saying? If my husband hears this, there would be a misunderstanding." Song Liang replied, "If you know it would cause a misunderstanding, why inquire?" The woman insisted, "I was merely asking. I must go buy groceries now." With the deed to the house secured, Song Liang felt fearless around others, as if he had completely liberated himself. The woman inwardly cursed. No, reveled in the fact that Director Song had both looks and income. No, she chastised herself. She had merely asked a casual question. Why was he saying such things? Upon returning to her room, Song Yu discovered Zhang Xiaoting drooling in her sleep, leaving her pillows soaked with saliva. Though merely a child, Song Yu felt an inexplicable annoyance bubbling within her. She yanked off the covers and shouted, "Zhang Xiaoting, wake up!" Zhang Xiaoting was startled awake, blinking sleepily at Song Yu. Realizing what had happened, instead of being angry, she murmured, "Song Yu, your bed is so comfortable." The once formidable Song Yu instantly lost her momentum. Zhang Xiaoting remarked on the firmness of her aunt's bed. Song Yu responded, "Get up, wash up, and after breakfast, I will take you to play with Luoqing." Obediently, Zhang Xiaoting rose. For reasons unknown, she always felt a kinship with Liao Luoqing. Both were demure and reserved, harboring a profound wariness towards unfamiliar faces. The sentiment was mutual. Apart from Song Yu, Liao Luoqing considered Zhang shouting her closest friend. After finishing their breakfast, the two departed the courtyard. As they passed a bookstall, they noticed Grandpa Qi engaged in conversation with several middle-aged men inside the house. Driven by curiosity, Song Yu ventured in to eavesdrop. The middle-aged men paid no heed to the girls, while Grandpa Qi smiled and invited them to explore the room and peruse the comics along the wall. Perhaps due to their youthful innocence, the middle-aged men disregarded the presence of the children and began discussing business openly. One remarked, "Grandpa Qi, your courtyard is indeed spacious, but the interior has aged considerably. If I were to purchase it, I would need to renovate, and honestly, the price seems quite steep." Grandpa Qi replied, "This house is ancestral. While the furnishings may appear somewhat antiquated, the size is substantial. If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate." Listening to the negotiations, Song Yu realized Grandpa Qi intended to sell the property. Such a courtyard would not attract a typical family, primarily because its vastness rendered it impractical for a household. The middle-aged men likely sought it for alternative purposes. After a brief discussion, they hinted at reconsideration before taking their leave. Grandpa Qi sighed heavily and slumped onto a seat at the entrance, his thoughts burdened as he lit his bamboo pipe, succumbing to solitude. Zhang shouting was oblivious to the adults' discourse, engrossed in the comic book. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, "Grandpa Qi, are you planning to sell this courtyard?" Grandpa Qi glanced at the earnest-eyed Song Yu, paused in contemplation, and finally nodded, "Yes, it is for sale." Song Yu turned to Zhang shouting, who was absorbed in her reading, and without hesitation, addressed Grandpa Qi, "Grandpa, if you are selling, could you sell it to my father?" Grandpa Qi was taken aback, but soon dismissed the thought. "If your family wishes to buy, have them come speak with me. You are just a child and do not understand these matters." Song Yu promptly stood, insisting she would rush home to summon her parents, and requested Grandpa Qi to keep an eye on Zhang shouting. Without awaiting a response, she hurriedly dashed out of the bookstall. Upon bursting through the door of Lu Meijuan's home, she knocked fervently, calling, "Open up, old Song, hurry, inside." A flurry of activity ensued, the sound suggesting a chaotic tidying up. Moments later, Song Liang, disheveled and with a grim expression, opened the door. Upon seeing Song Yu's animated demeanor, he gritted his teeth and warned, "You better have a valid reason for this, or I'll shave your head." Aware that she had interrupted something important, Song Yu nonetheless assertively seized his sleeve, pulling him towards the courtyard. "Will you perish if you don't output sooner? Hurry, come with me. There are pressing matters at hand." Song Liang grumbled as he followed closely behind, not forgetting to call out to the room, "Mei Jun, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Upon their urgent arrival at the bookstall, Grandpa Qi was testing Zhang Shouting's literacy skills, sporting an exceedingly amiable expression. Hearing the commotion, Grandpa Qi turned to the entrance and, upon noticing a young man standing beside Song Yu, inquired, "Song Yu, is this your esteemed elder?" Song Yu nodded vigorously, "Indeed. This is my father." At this moment, Song Liang also smiled and nodded, "Hello, Grandpa." Grandpa Qi acknowledged with a nod, expressing his approval. He certainly possesses an air of integrity. "So, are you interested in purchasing my house?" Song Liang paused momentarily, while Song Yu discreetly nudged his ankle, prompting him to respond. Yes, I wish to buy it. If you have any thoughts, please share them with me." After a moment of contemplation, Grandpa Qi began. "This house measures a total of 90 square meters. Besides what you see, there is also a sizable backyard. How much can you offer?" Upon hearing this, Song Liang realized he would not be able to retreat anytime soon. "Grandpa, let us dispense with the formalities. Please state your asking price. If it suits us, we can proceed to the post office right away. If our expectations differ significantly, we can simply consider this a pleasant conversation." Appreciating Song Liang's candor, Grandpa Qi nodded in satisfaction. He had previously encountered 3 groups of potential buyers who relentlessly attempted to bargain, a practice he found quite distasteful. 1,200 yuan. If you find it acceptable, let us head to the street office for the paperwork. Song Yu calculated in his mind that they still had a little over 6,000 at home, a sum they could manage. Meanwhile, Song Liang felt a twinge of regret. Although acquiring the house was undoubtedly a gain, at less than 46 yuan per square meter, along with the bonus of a backyard, the absence of profits from the black market left him feeling insecure. Both father and son fell into a contemplative silence. And Grandpa Qi did not rush them, assuming Song Liang was merely considering his options. He returned to his seat beside Zhang Shouting. who had just begun to enjoy a few pages of a comic book when Grandpa Chi resumed his examination, causing her to pout unhappily. Song Liang glanced at Song Yu, who nodded in agreement. Sighing, Song Liang finally declared, "Grandpa, we shall buy it." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chi turned to Song Liang and reminded him, "Young man, I require the full payment up front. I do not accept installments." Song Liang nodded. "No problem. We can proceed to the post office at once." As Grandpa Chi rose, he did not feel joy at successfully selling the house. Rather, he cast a reluctant gaze around at the bricks and tiles. "This house was passed down from my father. If it weren't for my son developing in the south, I would not have chosen to sell it." Song Liang smiled reassuringly. "It is quite all right, Grandpa. You are welcome to return whenever you wish to visit, or if the opportunity arises for you to settle back here, we can always sell the house back to you." Hearing this, Grandpa Chi's eyes brightened, filled with gratitude as he regarded Song Liang. "If that is the case, then I can reduce the price by 100, making it an even 1100. This statement clearly indicates how significant this property is to Elder Chi. Song Liang did not anticipate such a turn of events. Elder Chi continued, "However, I have a condition. You must take good care of this house. As you mentioned, if I have the opportunity to return in the future, and circumstances permit, I would like you to sell it back to me. Of course, I will purchase it at a premium price, ensuring that you do not incur any losses." Upon hearing the term premium, Song Yu understood that this elderly gentleman was not an ordinary person. Song Liang nodded in agreement. "No problem, we can draft a written agreement." However, Elder Chi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Such formalities are unnecessary. If you wish to sell it back to me, you will find a way to do so. Conversely, if you choose not to sell, a written agreement would hold no value. Besides, at my age, I may never return in this lifetime. This agreement is merely a sentimental gesture for myself." At this moment, Song Yu, with a childlike voice, interjected, "Grandpa Chi, rest assured, we will take good care of this house." Elder Chi smiled warmly. "I believe in you, young Song Yu. I can see you are different from other children. When I reach the south, I will write to you. You are always welcome to visit me there." Song Yu nodded earnestly. "I will definitely go." This promise was not made lightly. He surely intended to journey south in the future. In the subsequent 2 hours, Song Liang led Elder Chi to the street office to obtain the necessary documentation. Under the astonished and speechless gaze of Director Wang, they successfully completed the process. The property was not registered under Song Yu's name, as it was private property and not a state-owned factory's welfare housing, which was subject to stricter regulations. Moreover, the paperwork indicated a gift rather than a purchase. Elder Chi willingly bestowed the house upon Song Liang. Afterward, Song Liang took Song Yu to the post office, where, under Elder Chi's bewildered gaze, Song Yu produced 1,100 yuan from his backpack and handed it to the staff. Elder Chi, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Are you really letting this young lad carry such a large sum? Aren't you worried he might be robbed along the way?" Song Liang chuckled. "Who would rob a child? Besides, we are family, and Song Yu is quite well behaved. He won't misuse the money." Elder Chi was taken aback and remarked, "You are quite young yet more open-minded than my own son." After the smooth completion of the transaction, Song Liang smiled. "Elder Chi, stay in the house for as long as you wish. Just let us know in advance when you're ready to head south. We will come to help you move." Elder Chi had initially intended to make this request himself, but was touched that they had thought of it first. "Young man, you work at the cotton spinning factory, right?" Song Liang, unfazed, nodded generously. "Indeed. If you can't find me at home, just go to the cotton spinning factory. Feel free to let me know if you need anything." Chapter 67. The final distribution. Upon returning home after 2 hours, Zhang Xiaoding was displeased at not seeing her longed-for companion, while Lu Meijun paid little mind to her niece. She has come to see through it. Song Liang has never cared for Song Yu, yet the latter proves to be quite understanding. Lu Meijun also intends to adopt a more lenient approach. Moreover, the household's provisions are ample, and it is Song Yu who tends to her niece most of the time. If Song Yu has no complaints, then what right does this little girl have to voice hers? "Where did you go during the day?" Upon seeing Song Liang return home, Lu Meijun wiped the grease from her hands and stepped outside to inquire. Song Liang chose not to divulge the truth. He held on to his previous notion that until he could provide a reasonable explanation for the family's financial sources, he could not clarify the matter. "I encountered an elder from my hometown, and they took me to visit," he offered a casual excuse. Lu Meijun responded, "This morning, Aunt Lu's son came looking for you. I told him you were out, so he didn't come in. He mentioned he would return either in the afternoon or evening." Aunt Lu's son? Song Liang pondered for a moment and recognized the individual Lu Meijun referred to, Fu Qiuming. It seemed that the other party was becoming anxious. Yet what good does that do? Where was your urgency when it came to manipulating finances? Never mind him. Is there anything to eat at home? There are still buns warming on the stove. Are you hungry? Or should we wait a little longer? Dinner is just over an hour away. Song Liang nodded, moving closer to wrap his arms around Lu Meijun's waist, gently exhaling warm breath. I'll heed my wife's advice. Lu Meijun's cheeks flushed, and she nudged him away with her shoulder, signaling that the children were present. After dinner, Song Yu accompanied Zhang Shouting in the yard to play Jinzi, while Su Hui and her 3 siblings sat nearby, with Su Qiao fidgeting, eager to join in. Inside, Song Liang and Lu Meijun watched television, engrossed in the series 3 Families, which Song Liang found rather tedious, though Lu Meijun was thoroughly captivated. This show, hailed as the first single-volume television drama in China, held no intrigue for Song Yu. As dusk fell, Song Yu played with Zhang Shouting for a while before asking Su Qing and Su Qiao to take her place. Sitting beside Su Hui, Song Yu began to contemplate ways to earn extra income. Su Hui, what do you do when you encounter a problem at home that you cannot solve? Su Hui suddenly inquired. Song Yu replied, I haven't come across any insurmountable problems yet. All right, Su Hui did not press further, and Song Yu sensed that Su Hui was feeling the weight of academic pressure, perhaps struggling with concepts in class and unable to seek help from her parents at home. Su Hui, you're starting the 2nd year of junior high in September, right? Su Hui nodded. Are the subjects difficult? Quite so. Many problems require considerable thought, and some I can't even comprehend. Then you could ask other high school students in the neighborhood. Su Hui shook her head in silence. Not from a lack of desire, but out of fear. She was reluctant to expose her academic shortcomings. Her mother had previously mentioned that if she didn't perform well in school, she might have to attend vocational school and could eventually work in a cotton mill. Su Hui did not wish to attend vocational school. She aspired to go to high school and ultimately to university. She did not want to remain at home. Song Yu suddenly queried, Su Qing will also be starting junior high in September, right? Su Hui nodded. Yes, at the affiliated school. Is Su Qing doing well academically? This dilemma left Su Hui at a loss for words. Su Qing's academic performance was utterly dismal, and she was uncertain how to guide him. She was indeed a diligent student. Song Yu comprehended the situation and refrained from further inquiries. Observing the 3 children engrossed in their play, Song Yu was about to rise to fetch some snacks and soda when an unexpected visitor arrived outside the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, Song Yu recognized it was Fu Qiuming. Xiao Yu, is your father home? Fu Qiuming inquired, his face beaming with a warm smile directed at Song Yu. She nodded. Uncle Fu, please wait a moment. I will go call my father. With that, she stood and turned to enter the house. Su Hui, noticing the visitor, instructed Su Qing and Su Qiao to cease their play and accompany her home. One could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Su Hui, as her obedience was quite endearing. When Song Liang emerged and recognized the visitor, he maintained a cordial smile. After all, their relationship had not yet soured, and Fu Qiuming believed that Song Liang was unaware of his dubious dealings. Without disturbing Lu Meijun, who was engrossed in watching television, Song Liang led Fu Qiuming to sit in Lu Meijun's home, while Song Yu quietly perched on a bamboo chair at the entrance, listening intently. Pouring a glass of water and placing it before Fu Qiuming, Song Liang inquired, Meijun mentioned you came looking for me during the day. What was the urgency? Fu Qiuming did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed the pastries he held on the table. Brother Song, this is the water chestnut cake from Su Garden. It is quite delicious. Please give it a try. Song Liang, maintaining his customary demeanor, accepted it without a hint of formality, setting it aside. Thank you. I have heard of the delectable pastries from Su Garden, but I have not had the time to purchase any. Observing Song Liang's actions, Fu Qiuming felt reassured that the latter was oblivious to his misappropriation of funds and, with a sigh of relief, inquired, Brother Song, our stock here is nearly sold out. This is your share. Count it. Your portion along with the payment totals 526 yuan. Song Liang accepted the money without counting it, promptly stashing it in his pocket with a grin. Why count? We trust each other, don't we? Fu Qiuming chuckled. Brother Song, this batch sold well. There isn't much left in stock. When shall we arrange for more goods? Song Liang's expression shifted to one of concern. This matter is somewhat complicated. Fu Qiuming swallowed hard. What do you mean? Song Liang sighed heavily. A supplier from my hometown has been apprehended. Fu Fu Qiumin was taken aback. Song Liang continued. When I visited him previously to request additional stock, his wife was in tears, saying he was arrested by the police for engaging in illicit trade. Now, I am at a loss as to what to do. Fu Qiumin immediately pressed. What about his supply channels? Song Liang replied. Naturally, they have all dissipated. If they hadn't, he wouldn't have been caught. Fu Qiumin exclaimed. Then what shall we do in the future? Song Liang closed his eyes and shook his head, remaining silent. Yet his meaning was abundantly clear. Fu Qiumin inhaled deeply, just as he had begun to relish the dignity that wealth had afforded him. The sudden cessation of income was a bitter pill to swallow. Song Liang spoke softly. I too harbor concerns. I fear he might divulge my involvement. I had intended to leave, but with work and the children here, I find myself unable to do so. Rest assured, Qiumin, even if I were to be apprehended, I would never betray you. I am merely a middleman caught between you all, deserving no more than a demotion at worst. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry. At this moment, Fu Qiumin's foremost thought was one of regret for having given the profit share to Song Liang. However, it was now impossible to reclaim it. Fu Qiumin said, Brother Song, shall we cease our endeavors then? Song Liang shook his head. I would like to continue, but I lack a source of goods. I cannot possibly manufacture cotton and fabric in the factory for you to sell. Recently, one of our deputy factory directors was investigated for such actions. I cannot afford to act against the prevailing winds. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. Dad, the security department from the factory came looking for you this afternoon. Director Wang from the street office is also here. They said they wanted to inquire about the situation. Song Liang paused, his expression darkening. I understand. Chapter 68. Documents. Fu Qiumin left with a gloomy demeanor, while Song Yu stood up, dusting off his trousers as he entered the house. Song Liang handed 2,500 yuan to Song Yu, pocketing the remaining 1,526 yuan. A pleasant surprise. He had not anticipated another share. After receiving the money, Song Yu sighed in relief. Their hidden savings had finally returned to the significant sum of 15,000 yuan, bolstering their confidence. As Song Liang stepped out of the courtyard, ready to return next door to join Lu Meijun in watching television, a postman approached the gate, inquiring, Is this the residence of Miss Lu Meijun? Song Liang paused and nodded. Indeed. The postman replied, Here is a letter for her. Song Liang stepped forward. Hand it to me. I am her partner. The postman, unfazed, pulled out a notebook and pen, handing them over. Very well, please sign for it. Upon returning indoors, Song Liang presented the letter to Lu Meijun, who was engrossed in the television. You have received a letter, he informed her. Lu Meijun absent-mindedly opened the envelope, her gaze flickering toward the letter while watching the screen. Suddenly, she sat upright, her focus fixated on the contents of the letter. Song Liang, puzzled, asked, What is it? Lu Meijun's expression darkened further as she finished reading, placing the letter aside and frowning. My cousin says he wants to come stay at our house. Song Liang furrowed his brows. Which cousin? Lu Meijun replied, The younger son of my uncle. Our families do not get along, and he has taken advantage of us since childhood. I heard that my cousin is coming to stay with us. He has ulterior motives. My cousin is here to take the college entrance exam. She will return in a month or two. He has no such exam. What is his purpose in coming here? Song Liang spoke indifferently, then simply refuse him. Lu Meijun replied, They have already set off. Tomorrow afternoon, I am expected to pick them up at the train station. Song Liang chuckled softly. I see, a post-factum announcement, is it? Lu Meijun insisted. I do not want my cousin staying. He is a bad person. Once he stays, he will surely not leave. Song Liang reassured her, then do not allow him to stay. As Lu Meijun prepared to argue further, Song Liang embraced her, offering comfort. Do not worry. I will accompany you to pick him up tomorrow and help you refuse him. At this moment, Lu Meijun felt quite embarrassed. The arrival of a cousin had already caused considerable trouble for Yen Zhu and Song Yu, and now there was the addition of a cousin of questionable character. Tomorrow, aside from your cousin and your younger cousin, who else will be accompanying you? Lu Meijun, my aunt will also be joining us. She does not reside at home and has obtained a certificate indicating her stay at the guest house in the village. Song Liang, how old is your younger cousin? Is your family really comfortable letting him come alone? Lu Meijun, he is 18. Song Liang nodded. Ah, he has reached adulthood. That certainly makes things much easier. Early the following day, Song Liang and Lu Meijun rode their bicycles back to the cotton spinning factory. Lu Meijun returned to her workshop to request an afternoon off from the workshop director, Qi Linxiao. Meanwhile, Song Liang headed to the office of the head of the production department to engage in idle chatter. Since their last encounter, the two had developed a strong friendship, progressing from tentative acquaintances to close friends. Noticing that Song Liang entered empty-handed, the head of the production department, Shin Dongshan, teased him, "Brother Song, you must have come to bother me with something important, as you rarely appear without a purpose." Song Liang chuckled, "Well, not really. I'm just accompanying my wife to request leave and thought I would drop by to see you." Shin Dongshan was taken aback and stood up to confirm, "Your wife? You mean Lu Meijun from our department?" Song Liang playfully warned, "You better watch your words. You must now refer to her as sister-in-law." Shin Dongshan replied, "I had a feeling something was amiss between you two. Congratulations. When shall we celebrate with a meal?" Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Our relationship is such that a meal is easy to arrange, but I do not wish to hold a formal banquet. I have no relatives in Suzhou, and neither does Meijun. We can simply invite a few close colleagues from the factory for a casual meal." Shin Dongshan retrieved 3 tickets from his drawer and handed them over. "Consider this a wedding gift to you." Song Liang graciously accepted, glancing at the tickets, which were for 1 kilogram of white liquor each. "Wow, Brother Shin, you are quite generous." Shin Dongshan responded, "I'm married early, so I cannot expect a return gift from you." Song Liang replied, "All right then, when your child gets married, I shall repay you double." The two continued their lighthearted banter. Just then, an employee knocked and entered, greeting Song Liang politely as Director Song, before addressing Shin Dongshan, "Director, here are the documents distributed by the factory that each department needs to review." Shin Dongshan took the documents, and the employee exited the office. Song Liang paid little heed. Factory documents were primarily managed by Su Jun, and he would be contacted for any significant matters. Shin Dongshan briefly scanned the documents before handing them to Song Liang. "Take a look." Song Liang casually accepted them, glancing through before setting them aside. The content indicated that next week, the Provincial Department of Industry would send experts to Suzhou to inspect the production conditions of various state-owned factories. With the cotton spinning factory being a significant entity on the list, Song Liang did not take it to heart, as his role as the head of the sales department was not closely tied to production, and the inspection would not concern him. Shin Dongshan muttered, "They haven't clarified the inspection criteria. How am I supposed to prepare the necessary materials?" Song Liang advised, "Just perform well. Strive to make a good impression in front of the leaders. If you excel, the position of deputy factory director could very well be yours." Shin Dongshan chuckled. "At this point, I would be grateful just to avoid any issues." Realizing that Shin Dongshan would soon be busy, Song Liang decided to take his leave, casually pocketing a pack of cigarettes from his companion, as his own had just run out. Upon reaching the entrance of workshop number 1, he found Qi Linxiao engaged in conversation with Lu Meijun. Upon seeing Song Liang approach, Qi Linxiao's face brightened with a smile. "Director Song, I've just learned that you and Comrade Lu have tied the knot. Congratulations." Song Liang graciously exchanged pleasantries in return. Qi Linxiao inquired whether Lu Meijun needed a couple of days off, noting that although there was no official policy for marriage leave at present, the factory typically permitted employees to take leave for such occasions. Song Liang had previously asked Song Yu about this matter, who had informed him that marriage leave was not instituted until 1980. "That would be splendid. Thank you, Director Qi." Qi Linxiao responded, "No need for thanks, Director Song. This is merely an unspoken agreement within the factory. I am simply acting as a messenger." Song Liang continued, "The factory has just issued a new document. I suggest you visit your section chief to discuss the situation. You will undoubtedly have much to attend to next week." Unaware of the contents of the document, Qi Linxiao pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. I shall first visit our section chief's office, so I won't see you off." After bidding farewell to Qi Linxiao, the pair made their way out of the cotton spinning mill. Lu Meijun murmured, "I have never seen Director Qi exhibit such a good temperament towards anyone. He is usually quite stern with our workshop staff." Song Liang replied, "It all depends on the individual. You are now the wife of a section chief. In the future, you may very well become the wife of a factory manager or even a mayor." Lu Meijun chuckled, "I hardly possess such good fortune. I am already quite content." Song Liang smiled, but did not pursue the conversation further. The girl's greatest virtue was her contentment. Chapter 69. Arrival of relatives. The duo arrived at the train station, where vendors and minivans crisscrossed the area, some even calling out to passengers in front of the railway police, which struck Song Liang as quite novel. Lu Meijun, unaccustomed to the chaotic environment. Nestled closer to him in silence. Boss, waiting for a train? Would you like to buy some souvenirs? Very inexpensive. I have exquisite silk from Suzhou. Printed by the cotton spinning mill. Just 50 cents apiece. How about some snacks? Homemade, thin-skinned with generous fillings. At that moment, Song Liang, dressed in a white shirt with a watch adorning his wrist, paired with his respectable appearance, gave off an air of a high-ranking official or a leader, drawing the attention of the surrounding vendors. He waved off wave after wave of sales pitches and turned to Lu Meijun, asking, "What time does your aunt and cousin's train arrive?" Lu Meijun glanced at his wristwatch and murmured, "They should have already arrived. I see them." With that, she raised her hand high and waved vigorously. "Aunt Zhang Wei, over here." Not far away, two women and a man turned in their direction. The two women displayed expressions of surprise upon spotting Lu Meijun, while the man swiftly bypassed the others and approached them. Song Liang scrutinized the advancing young man. Although his attire was unremarkable, his demeanor exuded a certain slyness. "Cousin," the young man exclaimed, standing before Lu Meijun with an eager smile. Lu Meijun returned the smile, but did not respond. The young man then turned to Song Liang, inquiring warmly, "You must be my cousin-in-law, right?" "I'm Lu Fengshou." With a warm expression, Song Liang replied, "Fengshou, it is a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Suzhou." Lu Meijun briskly traversed past Lu Fengshou to approach her aunt and cousin, while Lu Fengshou remained by Song Liang's side. He observed Song Liang's immaculate attire and the watch adorning his wrist, firmly concluding that the man must be affluent. Song Liang continued, "Fengshou, how long do you intend to stay this time? When do you plan to return? I must inform you that train tickets here are quite difficult to procure. Allow me to purchase one for you. There's no need for you to spend your money." Lu Fengshou's expression turned awkward as he forced a chuckle, replying, "Cousin-in-law. I won't be leaving this time." Song Liang offered no objection, nodding in agreement. "Then you must secure suitable accommodation. Renting in Suzhou is not inexpensive, and without employment, you may find yourself at a loss. Would you like me to assist you in finding a place to rent? Rest assured, I know people and they won't charge exorbitantly." After this statement, Song Liang disregarded Lu Fengshou's uncomfortable demeanor and proceeded past him toward his wife. Before Lu Meijun stood two women. The elder appeared to be in her 60s, her shirt faded, her face etched with wrinkles, and her hands calloused, unmistakably indicative of a life spent laboring in the fields. The younger woman, who Song Liang knew to be 17, sported a pragmatic short haircut, her features reasonably symmetrical, and she possessed an imposing stature, standing nearly 170 centimeters tall. Lu Meijun greeted enthusiastically, "Yinzu, this is my aunt, Lu Fong, and this is my cousin, Zhang Wei." She continued, "Aunt, this is my husband, Song Liang, who works at the same factory as I do." Zhang Wei, brimming with sociability, warmly addressed Song Liang as cousin-in-law. Lu Fong, a woman of practicality, noticed Song Liang's slightly awkward demeanor and promptly retrieved a small cloth from her bag, unfolding it to reveal a handful of cash, which she offered to Song Liang. "Xiao Song, this is the food allowance for Wei Wei during her stay with you. It may be a bit scant, but I hope you won't mind." Lu Meijun accepted the money without hesitation, smiling as she said, "Aunt, this is more than sufficient." Song Liang assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt. We will take good care of Zhang Wei during this time. Let us head home now and enjoy dinner together." Lu Fong glanced at Lu Fengshou, who stood behind Song Liang and Lu Meijun, contemplating whether to speak, but unsure how to begin. Noticing her gaze, Song Liang turned to Lu Fengshou, smiling as he inquired, "Fengshou, after dinner, you must promptly secure a place to stay. Delaying too long may attract the attention of the authorities." Lu Fengshou, with a forced bravado, asked, "Cousin-in-law, may I stay at your home for now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Liang firmly rejected, "Of course not. We have two children at home, and with Zhang Wei's arrival, there will be no space left for additional guests. Surely, you wouldn't want to sleep in the yard." Lu Fengshou protested, "But my parents told me I could stay at my cousin's house." He then turned to Lu Meijun. Lu Meijun whispered, "I defer to my husband's judgment." Song Liang replied coolly, "Your family may have mentioned that, but they have not conveyed such a message to me. Even if they did, I would not acquiesce." Lu Fengshou, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Cousin-in-law, I can contribute to the food expenses." Song Liang chuckled, realizing that the young man possessed funds, but only felt compelled to offer them when he sensed he could no longer evade the situation. This matter transcends mere financial concerns. It pertains to the inability to accommodate more individuals within the household. Hence, there is no need for deliberation or negotiation. If you have yet to formulate a plan, your cousin-in-law can assist you in procuring a train ticket at this moment, allowing you to reserve your funds for personal use. Lu Fengshou furrowed his brow, revealing his displeasure. Cousin-in-law, I am your wife's cousin. We are family. Are you attempting to expel me? Song Liang raised an eyebrow, displaying a disdainful expression. Indeed, I am instructing you to leave. Henceforth, you are not welcomed in our home. You may attempt to create a ruckus at our residence, and see if I do not summon security or the police. Perhaps Lu Fengshou was accustomed to being domineering back home, or had grown accustomed to taking advantage of others. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, he stood frozen in place. Lu Meijun interjected. Fengshou, you should return to your hometown. Your parents never sought our family's opinion. They merely sent you here. If you wish to remain in Suzhou, find your own accommodation and secure employment independently. Lu Meijun's forthrightness surprised Lu Feng and Zhang Wei. They recalled her as having a very gentle disposition, so her current assertiveness was unexpected. Lu Fengshou clenched his fists. Song Liang, unfazed, retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Lu Fengshou's hand. This is for your train ticket back home. Of course, you may choose not to return. The decision lies with you. With that, he disregarded Lu Fengshou and picked up the bags of Lu Feng and Zhang Wei, speaking gently. Aunt Zhang Wei, let us return home. Lu Fengshou turned his gaze towards Lu Feng, pleadingly. Aunt. Lu Feng sighed and replied, I have already discussed this with your father, advising him to inform your cousin in advance, yet he refused to heed my counsel. You should stay at a guest house tonight and return with me tomorrow. I will find somewhere to stay for the night. After speaking, Lu Feng retrieved a document from her inner pocket and handed it to Lu Fengshou. Continuing, I will return by noon tomorrow. Please wait for me at the train station before midday. Chapter 70. Let Song Yu teach you tonight. Lu Meijun warmly guided Lu Feng and Zhang Wei onto the bus. Due to the limited seating, Lu Meijun insisted that her aunt take the available seat. Lu Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Song Liang and said, Xiao Song, you should take this seat. I can stand. Song Liang smiled and replied, Aunt, you are an elder. It is only fitting that you sit. Besides, it would be rather unbecoming for a man to allow 3 ladies to stand. Please take a seat. Other passengers will not hesitate to take it if you do not. In this era, the notion of respecting elders and cherishing the young is oftentimes merely lip service. When it comes to personal experience, few are willing to yield their seats. Zhang Wei remained largely silent throughout the journey, prompting Song Liang to perceive her as somewhat shy. He inquired, How are your grades? Do you feel confident about the upcoming college entrance examination? Zhang Wei, still feeling somewhat unfamiliar and tense around her cousin-in-law, shook her head. I do not feel confident. I am uncertain if I will pass. The young people from our village say it is quite challenging. Song Liang reassured her. Be a bit more self-assured. They find it difficult because they lack adequate time to study. Moreover, if they do not vocalize the difficulties, does that imply it is easy? Wouldn't that merely highlight their lack of education? Zhang Wei lowered her head, expressing her concerns. But I haven't really learned much. There's no one at home to teach me, and the village teacher can only provide a primary school education. Upon hearing this, Song Liang surmised that Zhang Wei's situation was quite challenging. The bus halted at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory, and as the crowd disembarked, Lu Meijun excitedly pointed towards the factory gates, exclaiming, Aunt Zhang Wei, this is where I work with Yen. Song Liang. Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with envy. While Lu Feng chimed in, this place is great. Working at a state-run factory means a secure job, so we no longer need to worry. Song Liang remained silent at her words. A secure job. After a brief introduction, Lu Meijun led the two towards her home. Upon entering the alley, 2 neighbors, spotting unfamiliar faces, inquired, Meijun, who are these 2? Lu Meijun replied, This is my aunt, and this is my cousin. They came to visit. Oh, Director Song is here too. Did you come back with Meijun? Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, Little Song, you're the director? Song Liang nodded. Lu Feng, both delighted and apprehensive, remarked, Our Meijun is remarkable indeed. She is marrying you. No more worries about a hard life. Lu Meijun protested, Aunt, I am also quite accomplished. Song Liang smiled, saying, Meijun is a wonderful person. It is my fortune to marry her. The conversation momentarily left the 2 neighbors in a state of astonishment, until one of the older ladies finally asked, Director Song, are you and Meijun married? Song Liang nodded and added, "We need to head back now. Let us not prolong the chat with you two ladies." The neighbors watched as the trio departed, then hurried home to share the news. The marriage of two families in the same courtyard implied an extra room, didn't it? Even if the house belonged to both families. Surely there wouldn't be enough space for everyone, right? Renting a room would suffice, even if it meant spending a little money. Upon returning home, Lu Meijun showed Zhang Wei and Lu Feng around the two rooms. Upon seeing the furnishings in Song Liang's house, Lu Feng felt a wave of envy and joy for Lu Meijun. This girl would no longer have to endure hardship. Earlier, in the kitchen, she noticed 2 strips of pork hanging and an abundance of oil on the stove. Zhang Wei, however, had simpler interests. She was curious about a few things: her cousin's room, the television in the living room, and the toilet in the backyard. Lu Meijun exclaimed, "Aunt, we have meat at home. We can eat as much as we want tonight." Lu Feng immediately shook her head in refusal, saying, "No, no, no. Save the meat for festivals. We can just have some simple noodles and cabbage." Song Liang reassured, "It's all right. There are also 2 little children at home who need to eat. It's just a matter of sharing chopsticks." At this, Lu Feng inquired, "Little Song, I heard you have a child too, right?" Song Liang confirmed, "Yes, his name is Song Yu, and he is in the same class as Xiao Ting. They will come home by themselves after school." He gestured towards the room they had just seen, saying, "That room is my son's, and during this time, Zhang Wei is staying there with Xiao Ting while Song Yu sleeps in the living room." Zhang Wei's expression was one of surprise. However, she was well aware of what it meant to rely on others, and she quickly shook her head in refusal. "No need, cousin-in-law. I can sleep in the living room. I cannot take my brother's room." Song Liang chuckled, "It's all right. Before you arrived, that room was already occupied by Xiao Ting, and besides, it has a desk that would facilitate your studies." Perhaps sensing that Song Liang was not merely being polite, Lu Feng's eyes reddened as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Witnessing her aunt's humble demeanor, Lu Meijun felt a wave of emotion welling up within her. Song Liang, not daring to accept such gratitude from Lu Feng, promptly deflected her appreciation and shifted the conversation away. Zhang Wei paid no heed to the adults' interactions. Her heart was filled with joy at the thought of having her own room for the next month. She felt exhilarated and was immensely grateful towards a little boy named Song Yu. And of course, she harbored a newfound sense of familial affection towards her cousin-in-law, Song Liang. In the afternoon, Lu Feng and Lu Meijun engaged in a heated debate in the kitchen. The former persistently opposed the idea of adding more meat and ingredients, while the latter resisted her attempts, creating a slight strain in their blood ties. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei sat in a chair, surveying her surroundings. She longed to lie down but refrained from doing so, as she had yet to take a shower and change her clothes. As Song Liang walked past, he inquired, "Are you planning to study?" Zhang Wei sat up straighter and replied, "Cousin-in-law, are you coming in to tidy up? I can wait outside." Song Liang smiled. "No need to be anxious. I'm not coming in. I merely wanted to ask if you were studying now. If you are, I will sit next door. If not, I will watch some television." Zhang Wei was also eager to watch television, yet she hesitated to voice her desires as a newcomer. "Cousin-in-law, please don't mind me." "Not at all," Song Liang replied. "The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. Your studies take precedence. The television might disturb you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei swallowed hard and quietly admitted, "I want to study." After mustering her courage, she looked up at Song Liang and asked, "Cousin-in-law, may I ask you questions about the topics I don't understand?" In her mind, her cousin-in-law was a department head, undoubtedly well-educated. Song Liang shook his head. "I am not familiar with those matters either, but you can ask my son. He can teach you." Zhang Wei was puzzled. "Does cousin-in-law have another son?" Song Liang replied, "Just focus on your studies. Mark the questions you find difficult, and I will have Song Yu help you tonight." With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Wei was taken aback. "Song Yu is supposed to teach me? Isn't he in the same class as Xiao Ting? Isn't he only in the 2nd grade? Chapter 71. Reception in the afternoon. Upon returning home from class, Song Yu held hands with Zhang Xiaoting, who was clutching a small flower that Song Yu had picked along the way. As they entered the alley, several aunts and neighbors spotted them and began to inquire about their parents, when they were getting married, their living arrangements, and whether the two relatives planned to stay for an extended period. Zhang Xiaoting's face flushed with embarrassment, and she refrained from answering, as Song Yu had previously advised her to either remain silent or claim ignorance in such situations. Similarly, Song Yu ignored the adults, recognizing their ill intentions and deeming it unnecessary to engage with them. "In essence, I am merely a child. and any matters should be addressed with the adults in my family. Faced with the impolite behavior of two children, the adults began to shift the conversation towards the issue of upbringing, while simultaneously casting envious glances at the two houses belonging to Song Liang. Upon returning home, Song Yu and Zhang Shouting were greeted by the sight of a young girl seated in the courtyard, engrossed in her book. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of two young companions, the girl promptly stood up, eager to greet them, yet uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. At that moment, Lu Meijun emerged, and upon seeing Song Yu and Zhang Shouting return, she smiled and introduced, shouting, "This is your aunt. Be sure to greet her." Zhang Shouting instinctively shrank closer to Song Yu, feeling intimidated by all relatives except for Lu Meijun and her grandparents. Her mother's pension had been seized by her grandparents, and their previous home had been taken away, leaving her unwilling to engage with any other relatives. Zhang Wei, unfazed by the children's presence, graciously introduced herself, shouting, "Song Yu, hello, I am Zhang Wei." Feeling the firm grip around her hand, Song Yu politely followed Lu Meijun's lead and greeted, "Aunt Zhang, welcome to our home." Zhang Wei beamed with a smile, and then turned her gaze towards Zhang Shouting, producing two candies from her pocket and extending them, shouting, "Your aunt has brought you both some sweets." Zhang Shouting timidly glanced at the candies in the other girl's hand, then turned to Song Yu for guidance. After receiving a nod of encouragement from Song Yu, she stepped forward to take the candies, softly murmuring, "Take." "Thank you, aunt." Zhang Wei responded with delight. "You're welcome." Perhaps drawn by the commotion, Lu Fong emerged from the house. Upon spotting Song Yu and Zhang Shouting, she hastily wiped her hands on her clothing to remove any dirt and exclaimed joyfully, "Shouting has grown so much." Zhang Shouting once again retreated behind Song Yu. Observing this scene, Lu Fong felt a moment of awkwardness. Lu Meijun sighed and gently pulled Lu Fong back into the house. The previous incident involving Shouting's father had left her frightened, and now, seeing relatives, she feared they had come to drive her away. Lu Fong, who was also Zhang Shouting's mother's aunt, was aware of the situation concerning Zhang Shouting. It was unjust for anyone to trouble a child, regardless of how chaotic the family circumstances might be. Lu Meijun sighed. It has all passed. The leaders of the lumber mill took back the house, and they did not gain anything from it. Lu Fong glanced at Zhang Shouting, who was interacting with Zhang Wei, and then at Song Yu standing nearby, and inquired, "At least Shouting seems much more cheerful now." Lu Meijun nodded with a smile. Usually, Song Yu takes care of Shouting. When they first arrived, they were desk mates. And if it weren't for Song Yu's daily care, Shouting wouldn't be as bright as she is now hearing this. Lu Fong felt a sense of joy for Lu Meijun. Despite being married and having children, Lu Meijun also cared for her niece, and the two families supported one another, providing hope for the future. During dinner that evening, Zhang Wei sat beside Zhang Shouting, gazing at the abundant spread on the round bamboo table, feeling somewhat bewildered. Even during the New Year celebrations back in her hometown, such a feast would have been a rare occurrence. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Liang opened a bottle of white wine. Although Lu Meijun did not oppose his drinking during meals, her demeanor revealed a hint of discontent. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Song Liang was determined not to let it slip away. During dinner, Lu Fong served dishes to Zhang Shouting, while Lu Meijun tended to Zhang Wei, ensuring that both young women received ample portions of meat. In stark contrast, Song Liang remained oblivious, his gaze fixated solely on the wine. Lu Fong, casting a casual glance at Song Liang, noticed that he had not once served his son, concluding that this father was indeed rather careless. With their recent marriage, the child's feelings were easily unsettled. Serving a generous portion of meat, Lu Fong gently encouraged Song Yu, "Eat more meat. It will help you grow taller." Taken aback by this sudden display of concern, Song Yu responded politely, "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang Shouting exhibited unabashed affection towards Song Yu, and upon noticing the abundance of meat in his bowl, she unhesitatingly took some for herself. Song Yu, allowing her to be so bold, even offered to serve her when he noticed her bowl was empty. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fong and Zhang Wei felt their fondness for Song Yu deepen. Once dinner concluded, Lu Meijun led Lu Fong and Zhang Wei to the backyard to tidy up, informing them that they could bathe and use the restroom here, without the need to venture outside to public facilities or spend money at a bathhouse. Meanwhile, Song Yu returned to the living room to organize the books. A couple of days ago, Grandpa Chi had gifted him all the publications from the bookstall, some of which were quite old. Initially, Zhang Shouting had expected to receive some comic books, but Grandpa Chi did not give her any, instead admonishing her to read less of them and focus on her studies, which left her sulking for the entire afternoon. After Song Yu finished tidying, Zhang Wei, freshly bathed and drying her damp hair with a towel, entered the room. Spotting Song Yu immersed in his books, she immediately offered her assistance. "Cousin, I've already tidied up. You need not help," he replied. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Wei inquired, "May I take a look at these books?" Song Yu nodded. "Feel free to look, just don't damage them. They were given to me by another elder." After assuring him she would be careful, Zhang Wei picked up a publication and began to read. Before long, Lu Fang entered, intending to bid farewell to Song Yu and her daughter. Upon seeing Zhang Wei engrossed in the books, her expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Why aren't you reviewing? The college entrance exam is imminent. Do you wish to remain in this village for the rest of your life?" Zhang Wei promptly put the book back in its place. Song Yu remained silent. Lu Meijun then spoke. "Xiao Yu, Auntie is leaving. Say goodbye." With a sweet smile, Song Yu replied, "Goodbye, Annie. You are welcome to visit our home again." Lu Fang's expression brightened, nodding repeatedly. The lavish dinner had been excessively grand. If every meal were to reach such standards, her meager budget of a few dozen yuan would scarcely last. To avoid incurring additional expenses, Lu Fang dared not linger, fearing Song Liang might become dissatisfied with the spending. Before departing, she reiterated various reminders to Zhang Wei, while Song Yu turned to Lu Meijun and asked, "Sister Meijun, where's my dad?" Lu Meijun forced a bitter smile, responding to the neighbors outside the yard. "This house was allocated to me by the factory. Shouldn't you at least consult me if you wish to rent it?" "Director Song, let us discuss reason. Our family of 6 is cramped in a single room, while you are all married. Does each of you need 2 rooms? We are a family of 7. At night, we can scarcely turn over in bed. My wife and I even share a kong with my parents. We are not living here for free. We pay rent." In the face of the incessant chatter from the neighbors, Song Liang felt no disturbance in his heart. In fact, he was almost amused. Once the crowd finished their clamor, Song Liang spoke up. "Uncle Chun, I recall your family comprises only 5 members. How has it now become 6? Has your son, who went to the countryside, sneaked back? Or do you have an illegitimate child you're raising at home?" "Aunt Li, indeed your family has 7 members. But didn't you bring them back from the countryside for the sake of some ration? Now that there is no space, you target me? And you all? Our marriage involved dual income earners too. The house was allocated by the factory. Are you planning to force your way into my home? You can go to the property department and inquire, or file a complaint at the neighborhood office. I shall await your arrival. I will not indulge you. If you wish to escalate this, I am unafraid. If you anger me, I will report your sordid affairs to the police tomorrow. Your daughter has snuck back home, hasn't she? Don't think I'm unaware. And you, I remember your son is a temporary worker at the factory, waiting for permanent status, right? I shall inquire about his situation tomorrow. It's good to show concern for your son. You, the worst offender, have merely 3 members in your household. Yet here you are, trying to take advantage?" Song Liang engaged in a verbal duel, pointing fingers at the crowd, managing to drive most of the neighbors away. Though many fled, there remained a stubborn few intent on filing complaints at the property department. Song Liang chuckled. "Go ahead, the mountains may change, but the rivers will flow on. We have plenty of days ahead to sort this out. You can complain to the property department, but I hold the deed in my hand. Even a complaint to the city government would be futile. I shall make a note of your names and find opportunities to make your lives difficult." Meanwhile, sitting in Song Yu's room, Lu Fang paused her admonitions to her daughter, both silently listening to the commotion outside. "I thought your cousin's husband was doing well in the city. I did not expect the neighborhood relations to be so strained." Zhang Wei remained silent, feeling intimidated by the scene, which resembled a quarrel between 2 rural families back home, perhaps even exceeding that in intensity. Lu Fang murmured, "I once believed your cousin was thriving in the city. Now witnessing this scene, it seems I was overly optimistic." Zhang Wei replied, "Now that my cousin is married, she won't have to fear being bullied anymore." Lu Fang nodded emphatically, "Indeed. Fortunately, your cousin married well. I can share this with her parents, and they need not worry any longer." Turning to her daughter, Lu Fang continued, "Xiao Wei, you must strive to succeed and make a name for yourself. Aim to remain in the city for your development. Look how splendidly your cousin-in-law has arranged his home. This is an environment we could scarcely have imagined for our family. In the future, when you earn a substantial income, do send some back home. Even if you do not earn much, simply find a good man to marry. This is how life will be for your parents, but you still have the opportunity to venture out and lead a fulfilling life." Listening to her mother's earnest advice, Zhang Wei felt her eyes welling with tears, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, Song Yu reclined on the bed, calmly perusing a book while absorbing the subtle conversation in the room. After 20 minutes, Song Liang and Lu Meijun entered the room, suggesting to Lu Fang that it would be best for her to stay at their home for the night rather than return to the guest house. This decision was made after careful consideration by Song Liang. First, Lu Meijun was reluctant to escort Lu Fang to the guest house as she wished to avoid an encounter with Lu Fengshou. Secondly, Lu Fang had provided Lu Fengshou with her proof, and returning would necessitate both of them sharing a room, which Lu Meijun did not want, fearing Lu Fang might have to endure Lu Fengshou's incessant chatter. Lu Meijun understood her cousin well enough to know that if Lu Fang spoke even a few good words about home, Lu Fengshou might very well come knocking at midnight, seeking favors. Most importantly, if Lu Fang returned home, Lu Fengshou would undoubtedly voice numerous complaints. Lu Meijun wished for her aunt to rest well, as they needed to catch an early train the following day. After some persuasion, Lu Fang ultimately agreed to stay for the night. After this arrangement, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting spent the night in the room, while Lu Fang and Zhang Wei slept in the living room. As Zhang Wei needed to review her studies, she continued reading in the room before sleep, while Lu Fang sat on the bed in the living room, absorbing the softness of the mattress, lost in her thoughts. Outside in the courtyard, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting sat side by side. Song Yu, do you know what the college entrance examination is? For a moment, Song Yu struggled to articulate an explanation to Zhang Xiaoting, pondering before softly murmuring. The college entrance examination is what allows you to sprout wings and soar freely in the sky like a little bird. That's a lie. How can a person grow wings? Let me offer another example. The college entrance examination is like enabling a frog to leap out of a well to behold the vast ocean. It allows summer insects to witness the frost of winter. But I can see those things right now. The college entrance examination allows you to indulge in as many candies as you desire. Then I must take the college entrance examination as well. Huh. Zhang Wei lowered her gaze to her book, her grip on the pen tightening as she listened to the conversation of the two children outside. Glancing at her error notebook, she summoned her courage, picked it up, and left the room, heading to the adjacent one. Upon entering, she spotted her cousin-in-law scribbling in a notebook. Hello, cousin-in-law. Song Liang looked up and smiled, asking, what is it? Do you know any teachers or other students who have taken the college entrance examination? There are some questions I cannot solve, and I would like to seek their guidance. Song Liang did not respond directly, but called out loudly to the courtyard. Song Yu, what is the matter? Come in. Your father wishes to inquire about your studies. With a puzzled expression, Song Yu entered, first greeting Zhang Wei before asking, what are you writing here? Nothing, just a death note, writing down the names of people who need to be dealt with. After speaking, he pointed to Zhang Wei and said, your cousin Zhang Wei has some questions she cannot answer. You should teach her. Song Yu responded with an O, turning to Zhang Wei and inquiring, cousin, which questions are you struggling with? Zhang Wei, appearing somewhat bewildered, blankly replied, geography and mathematics. All right. Do you have any questions? Let me see. Song Yu was quite eager to participate in the preparation for the college entrance examination. He was nearly driven to madness from attending elementary school classes every day and escorting Zhang Xiaoting around. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Wei ultimately handed her notebook of mistakes to Song Yu. Upon opening it, he examined the first page of errors, Daqing, Dagong, and oil fields are the three major oil fields newly established in our country. The answer to this question is Shengli oil field, discovered in 1964 and officially established in 1974, located on the southern shore of the Bohai Bay in Shandong province, and is China's second largest oil field. The main minerals in Southeast Asia are, and oil. The answer is tin, while oil is primarily produced in Indonesia, and tin or mainly comes from Malaysia and Thailand. As Song Yu thoroughly explained each question, Zhang Wei felt utterly disheartened. How could she possibly succeed in the college entrance examination when she couldn't even compete with an elementary school student? Meanwhile, Song Liang smiled as he lowered his head, continuing to write and draw in his death note, recording names rather than lives. Chapter 73. Shun Dongshan visits early the next morning. Song Liang and Lu Meijun accompanied Lu Fang to the train station. As for the so-called cousin, it was not that Lu Meijun was heartless. Rather, she simply did not believe that he would suffer any losses. In a family where profit dictates actions, it was inevitable that the son would not be a source of peace. Lu Fengshou had his own set of beliefs, so she saw no need to intervene. As for Zhang Wei, She initially considered accompanying her mother to the train station, but Lu Feng advised her to stay home and study diligently. Meanwhile, within the property department of the cotton spinning factory, two women were complaining to Qiao Xian. Director Qiao, please judge for yourself. Why can the families of Song Liang and Lu Meijun combined occupy 2 rooms? Exactly. Our family doesn't even have enough space to walk, and we fear stepping on someone when we get up at night. Why do they deserve such spacious accommodations? Qiao Xian closed his eyes and remained silent. He had no desire to listen to their grievances. The other employees in the property department continued with their tasks, secretly disdainful of these 2 women. Ever since Song Liang brought in an electric fan, the office had been grateful to Director Song, who was always amiable and would bring snacks to share during visits. Everyone was aware of the true nature of these 2 women, who frequently came to inquire about housing. With the number of registered occupants in their household not aligning with the reality, the factory had already been reluctant to address these matters. And now they dared to overstep their bounds, which was truly excessive. Colleagues coming in for registration understood the intentions of these 2 women but maintained an attitude of indifference, neither stepping in to support them nor offering any defense, merely treating it as a performance. Growing somewhat irritated, Qiao Xian raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Listen, you 2 families want to rent Director Song's house. Causing a scene in our property department won't help. If he doesn't wish to rent to you, can the factory really force him? Do you think our property department is some sort of underworld force?" One individual furrowed their brow and exclaimed, "Shouldn't the factory take some responsibility?" A staff member from the real estate department, unable to tolerate this, mockingly inquired, "Do you truly not understand? That house belongs to Section Chief Song himself. How can the factory intervene?" "What do you mean it belongs to him? Aren't all the houses owned by the factory?" Qiao Xian chuckled. Those 2 houses were indeed purchased with Section Chief Song's own money, and he has even reported it to the street office. The property deed is already in his possession. You harbor thoughts of taking advantage of him and still dare to seek support from the factory? What audacity, you have to be so shameless. Qiao Xian's words left the 2 female employees momentarily speechless. Bought it. Qiao Xian nodded. Indeed. I have the receipts and proofs from the street office and the Housing Management Bureau, but I cannot show them to you. I fear you might damage them. He then waved dismissively. Enough. Stop blocking the door here. If you are dissatisfied, go speak to the factory director. The surrounding employees began to whisper amongst themselves, mostly speculating why Section Chief Song had inexplicably purchased a house. Aren't the houses supposed to be distributed as free benefits from the factory? Does he have money to burn? Why would he spend on something like this? Seeing that the 2 were still reluctant to leave, Qiao Xian's temper flared. He frowned and angrily declared, "Do you think I am easy to talk to just because of my age? Are you planning to cause a ruckus like a shrew? Do you believe I will call the security department to drive you away? Or do you want the factory to issue a reprimand to each of you? It seems you are far too idle during work hours. I will find a time to thoroughly explain the situation to your section chief." Upon hearing this, the 2 hastily departed from the real estate department. "Chief, such individuals cannot stand to see others do well. It would be best to let the factory handle them. I recognize those 2. One is from the logistics department, and the other from the production department's 3rd workshop. Do you even need to say? These 2 are notorious in the factory. I've lost count of how many complaints I've heard from new employees about them." Qiao Xian decided to leave the real estate department and headed towards the adjoining archive room. He was incensed by these 2, and setting aside his friendship with Song Liang, he intended to make an example of them. After searching for a couple of minutes, he found the information on the 2 households among the numerous files on housing benefits. One household had 7 actual residents but was registered as only 3, while the other was registered as 3 but had 6 in reality. He planned to communicate this information to the security department and, in the process, do Song Liang a favor, persuading him to treat him to a meal. At the very least, he expected 2 cans of milk powder. As for the logistics and production departments, their respective section chiefs would likely be more than willing to handle these 2 troublemakers themselves. Unbeknownst to Song Liang, the events occurring in the real estate department, he and Lu Meijun had just left the train station, during which they had not encountered Lu Fengshou. Neither paid this any mind, and on their way home, they even took a stroll around the state-owned factory. Upon returning home, Zhang Wei was studying in her room, and Song Liang chose not to disturb her, instead retreating to the adjacent room with Lu Meijun, basking in their affection. 3 days passed in this manner, and Zhang Wei gradually acclimated to the living habits of both families, her demeanor becoming less restrained. That evening, After dinner, an unexpected guest arrived at their home. Shin Dongshan arrived at the door, carrying 2 boxes of pastries. Song Liang initially thought he had misjudged the situation, although the two shared a cordial relationship. Neither had visited the other's home before. Upon seeing the section chief, Lu Meijun became flustered. Shin Dongshan handed the pastries to Lu Meijun with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formality when you're not at the factory, sister-in-law." Lu Meijun found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to address him. Song Liang stepped forward with a smile and asked, "Brother Shun, what brings you here unexpectedly?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shin Dongshan smiled and replied, "I need to discuss something with you. It's not convenient at the factory, and coming too early might suggest I'm here for a free meal." Song Liang responded, "A free meal is of no concern. If you feel uncomfortable, Brother Shin, treating me to a meal outside would also suffice." He then invited Shin Dongshan to take a seat. After Lu Meijun poured water and took her place beside them, she sat quietly, hesitant to speak. After expressing his gratitude, Shin Dongshan turned to Song Liang, his expression growing serious as he said, "Brother Song, you have quite an impressive background." Song Liang, taken aback by this comment, chuckled and replied, "Brother Shun, what do you mean? I'm just an ordinary worker. Without my education, I wouldn't even have a cadre position. Where would I get such a background?" Shin Dongshan continued, "Yesterday afternoon, the factory director summoned me to discuss a few matters regarding the expert group visiting next week." Song Liang remained silent, waiting for him to elaborate. Shin Dongshan continued, "The expert group includes not only specialists from the Ministry of Industry, but also the newly appointed mayor of Suzhou. This mayor will accompany the experts to inspect various state-owned factories in Suzhou. Last week, the mayor communicated with our factory director, highlighting our cotton spinning factory as a key focus for inspection." Song Liang replied, "This is a good thing. It shows that our cotton spinning factory has gained recognition from the leaders." Shin Dongshan, oblivious to any unusual behavior from Song Liang, narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "During the inspection next week, the mayor specifically requested your involvement in the reception duties." Brother Song, do you know our new mayor? Chapter 74. No more comic books in the future, the mayor? Song Liang and Lu Meijun exchanged bewildered glances, both looking at Shin Dongshan in confusion. "Brother Shun, if I knew the mayor, I wouldn't be subject to these neighbors taking advantage of me every day," Song Liang said with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Shin Dongshan replied sternly, "Brother Song, no one knows I'm here. If you truly have this connection, there is no need for hesitation. I assure you, I won't share it with anyone." Song Liang responded earnestly, "Brother Shun, even if I were to deceive the factory director, I would never lie to you. I genuinely do not know the new leader. I don't even know what he looks like." Seeing the sincerity in Song Liang's expression, along with his demeanor at work, always smiling at everyone and seemingly indifferent to his duties, Shin Dongshan found it perplexing. If he truly knew the mayor, he would surely have some accomplishments to show for it. Shin Dongshan pondered, "That is strange. If you don't know that leader, why would he specifically request you for the reception?" Song Liang replied, "Brother Shun, are you sure he meant me and not someone else?" Shin Dongshan nodded affirmatively, declaring that it was indeed him, specifically designating Comrade Song Liang from the cotton spinning factory to participate in the reception. "I have scrutinized the entire roster of employees at the cotton spinning factory, even inquiring about the temporary workers, and aside from you, there is not another Song Liang." This left Song Liang in a state of bewilderment. Even in 1978, a city mayor was a high-ranking official. How could he possibly know someone like him, especially as a newcomer? Shin Dongshan, however, did not beat around the bush. "Brother Song, I won't indulge in pretense. The new leader's explicit request for your involvement in the reception undoubtedly has its reasons. Should any fortuitous events arise in the future, do remember your old brother. I would not mind sharing the spoils." Indeed, the invitation was quite unexpected, leaving Song Liang somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of Shin Dongshan's straightforward manner, but did not anticipate such candor. "Brother Shun, you overestimate me. I often find myself in need of your assistance. Not to mention, my wife is employed under your guidance. We are family and should not speak as strangers." Shin Dongshan easily discerned the underlying implication in Song Liang's words. Far from being displeased by his conditional statement, he felt gratified by such an open exchange. Only among trusted allies could one express themselves without circumspection. "Rest assured, your sister-in-law will not face any injustice in my department. The directors of several workshops are already preparing the nominations for outstanding employees for the first half of the year. Your sister-in-law's reputation, skills, and character are commendable. She will undoubtedly make the list. Song Liang grinned slyly. Brother Shun, are we not being a tad too audacious? Lu Meijun appeared somewhat awkward, her discomfort evident as she witnessed her husband engaging in this underhanded conversation with a superior. Shin Dongshan waved his hand dismissively. Worry not. Our factory's nominations for outstanding employees must be presented at a meeting. Your sister-in-law genuinely meets all the requisite criteria. It is precisely for this reason that I dare to submit her name. Song Liang let out a sound of acknowledgement, turning to cast a teasing glance at Lu Meijun, who, at that moment, raised her head with an expression that conveyed her own prowess. After a brief exchange, Shin Dongshan rose to take his leave. Following the farewell, Song Liang stood in the courtyard, smoking, lost in contemplation as to why the new leader would recognize him. Aside from those within the factory, his only other acquaintances were the parents of Song Yu, and they were not particularly familiar. As for the neighbors in the alley, it was even less likely. Given their nature, if any of their relatives ascended to a leadership position, they would likely be the first to disassociate themselves from such connections. As Song Liang pondered this matter, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting returned from the alley. Just as Song Liang prepared to discuss this issue with Song Yu, the latter spoke first. Grandpa Qi is heading south tomorrow. Shall we assist in packing up this evening? Song Liang was taken aback. So soon? Wasn't it said he would stay for another fortnight? Despite his words, Song Liang left the courtyard and proceeded outside. Upon arriving at the stall, he discovered that the interior had been completely cleared. Grandpa Qi had given away the wooden chairs and benches to the neighbors, and any remaining scrap wood and damaged furniture had been sold as waste. Upon seeing Song Liang, Grandpa Qi smiled. I told Xiao Song Yu that there was little to tidy up at home, yet he insisted on bringing you along. Song Liang inquired, Grandpa Qi, are you really leaving? Won't you stay a while longer? Mr. Qi, the house has already been sold to you. What am I still doing here? It only wastes time and causes annoyance. Song Liang hurriedly waved his hand, saying, how could it be annoying? That's simply not the case. Mr. Qi replied, I will have to leave sooner or later. It makes no difference whether it's early or late. Besides, I do not wish to be found. Song Liang did not comprehend the meaning behind these words, but silently picked up a broom to assist in tidying the house. Once everything was cleared out, there was little else for Song Liang to do. Observing the situation, it seemed Mr. Qi was planning to leave with nothing but the clothes on his back. Song Yu said, Grandpa Qi, when you go south, you must write to me. Please take care of your health. When I grow up, I will come to visit you. Perhaps sensing Song Yu's sincere and innocent feelings, or perhaps due to the impending departure from his ancestral home, Mr. Qi rarely displayed a gentle demeanor. All right, my dear. I promise to take good care of myself and will certainly write to you. Just then, Zhang Xiaoting rushed in with 2 boxes of pastries in hand, which Song Liang recognized as the very items that Shin Dongshan had brought earlier. Zhang Xiaoting cheerfully said, Grandpa Qi, my aunt asked me to bring you some pastries. So you won't be hungry when you leave tomorrow. Mr. Qi did not refuse, after accepting them. He set the boxes aside and affectionately lifted Zhang Xiaoting into his arms, kindly advising her, remember to study hard. You are almost in the 3rd grade. Yet there are still many characters you do not recognize. Zhang Xiaoting did not resist. Although Grandpa Qi often tested her on Chinese characters, she sensed his genuine care for her. I'm not afraid. As long as Song Yu understands, that's enough for me. Mr. Qi lamented. Both you and Song Yu must study. The future of our nation relies on your generation to build it, so do not be complacent. Zhang Xiaoting responded with an "oh," while Song Yu assured him, don't worry, Grandpa Qi, I will definitely get into university. Mr. Qi believed in her wholeheartedly. He had long recognized that Song Yu was exceptional for her age and knew how to be discreet about her abilities. Turning to Song Liang, Mr. Qi said, from now on, I will depend on you to look after this house. Song Liang replied, rest assured, I will not sell it. Whenever you return, I will give it back to you. Mr. Qi nodded. There's no need to see me off tomorrow. I have no possessions, just a single bag. He added, take good care of your wife and strive to have a healthy baby boy. Upon returning home, Song Yu was in low spirits. Zhang Xiaoting, sitting beside her, asked, Song Yu, will we not be able to see Grandpa Qi anymore? Song Yu shook her head. We will see him again. When we grow up, we can find time to visit him in the south. Zhang Xiaoting pouted. Will we not be able to read picture books anymore? Song Yu remained silent for a long time, finally echoing, yes, We won't be able to read picture books anymore. Chapter 75. Zhou Xingping on Monday morning. Song Liang rode his bicycle away from home, preparing to go to work with Lu Meijun. As he exited the alley, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the neighbors. Their gazes frequently drifted toward him. One neighbor, who believed he had not offended Song Liang, approached with a somewhat humble expression, inquiring curiously, "Director Song, are you heading to work this early?" Song Liang chuckled. "What is the fuss about? Everyone seems so eager to gossip about me." Lu Meijun was also perplexed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze. The man of similar age whispered, "Last night, the security department, the street office, and the police station all visited Aunt Li and Aunt Chen's homes." After the other party elucidated the general circumstances, Song Liang finally comprehended what had transpired. The aforementioned Aunt Li and Aunt Chen were the very individuals who had previously clamored outside the courtyard, insisting that Song Liang rent out his property. The following day, these two women lodged a complaint against Song Liang at the housing department and, upon discovering that he had purchased the two apartments, left in a huff. Consequently, last night, the security department of the cotton spinning factory, the street office, and the police station seemingly coordinated their efforts, conducting a surprise inspection simultaneously. It was uncovered that both households harbored illegal residents, leading to the police taking the individuals away. This incident startled the factory director, who was at home resting. For reasons unknown, the director flew into a rage, and the police handled the matter according to the factory's regulations, applying the strictest measures. Although the workers were not dismissed, they faced salary reductions, reprimands, and the cancellation of evaluations. By morning, everyone was aware that these two women had incurred Song Liang's wrath, resulting in their retaliation. While the neighbors had previously deemed Song Liang, though a leader, to be young and rather mild-mannered, they began to realize that he was indeed a factory head who could become irate when provoked. However, none of the neighbors dared to voice any dissent regarding the situation. As the presence of illegal residents was an undeniable fact, and the triad's actions were justified, the factory's penalties were also deemed reasonable and in accordance with regulations. Thus, the neighbors, who had previously ingratiated themselves with Song Liang and Lu Meijun, now avoided them, fearing that they might invoke the same ire. The man lowered his voice, saying, "Director Song, I must admit that your tactics are quite formidable. You've managed to create quite the uproar for Aunt Li and Aunt Chun with such ease. If it were up to me, I would not have let this matter slide so simply. Those two have a notorious reputation for being quite aggressive in our area. Just to illustrate, my family has been bullied by them on 2 occasions. Your actions have avenged us." Song Liang was well aware that the man was attempting to curry favor and did not take his words to heart. His curiosity lay in discovering who had instigated the situation against those two households. Though the candidates were limited, it was essential for him to ascertain the truth. What will ultimately happen to the illegal residents in their homes? What else could be done? They are all educated youth who sneaked back in. The police will impose fines and then deport them. Song Liang nodded in silence, understanding that they were all employees of the factory and excessive punishment would reflect poorly. Under normal circumstances, fines would be levied, and detainment would also be a possibility. Once the man departed, Lu Meijun immediately inquired, "Yinzuyu?" Song Liang anticipated her question and interjected, explaining, "It wasn't me, but I have a good idea of who was behind it. Shen Dongshan had just visited, and the chaos originated at the housing department. It must have been either Qiao Xian or Shen Dongshan." Upon entering the cotton spinning factory, Song Liang spotted Su Jun standing by the gatehouse, and after exchanging glances, Su quickly approached him. "Director Song, why have you arrived only now?" Su Jun inquired anxiously, his expression fraught with urgency. Song Liang glanced at his watch, confused, and replied, "I am not late." Su Jun pressed, "Come quickly with me. The factory director and several department heads are already in the conference room, and a leader is about to arrive. The director specifically requested your presence." After pondering for a moment, Song Liang turned to Lu Meijun and said, "You may return to the workshop first." Lu Meijun asked, "Will you be home for lunch?" Song Liang replied, "I'm not sure. If I don't return by noon, you need not wait for me. Just go home." Lu Meijun nodded in understanding. Upon hastily entering the office, Song Liang discovered that the factory director, the deputy director, and the heads of various departments were already present, making him the last to arrive. He felt no pressure about this. He had not been informed in advance, and he did not hold much regard for his position in the state-owned factory. Factory director Jiang Shunhua stood up and quickly approached, gripping Song Liang's wrist with urgency. Why have you come now? The leaders are arriving soon. Observing the director's demeanor towards Song Liang, several deputy directors and department heads rose, smiling expectantly. Without offering excuses, Song Liang cheerfully inquired, Director, which leader is arriving? This seems rather grand. Jiang Shunhua replied, the newly appointed Mayor Zhou is here. Little Song, why didn't you mention your connection? Song Liang was bewildered. What connection do I have? Jiang Shunhua, somewhat discontented, explained, this morning, Mayor Zhou decided to conduct a survey at our factory. Noticing you were not here, he opted to hold discussions in the reception room, waiting for your arrival to officially commence the meeting. Mayor Zhou is currently waiting for you. You should go in. Shen Dongshan, Trao Xin, and Zhong Kai all smiled, as they were on amicable terms with Song Liang. Pushed by Jiang Shunhua to the reception room, Song Liang encountered a gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit, who smiled and asked, May I assist you? Song Liang replied, all personnel from our cotton spinning factory are present. We would like to invite Mayor Zhou to preside over the meeting. The gentleman inquired, is Director Song Liang here? I am, Song Liang affirmed. The gentleman quickly extended his hand in a humble manner. Hello, Director Song. I am Lu Hui, Mayor Zhou's secretary. Having watched the television series In the Name of the People, Song Liang knew better than to refer to someone as secretary. He smiled and shook hands, responding humbly, Hello, Director Lu. You may call me Song Liang. During work hours, let us address each other by our titles. We can discuss other matters privately later. Mayor Zhou has requested your presence to say a few words. At that moment, Song Liang earnestly wished his son were present. Gritting his teeth, he entered the reception room, where he found a man in his 30s seated, perusing documents. Hearing the commotion, the man looked up and smiled, inquiring, You must be Director Song? Song Liang quickly approached and extended his hand. Mayor Zhou, hello? I am Song Liang. Zhou Xingping smiled warmly. Greetings, Director Song. I am Zhou Xingping. I have heard from Elder Qi about you, praising you as an exceptional cadre. It is a pleasure to meet you. Song Liang was taken aback. Elder Qi? Uncle Qi? Chapter 76. Do I understand technology? The new leader's attention towards me is due to Mr. Qi, isn't it? Song Liang replied with a smile. Leader, our cotton spinning factory's cadre is indeed exceptional. Zhou Xingping found Song Liang's response both unexpected and gratifying. It is truly rare to encounter someone so young, yet possessing such humility. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Xingping inquired, When I first arrived in Suzhou, I specifically visited Mr. Qi, and he mentioned that you purchased a property from the cotton spinning factory. Is that correct? Song Liang nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Zhou Xingping asked, May I know the reason behind your purchase? Before Zhou Xingping transitioned from the Ministry of Industry, a resolution had been discussed within the West 9th City regarding the reform of commercial housing. The gist of the resolution was to permit private construction or purchase of homes. However, due to the cumbersome purchasing conditions for the general populace, the leaders began to waver between private transactions and subsidized sales. If it were a private transaction, the limited purchasing power of the citizens would yield unsatisfactory sales results. Conversely, with subsidized sales, the citizens would bear 1/3 of the payment, while local governments and the employees' units would each subsidize another third. This arrangement would enable citizens to afford homes, yet it placed a significant financial burden on local finances. The resolution had not yet been finalized when the mayor of Suzhou was appointed, and Zhou Xingping's first action upon arriving in Suzhou was to visit Mr. Qi. Upon learning from Mr. Qi that Song Liang had purchased the property at full price, along with his daughter-in-law's residence, Zhou Xingping took note. It is important to mention that there were no subsidy policies in place. The substantial expenditure for marriage was noteworthy, prompting Zhou Xingping to remain vigilant. Moreover, Mr. Qi's commendations of Song Liang painted him as an exceptionally capable individual. Consequently, Zhou Xingping decided to prioritize the cotton spinning factory in his investigations of major state-owned enterprises. Upon hearing Zhou Xingping's inquiry, Song Liang did not panic. Earlier, Song Yu had briefed him, suggesting that if senior leaders were to inquire about the reasons behind his purchase, he could simply adopt a prepared statement. I believe having my own home brings peace of mind, and I am confident that the factory will eventually sell welfare housing. Whether one buys early or late, the purchase will inevitably occur, so I opted to buy earlier at a lower price. Zhou Xingping's interest was piqued by this response, prompting him to ask, why does Section Chief Song believe that welfare housing will be sold in the future? Our locality requires development, and the nation aims for construction. which will undoubtedly lead to vigorous economic growth. As the elder brother of the market, state-owned factories have an obligation to give back. At that time, whether through subsidies, sales, or mergers at this point, Song Liang abruptly ceased speaking, realizing he had divulged too much. Song Yu had previously instructed him to only mention the initial part and refrain from discussing the latter, as it might be alarming. However, Zhou Xingping was not inclined to let the matter rest. He felt a sense of intrigue, as if he had grasped a vague notion. Why was he not continuing? Song Liang playfully evaded. Leader, I was just speaking nonsense earlier. I was concerned that other employees might think it inappropriate for our family to occupy such a spacious home. So I decided to buy it to silence any potential gossip. Zhou Xingping regarded Song Liang with profound interest, while the latter maintained a calm gaze. He was indeed a thoughtful and outstanding cadre. Thank you for your insightful words, Section Chief Song. Upon hearing the term commendation, Song Liang understood that the other party had grasped the message, yet he could not afford to acknowledge it openly. Thus, he feigned ignorance and humbly responded, Please, do not take my trivial family gossip to heart, esteemed leader. Zhou Xingping interjected, Very well, let us proceed outside. We must commence the meeting promptly to avoid hindering the operational efficiency of the cotton spinning factory. With that, Zhou Xingping picked up his cup and exited the reception room, followed silently by Song Liang. As they emerged from the reception area, the factory director and various officials from the cotton spinning factory straightened their postures, curious about the conversation that had transpired between Song Liang and the newly appointed leader. Song Liang discreetly returned to his seat, while Zhou Xingping occupied the center of the conference table. Throughout the entire meeting, the discussions bore no relevance to Song Liang's sales department, a fact that was quite customary, as sales departments during that era were mere formalities. State-owned enterprises hardly lacked sales channels. In fact, numerous merchants would proactively seek to procure goods from the cotton spinning factory. After all, informal workshops were still considered non-compliant. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Zhou Xingping shook hands with all the officials of the cotton spinning factory. When it came time for Song Liang, Zhou Xingping offered no further words, merely smiling as he patted Song Liang on the shoulder. Witnessing this exchange, the factory director and others harbored various thoughts, with Shen Dongshan and Xiao Xian appearing particularly contemplative, especially Xiao Xian, who felt grateful for having preemptively resolved the issue with the two troublesome employees on Song Liang's behalf. After exchanging a few quiet words with Lu Hui, Song Liang followed Zhou Xingping out of the conference room. As the factory director and others escorted them to the door, Song Liang sighed in relief, planning to leave early for a much-needed nap. However, Jiang Shunhua cheerfully waved him over, saying, Section Chief Song, you must take great care in the upcoming assessments by the Industrial Department's expert group. Song Liang's expression immediately soured. Director, I am merely in the sales department, lacking both technical expertise and production knowledge. This is quite the predicament for me. Jiang Shunhua, adopting a stern countenance, replied, What kind of talk is that? You are an important leader in our factory. One must always. In this manner, Song Liang found himself inexplicably appointed as the deputy leader of the reception team for the assessment group. The group leader was Jiang Shunhua, with Shen Dongshan, Zhong Kai, and himself as the three deputy leaders. Shen Dongshan was tasked with overall cooperation for the cotton spinning factory. Zhong Kai was responsible for security and logistics, while Song Liang was assigned to essentially run errands. The other deputy factory directors and section chiefs continued to ensure the normal operations of the cotton spinning factory. It was evident to all that both Shen Dongshan and Song Liang were beginning to emerge from the shadows. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Liang, the others departed. Upon returning to his office, Song Liang slumped lazily into his chair, realizing that he would have to remain on duty and at the ready for the next 2 weeks. This realization weighed heavily on him, akin to an eagle with a wounded wing, unable to soar for a fortnight. Not long after settling in, Shen Dongshan strode into the office with a boisterous demeanor, exclaiming, Brother Song, congratulations. Upon noticing Song Liang's dejected state, he inquired with curiosity, What troubles you? Song Liang forced a smile. Nothing, just pondering what to have for lunch. Shen Dongshan replied, No need to fret. Let me treat you to a splendid meal at the state-owned restaurant this noon. Is someone hosting a feast? I certainly heard that. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door, followed closely by the entrance of Xiao Xian and Zhong Kai. Without waiting for Shen Dongshan's response, Xiao Xian turned to Song Liang with a smile, saying, Congratulations, Section Chief Song. Puzzled, Song Liang asked, "Why does everyone keep saying congratulations? What is there to celebrate?" Shin Dongshan replied, "Brother Song, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending?" Song Liang's confusion deepened. Unaware of what? Xiao Xian explained, "After this reception, the factory will establish a technical department. Who do you think will be the head of this new department?" Shin Dongshan added, "The expert group will provide recommendations, and the factory will undoubtedly implement them. The responsible person will certainly be chosen from our vice leaders. I am already the head of the production department, so I cannot concurrently hold the position of the technical department." Zhong Kai interjected, "I oversee logistics and security, and I lack technical expertise, so I cannot be the one either." Song Liang was momentarily taken aback, then fell into deeper silence, thinking, "Do I truly understand the technology?" Chapter 77, on television? At noon, Song Liang declined the dinner invitations from the three, not even waiting for Lu Meijun, as he hurried home, eager to share this news with Song Yu. Though Song Liang harbored no ambitions for promotion, opportunities seemed to arise in a continuous chain. Others might revel in the prospect, but Song Liang merely wished to remain inconspicuous, biding his time until he could embark on lucrative business ventures. As he briskly walked through the alley towards home, the neighbors greeted him with unusual warmth, their demeanor almost excessive. "Section Chief Song, are you off work? Have you eaten yet?" one neighbor inquired. "I have some greens brought from my hometown. Would you like to try some, Section Chief Song?" Song Liang politely declined their kindness, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily departing. It was evident that the neighbors, having witnessed the misfortunes of two families, were now cautious, refraining from any erratic behavior in his presence. Upon returning home, he discovered that Song Yu had not yet finished her classes. Zhang Wei was seated in the yard, engrossed in a book, so deeply focused that she did not notice Song Liang's arrival. "Zhang Wei," he called out suddenly, startling her. She trembled slightly and quickly stood up. "Cousin-in-law, you're back. I made noodles in the kitchen. Shall I serve you a bowl?" Song Liang waved his hand. "No need. I will wait for your cousin to return before eating." "Did you have noodles this morning?" Zhang Wei nodded. "What about the eggs and pancakes from breakfast? Did you not eat those?" Zhang Wei replied, "I was concerned that Song Yu and Xiao Ting might be hungry during class, so I let them take it to school." This girl unexpectedly displayed thoughtfulness. Song Liang spoke earnestly, "They will not go hungry. In the future, prioritize your own needs before considering others. You need to nourish your mind while studying. Mental labor is particularly taxing, and you cannot learn effectively on an empty stomach." Zhang Wei felt touched and replied, "It's all right, cousin-in-law. I usually eat this much back home." Song Liang pursed his lips, choosing not to press the matter further, and instead inquired about her studies. Out of curiosity, he opened her book of mistakes to review it. He found the mathematics completely incomprehensible, and the language section offered little to teach, merely rote memorization. Upon flipping to the history page, he discovered several incorrect answers. The tools and weapons made by the laboring people of the Shang dynasty using copper and tin alloys are collectively referred to as. Before the First World War, imperialism had forged two military alliances, the Triple Alliance consisting of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, and the Triple Entente comprising Britain, France, and Russia. Upon encountering these questions, Song Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement, for history was his forte. While engaged in mundane activities such as collecting rent and socializing over meals, tea, and mahjong, discussions of significant historical events were a daily occurrence. The answer to the question was the Bronze Age artifacts, and he confidently outlined the alliances. With each explanation, Zhang Wei's admiration for him grew. She had not anticipated that her cousin-in-law would possess such knowledge about the Gaokao study materials. Initially, she had planned to seek his guidance upon Song Yu's return, but that now seemed unnecessary. After elaborating on historical queries for over 10 minutes, Song Liang felt a surge of satisfaction as he completed the topic. Zhang Wei eagerly flipped back to previous questions, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she excitedly inquired, "Cousin-in-law, what about this question?" With unwavering confidence, Song Liang took the paper, only to be met with a long string of English. Why is there English? Isn't English absent from the Gaokao in this era? He wondered. It turned out to be mathematics. Clearing his throat, he sheepishly returned the paper to Zhang Wei, saying, "Though these questions are simple, they require complex explanations. You can ask Song Yu about them when he returns." Without further ado, he retreated into the house. However, after waiting for Lu Meijun to return, both Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting were still absent. Typically, these two would arrive home before his wife, so he found it unusual. Due to Song Yu's youthful mentality, Song Liang was unconcerned about their safety, but Lu Meijun was quite anxious. Accustomed to seeing both Song Yu and her niece upon returning home, she decided to check the school when half an hour had passed without their return. Song Liang wished to reassure her, but he found it difficult to express his thoughts without appearing callous. Zhang Wei insisted on accompanying her, having developed a bond with Zhang Xiaoting while sharing a room that belonged to Song Yu. Thus, she too felt a sense of worry. As the three hurried toward the cotton spinning factory's elementary school, they encountered Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting strolling hand in hand, each enjoying an ice pop. Upon seeing her aunt, Zhang Xiaoting instinctively hid the treat behind her back. Lu Meijun rushed forward, inquiring, "What is going on with you two? Why didn't you come home after school?" Zhang Xiaoting mumbled, "Aunt, the teacher kept us for a while after class." Lu Meijun pressed, "Did you misbehave?" Zhang Xiaoting quickly shook her head. With a smile, Song Yu added, "Sister Meijun, the teacher said that our performance in music class was excellent and recommended us to perform at the Youth Palace." Lu Meijun stood up, puzzled by what performing at the Youth Palace entailed. Zhang Xiaoting proudly elaborated, "Performing at the Youth Palace means we could be on television. The teacher wants us to sing on TV." Lu Meijun was astonished. Zhang Wei gazed at them with envy, realizing that children in the city could achieve such remarkable opportunities through their studies. Song Liang and Song Yu exchanged glances, subtly gesturing with their lips before Song Liang spoke softly. "If the child is fine, let us return home. We haven't had lunch yet. We can discuss everything once we are back." Upon their return, Lu Meijun pulled Zhang Xiaoting into the kitchen, preparing lunch while inquiring about the situation on television. Zhang Wei found the scene intriguing and followed them in to listen. Meanwhile, Song Liang stood in the courtyard, smoking, and informed Song Yu of the morning's events. "What on earth is happening? Am I to be promoted again?" Song Yu shot him a glare. "With just the two of us. You intend to take advantage of me, do you?" Song Liang hastily lowered his tone. "Brother, lend me some advice." Song Yu, unimpressed, replied, "If they want you to lead, then lead. Your responsibility is to make decisions, while the technical aspects will be handled by professionals." With a distressed expression, Song Liang protested, "But as a leader, I cannot remain oblivious to everything, can I?" Song Yu reassured him, "Do not fret. The technical work is merely for innovation's sake. In this era, what new fabric could there possibly be? The polyester material you are launching tomorrow would not be considered outdated even in the 90s. If all else fails, simply refuse. This so-called technical department is merely a FAAD. If there is genuine intent to boost production capacity, it is most practical to invest in 2 production lines." Song Liang's eyes brightened. "So, according to your perspective, this is a nominal position?" Song Yu nodded. "The initial 2 months will require some formality, likely involving some production process improvements and quality control. Afterward, it will be quite relaxed. However, this department does seem somewhat superfluous. Equipment maintenance is handled by the equipment department, raw material procurement by the production department, and technical monitoring, well, it is of little use. In any case, this technical department likely serves no substantial purpose." Song Liang sighed in relief. "That is good to hear." Chapter 78 July. "Come, we don't have time to prepare a proper meal. Let us just have noodles and eggs. There are peach crisps next door. If you get a craving later, feel free to help yourself." Zhang Wei listened to her cousin's casual tone, feeling a twinge of envy for the urban lifestyle. In the countryside, a family's lunch typically consisted of coarse grain buns or steamed cakes, with eggs often sold for extra income. Dinner was usually a modest affair. Just buns paired with pickled vegetables, with the family huddled around a small bowl of vegetables. Meat was a luxury, reserved only for festive occasions. Previously, she had not understood her mother's insistence on her pursuing higher education in the city, but now she grasped its significance. Without a degree, she would be forced to return to her hometown to help with farming, a prospect she wished to avoid. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoting leaned over and whispered to Zhang Wei, "Aunt, may I give you my noodles? I can just have the egg." Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "You really like eggs? Then you can have An's egg." Lu Meijun shot a glance at Zhang Xiaoting and interjected, "Don't indulge her. This girl is just looking to eat peach crisps instead of noodles. I know how many eggs we have, 1 for each of us, so you need not share." Song Liang silently placed a piece of fried egg into Zhang Wei's bowl, pondering whether he could skip the afternoon shift and not return to the factory. Zhang Xiaoting softly complained, "I can't eat anymore." Lu Meijun retorted, "Whose fault is it that you had ice pops on the way back? Now look at you, unable to eat." Zhang Xiaoting defensively replied. It was Song Yu who bought them for me. Song Yu nodded, acknowledging, yes, I bought those for Xiaoting. Lu Meijun remarked, Song Yu doesn't even like those snacks. He never touches them when they're at home. It must be you, little girl, who pestered him into buying them for you. Listening to the conversation among her cousin's family, Zhang Wei quietly picked up her bowl of noodles, saving the egg to savor at the end. During the afternoon break, while Zhang Xiaoting slept soundly in bed, Zhang Wei quietly retrieved her mistake notebook and exited the room in search of Song Yu. Upon discovering Song Yu reclining on the living room bed, engrossed in a magazine, an inexplicable fear washed over her. Song Yu emanated an aura reminiscent of an adult. Song Yu, I have a few questions I can't solve. Song Yu set aside his magazine, rose from the bed, and took the notebook. After examining it for a moment, he began to patiently explain. Half an hour later, after receiving clarification, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, Song Yu, you're only in second grade. How do you understand high school problems? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yu fabricated an answer, my dad taught me. Zhang Wei was astonished. You remembered all of that at such a young age? When did you start learning? In first grade. You could comprehend it in first grade? What could Song Yu say but admit that he had merely memorized it? Then why does Xiaoting say your grades are average, only scoring 80 on tests? Song Yu deflected. My dad says that the content learned in elementary school is useless. When I grow up, I will naturally understand it. Even if I score poorly, I can still enter junior high, so I might as well start from high school. He felt a twinge of guilt for his flimsy excuse, knowing it could only deceive someone like Zhang Wei, who had not undergone systematic learning. Time passed unnoticed, and July 1978 arrived, marking the beginning of summer vacation for Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting, who would enter third grade in September. During the summer, they attended classes at the Youth Palace each afternoon, where singing, painting, and chess delighted Zhang Xiaoting, while Song Yu preferred to lounge at home. Boredom was one reason. The other was the need for makeup, as they were to perform on stage, with their acts set to be broadcast on television. Song Liang, as usual, either spent his days at the cotton mill or returned home to discuss ways to earn money with Song Yu. Following discussions at the mill, it was decided to establish a technical department, and the management sought Song Liang's opinion. Initially, he declined politely, but under the firm insistence of the factory leadership, he ultimately accepted the position. Meanwhile, Lu Meijun received an excellent evaluation in her mid-year assessment and was promoted to group leader of the first workshop in the production department, earning a modest raise. At just 20 years old, she could hardly believe her ascent to leadership. During this period, Song Yu received a letter from Grandfather Qi, containing his address and inquiries about the ancestral home, along with encouragement for Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting to study diligently. In his reply, Song Yu shared many amusing tales from Suzhou, proudly noting that Zhang Xiaoting scored 96 in Chinese and 100 in math on her final exams. The older generation, far from their hometown, cherished such familial anecdotes. As for the recipient's address, it matched Song Yu's guess, a small fishing village in the south. Shenzhen. Life continued in a calm and orderly manner, except for Zhang Wei. The announcement regarding the college entrance examination has been made, scheduling it from July 20th to July 23rd. For the first time, a unified examination is being implemented nationwide, with admissions conducted by province. With merely a few days remaining until the exam, the pressure on Zhang Wei intensifies day by day, and even Zhang Xiaoting can sense her anxiety. Each night, Lu Meijun offers words of comfort, though they often lack substance. Aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, Zhang Wei spends the majority of her time sequestered in her room, diligently reviewing her materials. The scrap paper she discards could probably fetch a few coins if sold. Noticing the fluctuations in Zhang Wei's emotions, Song Liang once discreetly inquired with Song Yu, asking if he too had felt such immense pressure during his own examination years. Song Yu shook his head. While pressure is commonplace during exams, Zhang Wei's anxiety seems excessive and inexplicable. In truth, Song Liang, Song Yu, and Lu Meijun are aware that Zhang Wei harbors a deep-seated fear of returning to her hometown if she fails. Consequently, Lu Meijun has recently undergone a transformation. No longer timid while cooking, she prepares a variety of hearty meals daily, intent on ensuring Zhang Wei is well fed. During this time, Lu Feng frequently sends letters to Lu Meijun, inquiring about Zhang Wei's situation, to which Lu Meijun can only respond with reassuring words. An incident occurred that left Song Liang reflecting. Fu Xiaomin was apprehended on charges of participating in a brawl and engaging in illicit trade. Since Song Liang ceased providing goods, Fu Xiaomin's income plummeted, forcing him to resort to peddling miscellaneous items once more. Perhaps due to his earlier arrogance or having offended others, many in his trade now treat him with disdain. Fu Xiaomin, harboring pent-up frustration, ended up in a confrontation, ultimately causing severe injury to his opponent. In such circumstances, participating in a brawl is classified as a criminal offense and combined with the charges of illegal trading. The duration of his sentence remains uncertain, but is unlikely to be lenient. On one occasion, Aunt Lu visited Song Liang's home seeking assistance on Fu Xiaomin's behalf, but Song Liang could not involve himself in such matters. Initially prepared with a response in case he was implicated, he was relieved when Fu Xiaomin refrained from mentioning him, thereby slightly improving Song Yu and Song Liang's perception of him. On the evening of July 19th, the household maintained an atmosphere of tranquility. Even Zhang Xiaoting sat quietly in the living room, engrossed in her book. Song Liang and Lu Meijun moved about on tiptoe, lowering their voices to avoid disturbing the neighbors, even being cautious while using the restroom or showering. That night, Zhang Wei studied late into the night, when Song Yu intended to sleep at 11. The light in her room still burned bright. On the morning of July 20th, after the family finished breakfast, Song Liang rode his bicycle to escort Zhang Wei to the examination venue. Lu Meijun accompanied them to the end of the alley, only returning home once their figures disappeared around the corner. In truth, Song Yu harbored doubts about Zhang Wei's chances of passing. Her foundational knowledge seemed insufficient, evident from the errors she frequently inquired about. However, he refrained from voicing such discouraging thoughts, opting instead to offer his utmost support. This year, the acceptance rate is reported to be below 7%, with an average of only 7 out of 100 examinees gaining admission. Song Yu did not believe Zhang Wei would be among that select few. Song Yu, last night when I arose to use the restroom, I heard my aunt weeping. Zhang Xiaoting, leaning against Song Yu, softly spoke. Song Yu did not respond. Perhaps miracles are not entirely out of reach. Lu Meijun did not go to work this morning, taking a leave to await the outcome. When Song Liang returned home after picking up Zhang Wei, Lu Meijun hurriedly approached with concern. How did it go? Zhang Wei, her eyes reddened and body trembling, blushed fiercely, and suddenly broke down. I couldn't answer the questions. After uttering these words, she burst into despairing tears. With her mindset shattered from the very first subject, there seemed little point in continuing. Song Yu sighed, taking Zhang Xiaoting's hand to leave the yard, for it was inappropriate for the two children to remain there. Lu Meijun felt a pang of sorrow. Why must it be this way? You studied so diligently. Zhang Wei clutched Lu Meijun's sleeve, her voice hoarse. I couldn't answer half of the questions in the politics exam this morning. Lu Meijun had no words of solace, only holding Zhang Wei close as she wept. Song Liang remained silent, retreating to his room. In the afternoon, burdened with heavy thoughts, Zhang Wei returned to the examination hall. Yet upon her return that evening, she informed Lu Meijun of her decision to forego the exams. Lu Meijun felt a knot in her heart, but persisted in her inquiry. Why? Zhang Wei replied. I still cannot comprehend the physics material. Lu Meijun closed her eyes with a deep sigh, forcing a smile. It's all right, as long as you have tried your best. Tonight, your cousin will prepare a delicious meal for you. With that, she turned and walked back inside, unsure of how to respond to her aunt. Song Liang approached, embracing Zhang Wei's shoulders, momentarily setting aside societal norms regarding male-female interactions, and earnestly reassured her. It's all right. The college entrance examination is merely one path among many. There are countless avenues to success. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. You are already remarkable. If worst comes to worst, you can return to high school for another 2 years and try again. You are intelligent. You will surely succeed. Zhang Wei shook her head. My family says that if I do not pass this time, I should not take the exam again, but help out with the farm work at home. Song Liang was at a loss for words, unable to offer comfort. As he had not experienced her struggles, his attempts sounded hollow and insubstantial. In the following 2 days, Zhang Wei chose not to take the exams again, and Lu Meijun refrained from pressuring her. On the third day, Lu Feng arrived alone by train in Suzhou, and upon entering the house, she immediately went to Song Yu's room. Upon seeing her daughter sitting silently on the bed, she approached and struck Zhang Wei across the face. Seeing this, Song Liang rushed forward to intervene, while Lu Meijun shielded Zhang Wei, and Song Yu took Zhang Xiaoting away from the yard for some distraction. Lu Meijun exclaimed in distress, Aunt, why did you hit Xiao Wei? After being struck, Zhang Wei fell silent, her head bowed in tears. Lu Fang yelled at Zhang Wei in fury. How dare you occupy Song Yu's room when you cannot even get into college? Do you have any idea the pressure your grandparents are under? Do you know how many people have scolded me because of you? We spent so much money on your study materials. After all this time studying, and this is your result? What purpose do you serve? Do you wish to remain in the village for eternity, living a life of hardship? Lu Fang wept as she berated her daughter. Song Liang, fearful of uttering a word, could only strive to restrain her, anxious that her fury might escalate to violence against her daughter. Lu Meijun interjected, Aunt, Xiao Wei has truly exerted herself. She hardly ever leaves the house, clutching her books and studying until the witching hour. Before she could finish, Zhang Wei, her voice hoarse with tears, lamented, I can't do it. I can barely solve half of those problems. I don't even understand what the questions are asking. How can I possibly attend university? Upon hearing this, Lu Fang was poised to lash out, but Song Liang quickly encircled her waist with one arm and grasped her arm with the other. Calm down, let us converse rationally. Do not strike the child. Zhang Wei rose in a fit of desperation, exclaiming, just kill me then. Even if you did, it would be futile. Others have been accepted into high school, while I have never even attended. I haven't completed middle school. How can you expect me to take the exam? Lu Fang, her eyes ablaze with rage, could scarcely articulate her fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Wei. If you can't pass, then return to our hometown. Spend your nights tending to your grandparents and your days in the fields. If you can't pass, then just marry someone from the village and spend your life like your mother, serving others and being too afraid to go to the hospital when you fall ill. Zhang Wei trembled at her mother's words, engulfed in sorrow and dread. She mourned her lack of talent, her unremarkable upbringing, and the absence of a proper education. She feared the bleak future that awaited her at home, the nights spent on a wooden bed, the cold water for bathing, and the necessity of finding a field for relief. Lu Fang's agitation mounted. How long have I pleaded with your grandparents? How long did I beg your father? Only then did they relent to give you money for books. I can scarcely accumulate a few work points in a year. All my earnings go toward your meals. You think you can just dismiss the idea of passing the exam? Zhang Wei felt a profound sadness, yet she recognized her mother's deeper despair and stood silently. Head bowed. Lu Fang, fuming, continued, So you can't pass, huh? You still have the audacity to occupy Song Yu's room. You still have the nerve to stay at your cousin's home. If you can't pass, then come back with me. Leave now. At her mother's ultimatum, Zhang Wei trembled anew, instinctively clutching Lu Meijun's hand, rendered speechless as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Meijun pleaded, Aunt, please, don't be so agitated. Xiao Wei is suffering too. Song Liang interjected, Aunt, please listen to me. Since you are here, let us rest for the night. We can discuss this calmly tomorrow. Song Yu and Shouting had been clamoring to know when she would arrive. Let the children talk to you tonight. Try to stay calm. Chapter 80. Running away from home ultimately, Lu Fang exited the room and returned next door, fervently expressing her gratitude to Song Liang and Lu Meijun. Although her daughter had not been accepted to university, their efforts had been genuine. Lu Fang retrieved a crumpled piece of cloth from her pocket, revealing 5 yuan as she said, This is my. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Liang and Lu Meijun immediately comprehended Lu Fang's intentions. Before Lu Fang could finish her words, Lu Meijun interjected, Aunt, what are you doing? We are family, merely staying for 2 or 3 months. There is no need for such formality. Song Liang nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we have already provided for the meals. That money is unnecessary. Lu Fang shook her head, replying, Those few dozen yuan wooden tea even cover a month's worth of meals in your household. I understand that you are caring for me and for Xiao Wei. Your kindness is acknowledged, but I cannot take advantage of you. Both Song Liang and Lu Meijun firmly refused her offer, and seeing she could not persuade them, Lu Fang relented. Zhang Wei sat quietly aside, and during dinner, no one broached the topic of the college entrance examination. Lu Fang did not exchange a single word with Zhang Wei. That night, Lu Fang shared a bed with Lu Meijun, while Song Liang and Song Yu slept in the living room, and Zhang Wei and Zhang Shouting occupied the bedroom. The following morning, however, Zhang Wei was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a note that read, Mom, you can go back home. I will not return. Upon seeing the note, Lu Fang collapsed onto the floor, and Lu Meijun immediately inquired about Zhang Shouting's whereabouts. Zhang Shouting, bewildered, shook her head, indicating she had no knowledge of her cousin's absence. Having awoken to find her already missing, where could that child have gone? She has no other relatives in Suzhou. Clearly, Lu Feng was in a state of panic. And Lu Meijun looked anxiously at Song Liang. Both he and Song Yu remained silent, exchanging glances, filled with helplessness. What a predicament this is. Once Lu Feng regained her composure, she hurried out of the yard to search for Zhang Wei, with Lu Meijun following suit. Song Liang expressed his intention to visit the police station and the local street office to gather information, though in truth, he did not plan to do so. If Zhang Wei wished to hide, it was merely her desire to avoid returning home. Even if they found her, she would likely escape again. This area belonged to the cotton spinning factory, one of the largest in Suzhou, where no traffickers would dare to create trouble, if caught. The security department would deal with them before the police even arrived. In desperation, one might consider leveraging connections to secure a position for Zhang Wei in the cotton factory. As the two stood outside the yard, Song Yu suddenly spoke up. Song Liang looked at his brother in surprise. He had never known Song Yu to meddle in such matters. Sensing Song Liang's gaze, Song Yu murmured, "Don't look at me like that." Song Liang chuckled. "It's rare. I thought you were indifferent." Song Yu replied, "Having Zhang Wei stay isn't entirely a bad thing. At least there will be someone to help take care of Xiaoting. She follows me everywhere. It's quite bothersome." Song Liang sighed. They say even a fierce guardian can show mercy, and even a bodhisattva can lower their brow. Here you are, a man of stone, yet you indulge in human warmth. Song Yu scoffed. Just consider it a sign of aging. Song Liang inquired, "If Zhang Wei stays, where will she reside?" Song Yu responded, "There's a small space in the front of the backyard. I've spoken to Uncle Jiang, and he can help arrange a partition." Song Liang did not dwell on that matter, but instead pressed on with another question. "You've had this idea for a while, haven't you? You asked before summer vacation?" Song Yu remained silent. Song Liang smiled and continued, "In truth, you have long known that Zhang Wei would not be able to enter university. Haven't you?" Song Yu replied, "Even those who have genuinely studied may not succeed. How could she, a latecomer with only superficial knowledge, possibly stand out? Do you think this is merely a film or a novel?" Song Liang chuckled. "I actually believe that the partition room would be more suitable for Xiaoting to sleep in. Zhang Wei can take the bed in the living room. And you can return to your original room." Song Yu looked at Song Liang, her eyes questioning the reasoning behind this suggestion. Song Liang cleared his throat and, slightly blushing, added, "The partition allows one to hear the sounds from next door." Song Yu shot him a glance, but did not oppose the idea. She too wished to return to her own room. After all, sharing a space with Zhang Xiaoting was a temporary arrangement. Eventually, this girl would need her own space. As for Zhang Wei, well, they could wait for the allocation of rooms. With Xiao Xian's connections, even if there was no rush, it was certain that they would be able to secure a place in a few years. Song Liang said, "If you have no objections, then let us proceed with this plan." Song Yu did not respond and slowly left the courtyard, heading towards the alley. Song Liang called after her, "Must you be so aloof? At least inform me where you're going." Song Yu replied coolly, "To Jiang Qian's house." Song Liang chuckled and settled himself on a small stool at the door to smoke, thinking he couldn't leave Zhang Xiaoting alone in the house. Meanwhile, in the street office, Director Wang sat at her desk, focused on her work while casting occasional glances at the short-haired girl sitting in the corner. This girl had been found on her way to work, wandering the streets with a bewildered and haggard expression, her gaze darting about. Initially, Wang Hui suspected she was an undocumented runaway, but soon learned she was a high school student living at Song Liang's home. After inquiring about her situation, she offered the girl 2 buns she had brought from home and led her back to the office. As the director of the street office, Wang Hui had become accustomed to such situations. Every family faced difficulties, some even more severe than this. At first, she would tirelessly offer advice and reasoning. But over time, she learned a valuable lesson. One should not advise others without first understanding their struggles. While helping others should be done wholeheartedly, it must also be within one's means. Clearly, this girl's situation could only be addressed within reasonable limits. Wang Hui did not rush her away. The girl could stay as long as she wished. Quietly reflecting was far better than wandering aimlessly outside. Time passed, and 2 figures hurriedly entered. Upon recognizing one of them as Lu Meijun, Wang Hui immediately understood the purpose of their visit. Before Lu Meijun could speak, Wang Hui gestured towards the girl in the corner. Lu Feng and Lu Meijun turned to see Zhang Wei already asleep on a long wooden bench, her head resting on a stack of file folders. Upon seeing her daughter safe, Lu Feng was overcome with emotion. Wang Hui stood and softly said, "She is still a child. If there are issues, discuss them calmly. Avoid excessive punishment. Lu Meijun also encouraged Lu Fang. Aunt, Xiao Wei has truly worked hard. Please don't blame her. Lu Fang, suppressing her sorrow, replied in a hoarse whisper, I know. It is entirely my fault as a mother. My daughter is no less capable than others. If circumstances were different, and if Xiao Wei could attend high school, I am certain she would excel. It is my mistake. I should never have brought Xiao Wei into this world to endure suffering. Chapter 81. The partition. Lu Meijun entwined her arm with Zhang Wei's as they ambled home. While Zhang Wei remained silent, her gaze cast downward, and Lu Fang trailed behind, equally reticent. Zhang Wei harbored no desire to return to her hometown. She yearned to remain here. However, she lacked justification, and after searching for a while, she found no temporary refuge, nor did she dare to ask her cousin for shelter. Lu Meijun had contemplated the idea of allowing Zhang Wei to stay, yet ultimately refrained from broaching the subject with Yinzu. She was already married, no longer alone. Without employment and her household registration not in Suzhou, Zhang Wei's stay would not only mean a lack of income, but also a division of the family's resources. Although their financial situation was relatively stable, supported by Yinzu, she could not afford to be selfish and thus did not dare to voice her thoughts. Both Lu Meijun wished for her cousin to remain, and Zhang Wei longed to stay at her aunt's home, yet neither dared to express their true feelings, resulting in an oppressive silence as they walked together. Lu Fang wrestled with her own inner turmoil. She contemplated beseeching her niece to let her daughter stay in Suzhou, promising to send the entire household's share from their hometown, merely requesting that Zhang Wei be afforded a place to sleep. However, recalling the harshness with which Song Liang had treated Lu Fang, the disparity in their positions, their familial standings, and what Lu Meijun had mentioned about Song Liang's methods, how he had once caused a ruckus with their neighbors, Lu Fang ultimately clenched her teeth and suppressed her desires. As the trio entered the alley, they were met with the sight of Song Liang smoking at the entrance, while Song Yu sipped from a bottle of orange soda, the straw firmly in her mouth. Zhang Xiaoting, Jiang Qian, and Su Qing were engaged in a game of jump rope, with Su Hui and Su Qiao stationed at either end anchoring the elastic. Zhang Wei watched this scene with envy, and Lu Fang hesitated to speak. Upon hearing the clanging sounds emanating from the house, Lu Meijun approached to inquire, Yinzu, what is happening inside? Before Song Liang could respond, Song Yu interjected, Sister Meijun, could you please refrain from calling him Yinzu? It sounds awkward to me. Song Liang retorted, silence. That is a compliment to my good looks. Song Yu quipped back, I believe it is more of an acknowledgement of your thick skin. Ignoring Song Yu's jibe, Song Liang gently explained to Lu Meijun, I asked Jiang to prepare a separate room. He and his apprentice are tidying it up inside. At this revelation, Lu Meijun momentarily found herself at a loss for words. While Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with hope, Lu Fang could no longer contain her emotions and tears streamed down her face. Zhang Wei, in disbelief, stared blankly at her cousin's husband. Lu Meijun's face flushed crimson, her heart filled with a desire to fiercely chastise her man, while her affection for him surged uncontrollably. Song Liang smiled gently, saying, this idea was originally proposed by Song Yu. I hold his opinion in high regard. The last time they purchased a house, it was also Song Yu who provided the funds, and now he had taken the initiative regarding his cousin's affairs. At this moment, Lu Meijun no longer regarded Song Yu as a mere child. Zhang Wei, overwhelmed with emotion, found herself at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Song Yu. Lu Fang stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you both. Rest assured, I shall send my work points to you every month until Xiao Wei moves out. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. No need, Aunt. Zhang Wei will have a salary once she starts working. If she becomes a permanent employee, her household registration can also be resolved. My only concern is that if there are no vacancies, she might end up as a temporary worker, and her household registration could take some time to sort out. In truth, Song Liang was confident in securing a permanent position for Zhang Wei. Even if there were no openings at the cotton spinning factory, he could find opportunities in other state-owned enterprises. Recently, he had been frequently meeting with leaders from other state-owned factories. Song Liang's cheerful disposition and affable nature endeared him to many, as he was not only generous with gifts but rarely asked for favors. When he did speak up, many were willing to extend him a courtesy, considering his position as a leader of a major state-owned factory in Suzhou at such a young age. He expressed this cautiously, not wanting to imply that such goodwill was easily obtained. Lu Fang was so overwhelmed with gratitude that she nearly knelt in reverence. I am truly grateful to your family. I am at a loss for how to repay this kindness. Lu Meijun grasped Zhang Wei's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. How wonderful, Xiao Wei, you shall soon be a city dweller. Zhang Wei's eyes glistened. Thank you, cousin-in-law. At that moment, Father Jiang emerged from the room. Smiling at Song Liang, Comrade Song, I have roughly assessed the dimensions of this partition. It won't be difficult to construct, and it should be completed in 2 days. What are you planning to do, Comrade Song? Just a partition? Father Jiang inquired. Song Liang replied, let us install a complete set, a bed, cabinets, and the like. Anything that fits will do. Upon hearing this, Father Jiang beamed with delight. This represented a substantial income. And Song Liang had been quite generous in his previous assistance. His apprentices enjoyed working at this place, as lunch was plentiful, and the homeowner provided unlimited cigarettes, though smoking indoors was prohibited. Hearing this, Jiang Qian joyfully asked, Dad, does this mean I can visit Song Yu and Xiao Ting to play in the next few days? Father Jiang chuckled. If you wish to come, then do so. Then I will. Jiang Qian exclaimed. Song Yu and Xiao Ting have soda and candy. Father Jiang feigned annoyance. This is someone else's home. Do you think it's your own? Song Liang reassured. It's fine. Children enjoy gathering together. If they wish to come, let them. Song Yu felt fatigued. The journey to Jiang Qian's home had been long and the weather hot. He wished to take a nap, but was met with the cacophony of renovations at home. Noticing Song Yu's listless demeanor, Lu Meijun inquired, what is wrong with Song Yu? Is he unwell? Song Liang responded. He ran to find someone to work at Jiang Qian's house early this morning. He is probably just tired. There's no need to worry about him. Lu Meijun, anxious, insisted, how can we not care for him? After speaking, she took Song Yu's hand and said, come. Let us sleep at Sister Meijun's house. After you wake up, Sister Meijun will prepare pancakes for you. Song Yu softly shook her head. No need, Sister Meijun. I'm fine just sitting. What nonsense is this? You're right next door. With the poor soundproofing, I can hear everything at night, especially with the renovations. Lu Fang and Zhang Wei looked at Song Yu with a mix of concern and gratitude. Song Liang remarked, children are full of energy. Who needs to sleep during the day? Upon his words, he was met with 3 disapproving glances. Song Liang added. Zhang Wei stepped forward and quietly stood beside Song Yu, whispering, if you're tired, I can hold you while you sleep. Song Yu glanced at her with polite refusal, thinking to herself, with such a slender frame, it would be uncomfortable to sleep together. Perhaps it's best not to. Chapter 82. No need for college to find work that night. Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting shared a room, while Lu Fang and Zhang Wei slept in the living room. The 17-year-old girl lay wide awake, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. She had never imagined she could stay here, upon returning from the street office. She had resigned herself to the reality of returning home to toil in agriculture for the rest of her life. Though her heart brimmed with resentment and unwillingness, she felt powerless. Having left home, she had nowhere to sleep. Yet, when she learned she could remain in Suzhou, at her cousin's home, an overwhelming joy washed over her. Now, Zhang Wei finally understood her mother's sternness, why she insisted on her attending university, why she humbly pleaded with her grandparents to let her go, and why she had been so upset at the thought of Zhang Wei failing to gain admission. Her mother did not wish for her to tread the same path of hardship, to be ensnared by life and unable to break free. Dear daughter, from now on, don't worry about things at home, Lu Fang said. Zhang Wei was taken aback. She had thought her mother was already asleep. Lu Fang continued, her tone light and gentle, you can return home for a couple of days during the holidays, but for the rest of the time, live your life well. It would be best if you didn't return at all. Zhang Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mom, how can I not come back when you're at home? Lu Fang reassured her, I'm not concerned about that. Just be a bit more respectful to your cousin and help her with chores. Your cousin has married well. Her husband is a good man. When you succeed in the future, remember this kindness and cherish it for a lifetime. Zhang Wei nodded, I understand. Lu Fang went on. And if anyone from home writes to you asking about life in the city or wanting to visit, you must inform your cousin and her husband immediately. Even if it's your grandparents or your father asking you for something, you must firmly refuse. Remember, the affairs of the village are no longer your concern. Do not create trouble for your cousin and her husband. Zhang Wei hesitated. What about Dad? Should I ignore him too? Lu Fang replied firmly, no one is exempt. Zhang Wei acquiesced, all right. Lu Fang concluded, tomorrow morning, I'll cook you breakfast before heading to the train station to return home. You must take good care of yourself and be sensible. Until you secure a job, help out around the house, and keep your eyes peeled for tasks. In times of adversity, one must rise to protect their younger siblings. Your cousin's husband, fiercely protective, would stand up for you even at the cost of his own comfort. The household provisions must first satisfy the hunger of the younger ones. Any earnings should be saved for oneself, to eventually buy gifts for your cousin. Lu Feng's admonitions seemed endless, her voice growing increasingly choked with emotion, while Zhang Wei emitted soft sobs in response. Mother, once we have our own home, I will surely bring you out. Lu Feng replied with a simple, all right, mother will wait. The next morning, after the family had finished their breakfast, Lu Meijun accompanied Lu Feng to the train station alone, as Song Liang and Zhang Wei refrained from joining. Song Liang felt it inappropriate to follow, while Zhang Wei was expressly told not to come along. Standing at the mouth of the alley, Zhang Wei watched her mother's retreating figure with tears streaming down her face, uncertain of when she would see her again. Lu Feng, grappling with her own sorrow, forced herself not to look back, fearing that she might break down and weep aloud. Once Lu Feng's silhouette had vanished completely, Zhang Wei sat on the steps of the alley, cradling her head and weeping. Song Yu and Zhang Shouting emerged, the latter softly saying, Auntie, shall we go home? Zhang Wei turned her head away in silence, unwilling to let the two small children witness her distress. Song Yu felt the 3 coins nestled in his pocket, money that Lu Feng had surreptitiously pressed into his hand before leaving. He did not refuse, recognizing this as all that Lu Feng could offer at that moment, a token of gratitude for Zhang Wei's earlier kindness, without which she might have faltered. Though a trifling sum, these coins bore significant weight in Song Yu's heart, and he kept this matter to himself. Observing Zhang Wei's turned face and the occasional sound of her sobs, he reflected, now I have another daughter to care for. Wait, Zhang Wei can look after Zhang Shouting. That frees me up. With this thought, a smile blossomed on Song Yu's face. Zhang Shouting frowned. Song Yu, Auntie is crying. How can you smile? Song Yu replied, Auntie, if you look at it from a different perspective, it won't seem so sorrowful. Zhang Wei turned back, her eyes red, and gazed at Song Yu. Consider this. If you get into university, you will need to attend school to secure a job and earn money, which will facilitate our move to separate housing, correct? Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Song Yu continued, but now, you won't have to attend university. Once my family's old friend helps you find a job, you can start earning right away, paving the way for our new home. With the years of schooling spared. Isn't that splendid? Zhang Wei paused, her tear-streaked face reflecting confusion. Song Yu's reasoning held merit, yet something felt amiss. Once you start earning, and we have our own place, you can bring your dear aunt to the city to live. As Zhang Wei wiped her tears, a glimmer of hope pierced through her gloom. Indeed, I won't have to attend school to secure a job immediately. The time spent in school is eliminated. Isn't that wonderful? Gradually, her stormy expression transformed from overcast to partly cloudy, and eventually, to bright. Song Yu added, Auntie, my father has asked me to accompany Shouting to procure some grains and soy sauce. Would you like to join us? Zhang Wei nodded and inquired, Song Yu, why do you address my cousin as sister while calling me aunt? Song Yu replied, I can also refer to aunt as sister. Zhang Wei questioned, wouldn't that disrupt the generational hierarchy? Song Yu, in a childlike manner, casually dismissed the concern, secretly musing that if one were to adhere strictly to generational titles, both Lu Meijun and Shouting would have to address him as brother. Upon returning home, Song Yu opened the living room drawer in front of Zhang Wei, revealing an assortment of receipts and cash that left her momentarily speechless. He extracted some of the money and documents, turning to Zhang Wei with a smile. Aunt, if you ever find yourself in urgent need of money, feel free to take some. This is an emergency fund left by my grandfather. Seeing such a substantial amount of cash and receipts made Zhang Wei's scalp tingle. You keep so much money at home. Aren't you afraid of thieves? A brief glance had already revealed that there was definitely over 100 yuan inside. Song Yu shook his head. We won't be robbed. My dad says our neighbors are quite vigilant. If they see a stranger, they won't even wait for a theft to occur. They would raise their voices and alert the entire neighborhood. He then continued, Aunt, do you enjoy sweet rice cakes? If you do, we can also pick up some salt and sugar on our way back. Zhang Wei shook her head repeatedly. And doesn't he eat those? I will bring them back for you. Song Yu felt pleased. At last, he had found a reliable worker. Chapter 83. Why the Good Attitude? During dinner, Song Liang uncorked a bottle of Maotai in front of Lu Meijun. This was a gift from Su Jun, who, ever since his demotion, had displayed a commendable attitude as a subordinate, harboring no resentment and instead working diligently, which earned him Song Liang's quiet satisfaction. Lu Meijun cast a glance at Song Liang, her eyes questioning his intentions. Song Liang, slightly awkward, smiled. Today marks the first day that Xiao Wei has become part of our family. We ought to celebrate. Typically, Song Liang held the final say during significant family matters, with Lu Meijun obediently complying. However, for minor family affairs, he would always seek her opinion, a mutual respect that Lu Meijun greatly appreciated. Lu Feng had often remarked that she had married a good man. Xiao Wei, unaccustomed to alcohol, would be celebrating alone. Zhang Wei blushed. I can have a little with my cousin-in-law. Lu Meijun immediately objected. What is a young girl doing drinking alcohol? Song Liang muttered. Why can't girls drink? A moderate amount of alcohol is beneficial for health. Besides, Song Yu used to share a drink with me. A significant part of our father-son bond is due to this. To ensure he could indulge in a couple of drinks, Song Liang began to fabricate reasons. Lu Meijun retorted, if you enjoy drinking, then do so on your own. Song Yu is still young and growing. He cannot drink. With a contented smile, Song Liang poured 2 liang into a flask he had secretly purchased, a beautiful set that included a flask and several exquisite wine cups. Zhang Wei first served dishes to Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoding before finally helping herself. This meal marked the most enjoyable experience for Zhang Wei, as she had previously been preoccupied with her studies, making mealtime a source of tension. Even during her outing with Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoding to procure grains and oils, the scenery along the way appeared exceptionally vibrant. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the courtyard, accompanied by a male voice. Is Director Song at home? Lu Meijun set down her utensils, rising with curiosity. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Song Liang replied, I shall go and see who it is. Lu Meijun insisted, allow me to go. After stepping outside, she soon returned with news. Su San and Zhang Xiao are here. Song Liang, puzzled, inquired, what could they want? Ever since Zhang Xiao had unwittingly offended her family during the Spring Festival and had been reprimanded, their interactions had been minimal. Why then? Had they suddenly come to visit today? He stepped outside the courtyard, greeting them with a smile. Su Gu, Zhang Jia, what brings you here? Song Liang maintained his amiable demeanor. Zhang Xiao, initially apprehensive and expecting a frosty reception, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his cordial attitude, which evoked a slight smile from her. Su San chuckled, Director Song, I see you are having a meal. I apologize for the interruption. Song Liang politely responded, not at all. Su Gu, Zhang Jia, have you eaten? If not, please come in and have a bite. Su San waved his hand. No need, no need. I have come to inquire if you have any grains or oils available for purchase. Our family wishes to buy some privately. Song Liang could hardly fathom that their visit was for such a reason. Buying grains and oils. What is the matter? Has your family run out of ration tickets? Su San nodded. Indeed, we have. Our family is large, and the tickets are insufficient. Previously, we could discreetly purchase some, but due to the recent crackdown, we find ourselves seeking assistance from neighbors. Turning to Lu Meijun, who stood by the door, Song Liang instructed, please fetch some grains and oils for Su Ji's family. Su San quickly interjected, just half a jin will suffice. I brought a bottle for the oil, thank you. Lu Meijun accepted it with warmth, saying, we are neighbors. There is no need for thanks. Since her marriage to Song Liang, Lu Meijun had grown increasingly generous, no longer fretting over trivial matters, and she embraced life with greater clarity and ease. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve some tickets for you. Song Liang said to the two. Su San was overjoyed. He was not short on money. His bicycle repair work provided him with a decent income, often surpassing his wife's monthly salary, but the scarcity of tickets posed a significant challenge for him. Upon entering the house, Song Liang retrieved 2 tickets for 1 jin of grains and 3 tickets for 1 jin of oil. Returning to the entrance, he handed the 5 tickets to Su San, who expressed his gratitude profusely and immediately had his wife pay for the items. Zhang Xiao hastily took out 7 yuan and handed it over, a price already steeply inflated, exceeding even the black market rates. In the black market, 1 jin of grain tickets typically sold for 50 to 70 cents, while 1 jin of oil tickets ranged from 1 to 1 yuan and 10 cents. Song Liang did not take advantage of the situation. He pocketed 5 yuan and returned the remaining 2. His household lacked for nothing in terms of grains, oils, and tickets. Thus, he deemed it far more valuable to foster goodwill rather than to profit from a few coins. Su Sen was somewhat at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene. Zhang Xiao felt a surge of joy when she saw Song Liang take only 5 yuan, yet she dared not exhibit her delight. With a smile, Song Liang remarked, "As neighbors, how could I profit from you? This is not the black market." At that moment, Lu Meijun returned, carrying a bottle of oil and handed it to Zhang Xiao. Su Sen interjected, "Director Song, I am at a loss for words." Song Liang replied, "Enough of that. If you have nothing to say, then say nothing at all. You should return home. Your 3 children must be waiting for you." Zhang Wei stood at the doorway, holding a bowl, eating while peering outside. Her mother had previously warned her that her cousin's husband did not have a good relationship with the neighbors, and if anything were to happen, she should help. Though she was prepared to drop her bowl and rush out to confront any trouble, her usual strength from working in the fields gave her confidence despite her emaciated state. However, seeing no sign of discord between her cousin's husband, her cousin, and the neighbors, Zhang Wei returned to the table, puzzled. After Song Liang and Lu Meijun sat down, Zhang Wei could not contain her curiosity. "Cousin's husband, my mother said our family does not get along well with the neighbors. There were instances of bullying towards my cousin. Is that true?" Lu Meijun shot her a glance. "Why bring that up? It's all in the past." Song Liang, however, remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed. The woman who just left had scolded your sister before." Zhang Wei asked, "Then why do you speak so amicably?" Song Liang responded, "After I dealt with her once, she naturally dared not bully anyone again." He then turned to Zhang Wei with a comfortable demeanor. "Xiao Wei, remember this. When you have money, you will find that everyone around you is kind, treating you with courtesy. But when you are broke and life is tough, you will encounter many who wish to take advantage of you." This statement left Zhang Wei in a daze, and even Lu Meijun fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Zhang shouting voiced a dissenting opinion. "That is not true. Even if I have no money, Song Yu will protect me." Song Yu remained speechless. Song Liang laughed, "Indeed. If anyone bullies you, let Song Yu handle them." Zhang Wei added, "You can also tell Auntie. She can stand up for you." Zhang shouting proudly declared, "No need. Having Song Yu is enough." Chapter 84. Return of the educated youth. The following afternoon, Lu Meijun and Zhang Wei were busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. As guests were expected that evening, Lu Meijun had even swapped shifts with a female worker from the workshop. After dinner, she would take over the night shift. Even as a team leader, she treated her subordinates with the same gentleness as always. Zhang Wei, however, was particularly anxious. For tonight's dinner, guests were invited by her cousin's husband, specifically for her sake. At 6 o'clock, Song Liang returned home with 3 men, Shin Dongshan, Qiao Xian, and Zhong Kai. As soon as they were seated, Zhang Wei promptly served tea. Shin Dongshan chuckled, "I say, Song, what brings you, a perennial homebody, to invite us over for dinner today? Is there something going on?" Song Liang replied with a grin, "Indeed, there is a matter to discuss, but first, I must ensure you are all sufficiently intoxicated, lest you refuse my request, and this meal would be in vain." Xiao Xian, Director Song. "We are comrades in the same trench, after all. Even if the situation is difficult, it will not diminish our bond. Just say what you need to say, otherwise, it leaves us feeling uneasy." Song Liang, "Bear with it. Even if you're feeling uneasy, now that we're home, where do you intend to run off to?" Zhong Kai, "Our security department is composed of rough men. As long as it isn't a matter of committing heinous crimes, Director Song, just give us the word." Song Liang waved his hand. "You came here to have a meal. This is none of your concern." Zhong Kai laughed heartily. "Then I can rest easy." Shin Dongshan interjected, "You may rest easy, but I do not." As the men conversed in the living room, Zhang Wei returned to the kitchen and quietly inquired, "Cousin, are the 3 gentlemen outside all leaders from your factory?" Lu Meijun nodded and introduced each of their positions. Upon learning that the 3 were all department heads from the cotton spinning factory, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet she was also filled with gratitude towards her cousin's husband. Lu Meijun reassured her, "Don't be nervous. Your cousin's husband has assured me that he will certainly assist you." Zhang Wei nodded earnestly. "Thank you, cousin." Once the dishes were served at the table, Shin Dongshan and the others were astonished by Song Liang's extravagance. The table was laden with a variety of Western and Chinese dishes, and on a nearby table, exquisite liquor vessels adorned with bottles of Maotai were displayed. Even in a state-run restaurant, such a spread would be rare. Aside from Zhong Kai, Shin Dongshan and Xiao Xian felt increasingly uncomfortable. Song Liang stood up, distributing the liquor vessels among the 3. He opened a bottle of Maotai, poured it generously for them, and raised his glass. "Brothers, Welcome to my home. Let us drink to this. No need for more words. Let us down this cup first. After Lu Meijun and Zhang Wei tidied the table in the adjacent room, they set up another table of food to share with Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting. It had always been Lu Meijun's belief that discussions among men were best held without the presence of women, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Having just returned from her hometown, Zhang Wei hesitated to join the table with the leaders. Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting remained indifferent, engrossed in their meal and the television, paying no heed to the happenings next door. Half an hour later, after finishing her meal, Lu Meijun stood and said to Zhang Wei, "I must head to my night shift now. Please tidy up here afterward. I'm running late." Zhang Wei nodded. "All right, I will take care of it." Lu Meijun hurriedly left, and upon noticing that Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting had paused their eating to sit back in their chairs, Zhang Wei finally picked up her chopsticks to finish the remaining food. She had only eaten half her fill earlier, concerned that the two children might not have enough. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the men had already become quite merry, having consumed 2 bottles of liquor within half an hour, averaging half a gin per person, and they had devoured a significant amount of food as well. Song Liang opened another bottle of Maotai, pouring for the 3 of them, and remarked boisterously, "Shun, your face is as red as a monkey's backside. Are you all right?" Shin Donshan replied, "This is just the flush of the drink. It doesn't mean I can't handle it." Zhong Kai exclaimed, "Good heavens. 3 bottles of Maotai in one evening. This meal is quite the affair." Song Liang retorted, "That's because your security department is lacking in perks." Asked Shin, "When has the production department ever hosted with such grandeur?" Shin Donshan admitted, "Indeed, never. The dishes you prepared are even better than those in state-run restaurants. I have truly seldom dined so well." Xiao Xian, Song Liang, "We have dined and imbibed sufficiently. If there is something to discuss, please address it directly. We have been left in suspense for an entire evening." Song Liang put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming more restrained, and finally spoke, "My cousin, who is the younger sister of my wife, the little girl you just saw, has recently come from the village. I wish to secure a position for her in our factory. Do the production and property departments have any openings?" Upon hearing this, Zhong realized why Song Liang had previously referred to himself as merely a guest at dinner. It was clear that a young girl could not possibly be placed in the security department. As Song Liang made this request, Shin Donshan and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Noticing their expressions, Song Liang was taken aback. He had assumed that, given their acquaintance, a simple meal would suffice for them to acquiesce. Was it necessary to offer a gift? After a moment of hesitation, Shun Donshan spoke, "Brother Song, given our relationship, I shall be candid with you." Song Liang nodded, encouraging him to continue. Shin Donshan continued, "This matter would have been easily resolved a fortnight ago, but it is now somewhat complicated." Xiao Xian interjected, "The factory manager held a meeting regarding this. You were absent, and Su Jun attended in your stead." The manager indicated that, aside from students from specific technical schools or those with high academic qualifications, other individuals from society are strictly prohibited from entering the factory in the short term. Song Liang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is that?" Shin Donshan replied, "The return of educated youth to the cities." Upon hearing this phrase, Song Liang pressed his fingers together, the joints cracking audibly. Shin Donshan elaborated, "According to a report from the People's Daily, a national meeting concerning educated youth has decided to gradually terminate the down-to-the-countryside policy, prompting a large-scale petition from educated youth across the country. Consequently, a significant number of them will be returning, and our state-owned factories have been notified to cooperate with the street office and the educated youth office, prioritizing employment opportunities for this group." Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. The labor service team for returning educated youth was established in Shanghai in May. Suzhou has begun its own this month. In short, we must ensure that these returning educated youth are provided with certain job placements. Zhong nodded in affirmation. "I have previously met with colleagues from the street office and the police station. Indeed, there have been numerous public safety issues recently, and the educated youth office has." Listening to the conversation among the 3 men, Song Liang felt uncertain about what to do. If he did not find a solution to Zhang Wei's employment issues soon, the situation would only become more complicated. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhang Wei sat silently against the wall, chewing her food, her heart racing as she overheard the conversation among her relatives. She could not comprehend the policies, educational qualifications, or workplace matters, All she grasped was the part about the cotton spinning factory not hiring externally. Chapter 85. The vendor. After bidding farewell to the three men as they departed the alley, Song Liang returned home to find Zhang Wei tidying up the dining area. She merely greeted him with a soft cousin-in-law before retreating silently to the kitchen. Song Liang pondered in silence before heading to the adjacent room, entering Song Yu's quarters, where he found her writing at her desk. "Can we chat for a moment?" he asked. "I am replying to Grandpa Chi's letter. What is the matter?" She responded. "It's about Xiao Wei's job." Upon hearing this, Song Yu turned inquiringly. "Has something changed?" Song Liang nodded and, having finished speaking, turned to leave the courtyard. Lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of blue smoke, Song Yu followed him outside. Song Liang slowly recounted the words of Shen Dongshan, Chao Xin, and Zhong Kai. After listening, Song Yu remained silent. Song Liang continued, "The cotton spinning factory will not take anyone, and other state-owned enterprises will likely follow suit." After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu remarked, "It's not necessarily a bad thing." Song Liang turned to look at him as Song Yu elaborated, "I recall that next year, 7.5 million people will return to the cities. With such immense competition, Zhang Wei indeed lacks an advantage. Should I speak to the factory manager?" Song Yu shook his head. "This decision was proposed by the city government. He is merely the executor. Speaking with him might allow Zhang Wei to enter the factory, but it would also place him in a difficult position. He cannot deny what he has stated. If it benefits you, what about others? Is there no solution for them?" Song Yu countered, "What about temporary workers? Are they without options as well?" Song Liang shook his head. "I don't know. I hadn't even inquired about temporary workers. They cannot resolve household registration issues or housing allocations. From the outset, I never intended to find temporary work for Zhang Wei. My previous remarks were merely to keep options open." The two stood in the courtyard, enveloped in silence. After tidying up, Zhang Wei could not resist peeking from the doorway, noticing her cousin's husband standing with Song Yu, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over her. Would her cousin's husband send her back to her hometown since the job issue remained unresolved? They lingered in quietude for some time until Song Yu suddenly said, "Actually, this isn't entirely negative." Song Liang looked over. Song Yu continued, "This December, after the November 3rd holiday, the restrictions on the private sector will gradually loosen, allowing Zhang Wei to venture into business by January next year. Didn't you always dream of becoming wealthy? Here's an opportunity for an ideal agent." Song Liang's eyes brightened. "Indeed. If one can run their own business, who would want to toil in a state-owned factory? After a few years of unpaid wages and layoffs, it's far better to earn money as a boss." Song Yu inquired, "But how will you explain this to your wife and Zhang Wei? They may not see running a business as preferable to working in a state-owned enterprise, considering the latter is a secure job." Song Liang responded, "I'll appeal to their emotions and reason, as long as the right path is chosen. Even a humble vessel can outpace a grand ship." Song Yu replied, "Then good luck persuading Zhang Wei to board your humble vessel." With that, he turned and returned to the room. The following day, Song Liang was awakened by a gentle shake, discovering Lu Meijun had returned from her night shift. Observing his wife's weary countenance, he sat up, expressing concern. "Are you tired? You should rest for a while." Just as he was about to rise to wash up and prepare for work, Lu Meijun, with a hint of urgency, asked, "How did it go? What did Section Chief Shen say?" Song Liang shook his head. "It's complicated. The city has issued a directive stating that for the foreseeable future." He tried to explain in terms Lu Meijun could comprehend, but with every word, her brow furrowed deeper, leaving her uncertain on how to proceed as she sat on the edge of the bed. Song Liang smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. It just means waiting a few more months." Lu Meijun, filled with hope, inquired, "So, will they be hiring in a few months?" Song Liang found himself at a loss for words and, with a forced smile, replied, "Policies can change at any moment. There will always be a way to manage things. Our family is not lacking in food, and having Xiao Wei stay with us for a while is not a burden." Lu Meijun expressed her concern, saying, "I worry that Xiao Wei might feel constrained. If she stays at home doing nothing for too long, she may overthink things." Song Liang had considered this matter as well. Yet at this stage, he genuinely could not conceive a better solution. "Perhaps you could teach Xiao Wei to sew? We have a sewing machine at home. If she makes some clothes, I can sell them at the factory, which would provide us with some income. The money from the sales could be given to Xiao Wei. Having some money in her pocket might alleviate her troubled thoughts." Lu Meijun was somewhat tempted by Song Liang's suggestion, but still expressed her apprehension. "Is that really feasible?" Song Liang reassured her. Do not worry. I am the head of the sales department. I have some influence. However, he internally doubted. Of course, it won't work. Zhang Wei is just beginning to learn. The items she produces are unlikely to be accepted by the factory. Lu Meijun exhaled in relief. Very well. I will teach Xiao Wei to sew whenever I have free time. Seizing the opportunity with no one else in the room, Song Liang suddenly kissed Lu Meijun passionately. As she shyly pushed him away, he stepped out to wash up. At times, even when one knows they could profit significantly in the future, being unable to voice such prospects is undeniably frustrating. At least, this was Song Liang's sentiment. He also could not comprehend why Song Yu remained so composed. Did she not feel any yearning as well? As days passed, by September, Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting had entered the 3rd grade. One morning, Zhang Wei took Song Yu and Zhang Xiaoting to school. Along the way, numerous vendors were selling mooncakes, as the Mid-Autumn Festival would be celebrated on the 17th of this month. Recently, Song Liang had somehow acquired a duck, much to Lu Meijun's delight. In Suzhou, the traditions of the Mid-Autumn Festival extend beyond mooncakes to include delicacies such as osmanthus duck, sweet taro, and old duck soup. Zhang Wei surveyed the surrounding vendors, contemplating whether to purchase some mooncakes and other pastries on their way back home. For the past month, the clothes that her cousin had taught her to make had been taken back to the factory by her cousin's husband to be sold. Although the earnings were modest, at least they had generated some income. Zhang Wei, who had been living at home without contributing, often thought of buying something to show her gratitude to her cousin and her cousin's husband. Zhang Xiaoting gazed longingly at the trinkets displayed by the roadside. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, Auntie, do you know how to make pastries? Zhang Wei paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Song Yu replied. Let us find a time this weekend to buy some flour and filling, and we can make pastries at home to sell. Zhang Wei responded in surprise. Huh? Song Yu continued. We can split the profits. Zhang Wei hesitated. But where would we get the money and the tickets? Song Yu insisted. There's money in the cabinet at home. We can just take some. Zhang Wei immediately shook her head. No? That is family money. Song Yu countered. But we are family too, aren't we? I've calculated that vendors sell a box of pastries and mooncakes for 1 yuan. But the materials cost only a few cents, maybe even less. If they can profit, why can't we? Zhang Wei felt her resolve wavering, but still voiced her concern. But we might get caught. Song Yu shook his head, saying, it won't happen. My elder brother has mentioned that the youth office is urging everyone to be self-sufficient. As long as it's not too excessive, the police station won't interfere. Zhang Wei felt increasingly unsettled within her heart. Chapter 86. The return of villains. Upon returning to the classroom, the teacher promptly arranged for a change of seats. This time, Song Yu was seated next to Jiang Qian, while Zhang Xiaoting was paired with another female classmate, Liao Luqing. She shared a desk with Yao Chan. After the seating arrangement was completed, Liao Luqing wore a face of dismay as she looked at Song Yu. Reluctant to part with her desk mate who often shared candies during class. Classmates, hurry up and change your seats. Don't waste time. At the teacher's urging, the students swiftly moved to their new positions. Yao Chan plopped down on his new seat and, pulling a piece of chalk from seemingly nowhere, drew a line down the middle of the long desk. Luo Qing, this side is my territory. That side is yours. You are not allowed to cross the line. Liao Luqing silently gathered her books and stationery, not even daring to glance at her desk mate. It wasn't that she wished to ignore him, but rather that she genuinely feared this boisterous classmate. Despite having visited her grandmother's breakfast stall numerous times, Liao Luqing still felt intimidated. Yao Chan, feeling unacknowledged, pouted and continued. If you acknowledge me as the boss, I might allow you to cross the line. Liao Luqing remained silent. Yao Chan pressed on. You don't have to call me boss. Just bring me some buns tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Still, Liao Luqing said nothing. Just as Yao Chan was about to continue his teasing, a voice from the front of the class interrupted. Yao Chan, go stand at the back. Yao Chan immediately protested. Why, teacher? The teacher retorted angrily. Who told you to bully your new desk mate? You just changed seats, and you already drew a line. Do you think this school is your home? Enough nonsense. Go to the back. Faced with the teacher's wrath, Yao Chan had no choice but to sulk to the back of the classroom. Song Yu chuckled softly but remained silent. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. It was impossible for him to sit at the same desk as Zhang Xiaoting or Liao Luqing. Children must learn to adapt to new friendships. In the 3rd grade, the curriculum included not only Chinese, mathematics, moral education, art, music, and physical education, but also a foreign language and science. The subject labeled as science primarily taught basic common knowledge, such as how to read a clock and the principles of buoyancy, natural phenomena that children frequently encountered. The foreign language, in fact, was English. Since the resumption of the college entrance examinations the previous year, the significance of foreign languages had risen, with even elementary students beginning to engage with English. However, as the high school students struggled to master the subject, the elementary teachers were only marginally more knowledgeable. Thus, when it came to teaching foreign languages, the instructors merely conveyed foundational concepts. Out of curiosity, Song-yu opened the first volume of the English book, discovering that the first lesson was picture description. One page displayed a national flag, accompanied by English text, a school scene, a boy, a girl. The subsequent pages illustrated a bicycle, an airplane, a car, a boat, a horse, and a sheep. After skimming through a few pages, Song-yu lost interest and, as per usual, laid his head down on the desk to sleep. He remained oblivious even when the teacher called for the submission of homework, as his summer assignments were still nestled within Zhang Xiaoting's backpack. If it were not for the fear that the school's janitor might pilfer her textbooks for profit, Song-yu would have preferred to simply toss her books into a drawer rather than lugging them back and forth in her backpack. Thus, a tedious day passed. As the noon bell rang and students streamed out of the school, Zhang Wei stood outside, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Song-yu and Zhang Xiaoting, she waved enthusiastically. Noticing the 2 salted cloth strips and a small bag of flour in Zhang Wei's hands, Song-yu immediately grasped her intentions. Clearly, her subtle persuasion earlier that morning had borne fruit. Zhang Wei was planning to experiment with making mooncakes at home. However, judging by the quantity of her purchases, it was evident that she had spent her own money. Without probing further, Song-yu took Zhang Xiaoting's hand and approached her. Curiously, Zhang Xiaoting inquired, "Aunt, what are those in your hands?" Zhang Wei smiled and explained, "I plan to try making mooncakes at home." Zhang Xiaoting, intrigued, asked, "Can I have some once they're made?" Zhang Wei replied, "If I sell the mooncakes, I'll use the money to buy you some pastries." Zhang Xiaoting nodded enthusiastically. Upon returning home, Lu Meijun had already prepared lunch. Upon seeing the items in Zhang Wei's possession, she inquired with a puzzled expression. After learning of her intentions, Lu Meijun said little else, merely asking if the ingredients were sufficient, offering more if needed. Zhang Wei, with some trepidation, insisted it was enough. However, the items she had procured seemed hardly adequate for making even a couple of mooncakes, let alone buns. Who would buy filling made from salted cloth strips? And that little flour could scarcely yield 2 boxes of mooncakes. Lu Meijun took Zhang Wei's hand and led her into the kitchen, pointing out where the meat, grains, and oils were stored, encouraging her to use them freely. It must be said that Lu Meijun truly cared for her cousin, providing support even without a steady income. In any other household in the neighborhood, she would likely have been ousted within a week. Having grown accustomed to sleeping in during the summer, Song-yu found it quite a challenge to rise early for classes. Even after catching half an hour of sleep at school, she still felt drowsy upon returning home. After lunch, she collapsed into bed. Amidst her drowsiness, she was suddenly jolted awake by raucous noises outside her door. Initially, she intended to ignore it, but soon the sound of Zhang Xiaoting crying reached her ears. Rolling out of bed, she approached the window and drew back the curtains. There she saw Zhang Xiaoting clinging to Zhang Wei's leg in tears, while Lu Meijun stood protectively at the gate, where a boy lingered outside. Song-yu rushed out of her room and into the courtyard, but Zhang Wei quickly blocked her path. The boy paid no mind to the little ones, directing his attention back to Lu Meijun, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, "Cousin, why can Zhang Wei stay at your house, but I cannot? We share the same surname." "She does not." With a stern expression, Lu Meijun replied, "Lu Fengshou, this is not your home. You can't just move in because you say so." Lu Fengshou pointed at Zhang Wei, demanding, "Then why does she get to stay?" Lu Meijun retorted, "There is no reason. This is my house. I can choose who stays here." From this exchange, Song-yu understood the situation. It was evident that since marrying Song Liang, Lu Meijun had shed her previously submissive demeanor, confronting unreasonable behavior with newfound resolve. Lu Fengshou, in frustration, declared, "Fine, just give me some money. I'll find a place to stay on my own." Lu Meijun, infuriated, exclaimed, "Why should I give you money? If you lack funds, return to your hometown and ask your parents." Lu Fengshou, relentless, retorted, "You can let Zhang Wei move in. But when I ask for some money, it's unacceptable. If you refuse to give me any, then I will not leave." With that, he advanced. attempting to storm into the courtyard. Lu Meijun tried to intercept him, but how could a 20-year-old girl possibly stop a young man? Consequently, she was knocked to the ground as Lu Fengshou barged into the yard. Zhang Wei, witnessing this scene, cried even louder, recalling her mother's words before her departure, which urged her to assist her cousin in times of trouble. She felt reassured that her cousin's husband would protect her. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei picked up a nearby brick, ready to strike. However, Song Yu, quick on her feet, grasped Zhang Wei's arm. This woman is truly fierce. If that brick lands, it could result in a tragedy, she thought. Auntie, protect, shouting, I will fetch help, but please, do not resort to violence. Without looking back, Song Yu dashed out of the courtyard towards the end of the alley. Chapter 87. Su San takes action. Lu Fengshou paid no heed to the child running out to summon assistance. Having been accustomed to his brazen demeanor at home, he believed that force could resolve all matters. Furthermore, he considered this a family affair, making it unreasonable for outsiders to intervene. Even if someone came, he was unafraid. Seeing his cousin lying on the ground, Lu Fengshou approached her to help her up, as he was there to demand money. And escalating the situation would not serve his purpose. Lu Meijun, however, swatted away his outstretched hand, rising to her feet and instructing Zhang Wei. Take shouting to the cotton mill and bring back your cousin's husband. Lu Meijun, having completely severed any pretense of familial affection, no longer intended to indulge her cousin. She had initially thought he had returned to his hometown, only to discover he was still lingering in Suzhou. Zhang Wei nodded immediately, scooping up the sobbing Zhang Xiaoding and heading towards the courtyard exit. Lu Fengshou quickly obstructed her path. Though he was unruly, he still possessed a modicum of reason. He feared Song Liang more than he did his cousin or Zhang Wei. The latter was taller and had a stronger background, were it not for their familial ties. He would not dare to demand money. Cousin, I have come solely to ask for money. We are relatives. Must you be so ruthless? Lu Fengshou pleaded with Lu Meijun, who gritted her teeth in response. You and your parents are all the same, quick to eat and quick to curse. I will not give you a single penny. Lu Fengshou, enraged, was taken aback, for this cousin had never displayed such fortitude in his memory. Fine. If you won't give it, I'll find it myself. With that, he attempted to enter the house, but Lu Meijun hurriedly blocked his way. There were still over 200 yuan in Yen Zhu's cabinet, along with several receipts. Just as Lu Fengshou was about to push past Lu Meijun, his neck was suddenly seized by a pair of rough hands, and the world spun around him until he found himself thrown to the ground. Turning his head, he saw a burly middle-aged man lunging at him, unleashing a barrage of punches as if they were free of cost. The newcomer was none other than Su San, who should have been vending at the cotton mill gate. Today, however, he had taken a break to check on his second daughter, who had just started her first year at the affiliated school. Upon finishing his lunch, Song Yu hurriedly rushed into his home seeking help. Upon learning that a thief had entered his house, Su San immediately dashed out without a moment's hesitation, followed closely by Zhang Qiao. Su Hui instructed Su Qing to stay at home and look after Su Qiao, while she herself sprinted towards the police station. At that moment, after Zhang Qiao arrived, she swiftly picked up Zhang Xiaoding and ran outside, blocking Song Yu from allowing the two children to enter. Lu Fengshou lay on the ground, unable to rise due to the beating he had received, and shouted hoarsely, I am Lu Meijun's cousin. Why are you hitting me? Upon hearing this, Su San halted his assault, restraining Lu Fengshou by the neck to prevent him from getting up, and turned to Lu Meijun with an inquiring look. By this time, neighbors had gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Blushing, Lu Meijun replied, I am not well acquainted with him. He is a distant relative. He came to ask for money, and when I refused, he barged in to rob me. Realizing that it was indeed a relative, Su San ceased his aggression and asked, where is Section Chief Song? Lu Meijun shook her head. He hasn't returned yet. The onlookers, always eager for excitement, called out, I will go find Section Chief Song. Me too. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would recognize that these two neighbors were the same ones who had previously come to Song Yu's aid when he was bullied at home. Lu Meijun added, and make sure to bring the security personnel from the factory. Zhang Qiao interjected, Su Hui has gone to the police station to summon help. Lu Fengshou shouted, why are you holding me down? Let me get up. I belong to this family. Do you believe I can have the police come and arrest you? Su San merely smirked, remaining silent as he tightened his grip. The surrounding neighbors laughed, finding the situation utterly absurd. How dare someone come to Section Chief Song's residence to bully him, and still have the audacity to act so brazenly? Such a person deserves to be apprehended. Old Sue, can't you handle this? Just give him a couple of punches and be done with it. Or should I step in? Yeah, Old Sue, just don't kill him. Give him a good beating. The words of the crowd began to instill fear in Lu Fengshou. This place was evidently different from his hometown. With talk of security personnel and police, was he truly at risk of being arrested? Realizing this, Lu Fengshou immediately cried out to Lu Meijun, "Cousin, make him let me go. I don't want any money." Lu Meijun furrowed her brow, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Song Yu quietly approached her and said, "Sister Meijun, let us wait for Dad to return before we decide." Upon hearing this, Lu Meijun felt a surge of resolve. "All right, we'll wait for Yinzu to come back." "Goddamn Yinzu," Zhang Qiao muttered. "Meijun, your cousin has a nasty streak. He is no good." The neighbors echoed. "Let us wait for Section Chief Song to handle this. He is the leader, knowledgeable, and knows how to deal with matters." From the adjacent alley, Aunt Lu chimed in, recounting how someone had come from her hometown to demand money, only to be repeatedly exploited due to her soft-heartedness. What use is a man who bullies a woman? Coming to our cotton mill territory to cause trouble, he must truly be seeking his own demise. Lu Fengshou, now panicked, was about to plead for mercy when Director Wang and 2 officers from the police station hurriedly arrived. The neighbors around consciously made way, as Su Hui, panting heavily, stood beside her mother. Wang Hui frowned at Lu Fengshou, who was pinned to the ground, while 2 officers approached Su San, standing beside him without taking further action. Wang Hui turned her attention to Lu Meijun, who had injured her wrist, and inquired about the situation. Lu Meijun briefly explained the circumstances. After listening, the 2 officers also crouched down to assist Su San in subduing Lu Fengshou. Wang Hui asked, "Where is Song Liang? Has he returned?" Lu Meijun replied, "Someone has already gone to call him." Wang Hui nodded. "All right, do you wish to handle this matter now, or wait for Song Liang to give his opinion? If it were someone unknown, I could manage it myself. However, since he is a distant relative of Lu Meijun, we must consider the victim's perspective." Lu Meijun hesitated. Song Yu, speaking on behalf of Lu Meijun, said, "Sister Meijun wants to wait for my father to decide." Wang Hui nodded. "Very well, we shall wait a moment." At that moment, Lu Fengshou, upon seeing the police arrive, lost his earlier bravado. Enduring the pain from his restrained arms, he trembled and called out to Lu Meijun, "Cousin, I was wrong. Don't let them arrest me. I don't want any money. We are relatives. If my parents find out, they will come looking for you." Lu Meijun gritted her teeth, frowning. "What of it if your parents come?" A familiar voice echoed from outside the courtyard. As Song Liang returned, everyone stepped aside. Lu Meijun turned to see her man with a grim expression, his gaze dangerously fixed on Lu Fengshou, and felt a sense of calm settle in her heart. Behind Song Liang, Zhong Kai and another security officer entered as well. Chapter 88. The Outcome Director Song. Such a person should be dealt with decisively, otherwise, he will keep coming back, and your family will suffer for it. "It would be best to let the police take him away for good," said one of the neighbors. "Look at Meijun's hand. He has already resorted to violence." Director Song, do not be soft-hearted. Hearing this, Song Liang's gaze shifted to Lu Meijun's injured hand. Upon realizing his wife's injury, his eyes turned even more menacing when he looked at Lu Fengshou. Lu Fengshou was now firmly held by the 2 officers, his hands tightly grasped. Feeling the intensity of Song Liang's stare, Lu Fengshou's heart quivered. Su San returned to the entrance, positioning himself in front of Zhang Qiao, determined to prevent any escape. Wang Hui inquired, "Little Song, you should know the relationship between this man and your wife, right?" Song Liang nodded. Wang Hui asked, "How do you intend to handle this?" Song Liang did not respond immediately, but turned to the officers and asked, "Officers, does his behavior qualify as home invasion robbery?" One officer nodded. "Yes, it constitutes attempted home invasion robbery." Song Liang continued, "If charged with this crime, what would the consequences be? 10 years or more in prison. If the circumstances are severe, life imprisonment. If serious consequences result, the death penalty," the officer replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengshou's legs weakened, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled, pleading, "Cousin, no, I beg you. I know I was wrong." Lu Meijun gritted her teeth, silently gripping Song Liang's shoulder. The punishment was excessively severe. If their relatives back home were to learn of this, her parents would be subjected to scorn. Song Liang turned his gaze towards Director Zhong. "Director Zhong, what if our cotton spinning factory's security department handles this matter on our own?" Zhong shook his head, his meaning unmistakable. In the jurisdiction of the cotton spinning factory, The security department had the authority to deal with such individuals independently, without unnecessary complications. A swift execution of justice was customary. It is worth noting that during this era, the security departments of state-owned enterprises were armed, and their personnel regularly practiced shooting in the mountains. Upon grasping the general situation, Song Liang looked towards Lu Fengxiu, narrowing his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Do you truly believe this is your hometown? Were it not for the two police officers restraining him, Lu Fengxiu would have collapsed in terror, trembling as he pleaded with Song Liang, brother-in-law. Please, I genuinely understand my mistake. Spare me, I beg you. We are relatives. Song Liang retorted, relatives? Did your parents teach you to rob from your relatives? Lu Fengxiu felt no fear towards any of his relatives. But before Song Liang, he was genuinely terrified. Ignoring Lu Fengxiu, Song Liang inquired of the two police officers. Comrades, can you return him to his home? Let the local village committee handle it. The police officer replied, if he is registered in the village and you do not pursue further action, we can indeed send him back. However, he will need to undergo a period of reform through labor. After a brief contemplation and glancing at Director Wang as well as the head of the cotton spinning security department, the officer continued, of course, if you insist, we can proceed with the immediate return. Song Liang asked, if we opt for immediate return, how will the village handle it? The officer shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but at the very least, a village-wide notification and confiscation of property will be mandated. Suddenly, a silent Zhang Wei spoke up. It should be this way. Their family has taken so much advantage of the village. They have even occupied half an acre of land belonging to my cousin. She insisted on notifying the entire village, ensuring everyone was aware of the thief that emerged from their family. With every word, Lu Fengxiu's heart sank further. He did not perceive this punishment as significantly better than prison. If he were identified as a robber, upon returning to the village, he would face hostility from everyone. Even his parents would be unable to hold their heads high. With his property confiscated, the village would reclaim any land that had been distributed to him. Lu Meijun, lacking the same ferocity as Zhang Wei, softly addressed Song Liang. Yanzhu, isn't this a bit too harsh? Her voice was gentle, yet all present could hear her. Lu Fengxiu, upon hearing this, felt as though a ray of hope had illuminated his despair as he looked towards his cousin. Song Liang countered, has their family ever bullied yours? Lu Meijun fell silent, while Zhang Wei spoke on her behalf. Of course, their family is the village bully. Not only has my cousin's family suffered, but even ours has been oppressed. The village head's daughter avoids them at all costs. After listening, Song Liang turned to Lu Meijun. If you let such a person go, he will not express gratitude. Instead, he will harbor resentment towards you for your perceived kindness. Since the enmity cannot be resolved, it is better to administer a decisive blow. After all, there is no need for imprisonment, nor do we seek his life. Lu Meijun cast a glance at Lu Fengxiu. Her mind flooded with memories of the injustices her family had endured at the hands of this very individual back in their hometown. Drawing water from one's own land, nurturing the family's sweet potatoes, engaging in the lightest of labors, enduring the scorn of one's parents. Scenes flickered in Lu Meijun's mind, solidifying her resolve. Yan Zhu was indeed correct. Such individuals were unworthy of forgiveness. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Song Liang suddenly turned to Zhang Wei. Xiao Wei, your cousin has a gentle disposition. What do you think? Zhang Wei immediately responded, my cousin fears retaliation from their family. We are not afraid. Cousin S. husband, I support you. Let us handle it this way. Ensure they cannot survive in the village. Song Yu observed Zhang Wei's boldness, gaining a new appreciation for the girl's fierce spirit. Usually soft-spoken, she truly showed her mettle in critical moments. Song Liang nodded with a smile and said to the police officers, thank you for your assistance. Please escort them back to the village. The two officers looked at Wang Hui, acknowledging that they needed the street office's opinion. Wang Hui nodded, stating, this is a private matter for their family. Reasonable suggestions can be adopted. Her meaning was clear. She wanted the police to resolve the issue as Song Liang suggested. The officers nodded, leading the despondent Lu Fengxiu outside. Song Liang added, I will accompany you to the police station. I have matters to discuss with your chief as well. The officers did not refuse, clearly. He was a leader from the cotton mill, and they felt it inappropriate to object. Before leaving, Song Liang paused in front of Su San and quietly said, Brother Su, thank you this time. Come to my house for dinner tonight so my younger brother can properly express his gratitude. Bring your wife and 3 children. Susan was taken aback and was about to respond with pleasantries when Song Liang interrupted. No need for formalities. You have helped our family immensely. Without your assistance, I fear what my wife might have endured. Susan hesitated momentarily, but Zhang Qiao discreetly nudged her partner's back. Susan nodded. All right, I will come over tonight. Song Liang turned to Lu Meijun, indicating that she should prepare more food for the evening. Lu Meijun nodded in agreement. The onlookers, having seen no excitement, began to disperse. Before leaving, Wang Hui reminded Lu Meijun to tend to her wounds properly to avoid scarring. Zhang Qiao immediately declared that she would take Meijun to the cotton mill hospital today. Zhang Wei was quite pleased with the outcome, smiling as she picked up Song Yu and Zhang shouting to return indoors. Chapter 89. Jiangtown. 2 police officers escorted Lu Fengshou out of the alley towards the police station. Onlookers in the surrounding alleys, curious about the commotion, inquired about the situation. They learned that the home of Section Chief Song had been robbed. Is there a thief so bold as to come to our cotton mills territory? Why was it handed over to the police? This should be handled by our security department. Indeed, they should be shot on sight. Letting the police handle it is too lenient. Lu Fengshou trembled inwardly, finding the city folk terrifying. Seeking money from relatives could lead to imprisonment. As Song Liang and his companions exited the alley, he pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhong Kai. You worked hard this time. Take this 5 yuan to buy something for the team to reward them. Zhong Kai shook his head. This is part of our department's duties. Song Liang insisted. While our personal relationship is important, gratitude must be expressed. The individual returned home, uncertain of what he might convey. He would likely insist on bringing his parents along next time. Should I not be at home, it would trouble my brothers to pay heed. Do you comprehend my meaning? Zhong Kai understood and graciously accepted the money. Then I shall treat the department staff to a meal, attributing it to your condolences, he stated. Song Liang gave Zhong Kai a hearty pat on the arm, expressing his gratitude. After Zhong Kai departed with another security officer, Wang Hui remarked, Your approach to matters certainly belies your 20-something years. It is no wonder you can assume a leadership role. Song Liang chuckled. Regardless of leadership, it is still Sister Wang who must uphold justice. Wang Hui smiled. All right then, if there is nothing further, I shall return to the street office. Song Liang promptly interjected. There is something. Wang Hui looked at him quizzically, and he continued in a low tone. If it is convenient for you, Sister Wang, could we visit the police station together? I wish to meet the chief in our jurisdiction. Wang Hui's brow furrowed in confusion. Why? Song Liang articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing them, Wang Hui was taken aback, her gaze appraising him from head to toe, exclaiming, How did you come up with such an idea? Song Liang replied with exasperation, There is no choice. Though this person is troublesome, he is nonetheless a relative of Meijun. If I were to strike him down completely, my father-in-law and mother-in-law would surely be the subject of gossip. Wang Hui sighed. Very well, I shall accompany you. Your approach does not violate any regulations, and I should be able to assist. Song Liang clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude profusely. Wang Hui patted him on the back, a gesture laden with intention. Initially, she had perceived Song Liang as merely a fortunate young man with a high education, but after the recent events and his words, she realized she had underestimated him. Such ingenuity suggests that even if he does not ascend to prominence, he will not languish in mediocrity. Upon arriving at the police station, Song Liang curiously surveyed his surroundings. Though he had been there for some time, it was his first entry into a police station, and he noted that the interior bore a striking resemblance to depictions in films. 2 officers escorted Lu Fengshou towards a corner holding cell, the latter casting a pleading glance at Song Liang before being ushered inside. Indifferent, Song Liang fixated on Lu Fengshou with an excited gaze, which unnerved the latter. Wang Hui frequently visited the station for official matters, so the officers greeted her courteously, nodding at Song Liang, mistaking him for a staff member from the street office. They reached the entrance of an office, where Wang Hui knocked gently on the door. A deep voice from within called out, Come in. Wang Hui opened the door, with Song Liang trailing behind her. Inside, a robust middle-aged man in plain clothes stood with his back to the entrance. Gazing at a map of Suzhou hanging on the wall, Song Liang observed numerous red circles marked on the map, curious about their significance. Wang Hui addressed him, Old Jiang. Upon hearing her voice, the man turned, his stern expression instantly transforming into a smile. Ah? Director Wang, what brings you here today? And who is this? Wang Hui introduced. This is Song Liang from the cotton spinning factory, Section Chief Song. After completing the introduction to Song Liang, He approached with a smile and extended his hand. Hello. Director Jiang, I am Song Liang. I hope my visit is not too intrusive. Director Jiang shook his hand and, with a puzzled expression, turned to Wang Hui. From the cotton spinning factory? Aren't you from the street office? Wang Hui shook her head. Director Jiang then asked, Song Section Chief, if I may inquire, which department do you oversee at the cotton spinning factory? Song Liang retracted his hand and smiled as he replied, Sales and Technical Departments. Both Jiang and Wang were taken aback. The heads of both departments? Song Liang nodded. Wang Hui, surprised, remarked, Weren't you in the sales department before? When did you become the head of the technical department? Song Liang humbly deflected. It's merely a matter of trust from the leadership. I am serving in both roles. He couldn't reveal that others assumed he had a close relationship with Mayor Zhou Xingping, and that the factory director had forced this upon him. Director Jiang exchanged pleasantries and invited them to sit down, then inquired, Song, I am rather straightforward in my manner of speaking. May I ask what brings you here today? Song Liang briefly recounted the events that had transpired at home. Jiang furrowed his brow and asked, Are you planning to teach that fellow a lesson? Or do you wish for us to impose a heavier sentence? His habitual thinking led him to consider these possibilities. Although he felt displeased internally, he did not exhibit it outwardly. Song Liang shook his head. Before he could elaborate, Wang Hui interjected, What Song Liang means is that you should release that person. Director Jiang, even more perplexed, responded, Release? How so? Song Liang slowly explained, He is a distant relative of my wife. If we were to take serious action, his family would suffer greatly, and my wife's parents would also face scrutiny and isolation. Thus, I thought it best to send him back openly, allowing him a chance to escape along the way. Director Jiang, being a seasoned police chief, understood the underlying complexities and was taken aback, exclaiming, Goodness, is your heart so dark? Song Liang replied, What? Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh. Jiang quickly waved his hand. Apologies, that was just a figure of speech. Song Liang was unperturbed. Jiang then asked, So, you wish for him to live in fear upon returning home, ensuring that, even without punishment, his family would hesitate to approach you or bully your wife's parents, correct? Song Liang nodded. Precisely, that is the intent. It was the first time Jiang had encountered a victim addressing a situation in such a manner. It was truly a novel experience. Song Liang added, I have no choice. After all, she is my wife, and I cannot let her face difficulties. Jiang nodded in agreement. Your approach does not violate any regulations, as the concerned party. You have the right to express your opinions. However, we must adhere to procedures for repatriation. Without documentation or a verdict, unilateral repatriation is impossible, and we cannot cover the costs. Song Liang nodded. I am fully aware of your challenges, Director Jiang, which is why I will personally cover the expenses. We are merely putting on a show. With that, he pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket.